You call for me and no one's there. You try and breathe, but there's no air. The darkness closes in and it's so cold. I'll wake you up, you're in a dream. I am not the enemy, but look at what you've done to me.
Welcome to the 2016 Europe Winter Championships live from the Gfinity Arena in London. I am Playoff Beard here with Forecourt Jester and Rome. It is Elimination Day, and we're excited to bring you all of that action. But before we talk about all that, let's take a look back at day one. We had some exciting games, Jester.
Yeah, we absolutely did. 4 games for these top 8s. And as we come into the forecourt corner, we're going to go over the group stage. Up first, SK Prometheus and Angry Pandas Black. This was the #1 seed up against the 8. And Angry Pandas Black not having their captain looked a little bit shaky there in the early games. As Waldemar picking up that scarf really did prove to be very hard to kill. They might actually end up getting him there, but the Kraken's pushing in. They put the point on the board to game #1 of that best of 3. Now, there was a lot of Kraken play yesterday. She looks all good in her glory, but SK Prometheus, they don't even really need it here in game #2. Leia comes in right off the plane to play with the Pandas, but unfortunately, the play is just too little too late, and Waldemar once more just scorching them off with that scarf. Leia's going to come into this one, but it's not enough, and we go into the sibling rivalry of Snow Tsunami up against Avalanche as game is set series #2, but I gotta say, Tsunami with that EU meta comp, that scarf, that crow, it takes their sister team to town in very convincing fashion, and they went 10-3 into a Kraken win at that. But game #2, this was a Rome Blackfeather, a pedal jungle. Not exactly where we thought they might have been when it came to the draft, but it works out great regardless. Snow Tsunami able to take multiple fights, and look at this party brush coming in with that Kraken pushing. This is the last chance for Avalanche to kind of rebuff, but at 13-1, Pedal just proves to be way too much of a monster. She gets 1 kill, looks for the second, cleans up for the third, and they take 2-0 over their teams. Now, Secret up against G2K2. They are really showing why the Autumn champions are really hard to beat. Mowgli on that fin, the scarf, not the scarf, the crow even. The scarf was banned, but the crow doing work. They're able to take down G2K2, the young competitive team. Very young, actually, if they come into this, but the mechanics are solid. Look at Mowgli, the monster there, though. Triple stun is able to really put a point on the board, and Team Secret take game 1 off the back of Mowgli, but Kavalafar, this was the Ringo game to watch. He really just destroyed the opposition. G2K2, unfortunately, just going in one at a time. It didn't do him any favors. Suki-san gets in and out, but Majestic melts, and even at the end of it here, the last-ditch effort with that Kraken, you can't do anything against that Ringo. Kavalafar really showing good stuff right there, and G2 Kinguin up against Rebirth of Empire. The last game of the night, it was this Rome Taka, and unfortunately, Rome Taka not really working out this early game. But G2 Kinguin, something just really didn't pan out for them by the end. Maybe they didn't end it early enough, because Rebirth of Empire, yeah, they're the ones taking on that core at the end of it. The triple assassins really doing good work. Now, Rebirth of Empire as well. Game #2, Dark Potato on that glaive, really showing some good stuff. Dingo even able to chase these guys down, and once more, they take an early lead, but it's all about Great Kali right here. Look at this Rocket League coming in. He stuns up that ult there from Dingo, and now they're going to be putting pressure on Redix, but Great Kali is really showing why you can't leave him going in these fights untouched. He gets the 1 kill. They might lose Mr. K Cool, but it's all right. Dingo, 1 and 2, 400 crit, says no to Dark Potato, and the #6 seed takes that win for the first upset here in EU.
Hey, thanks very much, Forecourt. It was fun. Rebirth of Empire with that upset at the end. It was exciting.
It was absolutely exciting. So I'll see more of you guys on the desk a bit later.
All right. Thank you so much, Jester. With that, let's take a look at the matches here during Elimination Day. It is day 2. These are all best of 3s, but we have 2 different things going on here. We have winners bracket games, and we have losers bracket games. That means probably all the games are going to be very even and very exciting. First, the losers bracket games, or the elimination bracket games. We have G2 Kinguin against Angry Pandas. Whichever team loses there is out of the tournament. Whatever team survives, continues on, can try to fight their way into the semifinals. Then we have G2 Kinguin 2 versus Snow Avalanche. So a big day for the G2 eSports teams as they're going to try to fight their way through this elimination bracket. Of course, on the North America side, we have only ever had champions come out of the elimination bracket, whether that's TSM, whether that's Liberation X. So these teams, their hopes are still very much alive. And then we get into some real fireworks on the winner's side. The #1 seed, SK Prometheus, battling that Rebirth of Empire team that everyone has been talking about nonstop overnight. And then Team Secret, they played flawlessly on day 1, facing a Snow Tsunami team that was really, in many ways, equally as dominant. So with that, let's turn our attention to the first match of the day. It is the 8 seed Angry Pandas Black against the 3 seed G2 Kinguin. And let's start with the Angry Pandas team. Now, Leia, he came in literally on the fly, like literally swooping in for match 2, and you could see that it made a difference, but it was tough for him. I talked to him, yesterday, and he said it took him about 15 minutes to even get warmed up, and here he is playing in elite competitive play. It's a tough situation, Ro.
Yeah, but not everything's out of the picture for them yet. Like, we remember, today is the Elimination Day, and for all those viewing, this is when everything is on the line for them. Pretty much, Leia, I saw him practicing all night yesterday just to make sure his mechanics are on point and make sure the communication between his team is open.
Now, we welcome in Xingyi. I'm so nice to see you.
Hello.
Just swooping in magically. And you, of course, are a member of Angry Pandas. You know this team very well. They're known for their fearless play. I wanted to get some insight from you on their mindset, understanding that now they're facing elimination.
Well, their performance I found a little bit disappointing, to be honest. They really got into the swing of things in game 2. But the thing I really like about the Angry Pandas is that their mentality is so good. They're such a happy-go-lucky team that if they do lose, they can just get right back up again. That loss is not going to affect them.
All right, and understanding that, who would you say is your Angry Pandas Amazon Coins player to watch?
I think my player to watch will have to be Xuan. He's a very innovative support. He's always right at the forefront. He's been, producing some very amazing builds. And I think he's, definitely a player to watch. So, Rome, who do you think is your G2 Amazon Coins player to watch?
Well, with Xuan, you have like a very strong roamer that's always passive-aggressive. And just to pit him against, I would have to choose Dingo due to the fact that it will be these two up against each other in that jungle, making sure that they are making the plays for their allies. And to going into this match, something that we have to put a lot of highlight in is on the fact that the G2 Kinguin side is more on the passive, making so it will be up to Dingo to make sure that they do have that vision and making sure that the scout chaps and the flares are always up on point for their side.
All right, and so with that, let's talk about this G2 Kinguin team. Very, very dangerous team. Came very, very close to winning in both of their matches yesterday. Just came up a little bit short. And you mentioned that a team known for their really strong drafting had some trouble drafting yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel this is all part of the first day jitters and everybody playing in front of a live audience, playing in front on that stage. It takes one day at least just to get everything out of that way. And I feel today, coming in, they will be showing a much better performance on their end.
All right. Anything that you picked up on from the G2 play yesterday they can bring into today?
Well, I thought G2 started playing fantastically at the very beginning. That first game, they were very dominant playing. They're winning all their team fights. And if they kind of just keep that going, for these games and carry it through and just kind of ignore their loss yesterday. I mean, G2 are in a very difficult position. Both their teams are in the losers brackets. They've got that pressure to win.
All right, with that, let's take a closer look at this G2 Kinguin team.
In first qualifier, we played like we play now with Radix, Dingo, and me.
Was the first time we ever played together after we signed up for G2.
And we won that qualifier, and we had the opportunity to go to Korea and to the VGL in Poland.
Unfortunately, Potato and me couldn't go to Korea, so we split it up. One team went to Korea, and yes, the other one went to Poland.
But we both failed, so it was kind of a bad idea, and now we're reunited.
We are so happy now that we can finally play together here with our full roster.
Well, coming into the Winter Championships, I'm not really afraid of a team, but I have respect of a lot of teams. For example, Team Secret.
They have really good and strong performance. And yeah, I think whoever will face Team Secret, this game will be decided in draft.
But I would really love to face them before the finals because we want to kick them into the loser brackets. Can I say that?
Thank you to NVIDIA Shield for that video. Their K1 tablet is perfect for gamers. Make sure you're paying attention in the chat because we're going to have ice giveaways presented by NVIDIA Shield with hashtag NVIDIA Shield. And before the end of the stream, we will actually give away an NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet with the hashtag NVIDIA Shield. So keep an eye in the chat for those giveaways, and thank you to NVIDIA for that. And that G2, we heard in that video, this is a team in some ways was actually a victim of their own early success. Ended up doing so well that they had multiple opportunities in multiple places, split the squad. It hurt them, and now this reunited squad is back together with an incredibly strong laner in Redix, an incredibly good jungler in Dark Potato, tremendous chemistry with Dingo. We're ready for the draft in match 1. Let's jump into that now. It is G2 Kinguin not drafting just yet, and we'll get that draft going back in just a second. But Rome, let's start talking about the draft now. So G2 Kinguin, they are Team A. They're going to pick first. They're going to ban first. And they're going to want to switch things up from the way they went yesterday.
Yeah, but just looking back at the matches yesterday, we did see a lot of the Adagio and the Crow bans coming out of a lot of these teams. And this can be said to going exactly into this match. Everybody knows that G2 does tend to favor those mid to late game compositions, and they play them out so well. Just in terms of passivity, in terms of being very conservative, making sure that they do get to that mid to late game scaling, and this is when their strength really shines. In terms of the positioning, has always been on point, and it actually favors their compositions out very well.
Let's get back into that draft. We're ready now for that. And as we segue in, Ringo is banned out.
So I think everybody knows Lele is very strong on the Ringo and Vox. They're probably his best heroes. He's very, talented on those mechanics strong heroes. So I think banning Ringo out is very good. They might force him onto that Vox position.
And Kroll gets through.
Which I think was a bad choice, to be honest. We've seen Dark Potatoes play on that Crow. It's very threatening, it's very dangerous, and it's also very difficult to counter.
All right, so we see a Vox come in Rome. We're waiting for their second pick. They're trying to now figure out what do they want to do against this Kroll. They got some options.
Yeah, so what they really want here is to probably grab one of those very strong buff compositions, because they know G2 Kinguin will most likely pair up this with the Kroll. They will grab that Scarf, and this is playing into their comfort zone. This is playing into one of the compositions that they run best.
Wow, Xingyi. So basically, G2 Kinguin, all the comfort picks here.
But I think we're seeing the same for Angry Pandas. We've got them on Vox, probably a weapon Vox, and we're seeing the Adagio coming out. So we're going to be seeing a bit of the buff comp. This is what the Pandas play best. They need that early aggression that we've seen them play so well with before.
And that's interesting that you mentioned that, because a lot of teams have struggled on day one with early aggression. But Taka certainly going to help on that early aggression. And Tony, it's Tony Taka. He's on his comfort pick. Let's go to the casters now and find out what happens in game 1 of 3.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard, and welcome to the first game of the Day 2, the Winter Championships here in Europe. I'm Tasty Bacon. Alongside me is Humanist, and comfort picks all around as we have Dark Potato on the Kroll and Tony Luo on the Taka. This should be an extremely interesting one. I can't wait to get underway as we are loading onto the fold right now.
My goodness, the comfort picks galore here. I can't believe that Cruel Scarf get through, backed up by an Ardent, and of course Tony Lua gonna get this Taka. Xuan able to do a lot of work on Adagio, and Leia known for his Vox play, so I'm very excited. I talked to these guys earlier. I said, is Leia gonna get his Vox today? They said, maybe it's gonna happen, but they pull it out here. So, there's a lot of damage potential as long as he can sustain that farm and not get run over too early in this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they do play that early game, because obviously with a Kroll there, that's going to be a key factor, is this jungle matchup. With the Adagio Taka, they can put out a ton of damage early on and perhaps try and shred Dark Potato down before he can get those weakness stacks built up.
Shred that Dark Potato down, of course. Oh, Tasty Bacon, you're on point so quickly today.
Only just getting started, don't worry. As they are going to be moving in for an invade here.
Yeah, very, very quick engage here. And I would expect it with this Adagio Taka. They can be very sneaky, move in. If it looks good for them, they make the engage. If not, they just back out exactly as Tony Lua did there. Redix goes down for a quick little shopping spree. And these guys actually posturing over here. Dark Potato backed up by Dingo. They're going to be pressuring Xuan and Tony Lua back deeper into their jungle. But the aggression really can't do too much here. And in fact, that's going to mean Scarf's going to have to take the long way back home.
Yeah, Tony Lua did actually get the steal on that last minion off their invade. So it was a successful invade in a sense. I mean, it was only 24 to 30 gold or so. So not that big of a deal, but every little bit you can take in the early game is a victory in, because you can use that small little bit, that's an extra flare that you can buy. That, you never know what that little tiny bit can actually do. So you can't underestimate it, even if it does just look like a tiny amount of gold and likely won't actually make a big difference. There's still that chance that it could be something that helps to, further this advantage that they are starting to build up.
Oh,
and
yeah.
you see, again, going into the jungle and invading, but now they might be in some trouble.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Redix making another rotation. These guys are ready to fight and not willing to give up this jungle here, knowing that the pressure coming out of Angry Pandas has a lot of potential to do harm here. But like you said, Taka able to steal another camp away, and these guys, as you said, it's not too much, but it will add up as long as they continue. Dark Potato locked onto Tony Lua. Tony Lua is going to be able to back up and get himself. As he no! First blood, 2 minutes and 40 seconds into this one, just laid the hammer down.
Spectral Smite doing so much damage in the early game, and now Zhuan is going to be in trouble as well, and he will go down. Dark Potato making some work right here, getting himself 2 kills, and now stealing away these back camps. Those are the ones that are worth the big money.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about, well, hold that, Tony Lua getting engaged on. He's just immediately backed out of his jungle once again. But people talk about how Cruel, he scales so well into the late game. But we've seen time and time again with Dark Potato, players like Paul Matoro, they will get up in your face early in a match and just put Cruel to work from minute 2 on.
Yeah, it's really kind of surprising to see the Cruel be that aggressive. A lot of times when you think of Cruel, you think that late game hero, and usually if it's a late game hero, it means their early game is really weak. But we see these players that really know this hero extremely well going aggressive with it in the early game and making things happen because of that Spectral Smite. Does so much damage when you get those stacks built up, and we saw it there with that first kill. I mean, he was still at like half health. All of a sudden, the Spectral Smite comes down, and he's
That was
just dead.
disgusting. It was disgusting. I do want to point out the rotation out of Angry Pandas there was pretty nice. What you've seen so far, G2 have been posturing very forward on Angry Pandas' side, and Leia moved to take the back camps there. Oh, Zhuan walked right into that trap and absolutely smashed in the face. He's out of the fight. Tony Lua, hey, has Spectral Smite stacks up on him, but he's such an evasive hero, able to get himself repositioned there. Leia now fighting with his team. They're going to have to be careful as Redix does make the rotation down. But essentially, this is not Angry Panda's jungle right now. It belongs to G2, and they're going to have to be careful. Any hero that's going to be locked down will be killed most likely here. And Tony Lua, he's get a couple of those stacks up, but man, he just has to get out every single time. He can't stand and go toe-to-toe with this combo.
Yeah, the thing that's surprising though is despite the fact that this jungle has been invaded so consistently by G2, the gold is still pretty even, but Zhuan, he's going to be going 417 damage at 4 minutes. That is just a crazy amount of burst. It's so difficult to deal with, but Angry Pandas have been doing a great job of keeping their farm up despite these aggressive invades. Again, the gold, it's a 3-5, well, after the minion mine getting captured now, about a 500 gold difference, but that is perfectly fine for Angry Pandas.
Yeah, it's really great. Tony Lua getting both of these double back camps here, and this is just beautiful what they've done every time.
Juke.
Yeah, whoop whoop right there. Tony Lua, man, he loves this hero. He's on point with these abilities. But as long as they can continue to make these rotations, it doesn't matter. G2 are taking their jungle, so they move Vox back one time. That time Taka does it. As long as they can continue to do it, the net worth is really not going to spiral out of control.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen constantly Dark Potato in the Angry Pandas jungle, yet he still has the same amount of farm as Tony Lua. So Tony Lua on this Taka has still been getting his gold, still been getting his farm up and doing a great job of it despite how much damage he's about to take when that Spectral Smite comes down. Nope. Okay, not going to come down this time.
Yeah.
Got all excited for nothing. I mean,
It was there. The potential was there.
Full stacks on him, but then the Kaku coming out is able to get him just far enough away that he won't get smitten.
Now we notice how Zhuan did learn his lesson. Oh, did he learn his lesson? He hopefully will be able to get himself out of here, taking a lot of pressure. Do they want to go under a turret? Dingo wants to punch him, giving that blood for blood a little bit of action. But you notice that Zhuan did flare this bush next to the minion miner before walking in. That was the problem with his first rotation.
Great stun from Dark Potato in that lane, getting this kill onto Leia. And Dark Potato, you know, he may have the same amount of farm as Tony Lua right now, but 401, it's obviously not the most amount of gold that you get off the kills, but the confidence that gets built up is something that you can't measure.
No, you can't. I mean, there's such a large mental aspect to all of these games. You're mechanically skilled, you have a great composition, but keeping your mindset in a positive state is very, very important for these players.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Zhuan now very low, needs to be careful. A Spitfire hitting could be massive trouble as we see right there, but the energy is low on the side of Redix, so not too much follow-up there. Right now, G2, they might be considering this gold mine as it is starting to get very close to being full. About a minute left until it's completely full. But right now, as we look at the state of the game, it's still, this is kind of similar to what we saw from Angry Pandas yesterday. You know, they've given up a few more kills this time, but they're still staying very even with their opponents here in the first 7 to 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a very good job. As long as they can continue to stay, you know, not too, you know, they keep the net worth within a range, they will have the ability to take these fights moving forward until you get to that real late game where I think, honestly, Dark Potato on this Cruel. Oh, we'll hold that. The fight is out. Stun, not going to land. Tony Lua taking the brunt of that damage. He jumps right back in, and Vox picking up that kill. Tony Lua's down. Schwun's the next target. Big Dragon's Breath coming through. That's going to spell Schwun falling. And Redix, he's looking for Leia. Dark Potato is there as well, but Leia doing a good job to dish that damage out. Jumps forward. He's going to get Redix. Playa, killing him right there. It's going to be the ace for G2, but seeing Angry Pandas, that damage potential is definitely there.
Yeah, I love getting to watch the play of Leia on that camera there in the corner. You can see how intense he is getting during these fights, putting his whole body into playing. I mean, he's got his device on the stand there, and you can see him shot calling throughout the entirety of that fight. While you know, maneuvering himself around. The positioning so important on a Vox. It's just really impressive. One of the really most underrated skills, I think, is shot calling while still fighting. But Tony Lua, he's going to be in some serious trouble here. There's no escaping that one. Dark Potato picking up another kill. Ridiculous is pretty appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy right there. You catch Tony Lua out, gauntlets up, they follow up on it, easy kill. We'll just see what Angry Pandas do over the course of the next minute, knowing that Gauntlet not available for about 90 more seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely a timer that they're going to be aware of and are going to want to try and take advantage of as they do come back into the lane here. And Juan and Leia going to be sticking together a bit as Dingo just getting some more vision down. Vision, such a key part of this game. Looking at the map, there's so many blue dots scattered all throughout the fold as they are just really putting down a lot of these scout traps. It's such a big advantage to have that vision over your opponent, knowing where they are on the map at all times. And because again, even if you don't see them with those scout traps, you know they're not in those areas, so you know you can kind of figure out where they are based on where they're not. And it's just, it gives you such a big situational and positional advantage. We see right now, they're using that advantage to push in on this turret, and they have position. Angry Pandas, they're gonna come through here and just immediately find themselves in a fight.
Yeah, they are. Schwun taking that rotation, eating the brunt of damage, and big spectral spike damage gonna come through. Now Leia, the next target. Dark Potato is under turret there, eating quite a bit of damage, and he's gonna pay for it. Angry Pandas doing all right in this one. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and they do not lose their Vox or Taka.
Yeah, they get the shutdown gold. That's gonna be really big for them. They are still behind by a little, about 1,500 gold. Then Tony Lua trying to steal that camp away. Doesn't get it, but he gets a lot of damage onto Dingo, who is actually going to pop the Fountain of Renewal. Tony Lua, he's so low there. I don't think he's going to get out of this, or will he? The Kaku goes down, but oh, great gauntlet to keep him in place. Oh, the Spitfire misses, and Tony Lua's going to escape. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. What a play. And it was such a good play from both sides. And unfortunately, that Spitfire just not quite connecting.
Yeah, it really was. But honestly, just showing the power, the elusiveness of this hero, and Tony Lua playing Taka as one of the best in the scene right now. It's so slippery. You know, you're trapped inside a gauntlet. You're backed up by a scarf, and still they can't get the kill.
Yeah, and you can even see their smiles still on their face mid-game. I mean, they're still just such a happy-go-lucky team. It's one of my favorite things about the Angry Pandas is that their name is not accurate whatsoever in terms of their personalities, because they are far from angry. But when they're on the fold and when they're playing, they definitely like to bring out this aggression as they're going in right now. But a big Hell's Heart is going to come out and get the blocked by Tony Lua. A great block, but they are still losing this fight on the back end. However, they are able to kite it back underneath their turret and to safety. And just really strong play from both sides. Great job by Ringo there, tanking up that turret so that they can get it destroyed, and now they can look for another fight.
Yeah, Dark Potato, he's found Leia in the bush. It'll be a sonic zoom to reposition, but Leia looks like he's caught and will go down here. Dark Potato credited with this kill. Now 12 kills to the 4 of Angry Pandas at the 12-minute mark of this game.
And 10 of those 12 kills are on Dark Potato. He is having himself an absolute monster of a game. Tony Lua just gonna try and get some farm on. He has enough move speed to get away from this fight and just go and farm up the other side of the jungle.
Yeah, I think, you know, for your casual players right now, if you're watching this, it's such a beautiful thing. If you see you're getting so much pressure on your side of the map, you can't take a fight per se. What you do is you just rotate to the other side, exactly what Tony Lua is doing. Dark Potato's onto it. He smells this rotation. In fact, he's found Tony Lua right now. As just one-on-one, it's pretty hard to take this Taka down. If you can catch him, he can take him out like that. Generally, he's pretty slippery, but a nice kill there going to Dark Potato.
Yeah, the Kaku was just about to come off a cooldown for Tony Lua there, but it wasn't in time. The Spectral Smite did secure that kill, and Dark Potato now sitting at 11-1-2. He is just putting on an absolute monster of a performance. And this is the second time we've seen Krull in the championships, and the second time that has just absolutely dominated.
Well, I mean, when we talk to all of these players, they talk about Krull and Adagio's power. Now, but look, Potato's going in here very aggressively. Of course, Minion Mine backing them up here. That's going to be the wait for it coming out. Now the Dragon's Breath winds up. Dingo drops the gauntlet. Leia's going down. Adagio as well. Are they going to die for Tony Lua under turret? It looks like they're thinking about it. Maybe they're just going to back up here, reset, and just push down turret.
Yeah, I mean, they have a good-sized minion wave here. It's only Tony Lua. He's doesn't have the best wave clear, so when it's a 3-on-1, you can just take this turret down very easily. He's trying to do what he can to Redix, but just doesn't have enough in the tank. And Dark Potato and the rest of G2, they are fully loaded as they go for this chase down. They do find Tony as he tries to juke them out through this brush, but there's the Kaku. That should be enough to get him out of danger.
Yeah, he hides under his little box, jumps right back in though. This guy loves to fight. Tony Lua taking quite a bit of damage. Got to be careful. Now Leia, is he going to be okay? Blocks a little bit of damage, but he does get himself away with those boots activated. That tick damage, though, too good. And this is why everybody's also talking about Scarf right now. If so many teams prioritize this hero because of the damage potential output, and just proven right there once again.
Yeah, absolutely dominant performance thus far from all of G2, but again, we cannot stress enough how strong Dark Potato's Krull is, sitting now at 12-1-4. Bonesaw is the only offensive item in the inventory, and he's still just putting out this much damage. And so much of it is that level advantage that he's had pretty much all throughout the game. Sitting at level 12, the levels are 12, 10, and 12 to 12, 11, and 8. That is so far behind for Zhuan, unfortunately for him. Just the team in general has been getting denied so much. And again, it was so close for the first 7 minutes or so, but it's just been all G2 since then.
Yeah, they're really going to need to string together not one, not two, but maybe 3 really good fights to feel that they have a solid advantage in this game if they're taking those fights. Kraken is now out on the map, of course, at that 15-minute mark. She spawns, and it looks like, you know, if there's no pressure from Angry Pandas, this could be an opportunity that G2 try to capitalize on.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they do start it up. And there we do see Dark Potato getting some shots in. Gonna be probably able to solo this one. That's one of my favorite things about Krull, especially when you are so tanky, is that you can just straight up solo the Kraken. Dingo's gonna come and give him a little bit of help, but this should, for all intents and purposes, be going over to G2. But here comes Angry Pandas, possibly looking to fight this one.
Yeah, they want to fight it. They found Redix. It's Tony Lua locked on. Can he get the damage? Leia, he jumped right in and just ate everything. Oh, it's a 2-for-1 right now, and Angry Panda's having the advantage. Kraken, he is so close to being captured right now. Dark Potato wants to zone out Taka to the west. It's Zhuan to the east. They're isolated, captured in the middle. They're just going to give the Kraken away here. And so Dark Potato able to secure that for his team, just pushing this advantage a little bit more. They'll see what they can get out of this. But essentially, if they don't get too much, it's just 1,500 gold going the way of Angry Pandas.
Yeah, I'm a little bit questionable on Angry Pandas deciding to just back off of that. Once they got the 2 kills, yeah, Dark Potato is really strong, as you see him just completely soloing out this turret with the help of some minions, but it was just 1, whereas they had 2 to try and steal that Kraken away. They could have gone in. It was so close to being captured. They could have gone in as 2 and taken. Obviously, they're worried about the Spectral Smite. Is so good at securing the Kraken, but I feel like you have to at least try for it there. You know, because right now this Kraken, it's getting taken down pretty quickly, but they've already lost one turret. Dark Potato is looking for an opportunity to go in and make this a second one, and now he's going to go in with the Kraken. So they're going to lose 2 turrets off of this. They could have at least tried to prevent that from happening. I mean, if they fail at it, they're likely lose the game. So, you know, it's a really tough situation to be in, but I really would have liked to see them go for it.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you, especially having the Adagio Taka there. Taka, pretty sneaky, can get up there and look for that last hit. And especially with Spectral Smite, like you said, a great ability to secure Kraken. But when you have that 2-1 advantage, it seems like you go for it, especially when you're behind in the game.
Yeah, it's you need to do something to make a play happen to get yourself back into this game, because at the moment, everything is just going in G2's favor. They did get that 2 kills on the fight on Kraken, but at the same time, it was a fight on Kraken where they had been focusing on, you know, Kraken primarily for G2 and were just caught a little bit off guard. But it's still very heavily in favor of G2 Kinguin as we now eclipse 18 minutes into this one, 17-6 in favor of the blue side. And again, 13 of those 17 kills and 100% kill participation for Dark Potato on this Krull.
Absolute monster of a game for him. Dingo jumps in. He's going to land that gauntlet onto Schwen Schwen. Redix winding up the big Dragon's Breath from the backside. Tony Lewis decides to jump in on that mark, but these guys, look at the massive damage coming out. Leia can barely stand in the fight here with Dingo frontlining and Dark Potato doing so much work. All the turrets are down. Now just a matter of pounding away onto this Crystal Vein. Just, oh my goodness, he's gone. They can't really do too much, and it's gonna be GG here going the way of G2 in game 1. I think, you know, once it started to go in the favor of G2, a lot of people saw it going that way, but Angry Pandas put up a pretty good fight. Composition, not the strongest that we've seen, and of course, when you get that Cruel Scarf, you can do so much work.
Yeah, Cruel Scarf is the sort of quintessential European composition. We heard every team talking about it. We see it all the time in the qualifiers, and I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen as much in the championships thus far. I mean, obviously, usually Krull is banned away, but it is just so common, and because it is so strong, especially in this meta. So congratulations to G2 Kinguin picking up the first victory in the series. They still are not done, though. They have their work cut out for them. They have to win another game against Angry Pandas to keep their dreams alive here in the Winter Championships. And Angry Pandas, they're the ones, though, that have the most work cut out for them, as they are now facing elimination from the tournament, 1 game away. So to continue going over some more action of that game and kind of fill us in on just how well that Krull worked and what it brings to the table, we're going to go ahead and throw it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. And yeah, I guess that's why you don't see many Krulls getting through in Europe. Shingy, talk to me about what went down in that draft and how it led to that result.
Well, there's one thing about the Angry Pandas draft I wasn't very happy. I was a bit confused by why they banned the Catherine. I feel like Catherine would have worked really well with what they're going for. They would have had the double silence. We know that Dingo would have probably prioritized getting that contraption very early on to kind of counter the Taka, so he wouldn't have been able to block the silences when they both reached level 6.
All right, Rome, talk to me about these items and what you noticed.
Overall, like, we have standard itemization coming out of the G2 Kinguin side. Specifically, you do want to see that contraption coming out of the Arden due to the fact that they will be going up against that Taka, and he did an excellent job. Dingo always had those scout traps and the flares up, and then later on transitioned over to that sorry, my bad. Over to that contraption.
The contraption, yes. Your favorite item, the contraption. But with that, let's throw it down to our Pocket Gamer report. We got Rick down there now.
Thanks very much. Well, I just had a chat with Angry Pandas Black about their match there. They say that they lost because of the great rotation on behalf of G2K. But at this point, they're just going to have fun with it. There's nothing to lose, so they're just going to go out there, have a good time in the next match. Thanks. Back to the desk.
Rick, and you know what? You did see Tony Taka having some fun there.
Yeah, you know, the jukes were fantastic. You know that one in the kind of top lane bush? You know, just see him kind of running past them, running circles around them. I think that's just typical Tony play. And I think that's what makes him so fantastic on Taka. He knows the hero so well. He really knows how to utilize the skills at the perfect moment. And the blocks from Hell's Heart from Krull are on point.
And I guess we've waited long enough. Talk to me about Dark Potato on that Krull. It really seemed like there was some fear there after a while. Like even the two people backing off of the Kraken, they just didn't want to have anything to do with that Kroll.
Yeah, Dr. Potato definitely knows his limitations on the Kroll. You see a lot of times like he was instigating and making sure that he was up there in that fight, zoning out the opponents. And something we have to really look at this is the G2 Kingwin side, they're very strong in terms of their positioning. And if I had to favor one of the teams to come out of the losers bracket, this would have to be this one.
All right, and so let's talk a little bit about how this Kroll is used. And so what I want to specifically talk about is in North America, there's kind of an impression that Kroll is vulnerable early. You have to punish Kroll early. But boy, in Europe, they seem strong all course of the game. What are they doing better?
Like one of the major strengths coming out of Europe, especially during this scene, that I really focus on is the fact that they play the passive compositions very well. They know exactly when to pick and choose their team fights.
All right, so the draft is underway. It will be Angry Pandas Black now, picking and banning first, and they certainly won't be dealing with the Kroll again.
Should they be able to grab another Adagio like they did last game, I do feel like they had a good composition last game, but the itemization that was coming out of the Adagio wasn't too effective for them. Rather, you have a very squishy roamer, and in order to do so, I would prefer that they actually build a lot of crystal items and making most use out of his kit.
All right, we see our first Sky locked in. Tell me about Angry Panda Sky.
Well, I know Xuan is very good on the Sky, so I think we potentially might be seeing kind of a bit of a role reversal here. We might be seeing Leia or Tony moving, actually probably Leia moving into the support position here if Xuan will take the Sky.
Okay, well that's interesting. New look, certainly the time to do it with Angry Pandas. Their entire tournament life is on the line, and a buff comp coming out of the other side.
And here, like, we're seeing the G2 Kingwin side, they did ban out that Ringo, and it actually puts them in a very good spot because they have that Vox in lane, they have this buff composition coming out of them. So the Angry Pandas Black side, they don't have too much help in terms of the quick lane clears and the quick rotations, and this is something that they're really going to have to really work on. Playing very passive in that early game, making sure that they do hit those power spikes on that Black Feather and the Sky.
Does Black Feather suit Tony?
Black Feather does suit Tony. You know, he's got that Rose offensive. He knows when to like time all his skills so he can just dodge any kind of like attacks. He's, you know those invulnerable moments that some heroes have, like Taka with the X-Retsu.
Someone from Angry Pandas is going to be on Catherine. On the other side, it's an Arden. For all the action, let's go to Tasty Bacon in Humanism.
All right, thank you, Playoff Beard, and here we go, game number 2. This is putting everything on the line for the Angry Pandas, their last hope of staying alive here at the Winter Championships, and this is something that we sort of expected after talking to them earlier this morning, huh?
Oh, yeah. I mean, no surprises here. They said at the end of the day, they're going to play what they feel most comfortable with. And Xuan comes into this game, he mostly mains lane and jungle, right? He's not known for his roam with these guys. So as a solo player, he's very talented on this Sky. I'm very excited to see how it all plays out here. Across the board, though, a very strong buff comp coming out of G2. Of course, Angry Pandas having the abilities to jump onto that Vox, but if that damage potential really adds up, you can just delete a Sky right off the map.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing they have to watch out for, is if they can get their engagement onto the Vox, onto the Adagio before they get completely blown up. But this is something, again, Angry Pandas, they told us, you know, we're just going to come in and have fun. We're going to play the heroes that our favorite heroes. They're not going to worry so much about the composition or things like that. They just want to play something that they're going to have fun on, because they said, you know, if we lose today, we want to at least be able to play our favorite heroes before we go out. So this is definitely comfort picks for Angry Pandas.
Yeah, you don't hold anything back in an elimination match, and I really like that Angry Pandas chose this route. Now, Leia up here with Xuan, these are the aggressors here in game number 2, as we saw them kind of on the back foot in the first match, and I like that this pressure is coming out of Angry Pandas because I feel like this is where they're more comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, there's also the fact that Vox takes so long to scale up into the late game with the buff composition. Black Feather does as well, but Sky is really strong early on, and this is what they're looking for.
The power of Sky is there. Perfect rotation from Xuan. He gets that target lock. It's the forward barrage damage, and then a quick Suri strike just to get on top of him and seal the deal. Wonderful first blood coming out of Angry Pandas.
Yeah, great. Getting that first blood, it's got to do wonders for their confidence going forward, as now they return to the jungle to continue farming, and the gold obviously still going to be even, but it does allow Tony Lua to get some extra time up here in the lane on this Black Feather to try and build up that initial CS lead.
Yeah, it's going to be very important that they continue to build up a large farm lead, especially up against this very, very powerful buff comp that they're going up against. A Scout Trap will reveal G2 hiding in the bush here. Pretty good forward barrage damage coming out onto Dingo from Schwinn. Surrey Strike will reposition. He wants Dark Potato. Leia going toe-to-toe with Dingo on the backside. Oh, Dark Potato eating the damage, but it's Leia to fall here. Tony Lewis rotated. He's fighting up against Redix, and he overextended. Arden picking up the double kill. Schwinn can't get out. It's the early ace for G2. The overextension heavily punished from Angry.
Yeah, that was definitely an overextension, I would say, at the end of the day. It was just really, really going aggressive, trying to get those kills. But that's the Angry Panda style. We've talked about it yesterday a whole bunch, how their core play style is to go for these high-risk, high-reward plays. Unfortunately, right there, it didn't quite pay off for them. They lose out on all 3 members of their team, get their jungle taken away a bit, but now they're still just keeping their foot on the pedal and going for more. As they did try and rebuff that invasion. It didn't quite work out, but now they're just going to be on the other side of the map. This is going to be really risky, as G2, they're going to be returning to this side of the map very quickly.
Yeah, Schwinn going to have to be pretty careful, trying to take these double backs here. And of course, this is where really the value does lie in the jungle. So anything that you can get there is worth quite a bit. Schwinn, he's going to go ahead and hide up in the bush. As Leia eating quite a bit of damage in the lane. He'll put the stun out onto Redix. Tony Lua is there with the damage. Healing comes out. Oh, it's going to be Arden to take down the Catherine at the end of the day. And Schwinn finally caught and taken down by Dark Potato one-on-one in the jungle. Didn't expect it to turn out that way.
Yeah, not at all. Dark Potato, he's proving he's not just a Kroll one-trick. He is doing so well on this Adagio as well, involved in 4 of the team's 5 kills. Mostly assists this time around, but keeping your allies alive is just as important as picking up the kills when you're playing someone like Adagio.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people, they think of Adagio just as another roamer, but it's pretty crazy. When you go one-on-one with an Adagio, the damage output is just insane.
Yeah, the buff actually is more, it's stronger when it is used on himself. It gives you, I believe, 20% more damage if you use the buff onto Adagio himself as opposed to an ally. And so that's why that damage can get so crazy, as Schwinn has to retreat to his turret to avoid falling to this combination of Dark Potato and Dingo. And now in the lane, the CS numbers are starting to catch up. Obviously, Tony Lua, we were talking about how he had a small lead built up from that early kill, but that's pretty much completely evaporated now.
Yeah, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about these compositions. I feel that Angry Pandas actually have the harder comp to go ahead and accomplish a win with, especially because communication is so much more important for them. They need to get both their jungler and laner locked onto the same target to take them down. On the other side, G2, no, we just have to buff one hero. That's our Vox. So you never really have to ask questions in the middle of a fight. You know who to target.
Yeah, and even the Arden being available there, if you can't get the buff onto Vox or if Vox goes down, you can still buff up Arden. He does a pretty solid amount of damage, as we do see Dingo maxing that B ability. And it's just, again, all for that damage. Just finally, Angry Pandas do answer and get another kill on the board, but Leia is in some trouble. They're on the wrong side of the map for this one.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty tanky Catherine. Let's see if they want to take a fight here or just back themselves out. Leia, Tony Lua doing a little bit of distracting as Schwinn does pick up those camps. It's going to be the ultimate. Death from above lands onto Dark Potato. Is that the target they want? Fort Barrage not really on point there. They switch over to Dingo. Can they get a couple last hits? Yes, they will. That kill going over to Schwinn. Now 3-5 at 6 minutes into this match.
Yeah, great job by Angry Pandas taking advantage of that situation, knowing that they had the 3-on-2 and securing another kill for themselves and trying to get just themselves trying to keep up with the farm of G2, and they're doing, again, a pretty good job of it. This is what we've seen from these first 7 to 8 minutes. They're usually pretty even, as they're only down by about 700 gold. Death from above not quite going to connect that time, but the difficult thing for Angry Pandas and where we're going to have to keep our eye on is in about a minute or two, if they can continue to keep up with G2, because that seems to be where they start falling behind. It's right around that 8-minute mark, as that's another kill getting picked up by Dark Potato.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Potato, he saw the opening, and this guy knows when he smells blood, he goes for it. And Blazing Salvo, the amp up in damage, and it's pretty easy kill there for the Adagio.
And now Tony Lua gonna try and maybe contest this gold mine. Doesn't get there in time and has to then use that Rose offensive to get out to safety, as he does not want to get mashed by Dark Potato.
No, he does not. Well, Schwen, he's battling out with Redix here, now backed up by Leia. It's a 2 versus 2, and it looks like both teams gonna decide to back off there and just go their separate ways. I think the damage coming out of Redix is, you know, it's doing pretty good work so far, but the thing that's scary is it's just gonna get exponentially stronger as you go on. Not even completing a full weapon item yet. Well, there's gonna be the engage here, 3 versus 2. Death from Above's down. Redix, wait for it, does land. Schwen eats the brunt of the damage. Tony Lua will be next. Oh, Tony overstaying his welcome just a little bit too long. They're looking for the ace under turret. They're gonna get it.
That verse of judgment was so huge in that fight, absolutely destroying the health bars of Angry Pandas, and now they're gonna just push in, take this turret, and this is, it seems to happen every time, right around this 8-minute mark. Angry Pandas just, this is where they start to struggle, and it's something they really are gonna have to work on going into the future seasons if they want to continue to be a top team. But it looks like right now, G2, they are just starting to take control of this game. Obviously, it's not over yet. There's definitely the window for comebacks. If you can get a pick onto Redix, onto Dark Potato, the composition sort of falls apart pretty heavily. It's just a matter of getting that pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right on point with it there, Bacon. It's all about, it depends on, of course, what team you're playing, what exact buff comp has been put together. But as you said, if you can take Dark Potato out around the start of the fight, that's not their carry, right? But that is so much sustain in their fight capability. So it all depends on exactly how this is all playing out. But they lose one of those key members, then the whole tower can tumble.
Yeah, looking at the builds right now, it is going to be the Shattered Glass was the first item completed for Schwen. A little unconventional in terms of sky builds. A lot of times you see a Frostburn, sorry, as the first item picked up, but just wanted to get as much damage as possible because they're looking for that deletion. That instant kill is what they want to try and accomplish. And thus far, it hasn't quite worked out in their favor, but they're just looking to get their gold at the moment. G2, though, they're making such aggressive moves. Aren't able to steal away anything this time, but the pressure is on.
Yeah, it really is. And Redix doesn't even have to be right in that fight with him. As long as he's nearby, Vox such a mobile here, he can get right in there. Wait for it, comes out. Death from above does land, but it's a gauntlet to zone. It's Schwen in the back of this fight. He's looking for the damage on Redix, but does fall. Now Leia taking the brunt of damage coming out. Dark Potato, Redix locked onto him. It's a 2 for none. They're going to be getting a turret after this, but they want the ace first. Redix will fall to Tony Lua there, and I don't think they're going to be able to get him. No, that's not going to be the ace. Tony Lua doing a great job, and in fact, he's looking for the kill. He'll take Dingo.
Oh,
Tony Lua. Tony Lua, he wants Dark Potato. He wants more. Smells blood, Black Feather. He has the capabilities to continue to chase. Can he do it? He's on Dark Potato hard. Is it going to be the reverse ace? No, Vox has spawned, but he gets all the kills. Tony Lua showing the power of Black Feather.
And the 1v3, Tony Lua securing all 3 kills. And again, unfortunately for them, it wasn't the ace. Great job by Dark Potato to just stay alive long enough to prevent the ace from going over. But that is a sign of life for the Angry Pandas. And we saw what happened there was actually the fact that they didn't get the, they got the kills. Actually, you're gonna have to hold that thought, because there's another big fight going on. Angry Pandas picking up 1 to start things off. That's Redix down. There is no Dark Potato in this fight. And this is what we were talking about. You take out one of them, and the fights become so much easier. 2 more kills going Angry Pandas' way.
Yeah, G2 not showing the respect that Angry Pandas really deserve there and getting punished for it very, very hard. And they're not going to be able to do that because when you have Sky, Blackfeather, these heroes do scale incredibly well. Sure, you have a very strong buff composition of your own, but you have to be able to take good fights. You cannot do that.
Yeah, and going back to what I was saying before with that 1v3 play, what happened was that Dark Potato had backed off of it. It was still 2v1 at that point with the Arden and the Vox. But without the Adagio there, Blackfeather was able to turn it around and pick up those 2 kills, and then obviously cleaning up that last kill. That's such an easy task for a Blackfeather. Ultimate being used just to farm. Obviously, when you're Sky at the late game, you can see there's only 20 seconds on that cooldown, so not a big issue whatsoever. You can use that pretty much at will, especially when you're going to be recalling back to base. But that's the key for Angry Pandas. If they can isolate one member, if they can just force someone out of the fight or kill them immediately at the start of the fight, if it's Dark Potato or Redix, it doesn't matter which one of the 2. That's all they have to do. But my goodness, that's the risk of what could happen otherwise.
My goodness, that's the power of a buffed up Vox right there. Absolutely wrecking through Angry Pandas. Leia will tick down on that Gift of Fire, burn damage. The ace coming out of G2 Kingwin, and that was an impressive engagement.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to get at least 2 turrets off of this. Kraken isn't going to be available for another 2 minutes and 15 seconds still, but that is just such a big momentum change in this game, as it looked like Angry Pandas were starting to crawl their way back in, starting to really fight back, but that fight there just, it's like a slap in the face coming through when you just get deleted that quickly.
Yeah, I almost feel like G2 were like, okay, yeah, you got a couple kills, but we're coming right back. We're taking you down. And it looks like G2 doing a little bit of some sneaky maneuvers here, hiding behind this big tree. They're going to be looking for Schwen. Redix has found Schwen. They're split up. Not really the fight that Angry Pandas want. Big Verse is going to come out. It was blocked by Leia, but the fight is on. Redix is the target by Tony Lua. Tony Lua has all the tools on this Blackfeather. Can he get him? The sustain is so real. It's just a 1v1 at this point. Who can continue to fight out here? Dark Potato with the heals doing too much work. And now Leia, last man standing for Angry Pandas. He's going to go down as well. And we're going to have another ace for G2 Kingwin.
Yeah, unfortunately, Xuan on this Sky just doesn't have enough defense to stay alive. Got caught by that Verse of Judgment. If he's able to get off of that ultimate before it pops, that fight probably goes the other way, because they did do a good job of focusing down Redix and getting him out of the picture, but they were already missing their Sky at the same time, and it was too much to handle it. So the positioning is going to be so important going forward, because again, if Xuan doesn't get hit by the Verse of Judgment, that's a fight victory for Angry Pandas.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I feel like so much of this comes down to who gets caught first.
Yeah, it really is not. It's not just the map. It's who gets caught first, but also if you can get that repositioning. Sky, obviously very mobile, has the opportunity to get off of the Verse of Judgment with, you know, a Surrey strike or just the extra movement speed from a lock-on, as long as she's far enough on the towards the edge of it when it starts up. As looks like they're just gonna be farming up right here for Angry Pandas. The tiny gold payout coming through as they wait until the 14:59 to collect that gold mine. So if anyone was wondering, oh, does it looks like they're disconnected? No, that was completely intentional.
Get that
they
couple
just wanted
extra
to
gold
wait
there.
until the very last second. It's efficiency.
Max efficiency. This is a game of efficiency. Everything matters, just like you were talking about in the beginning. Just even 1 or 2 minions, like, it can be the difference between having a flare and not having one.
Yeah, it's that little bit, especially in the late game, that little bit of vision, it becomes so much more crucial, as we do see now. Angry Panda's gonna be waiting in their base. They know that this Kraken is coming. They know this is going to be the fight for them. This is their tournament lives on the line. If they lose this fight, it's going to be GG. But if they can win this one, it could be them turning it around 15, 16 minutes in. Those death timers are going to be pretty lengthy.
Oh, the Kraken slowly lumbering down into the base of Angry Pandas. It's going to be a death from above to zone out G2 Kingwin on the backside. But Dingo over the wall almost caught Tony Lua, but he just gets out with that beautiful Rose offensive. But Leia with the positioning, taking the brunt of damage there. Can they get Schwan before he's defound? No, they can't. In fact, it's Tony Lua onto Redix, but Redix turns around. He says, "You shall not have this kill." He gets it himself, claims it. It's a 2 for none at this point with Kraken in the base. G2 G2 looking like they're able to seal this deal out and knock Angry Pandas out of the tournament. Can they do it? Yes, they are going to be able to seal this deal. There's nothing that Xuan can do all by his lonesome. And Angry Pandas feeling a bit like sad pandas at this moment. But G2 Kingwin got to be very, very happy with the way that this all turned out.
Yeah, a great victory there for G2 Kingwin. Again, it was a very hard-fought battle from Angry Pandas. You can't take anything away from them. They really made it much closer than it looked like it could have been. But G2 Kingwin, at the end of the day, do secure the 2-0 victory, and they are going to live to play another match later today against whichever team ends up losing from that winner's bracket. So they still are not in the clear just yet. They have another match to go before they can make it to that semifinals, which is where everyone wants to be tomorrow.
That's right. They're going to go ahead and watch the next upcoming matches, hopefully glean a little bit of information that they can put into their kit as they do their drafts and all that good stuff. But yeah, congratulations to G2 Kingwin moving forward.
And to go over that last game, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to the analyst desk with Playoff Beard, Jinyi, and Rome.
Thank you very much. In some ways, not a surprise here. This is the 3 seed in G2 Kingwin. They weren't expected to lose yesterday. It's a very strong team that is more than capable of winning the next series that they need to still make it out of the elimination bracket and into the semifinals. First, I wanted to talk about the synergy we saw between Dingo and Dark Potato. It's really strong.
Well, what I really liked was, Sky is very difficult, very easy to kind of target that Adagio, but what Dingo's doing, he was doing a fantastic job of body blocking for him. And what I really liked the most was that we saw the Adagio kind of standing as far back as he could, using his Agent of Wrath onto the Arden, who already has quite high base damage, and kind of synergized with Arden's like CP power. They're just ramping up the damage, and with the longest range in the game, Adagio didn't need to go anywhere near Sky.
All right, Rome, Redix, we haven't talked as much about Redix, but he is the superstar on this team coming in. Tell me what you see in the items and your thoughts on Redix play on that box.
Like, on a lot of different times that Redix always had that positioning where he did an excellent job in terms of cutting out the opponents. We saw, like, with Tony Luo and both Leia, trying to instigate with those stuns, trying to make sure that they do dive onto that Vox, but they didn't do a good job. And this is actually something that came on from the Angry Panda side, where I feel like their positioning overall wasn't that well coordinated in terms of they have this Catherine, which is one of the biggest playmakers in the game, and it couldn't fully utilize her kit.
All right, so with that, who is your Amazon Coins MVP of this series?
It's going to have to be Dark Potato. He did in the first game as a Cruel, he did a really, really nice job, just achieving really strong jungle control very early on, which can be quite difficult for a Cruel. And in the second game, like I said, the Adagio, he recognized that, the Angry Pandas didn't have enough blocks on the team. They saw there wasn't a Crucible. The Versal Judgment is the easiest kind of ult to block, and he just used it at the exactly right times.
All right, I think with that, we're ready for an interview with DJ Sams with the winner.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm here with G2's Dingo. Dingo, in the first match, getting a Cruel and a Scarf, was you feeling very confident?
Yeah, of course we did. And yeah, first of all, we didn't think out that we could even get the Cruel. But yeah, we got the opportunity that we get Cruel, so we picked first Cruel. And yeah, Dark Potato's Cruel is, yeah, I mean, he's really good. And yeah, combined with Scarf and Arden, I mean, it's one of the best comps right now.
So going into the second match, Angry Pandas, they had their comfort picks. Were you worried at all about that?
Yeah, I mean, Shuan is known for a good Sky, actually. So, but I think that Buffcom, especially with Vox and Adagio, is a good counter to Sky. So we felt confident again that we could win that game.
Brilliant. That is Dingo. Back to you. Thanks, Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, DJ Sams. Congratulations to G2 Esports. Their sister team is still going to have to compete in this elimination bracket, and that's what will be coming up next. But before we turn our attention to that, any final thoughts on what this means for G2 moving forward?
Yeah, moving forward, G2 is starting to really play like the team that we saw during the second qualifiers, where they did excellent in terms of playing a bunch of different compositions. And we saw in the first match, they relied on their comfort picks, playing that Scarf and that Cruel, where they positioned themselves really excellently. And then running to that second match, we see this Adagio buff comp. And something that I really want to particularly highlight here is due to the fact that they were always positioning themselves really well. Adagio never got caught out, and this is actually the key and the core behind this composition, due to the fact that they're using and fully utilizing Adagio's kit to actually get the most benefits out of that heal and that Agent of Wrath coming. And with Redix on that Vox, like this is something moving on and looking at the positioning overwise, looking at the mechanical skills coming out of him individually, it plays so well onto them where Dark Potato just has that free time to roam around and to make those plays and the calls for the team.
All right, so we have one more elimination game to go. That will be G2 Kinguin 2 against the 5th seed Snow Avalanche. That is what's coming up next, and then we get to the winner's bracket where the teams that won yesterday, the teams that were dominant yesterday, are going to smash into each other, and that will be fun to watch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
It's not enough. Donna goes down. He might go for Donna flip. Two to get one. He's got to get two. Off the play.
Welcome everyone to the eSports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals.
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win. Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves. That's it. That is game 3 from Liberation X. Liberation X!
Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
Welcome back to the 2016 Europe Winter Championships, live from the Gfinity Arena in London. I am Playoff Beard, here with Rome and Xingyi. And so we're moving our attention now to the 7-seed G2 Kingwin 2, the other G2 eSports team in this tournament, against the 5-seed Snow Avalanche. This is again an elimination match. The team that loses is out of the tournament. The team that wins moves forward and continues to fight to try to make it into the semifinals. Now, on the G2 Kingwin side, they had to go up against Team Secret yesterday. Obviously, the Autumn champions, so dominant. Maybe we haven't seen our best out of G2 yet.
Yeah, well, Team Secret made it look easy in their games. You know, G2, Kingwin 2 didn't really stand a chance in either of those games, but we can't really forget that this is probably one of the rising teams in Europe. This is probably one of the strongest competitive teams that we have been seeing coming out, and we shouldn't forget that.
And Rome, we saw the sister Snow teams battling yesterday. It should be a different dynamic here. Talk to me about that in terms of G2.
Yeah, when we look at Snow Avalanche team, they did so well during the last live championships, where we see the mechanical skills coming out of the whole team. Especially, like, I do want to highlight Roxy, due to the fact that this team is more composed in terms of grabbing that late game composition, and this is where he really shines. Always being able to grab either himself, like building a composition around that Vox and playing it out so well.
Can't wait to talk about Snow, so it's just fine. But first, before we get there, I do want to ask about who your Amazon Coins player to watch is on the G2 side.
I think it's going to be Majestic. So he's a former League of Legends challenger player. You know, he's got a lot of experience with MOBAs already. He's got a lot of, he has the knowledge, and he's kind of transferred that really well into Vainglory. He's got a very wide hero pool. We've seen some very impressive plays coming out from them already in the previous qualifiers.
All right, and with that, now you can talk about him.
Yeah, so given the contrast, like, we know Majestic is a great mechanical player, and I really want to pit him against Araxi due to the fact that Araxi is somebody that has that in-game knowledge, that has that experience moving forward into this competition.
All right, let's put Araxi up there so we can get a chance to look at this player. He's got some swagger, this guy. We think we might see a good performance out of him today. That is Araxi out of Snow Avalanche, the 5-seed in Rome. Something I wanted to ask you about was the different play styles out of each of these teams.
Yeah, so coming out of the G2 Kingwin side, we do see a lot of mechanical dominance out of them. And so we have to watch them as they actually try and make a lot of moves into that opponent jungle, making sure that they're able to control and snowball the game as early as possible. Where we're looking at Snow Avalanche, one of those teams that are very well fitted towards that mid game, and this is where they really start to shine in terms of their positioning is always on point. And looking at their knowledge and their experience in the game, we can expect their itemization to be on point as well.
All right, with that, for anyone who missed it yesterday, let's take a closer look at the Snow Avalanche team.
После первых живых финалов наша команда снова объединилась с командой Black Hawk, после которой мы сделали некоторые замены в составах и уже установили определенные какие-то команды на следующие квалификационные турниры. Вот, у нас так получилось, что у нас получилось 2 команды, Tsunami Avalanche, и, собственно, в 2 квалификационных турах мы попали в топ-8.
Вторая команда Slow очень сильно тренировалась, но мы надеемся, что мы их обыграем, хотя все-таки лазеров будет, мне кажется, намного легче. Но мы не будем переживать, потому что обе команды знают друг друга в отличном... Мы просто знаем это очень хорошо.
Да, мы считаем Team Snow как одна команда и тренируемся вместе, и разрабатываем все тактики, стратегии все вместе, и даже играем в основном все вместе, независимо от того, кто в какой команде находится.
Я бы хотел сначала сыграть с SK, а в финалах я бы хотел увидеть Team Secret. У меня свои личные счеты с Маугли и с другими саппортами других команд. Я просто хочу доказать, что я лучше.
Я надеюсь, что этот чемпионат выиграет одна из команд Snow.
All right, thank you to NVIDIA Shield for that video there on Snow Avalanche. The NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, perfect for gamers. Thank you for being a sponsor of this amazing tournament. And let's talk a little bit more about Snow Avalanche. We're just moments away from the draft here in this best of 3 game 1. So we've talked about Araxi now. Let's talk a little bit about Bash and what he brings to the table.
Well, I think Bash, I think he's one of the strongest support players in EU. He's very good at those kind of traditional heroes, such as Catherine and Arden. And, you know, people have said he is the best Catherine, he is the best Arden in EU. I know, big claims. But in the second game between the two teams yesterday, we saw some fantastic play coming out. It might be the first game, but we saw some fantastic play coming out between the kind of two supports from both teams. We saw some really nice kind of stuns, we saw some nice gauntlets. Bash has a really nice way of kind of just pushing the team forward.
All right, and we got the draft ready. So here we go. Snow Avalanche, the 5 seed, G2 Kingwin 2, the 7 seed. And whoever loses this is out of the tournament. It is a best of 3, and it's Blackfeather off the board, Rom.
Yeah, and we saw this a couple times yesterday with the Blackfeather coming out first. It pretty much forces the second team to either pick or ban Adagio or Kroll. And moving forward, like, you leave this one big hero open, and we saw a lot of plays coming out of them today.
Wow, so this happened just in the first series, and we'll see another Kroll here.
Yeah, so Krill's been very dominant. Like some other teams have said, almost every single team has a Krill player, and we're probably going to be seeing on Kentusik here. He's very, very experienced at it. Probably not to the caliber of some other players like Jetpacks or Dark Potato, but still he is a very strong Krill player.
All right, we haven't talked much while we're waiting about Kentusik or Cold Ice. Any feelings on them, Rome?
So looking at the G2 Kingwood side, they do have 2 picks coming up right now, and they have to do a good job in terms of grabbing a bunch of compositions that do really enforce that early game jungle, making sure that Kroll doesn't get that time to farm. I do notice that the Avalanche team, they do tend to favor the Vox compositions more, and this does leave that Scarf open for them.
Is that something that Kentusik and Cold Ice can execute well?
Well, with Kentusik, he is probably like, he does, speaking of in terms of that Kroll, I've seen him play this before, and he has that positioning and he has that engagement where he does know Kroll very well. He does know his limitations. And so watching that ultimate coming out of them will be splendid to watch.
Looks like it's going to be Majestic on Rhyme. Talk to me a little bit about Rhyme into a Kroll.
Rhyme into Krills, is very good. Rhyme is really, really good against melee heroes, so it's a very good counter pick to that Krill. He's got the Chill Winds, he's got kind of this Winter Spires, and it's very easy to trap a Krill as well. And I think I really like what we're seeing here is that Scarf pick coming out. It's ranged hero, he can kind of just poke away at that Rhyme from a distance.
No surprise, EU meta, we got a Kroll Scarf from.
Yeah, and something that G2 Kingwood 2 is going to have to prioritize this game is grabbing like a lot of early engagement items, especially building around that Warhorn on the Arden. And this will actually help put Rhyme into a position where he puts everybody in the proximity of his abilities.
All right, well, we're waiting for this last one. What difference can Catherine make into a Rhyme?
Well, Catherine actually gives them that initiation, especially for that Kroll, and setting up a bunch of stuns for the Scarf Spitfire.
All right, we'll wait and see how G2 Kingwin 2 decides to round out this roster. And it is a Vox. This should be very interesting. This is match 1 of 3. Let's find out what happens. Let's go to our casters now.
All right, thank you, Playoff Beard. And here we go, getting set for Snow Avalanche against G2 Kingwin 2. A bit of an interesting decision here from Snow Avalanche, opting to start Cold Ice in place of Bash. We'll have to see if that roster change will bring them some more success here than what they had on day 1, as we are getting just about ready to load up onto the Halcyon Fold for game number 1 of this match. I'm really excited to see. Obviously, they let that Kroll go through. They let the Scarf go through, so they must have a plan to deal with it. We'll have to see how it works out.
Well, I really like the draft that came out of Snow. Honestly, you have to choose Adagio or Cruel. Then when Adagio is taken out, it means we got the Cruel. So they go ahead and move forward with it. And of course, with not having Bash in this game, this is a conscious decision out of Team Snow Avalanche. And I'm very excited to see how Cold Ice is going to play in this match here. So, as we get into this, Bacon, talk to me. I mean, I feel like the Rhyme pickup here initially looks pretty strong with Kroll, like first pick, but then, of course, it's paired up with Scarf. You have a Catherine as well. Do you think that they can play it to success?
I mean, it's going to be so difficult. The Rhyme is really good against the Scarf, but against the Kroll. But you do have to worry about that Scarf, who's going to be able to stay back and avoid standing on those pillars and isn't going to be close enough to get hit by the root and things like that. So it's going to be definitely a tall task for G2K2. But, of course, this is something that they know that this was coming out. If you leave the Kroll up, you know that this composition is going to be run. It's what everyone in Europe talks about. It's what everyone in Europe plays, both with and against. So we'll have to see if their plan works, as we already have our first fight.
My goodness, Majestic getting very aggressive, and look at this Rhyme. The damage is insane, getting first blood right here and looking for more. It's going to be Kentusik to drop very quickly after. That's the power of the Rhyme. Once he's on top of you, you can't get away from him, and the damage output's insane.
Yeah, especially against that double melee jungle duo from Kentusik and Araxi. So it's a good early start here from G2K2.
I mean, I love Rhyme as a hero. You just don't see him play too much. Of course, he's come into the meta a bit. A lot of teams are scared to touch him. Taisuke-san engaged on by Araxi and Cold Ice, dishing the damage out. He's going to try and dip into this jungle, but it's a little bit too late as he does go down to the Scarf now. 2-1 as Snow Avalanche get on the board.
Yeah, so a pretty mixed bag start here to kick things off in our second series of the day. But the advantage does still lie with G2K2 for the moment. Obviously, they're trying to join their sister team in the second set of elimination games later today. Whereas Snow, they're looking to do pretty much the exact same thing. They're looking to also join their sister team in the later stages of the tournament. But of course, only one of them can do so. The other one will be going home after this series. So a lot is on the line here as they look to continue pushing it onto Cold Ice now.
Beautiful, beautiful plays out of G2K2. They don't secure this kill here, but you see, this is what you do with the Ard and Rhyme here. You put the Vanguard onto Rhyme, it gives them that move speed bonus, and that's what Rhyme really needs to get on top of a target. So I love the way they're playing this right now, and Majestic Pips, their rotations have been absolutely on point. Their communication is beautiful, and you can tell that this is something they've really practiced.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they can continue to keep this up, it will be just a very difficult time for Araxi on this crawl as you see him making his way up into the lane now, possibly looking to make something happen, but not having any teammates there and with that minion wave pushed really far onto the G2 side, he's just going to have to return to his jungle to continue trying to farm up. He's pretty far behind for this stage of the game, not even 4 minutes in, and he's down by 10 CS already.
Nice. Well, Bacon, typically we see one team that kind of scales better than the other when we look at compositions, but I want to get your opinion. Like from where I'm standing, I feel like these teams both scale very equally.
Yeah, they both definitely scale extremely well. I would say that the side of Avalanche scales just a little bit better, if only because there's a lot of not only percent things with Scarf, or the Kroll, sorry, obviously reducing opponent's damage by a percentage as opposed to a flat value. But then you also have a Catherine who has an infinitely scaling passive, which that makes you, if you scale infinitely, then obviously you can always scale harder than your opponent because you can scale infinitely.
Wonderful, wonderful.
That's gonna be one of the things that, but like you said though, they both teams definitely scale extremely well the later this game goes. So very typical of the European meta. We see a lot of late game focus from almost pretty much every team here at the championships. So it's gonna be a lot of, it's gonna boil down to the mechanics and the positioning, which G2, when we talked to them yesterday, they were very, very confident in their ability to handle any team at this event, and this is their chance to kind of put their money where their mouth is, because they didn't have the strongest of performances yesterday. So if they want to have a chance to prove that they are the best team here, it has to start now.
Yeah, it surely does. And of course, day one jitters can kind of get to some people, but yeah, you just hope that things clear up for them here in day two. This game, pretty even back and forth, about a 1K net worth advantage going the way of G2 right now. Majestic, he's locked onto Cold Ice. The root is there. The damage to follow. Valkyrie gonna do just a touch there, but they are able to secure that kill. And that's the massive damage output that I love really with this draft out of G2.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job of actually focusing onto Scarf right now before Scarf can really get going. Obviously, Kroll is the one that we were talking about. It's a big counter to, but right now, while Scarf doesn't have the mobility, they're doing a great job of just focusing their efforts there. Obviously, with the tier 1 boots is his only ability to escape if they can get in onto him. And with the lane, with both turrets being up, it's a very short lane, very small area for the Scarf to work with. So he can't just sit on the back lines and poke at you if you're rushing directly onto him.
Yeah, no, you really can't. And Cold Ice is going to have to be extremely careful with his positioning moving forward. I love what G2 has done, and it's so easy. When you have Majestic move forward like that, he gets the Vanguard from behind. Of course, he didn't even have boots that time. So anytime he can activate boots and get on top of him, he's going to do it. Kentusik landing the Merciless Pursuit there, just stacking up a bit of armor for himself. Nothing to follow. Both teams doing a pretty good job here. A bit of pressure coming out onto the lane. Kentusik, Araxi, waiting around, looking for something. It's going to be from Hell's Heart. Does land. Sonic Zoom was just pushing our Vox forward and gets him out of range to be followed up on. But from Hell's Heart's going to be on cooldown. Now, Majestic and Pips here, they want to fight. You don't want to fight on top of Rhyme. Root's going to be out. Dragon's Breath coming in from behind. Araxi taking a bit of damage. The heals are there, but it's Kentusik and Araxi dropping. It's going to be 2 for none at this point. They want the ace. You can't fight into this G2 lineup like that. There it is. And congratulations, G2 picking up the ace here at the 7-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, great job by G2 in that fight. And again, Rhyme so difficult to take down when you have everyone up in their face in a melee position like that. The fortified health is just so strong. We do see Rhyme building for what looks to be an early broken myth, which isn't what we typically see from a Rhyme build, but obviously when you're relying on that damage so much, along with the weapon power Vox, it definitely makes sense, because Rhyme is gonna be it's pretty much guaranteed to be in a fight long enough to get that broken myth scaled up and get those stacks together. So it's I actually really like the broken myth pickup for Rhyme, especially because they've been able to keep him relatively safe thus far in the early goings. As now they could be potentially looking for another fight here, but with both members of Avalanche in this lane, or actually sorry, all 3 members, they definitely need to be careful. But Araxi, he wants this.
Araxi coming in from the top bush there. He's on to Taisuki-san. Gauntlets down, and goodbye, Vox. It's just Pips, last man, while standing in this lane here, as we do have Rhyme rotating up. And just a little late to that party. Pretty easy. I looked like he had absolutely no idea that Araxi was hiding in that bush.
Yeah, I don't think they had any vision of that, as Araxi just getting around behind him, gets the From Hell's Heart for the stun, and then of course the Spectral Smite finishing off the kill, doing 400 plus damage. And when you're only sitting on about 1300 health, that is just such a massive spike to try and deal with. Taisuki-san is gonna definitely be the target in pretty much every fight for Snow Avalanche, because he's the easiest one to kill purely based on not having the huge defense, not having the fortified health that Rhyme does, not having as much HP as his allies. So that's where they need to focus, is trying to take down Taisuki-san on this Vox first, and then they can switch to the other 2 targets.
Yeah, I feel that's really the story of Vox so often. He just has to rely on that mobility, and he just can't get caught. Once he gets caught, it's pretty easy to pop him. You know, moving forward, I'm sure he'll be paying a little bit more attention to that. You see, they've even put a scout trap up in that bush. They don't want it to happen again. And I think a very smart job of G2 to go ahead and secure that lane for their Vox.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was actually one of the things I wanted to touch on a couple minutes ago, was when both teams captured the minion mine right around 5-6 minutes, as, oh boy, Araxi is going to find the Rhyme. That's going to be a battle of the Titans for sure. They're both so tanky, but this is now turned into a 3-on-1. The Valkyrie even coming down just to make sure that the extra damage wouldn't go through onto Taisuki-san, and that is a kill again in favor of G2.
Yeah, once again, doing a pretty good job there. And Majestic, he's happy to go toe-to-toe with Araxi as long as he knows that his allies are close by to make that rotation. And props to Taisuki-san on that rotation to go ahead and make sure that was cleaned up. Looks like Pips and Majestic going to go ahead and secure a gold mine for themselves here. And now really starting to accrue a pretty decent net worth lead.
Yeah, the lead is definitely growing, sitting at now about 3,000 gold in favor of G2 Kinguin 2. G2 Kinguin 2. I said it right the first time.
You did.
I need to stop doubting myself. But they are going to be looking for more fights like that. That's if they can draw one of the members in, or catch them trying to recall in their jungle, then it's definitely going to be in their favor. So as we look at the items being built, the Eve of Harvest was actually completed first. So still just the Piercing Shard for Majestic. So that's the kind of the traditional, what we expect to see. The Piercing Shard, I guess, was just picked up as a matter of convenience. Maybe happened to be sitting on that much gold when he got it, and of course, obviously having the Pierce, never a bad thing. So gonna be doing some solid damage on this Rhyme, sitting at 205, 303 for Pips as well. So we talk about Rhyme and Majestic, we talk about Taisuki-san all the time. Pips doing a great job this game, in addition to those 2 carries.
I mean, yeah, he really is. I think it's so important. If you pick the Rhyme, the Arden paired up with him is just as important as the Rhyme pick. If Pips isn't doing good work, well, as we say, the gauntlet goes down and he's gonna miss there. But a lot of it comes from the fact that he's vanguarding at the right time.
Yeah, the Vanguard it definitely is a huge utility spell when you have a composition like this. Able to keep Tasuki-san alive generally is where it's going to be used because, you know, Rhyme just so difficult to take down. But you've got the Araxi still stacking up on the scroll, still getting, you know, his farm in. He's sitting at 57. He's a bit behind Majestic 74, but the level 11 is still just right behind Majestic again, who is now at level 12. So very nearly at that big power of Kroll being sitting at level 12. Level 11 is really where the biggest power spike for Kroll, when you get that second overdrive, as he did overdrive both the A and B abilities. But now just going to be focusing on getting some defensive items, getting that attack speed in to try and get those weakness stacks up. They're going in onto Cold Ice. He's going to take a lot of damage. Do they have enough to finish it? Majestic going so deep for this one.
Yeah, Majestic fully commits onto that one. On the backside, Araxi going to toe-to-toe with Taisuki-san. He's going to have to back off of this. A lot of stacks there, not big damage coming out. And Katusik thinking about getting in there, but will decide to go ahead and back himself up back towards the tower, or towards the turret, rather. And these guys, it's just a quick little trade there. And it felt like Majestic, at one point, he just realized, there's no way I'm going to get out of this. I have to fully commit, and so he goes for the kill.
Yeah, he did at least get the kill, so it was a 1-for-1 trade underneath the turret, but maybe a little bit too aggressive. Kind of want to tone that down a little bit if you are on the G2 side. So they still have such a big lead right now. It's continued to grow. It's now sitting at about 3,500. So it's, you know, slowly creeping up there for G2 Kinguin 2, as they haven't really made a whole lot happen though on the map. The turret is still standing, although it is very low at this point, so one more fight victory should at least be that first turret going down, as there's a gauntlet going to lock up Araxi, and that is just an instant deletion, and now the fight is going to continue under the turret.
Yeah, Pip saw that opening. He did not hesitate at all. Gauntlet down, and easy follow-up there. That'll be the turret for G2K2. Very happy with that. And, you know, when we talk about these competitive teams, what separates the top from just the mediocre? It's when you get kills, you take objectives off the back of it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they just did there. It took 9 kills for them to really focus on that objective, but that just made this gold lead grow significantly. Went from 3,500, now sitting at about 5,000 gold in favor of the red side. So a big swing happening off of that play.
Yeah, big swing. And now I'm pretty curious to see here. Well, not too curious, but the weapon infusion actually coming out right now onto Cruel. I guess sensing that Kraken will be coming out onto the map very quickly here, and they realize this is an important time. They're going to have to be able to win a fight, as they are kind of on the back foot. They don't want to go down at this point. There you see our wonderful Kraken, and the fight has begun. Katusik jumping in for his team. Silence. Araxi's there. The Dragon's Breath coming through. Big damage coming out of Snow Avalanche. Can they stack it up? It looks like Araxi can do it. Majestic does get a little bit of block out there, but it's not going to be enough. A 2-for-1, and the first real big fight going the way of Snow Avalanche in quite a while.
Yeah, they definitely needed that one. Now they're going to put some attention onto this turret, and Pip's doing what he can to defend it, but it's not going to work out. He's going to be going down eventually, maybe, possibly at some point. There he goes. The kill does get picked up with 3 seconds left to secure the ace for Snow Avalanche. So with these buffed up minions, they're now going to answer and take their first turret of the game as well, closing that gap of gold all of a sudden down to 2,000. So this just was it was 3,000 in favor of G2, then 5,000. Now it's down to 2,000. That's a 3K gold swing that Snow Avalanche was able to pick up just in the last minute.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit goes to Katusik there. Of course, you know, so many people, when you're just an average player, you're playing roam position, you kind of think of it like anyone else. You don't want to die. Nice block from Taisuki-san there. But what he did there, Kentusik on this Catherine, he gets up in the middle of the fight. He absorbs a big bunch of damage. He's reflecting a lot with his Storm Guard. He lands that silence and allows his team to follow up.
Yeah, you see the Storm Guard was overdriven by Kentusik. A lot of Catherines will overdrive actually the Merciless Pursuit because they want that extra duration on the stun. But I am a firm believer that overdriving the Storm Guard is one of the best things you can do, especially in a team against a composition like this. Getting that big damage reflection and then having that crystal scaling on the reflection. I would expect to see maybe a last item Aftershock or something like that coming out of Kentusik just to get that extra damage when you are soaking up all of that damage in the fight. Ooh. But here comes the Gauntlet. It's going to actually stun up too. This could be big.
Yeah, Warhorn into that position by Pip, stunning two with the Gauntlet. They want to get on top of Kentusik. Can they do it? Taisuki-san is eating the brunt of damage here from Snow Avalanche. It's just Araxi, last man standing. Oh man, he's not going to be able to get away from this. Can he get it? With the stacks is there. The root, they need to kite. They need to continue this positioning. He's on a Majestic. It's a wreck. Dude, you cannot underestimate this Cruel, as I might have done for a split second there. Araxi securing that. Of course, he is weapon infused up, and with having Taisuki-san going down, it's really hard to clean that up.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to be so bad for Avalanche there. Cold Ice just got deleted by that Valkyrie and was just off the map so early. But Araxi on this Krull, it's so difficult to kill a Krull, especially when you're fighting another tanky hero like Majestic's Rhyme. Those stacks are going to just be sitting there at 8 stacks the entire time. Krull is able to heal so much while taking so little because the damage dealer is putting out less damage output onto him. And we saw the result of it there as Araxi's able to turn it around and get that kill onto both Taisuki-san and Majestic. So this is going to be a concern for G2. If they can't kill Araxi, they're going to have some trouble.
Oh, Taisuki-san, he did Sonic Zoom and get the Vanguard to get himself just out of position to get engaged on there. And it looks like G2 looking for the turnaround, not going to be able to land their abilities, so they'll back off of this. They want to have that perfect engage if possible. Oh, stun from downtown onto Taisuki-san. Where's the follow-up? It's not going to be there. In fact, Pips is in position. Nice 3-man silence from Kentusik. Pips very low, but they want to switch targets. Majestic switches over and big damage on Araxi. He's out of the fight. Now Scarf takes the Arden. Vox takes the Scarf. It's a 2-for-1, and now the ace going the way of G2K2 as they're able to seal the deal right there and move on to the Kraken.
Yeah, here's the problem about Araxi being able to survive. We saw him do so well against Majestic. That's because he has the Aegis. However, he doesn't have any armor built on him to deal with Taisuki-san. So if they aren't able to kill this Vox, Vox can definitely get the damage needed to take down this Krull, and that's exactly what just happened in that fight. They put everything into focusing on Krull. The Vox was able to get that kill, and once Krull is down, the cleanup is relatively easy for them. However, an Aegis did just get picked up by Cold Ice. It may be a little too late though, as they're gonna have to deal with this Kraken pushing in towards their base. Infusions are coming out though, so there's definitely more infusions right now on the side of Snow Avalanche than there are on G2. So will that play a factor in this defense? There's 4 turrets I need to go through. So this is going to be I don't think they're going to be able to get the victory off of this, but they'll see how much damage they can get done.
Well, G2K2 looking to pull the TSM special here. Kraken's going to go ahead and punish that first turret. Not happy with it. It's smoldering in ashes there. Now looking for more. Dragon's Breath winds up from the backside. They want Taisuki-san. Can they get him? They know they got to get this Vox down. Fountain's out. The healing's coming through. Araxi eating big damage. It's Vox to go down first. Who will be next? It's Araxi on Pips, but on the backside, Majestic going toe-to-toe with Cold Ice. Majestic out of position, 3 versus 1. He'll go down as well. It looks like Kraken might be able to secure this second turret, but that's all they'll get out of it.
Yeah, they are going to get 2 turrets still for the Kraken. Definitely a trade in favor of G2 Kingwin 2, but now the doubt starts setting in. Can you win these fights? Can you keep Vox alive long enough to get these kills? Or is the scaling from Snow Avalanche going to overcome them and start rolling down the mountain?
Oh my god, only time will tell at this point, but I think you're so on point, Bacon, when you talk about Taisuke-san really being the pivot point of this team right now. If he's alive, they win the fight. If he gets taken out, they lose the fight, and it's just so clearly displayed right there. And of course, I credit to Araxi for choosing that target and pushing him out of the fight as well as he did.
Yeah, starting to build up some armor for Araxi now. Definitely feel like that's going to be very important going forward. Tasuki-san, look at this item build. A Sorrow Blade and 2 Tyrant's Monocles. It's all about that crit damage, trying to just get as much done before he falls as possible, as they are going to be now spotting each other here in the jungle, and this is going to be potentially a big fight. Nope, looks like everyone's going to just back off. The engagement, who jumps on who, is going to be so important, as there's a stun coming in with the Warhorn. This is the fight they're looking for.
Yeah, they wanted Taisuke-san. They found him. He's going to Sonic Zoom to try to jump around this fight. He's got to continue his mobility, taking quite a bit of damage. Araxi will get that kill, and that Dragon's Breath is going to burn, baby, burn. Majestic going down. He's going to take off this, and the Hells from Hell's Heart does land on the Pips on the backside of that. They want to get everyone here. They want this ace to get as much out of this as they can. They will let Pips leave. They show mercy, and they'll go ahead and back up and look to take some turrets.
Yeah, they don't want to take too much turret damage there and allow Pips to turn this around. We've seen Ardens pull off some crazy miracle plays underneath turrets before, so wisely they choose to wait. But Pips going a little bit too far out to try and clear out these minions is going to take a lot of damage now. Now he can't defend this turret anymore. He has to back off. He's actually going to die to the burning from Scarf and Cold Ice, along with the rest of Snow Avalanche. They get a turret, and now Kraken is back on the map. They're going to immediately go towards this pit. They're going to get some infusions most likely. Yep, there's going to be a Crystal Infusion. Atlas Pauldron finished now for Kentusik as well. That's just going to make Tasuki-san's life so much more difficult.
Yeah, you got to know Pips is going to be just shaking his head, immediately regretted that decision to stick around. And that's the kind of play that at the end of the day, when you're sitting there and the tournament's done, you're going to have that repeating in your head again and again if this comes back to punish them, because that ace was a really big deal. They get the healing, they get the buff, and immediately go to Kraken. So right now, Snow Avalanche feeling in a pretty good position in this game.
Yeah, 3 turrets standing for G2 Kinguin 2 to defend. So again, it's not game over just yet, but we're late game. We're just about 24 minutes into this game with a Scarf Kroll composition, and the defensive items are starting to be there now. There's armor on Araxi. There's a tier 3 armor item on Kentusik. Cold Ice, the only one without the armor, but he hasn't had to worry about Tasuki-san jumping onto him. Here's the gauntlet, doesn't catch anyone, but the fight is on.
Yeah, they found Kentusik. That is not the target that they wanted. Double silence coming out, maybe even a triple. Taisuki-san lockdown. He's the first to fall. That's not what they need to be doing. G2 burning down from the Scarf damage, and now on the run with Kraken marching down the lane. Suddenly, Snow Avalanche in a commanding lead, in a commanding position in this match. Like you said, Bacon, this is late game. This is when it matters that you make and take these fights, and it looks right now they might have just broken G2K2.
Yeah, they should be able to win off of this. Still 30 seconds before Tasuki-san is back on the map, and Kraken is still very, very healthy. Pips just can't do anything on this Arden. The second turret is down. Now the attention gets turned on to the Crystal, and Tasuki-san is just coming up as the Crystal explodes, and G2K2 dropped the game 1 after Snow Avalanche. They built up and built up all game until finally everything just came crashing down, and they took the game 1 of this series.
I mean, the power of this Cruel Scarf combo, I think, just showed once again here. Major credit to Araxi for finding Taisuki-san time and time again. The later this game went on, it seemed the better he played. And at this level of play, that's what really matters. And just credit to them to hold on when it did seem that everything was really against them.
Yeah, and on the side of G2K2, they had a plan for it. They let the Kroll go through. That's a conscious decision that you make in this draft phase. They allowed the Scarf Kroll composition to happen, and they thought they had an answer. It looked like they had an answer early on. It looked like they were going to be taking that victory, but eventually the side of Avalanche was able to just farm up and get themselves into that late game point where they were able to take that game. But to go back over that a little bit more, talk some more about this Scarf Kroll composition that we've been hearing about so much, finally get to see it a couple times here today. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to the analyst desk. Let them take it from there.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. And wow, that was a pivotal fight. That really turned on a dime there, Rome. Just break down that fight for me.
Yeah, at that moment, it was 14 to 15 deaths for both sides. And pretty much, I thought that they were doing very well on the G2 side. But it all comes down to hero prioritization, and they didn't really focus and follow up enough. We did see that Catherine, almost 0 to nil life, and then she pretty much did change focus pretty much onto that Scarf, and then this is where the Fountain actually got off. Had they had killed Catherine a bit earlier, she wouldn't have been able to use that Fountain, and the fight would have actually gone their way, and probably would have given them a bigger chance to actually win the team.
Yeah, that's interesting. They kind of had to do one or the other. The focus on Catherine may be questionable there, but then if you're going to do it, you got to kill her in time. Now, we didn't get a chance to talk about Cold Ice coming into this game. Talk to me a little bit about him as a player and what you saw there.
I actually was very impressed with the play of Cold Ice. Knowing that he was going to be playing the Scarf into that mid to late game scaling, he did an excellent job playing very passively into that early game. And on a multiple instances, he used his boots very well just to be able to disengage and make sure that he backs off from the fight when he was getting ganked on.
And actually, Cold Ice is a Vox main. We saw, he's been used as a support player by Team Snow for the past kind of few tournaments. But he's actually a very strong Vox player, so he does have the potential to be a laner. And I just don't think many people have had the chance to see him fully utilize that Scarf, which was really impressive, like Rome said.
And the weapon choice was interesting.
The weapon Vox on Taisuki-san, I think. I was thinking that he would start off with a crystal and they'll run a double crystal, but actually I was thinking that the Cruel will probably just be sticking onto him. There wouldn't really be anyone else there. The weapon has a much higher kiting potential, so I think that's why they went for the weapon. It worked out very well at the start, but at the end it was kind of tailing off a little bit.
Yeah, Cold Ice, a Vox main. Maybe they take that right away with the Vox on the other side. I believe we have a report ready from Pocket Gamer. It's Rick.
Thanks very much. Well, I did just have a chat with G2K2 there, and they said it's mostly their own fault. Just misplacement on their behalf caused them the loss. And basically, all they're going to do in the next game is go back and just play better and hope that it works out for them. Thanks very much. Back to you at the desk.
Thank you very much, Rick. And there is a lot of positives to build on, especially Majestic on that run.
Yeah, it's not all cloudy days for the G2 Penguin 2 squad. They played actually excellent that last match, and it utilized Rhyme to that fullest potential. We saw an early Warhorn coming out of their roamer, and honestly, I like their play, and I think that they do have a great chance to come and win the second match.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of positives there, and, they have to be careful not to overcorrect here, really.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected that kind of play coming out from Snow Avalanche. I think a lot of people might be coming into this thinking that G2K2 have been looking, G2 Penguin 2 have been looking fantastic, and they were definitely going to sweep this. But we saw Snow saying we're not going to let this happen. We're going to play our best, and I think it was a fantastic choice. And at first I was thinking, why would you put Cold Ice in and not Bash? I said before I raved about him, and then I think it was actually a very good choice in the end.
Yeah, and it was interesting just to watch these comps. Both sides really can get pretty powerful in the late game. It worked out for Avalanche.
Yeah, and this is actually one of their biggest strengths, is they're very consistent in terms of always performing very well, making sure that their power spikes hit accordingly. But G2 Penguin 2, they do have that element of surprise. They do have a lot of this new and fresh coming into this game. So I do hope that we will be seeing a best out of 3 match, and we will be seeing the best play coming out of both teams.
All right, we are into the draft for match 2 of a best of 3. G2 Penguin 2, they must win this game or their tournament is over. It is Taizuki-san on the clock. That, for those who have been with us for a very long time, will recognize him as Redemption. Amazing player, and Krull off the board, Adagio off the board, a pretty standard start.
Yeah, so we've got Krull and Adagio off, like you said. So hopefully we'll be seeing kind of more unusual ones that we've not been seeing in a while. So far, all the games have been littered with a Krull or Adagio. And it looks like we're starting off with an Arden.
Yeah, and Pips has been strong on that Arden. Some very disruptive gauntlets.
Yeah, and with G2 Penguin 2 is something that we're going to have to pay attention during this draft, is they do a good job in terms of counter-picking against their opponents. So grabbing this Arden first pretty much opens the door and leaves them so much space later on. They're going to look at this Vox and they're going to start picking towards it.
That's an excellent point. They stay with Cold Ice. You mentioned before that Cold Ice is a Vox main, and he's probably going to get to play Vox here. And also a Black Feather.
I think I'm kind of veering more towards I'm thinking that G2 Penguin are probably likely to pick up a Scarf or the Ringo. You know, Taisuki-san very strong on the Ringo and the Scarf. You know, Ringo's probably one of his earliest mains, very confident on it, and Ringo can easily bully Vox out in the lane very early on.
All right, we'll see. Normally it's Rome with those predictions.
Yeah, an ideal composition coming out of them would be somebody very strong to that early game, making sure that they are going up against that Vox and that Black Feather. They have to get the most benefit as they can. As long as they have somebody that's able to rotate down really quick, their jungle can actually scale towards that mid to late game and carry later on.
There are always different approaches, which is one of the things that's fun about Vainglory. On this time, they go with Rome on the early game, although Rhyme gets very strong late. And Rome, you know, we haven't seen early aggression work in this EU tournament so far compared to NA.
Yeah, and just looking at the compositions coming out of the G2 Kingwin side right now, I do have to favor them to win this game. I can expect that Taisuki-san will be doing a lot of rotations down, and it will actually help Majestic on that Rhyme to actually scale up, grab a bunch of tier 3 items, and they did exactly what they did last game. All they have to do this time is follow up.
All right, last pick, and it will... Oh, I thought it was going to be a Finn, but it's going to be a Fortress. That'll be interesting to see. At G2 Kingwin 2, their life is on the line for all the action. It will be Tasty Bacon and Humanist.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. And here we go for game number 2. As they mentioned at the desk, the tournament life on the line here for G2K2. And a Fortress going to be making an appearance here in game number 2 for Snow Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, this Fortress provides a lot of tools to this team. One of the biggest things when I look at this, highly mobile when you pair all of these heroes up together. So their ability to kite or get on top of targets will be very, very strong, which is very important, especially when you look at a hero like Rhyme, who needs to be on top of you to be securing fights. But you know, honestly, as we look at G2K2's draft, I like it a little bit better than match 1.
Yeah, I definitely like their draft a little bit better. At the same time, I'm a little curious about the Fortress pick because, you know, Rhyme actually does really well against Fortress, not only being that melee hero that Rhyme excels against, but the Wolves with Attack of the Pack, they take ability damage now. And Rhyme obviously has that big AoE presence, can help take down all 3 of those Wolves at the same time when the ultimate is used. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that interaction. If they can catch, you know, the Taisuki-san out again, it's once again a composition very heavily focused on Taisuki-san. He is going to be the squishiest member of the team. So, you know, Cold Ice, Araxi, and Kentusik, all 3 of them are going to be looking to get kills onto him early in the fight. Once again, it was a strategy that worked out for Avalanche after, you know, about 15 minutes or so. So this time they may look to make it start coming to fruition a bit earlier, but if they can do it, then they should be able to secure the game. But right now, Araxi is going to get engaged on by both Pips and Majestic, and that will be the first blood going over to G2. However, they are losing out on their back jungle camps, but they're you know, having an idea that was going on. They then go into Snow's jungle and start doing the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a wonderful rotation out of Pips and Majestic there. I also want to call out, you know, first I was looking at where Kentusik dropped his scout traps. I thought, pretty good scout traps, going to reveal vision here, but immediately Majestic and Pips walked right on top of where those scout traps were and cleared them out. Once those were cleared out, they dropped their own, and that's why they were able to wrap around Araxi when he had zero knowledge of where they were on the map, and that's how he gets ganked from behind. And it looked a little bit silly, but it was just great rotation out of Pips and Majestic there.
Yeah, and now Taisuki-san using that early game advantage, getting some good damage down to Araxi, but a fight is happening in the jungle. Cold Ice getting split from his allies.
Yeah, Cold Ice is going to be eaten up. Now Kentus is going to have to back towards turret Araxi there to go ahead and help back these guys off, but really G2K2 happy with the way that's turned out. 2 kills in the first 2 minutes of this match, a small net worth lead building up towards their side, and they'll go ahead and take away a little bit of this jungle.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised at the positions coming out from Snow Avalanche, as not only did they swap Araxi and Cold Ice between lane and jungle, you know, we had heard on the analyst that Genie was talking about how Cold Ice is known for his Vox play, and is instead on the Black Feather in the jungle instead of the Vox up in the lane. So an interesting decision there, but we were also talking about how it was an interesting decision to start Bash in the first place in game 1, and it worked out for them. So we'll see if it works out once again here for Snow Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many decisions that are so many factors that really come into play when you're making these decisions. Sometimes you draft a hero like Black Feather because it's better in the composition, and then ultimately you have to decide who's the better Black Feather player at the end of the day. So you never know what it is, and maybe at the end when we can interview these guys, we get to learn a little bit more about that, which I always I like to hear the insight from these teams. But both teams, they're kind of putting pressure here in the lane. Flares coming out. They get knowledge that Pips is waiting here in the bushes, and so they don't do too much. Look at the damage coming out. It's pretty hard. Vox up against Ringo. The damage is real. Now down in the jungle, Cold Ice going to be rooted up, but it's Rhyme to go down first. Pips locked on. He's going to go ahead and rock him, sock him, take that Black Feather down, and having a good time.
Yeah, so 1-for-1 trade in the jungle, but in the lane, Tsuki-san is still just looking so strong. Look at how much damage and pressure he's able to put onto Araxi. However, you have to give credit to Araxi, still keeping up in farm, still has killed 34 minions to the 39 of Tsuki-san, and that number is obviously growing very rapidly as he clears off that wave near his turret. So a good job by Araxi dealing with this early pressure and not succumbing to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest things. You can really fold under that pressure. I think he's one of the top players that really can stand up against that and showing it here. We see Kentusik move forward. He's going to go ahead and jump onto Taisuki-san, backed up by Cold Ice. They'll quickly be rebuffed as Pip's there with that Vanguard, and it's so hard to take a kill. Arden, just an incredible hero to buff up his ally or frontline for his team.
Yeah, not only that shield, but then, of course, Tsuki-san on this Ringo has the ability to slow his attackers and speed himself up as they're going to go diving in onto Araxi. He's still alive right now, but isn't going to be able to survive this one. However, Majestic taking a lot of damage from that turret, but will eventually be able to get out of dodge as the minions come into play.
Yeah, you could see Kentusik really wanted to get that kill onto Majestic there, but he knows if he commits into that, Ringo can just get so much damage, and he still had Pips hanging around, so unfortunately not able to follow up and secure that kill. So 4-1 now as we approach 5 minutes, 30 seconds into this game, and it feels like a bit more action going on here.
Yeah, definitely a lot more action thus far in the early stages than what we're used to seeing, as the 500 gold lead in favor of G2K2, but it's not that large of a lead. Obviously, we talk about this all the time, as right now still looking really aggressive from G2, and that's a little uncharacteristic, I'd say, from what we've seen in the past from this championship, but they're going to be continuing that pressure and getting another kill in the lane.
Yeah, beautiful execution. They move forward, they throw Majestic right into the fray with that Rhyme. That's right where he thrives. He loves that position. Gets the double root and a very nice follow-up by Taisuki-san.
Yeah, and that's going to be the name of the game for this team here as they continue to try and get pressure onto this turret, try and get a little bit of damage down, and occasionally catching some poke damage onto the members of Snow Avalanche. And they are going to just take that pressure, rotate down into the jungle, and continue farming up here. The gold lead has grown to 1,000 in their favor here in the first 7 minutes of the game. And looking at the items, see a lot of defensive items coming out of Majestic. No surprise there on the Rhyme. The Fountain of Renewal already completed for Pips, whereas you look over at Kentusik, he's pretty far behind.
Yeah, that was pretty funny right there, actually. Well, it doesn't take too long. When you blood for blood a target, you jump on him pretty quick. That teleport was just absolutely on the edge of getting canceled. But with that, G2 King 1-2, we're going to go ahead and move over to secure this gold mine. And now taking about a 1.2K net worth lead. Pretty happy with this. They're leading in kills, leading in gold, and I think moving forward, as long as they continue to sustain this type of movement, they're going to be doing very well.
Yeah, and there's going to be the Gauntlet coming out. It does get one stun. The second one will be blocked as Cold Ice uses that Rose Offensive to get to safety. So Gauntlet not going to be securing anything here, which means, again, about 100-second cooldown on that ability. Could be a window for Avalanche to try and make something happen as they now have their own Fountain of Renewal.
Well, that's a very big tool to be coming up, and of course, really, that fountain allows you to push everything to its limits. It's all about when you can activate it. You want to push it down to your very low and then activate it, but sometimes it can bite you if you wait a little bit too long. Either way, though, it looks like Snow really don't want to take advantage of the fact that Gauntlet is down right now. Happy to just farm up their Vox and Blackfeather.
Yeah, the farm is going to be obviously extremely important to them, trying to get into that late game point where Blackfeather and Vox both have the capability to take over a game. That's going to be the key for Avalanche. They did it so well in game number 1, just staving off the pressure, keeping themselves at least close until they were able to get a couple of fights in their favor. That's going to be the exact same thing they look to do here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of reminiscent of the Rebirth series last night. You know, they're kind of on the back foot through a majority of the game, but when it comes down to it, when it's down to the wire, they end up taking the proper fights. They win it when it really matters and can seal the deal. They'll be looking to do the same thing here. And of course, with the Blackfeather Vox, honestly, the damage output's going to be insane when you reach late game.
Yeah, and that's the key to the game plan. That's what they drafted for. That's what they want to do. That's how they like to play, is that reactionary style, and just look for opportunities as the game gets later. Minion mine going to be captured here, so that is now 1 minion mine for each side. And really just things going pretty evenly despite those kills coming out early, but there's going to be a great gauntlet connecting with 2 stuns.
Yeah, they found Cold Ice forward. Beautiful gauntlet, as you said. Valkyrie's going to come down, does not land, and it's going to be Kentusik and Araxi fighting under this turret. Attack of the Pack comes out. Now the heroes are low. Araxi in a good position to follow up. Potentially no, with the turret down and being low on energy, he really doesn't want to get into that mess, so they'll let him back out of here.
Yeah, we're talking about how close it was. With that turret being picked up, that's going to get a pretty good gold lead going for G2K to about 3,000 in their favor. But this is pretty much where we sat in game number 1 at this point. So you don't want to get too confident if you are the side of G2. You know, you have to be wary of letting this lead slip away, because we've already seen Snow Avalanche, they have the capability of playing from behind.
Oh, they surely do. And G2K2, I think, definitely a team that could play from behind as well, but they are in a commanding lead right now. Very impressive the way they put together this composition and really played it out. And I think the Ringo instead of the Vox just gives them a little bit of that early game potential that they were lacking. And, you know, Taisuki-san doing a great job to capitalize on that so far.
Yeah, it's been working very well. 6-1. Or 6-2-1 is the score at the moment, with that gold lead again sitting at about now 2,500 or 3,000 or so, and Majestic 3-1-3, Tatsuki-san 2-0-3. Some really good play coming from these 2 carries, and of course Pips once again talked about it last game, how he's kind of the unsung hero of this squad. 105 being involved in so many of the kills that this team gets.
Yeah, Pip's always frontlining for his team when needed. He knows when to hold off and not use that Vanguard. He waits until Majestic is in position to run on top of a target, and then goes ahead to Vanguard that ally, gives them that movement speed, gives them that shield, and it's just everything that they need. So beautiful out of these players so far. And moving forward, nice camera shot. You can see these guys playing there in the booth. Love to be able to see that view. And these guys, they just wanted to keep their cool moving forward. Neither team really needs to be crazy aggressive, but from G2's side, they do need to continue to apply pressure.
And liking the vision coming out here as Snow Avalanche, they want to get vision on where Taisuki-san and the rest of the team is, because they're so reliant on getting Taisuki-san taken out early on in the fights, because if he can kite around, if he can get to the back lines, it's tough to get past a Rhyme and an Arden that are both working together to keep their carry alive, as that's going to be a turret and then a gauntlet coming down. 2 of them are stuck inside. This is a 3-on-2 fight in favor of G2, and they are taking it to them.
Yeah, I mean, they take turret, they take the kill as well, and, you know, all in all, it seemed pretty easy for them to accomplish. I think it would have been much worse even if Araxi was caught inside that gauntlet, but a beautiful job by him to go ahead and reflex block his way out of that gauntlet, but unfortunately, Cold Ice was caught.
Yeah, now looking at nearing a 6,000 gold lead for G2 as they pick up this gold mine that is going to just continue pushing them further ahead. We see infusions were used a couple minutes ago for both Majestic and Tsuki-san. Level 9 and level 11 is when those were popped. So they know they have this lead. They know that they are the ones that need to continue to keep this aggression up, and it's working out so well for them.
Yeah, I mean, talking about levels, the fact that Majestic hits 12 before anybody else on the map is a pretty big deal, because Ryan really needs to get all of those levels before he can start dishing out that mass damage. And yeah, he's on point right now, and now he's just needs to finish these items.
Yeah, Tsuki-san also going to get very close to that level 12 mark. And we are going to be actually getting a pause coming out here. So hopefully we can get that sorted out quickly and won't negatively impact this game too much as our wonderful tech crew gets working on that issue.
Yeah, I mean, these guys hard work in the background. You can see the players chilling out for a second. But yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think this game going very well for G2K2, Snow Avalanche on the back foot. And if things continue this way, I mean, I got to say it's G2's game and probably going to go into game 3. Of course, it's pretty early to be calling that. But I'm just saying if things continue as they are.
Yeah, and it's definitely looking very strong for G2. They came out of the gates firing on all cylinders. We saw that aggressive early game, which is something that we don't typically see from many teams here in Europe, but it's working out so well for them as they have this lead built up. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the analyst desk as we continue to work on this pause, and hopefully we'll be getting back to the game shortly.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll get back to the action very soon. We'll let you know if we get an update, if it's anything that looks like it's going to take longer than a few minutes. And oh, it sounds like it was actually the battery on a device, which the players are responsible for making sure they have enough battery power on those devices. We have plenty of backups, so we'll try to get him a device that he's comfortable with, and we'll get right back into the action. Good thing about Vainglory, you can just swap out a device mid-flight. For all the players out there, if you happen to be on a device that hits low battery, just pop open your phone or something and keep playing that game. Don't give up any elo in rank. Now, I do want to talk about Rhyme. We've seen a lot of good Rhyme here, and what have you noticed?
Yeah, it's just something I really want to point out is even during the first match and this match, that Majestic has been doing an excellent job utilizing everything out of Rhyme's kit. He's always positioned himself in a way that he doesn't engage until a couple of abilities come out of the opponent team first. And then when he does, he goes in there, he uses his heroic perk so well where he actually sustains himself through that barrier.
All right, and just the comps overall, because we segue so quickly into the match, we never really get to hear from you in terms of comp versus comp. What do you think, and how's it playing out?
Well, pretty much during the drafting phase, we did see the entire G2 side grab their three heroes first, and I actually gave them the favor right away off the bat.
I'm going to cut you off right there because we are ready to go back into the action, back to our casters.
All right, thank you very much. And we are indeed back to the action. 13.5 minutes into this game, we do see the Broken Myth getting picked up by Araxi. So going to be having that nice 2-item power spike of the Alternating Current and Broken Myth. That's really where you want to be on a Vox. This is where they can possibly try and turn this around once they start getting these items picked up. And a lot of armor also in the inventory of Araxi is going to be looking to try and just deal with Tsuki-san on that Ringo. It's just he's been doing so much work for the team, and if it continues, again, it's going to be very, very tough for Snow Avalanche, and this is going to be a big fight coming out, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they found the target. Tsuki-san is the one they want. They're locked on, but Araxi on the backside fighting toe-to-toe with Majestic. He'll drop. Now the two main damage sources are out of this fight, and it's Majestic locked on, but Cold Ice will jump forward. Can he sustain through it? No, he can't. Fortified health is no joke, and now it's just Kentusik up against Pips and Majestic. It looks like they'll go ahead and retreat themselves out of here after they secure this turret, and yeah, that'll be the play there, and now they're quickly out of this fight. So G2K2, they get the upper hand once again there, but I think, you know, it looked like a pretty nice engagement on the Tsuki-san, but Majestic, he was like, you know what, you may be on my Ringo, but I'm just going for your Vox.
Yeah, it was actually a very minor misplay there by Araxi that cost him his life, as he was doing quite well against Majestic because he had the additional aid of that turret. But as he used that sonic zoom at the end to just keep distance between himself and Rhyme, ended up just at the edge of the pillar when that second pop of damage came through, and that was actually what killed him.
Oh man, so unfortunate. And really, these guys just pushing these heroes to the absolute limits right now. And it's a matter of who can do it better.
Definitely, and at the moment, it's looking like G2 Kingwin are doing it just a bit better. They have this 9-2 advantage. They're going to be working on this Kraken, but here comes the rest of Snow Avalanche. They're going to have the chance to steal this or go for a fight.
Are they going to fight? They're just going to enjoy Kraken fighting along with him. It's going to be unleashed by Rhyme and G2K2. Vox the first to fall. Taisuki-san still alive. He doesn't care. He's like a wolf attacking me. I don't care. I'll shoot you with my gun. And Pips unleashing the damage. Attack of the Pack does come out shortly before they fall. That's the ace. That's the Kraken. And now G2K2 will march right down the throat of Snow Avalanche.
Yeah, with only 2 turrets left, death timers are still pretty low, but this could very easily be the game in favor of G2K2, and we could be having our first Game 3 of the Winter Championships here in Europe, as now they just have to continue pushing down this lane. The respawns are coming through. It's going to be all 3 up in just under 5 seconds. So, but Kraken, again, full health and only 2 turrets. The Hellfire Brew is going to come out, but he's just going to get back onto the fountain and heal that up quickly. So now they can really start the fight. This is the clutch moment.
First turret's down, Gauntlet's fallen. Taisuki-san will be the first hero to drop. Cold Ice eating a lot of damage. Will Blackfeather fall? He has that fortified health. Yes, he does drop to the Rhyme, but meanwhile, it's Kraken just hammering away on this turret. Pips dropping low as well. It looks like they're going to secure the ace, and will they be able to kill this Kraken before it takes down this Crystal Vein? You see that cinematic view as Kraken. He's so dangerously angry, and right now it's just massive damage. Kill this Kraken. It looks like they are stacking up that damage, so it's just a naked Crystal Vein right now. Snow Avalanche still in this game, but honestly, if they lose another fight, it's GG.
Yeah, that was so close to being game right there, but they are, thankfully for Snow Avalanche, able to take down the Kraken after picking up the ace. But like you mentioned, one fight is all it's going to take to lose this game. Meanwhile, you know, Snow Avalanche, they have to win at least 2 fights still, because they still have all 5 turrets to go through, and that's just not looking good at all for Snow Avalanche here in game number 2. Of course, they do have the 1-game lead, so if they do lose this one, we will be going to that game 3, the blind pick that we haven't yet seen here in Europe. So the excitement is real for this one. Will they be able to completely turn this around? It's getting late, 18 minutes into this one, so the death timers are going to be rather long. But again, it's just they're so far behind that Crystal is so vulnerable. G2K2, they are on the move. There's going to be a fight happening right here.
Majestic walks into the bush. They found Snow Avalanche. That's the attack of the pack to come out. They found Taisuki-san. Cold Ice with the damage. It's there. Now Araxi dishing out the damage from behind. They launch to Majestic. Majestic next to drop. They're on to Pips.
Oh my
Snow
goodness.
Avalanche completely reversing the story, taking an ace of their own, and now looking for some objectives.
Yeah, they're definitely going to get at least a couple of turrets off of this. But again, they have 5 turrets to go through. Now down to 4. The respawns are going to come through. They cannot finish the game just off of that one fight. That's exactly what we were just talking about. They have to win at least 1 more, but that looked so good for them. They were able to get 2 members through the gauntlet and onto Taisuki-san. He wasn't able to get any of the damage out. Now they're going to go for Kraken. The respawns are coming through now, but I don't think they can get there in time to stop this.
No, I don't think they can either. And, you know, for the majority of this game, Snow Avalanche have been really behind when it comes to net worth. But I want to point out, this game has really shrunk down to the point where it's less than a 1K net worth differential.
Yeah, Kraken is released. The infusions are going to come out. There's double infusions on both Majestic and Pips. There is no infusion on Taisuki-san, though, and there's going to be the fight.
Araxi blocking that Hellfire Brew. Gauntlet does go down. Who's strapped in with who? Damage onto Taisuki-san. He will on to Cold Ice, taking quite a bit of damage there, but Cold Ice lives through it. This is the Blackfeather we're talking about. They turn it onto Pips. Majestic last man standing. They've got a Kraken.
Goodness.
They're going to be taking the ace off of this. Will Majestic get the kill? No, No, he won't. That's the ace. And you see Taisuki-san just leaning back in his chair, not happy with the way that that fight turned out. And how could you be? Snow Avalanche, almost the same story as game number 1, on the back foot. Never count this team out. And I'm so impressed with the way that they've turned this game around.
Yeah, the ability to keep your calm in that situation. They have Kraken nearly full health. They're working on these crystal turrets. The respawns are going to come through. This is going to be a fight for their lives for G2. They need to get these kills. The turret is doing some work for them. There goes one of them, but the respawns are up. Taisuki-sen is here. Kraken is still working, but there's going to be a kill onto Kentusik. Kraken is still very healthy, but they should be able to stop this one, just as Snow Avalanche did moments ago.
My goodness, Bacon, we have come to a point in this game where there are no turrets remaining. Either team that can secure the fight are going to secure the game. And right now, it's G2K2 on the march down the lane. They want to claim this victory and push it to game 3.
They have 20 seconds before anyone is up. Will Cold Ice be able to defend this until his allies respawn? This is going to be so crucial to this match. If he can do this, the respawns are coming through soon. He needs to not be too aggressive. He's just trying to get the slow, but he's going to be taking a lot of damage. There's the gauntlet, but he's got so much onto Taisuki-san, but he falls. The respawns are coming through now, but they're onto the crystal. Will they be able to hold this off? Here comes Mox, but the damage is too much, and G2K2 are going to take down the crystal and force us to our first game 3 of the tournament. And we are going to see there, they just look so relieved after being able to pull that one back.
Woo! Yeah, you see these guys lean back in their chair and just take that deep breath in and be like, okay, boys, we did it. But that was like way too close, way too close.
Yeah, very, very nearly losing it there at the end, but they were able to come back. They were able to recompose themselves and get the victory. A great call there at the end to rush down and go for that crystal after they had the 2 kills down. So it was just such a close game. I cannot wait to see what we're going to have coming up in game number 3.
You know, honestly, when a lot of people talking about they can't wait to get into the winner's bracket portion of the tournament. Well, when I saw this matchup, I knew it was going to be something special, and I'm really excited we're here to cast this one.
Yeah, both of these teams were extremely confident coming into the tournament. They both lost yesterday with, you know, fairly underwhelming performances. But now, after these first 2 games, we can see that these 2 teams are definitely deserving of being here. And what a game. And again, I can't wait to see what we're going to see in the blind pick. To give us a bit of a preview of what these teams might come out with now that there are going to be no bans and no draft, we're going to go ahead and throw it to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. That was unbelievable. It's so fun to be at this live event. We're looking down over this balcony, and we're seeing the G2 Kingwin 2 team with absolute dejection. They cannot believe that they have lost. Their hands are over their eyes, on their heads, leaning back in the chairs. They think it is completely over, and then Rome, it's not.
Yeah, and this actually came up from the damage of Taisuki-san playing that Ringo, where pretty much he respawned from that base, booked it down, and initially they had all thought they lost, but look at this. That Sorrow Blade, the double Tyrant's Monocle, and added that to the Bone Saw, he 3-shotted almost everybody, and after he killed one person, it actually turned the tides in their favor. After cleaning up that Kraken, they did have 30 seconds to rush to the end. And I believe Cold Ice made a slight mistake here where he actually tried to engage them, and after he died, the game was done.
Yeah, he's played so well, really turned the tables coming into the lineup, but that didn't work out for them. Shingy, one thing that you pointed out was Pips, those gauntlets were on point.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Pip's gauntlets. You know, when he first came into the first qualifier, well, I was a bit unsure about how he was playing, but you know, he's progressed so much with this, and with that last match there, his gauntlets were on point. He was stunning at least 1 or 2 people from Snow Avalanche every single time.
All right, so with the blind pick coming in, these teams, they can pre-design compositions, and with that in mind, Snow Avalanche, they are making another roster change. We'll wait and see exactly who that is. I just saw the bodies moving in their booth, so perhaps Bash coming in will be interesting to find out, but clearly, Rome, they have a comp in mind. Talk to me about Snow Avalanche, the types of things they'd like to play when they can get whatever they want.
So again, with Snow Avalanche, they do and play a very composed mid to late game scale and composition. And I think this is actually where G2 Kingwin 2 have an advantage. They play an excellent early game comp and they've been so very, they've always been the aggressor in these last 2 matches. I do think that they will take the advantage into that early game and try and snowball into that late.
All right, it is Cold Ice out and Bash back in. The difference between the players?
I think the difference with Bash is that he's a very kind of defensive player. You know, he's kind of body blocking. His gauntlets are also very good, and I'm really excited to see how this will how he'll interact with that kind of pips there. They're both going to be very strong and support heroes. So I think this is going to be a very interesting match.
All right, we are giving the players a chance to talk about this. It's interesting to see the entire G2 eSports staff there up in the booth. You know, this is what you get when you have a professional organization like G2 eSports is. They're going over all of their options now and designing a comp around it. Rome, your predictions here?
Yeah, hopefully they can't hear us too well down there, but this is going to be coming down to the roams. We saw excellent play coming out of Pip's last one, and I have to really point out his vanguards onto especially Majestic during those team fights and making sure that they position themselves really well played an excellent role in their victory.
All right, while we're waiting for this pivotal blind pick match, let's take a look at some highlights from the last game, as that will come in just a second. And Rome, why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, so a couple times we see here, they did an excellent job in terms of making sure that they prioritize moving forward. And they know exactly, like there was a couple times where they did grab that Kraken. They did get an advantage in terms of gold, but I think had they slowed it down, had they made sure that they could initiate off of Arden's Gauntlet, they could have secured 1 or 2 kills and finished the game a lot earlier. Instead, it ended up being a base race, which made it so much more interesting for us to watch.
All right, Xingyi, if you were in the corner of one of these teams, what's something you would be stressing right now?
I think if I was on the side of G2, I'd be stressing about Snow Avalanches. They like the Adagio pick. We've seen them do the buff comps a lot, and actually, Adagio is a very strong pick for both Snow teams. They use him as a very flexible pick. I've seen them play him in all 3 positions. So, you know, if they do pick him, you don't know what he's going to be doing.
And that is so interesting. Now we can see Adagio, we can see Krull, we can see Scarfrom in this EU meta. Anything goes now.
Well, when it comes down to blind pick, it's actually the most interesting part because this is where the mind games and knowing how well your opponents play and what kind of comfort picks they like to do. And pretty much, I do have to favor, like, here at Snow Avalanche, they do have a lot of better compositions coming out of their side. Whereas with the G2 Kinguin 2 team, they do have a lot of good jobs in terms of grabbing those counter picks, making sure that they have a composition that has an advantage, but it's going to be blind pick and it's going to be all hands on deck.
And that's such a good point that you make there, because if you know what, you know, this particular team or the prime EU meta picks, do you just take that, or do you take what you believe is the strongest counter to that?
Well, knowing my opponents, say I was G2 this one, I do feel that they will be grabbing themselves like very late game composition. They have been playing a lot of Vox, a lot of Scarf, and like Xingyi said, grabbing that Adagio buff composition does work really well for them. So playing, like if I were Majestic, if I were Pips, I would grab somebody very aggressive in that jungle, making sure that if I can make them roll to my pace and my rhythm into this game, I can actually manipulate how they actually do in that lane in that jungle.
All right, we're just taking a minute, getting everything ready for this pivotal blind pick game 3. And Xingyi, now we've had a chance to reflect on a couple of games. We've had our first game 3. Is there anything for either of these teams that has really stood out to you as a trend now across 2 games?
Well, what I've noticed is that in the very kind of early to mid game, we've seen G2 diving the turret a lot to pick up those kills, and it's a very high risk, high reward, but so far for me, I've seen it pay off for them every single time. But as the game progresses, you don't really see that much coming out for them. I think that's when they start faltering a little bit.
Oh, that's interesting. So maybe perhaps they can keep that going for a little bit longer. Well, we do have a minute, since normally we don't have a minute to talk about it. We just came off the North America Winter Championships. Congratulations to Team Solo Mid for their phenomenal performance there. Just talk to me for just a minute about the differences you saw in North America Championship competition versus so far in the European Championship competition.
Well, overall, like one of the biggest things that the viewers do notice is the use of Krull, especially for both regions. And it's not just for this patch. It actually relates back to a couple patches ago, and especially during the last live championships, where the EU meta, it actually translates more into how efficient and how conservative they play, making sure that they're grabbing a bunch of these compositions and they secure themselves that win into that late game. Whereas in North America, we do like that aggressiveness. We do like to be able to push you down and make sure that you have 0 CS throughout the entire match. This is probably one of the biggest flaws that we have in terms of we like to stomp you down really early, whereas EU, we like to play very smart on both ends. We like to make sure that we make those right mistakes, minimizing our mistakes, and overall, like it's more in terms of how flashy we are in North America here.
I like how you used we for both sides. You have like dual citizenship?
No, but I have dual accounts.
He
It
has
works out
dual
really well.
accounts. He does have dual accounts. What tier are those accounts?
High enough.
Not gonna go on record there. And while we're talking about this topic, so you have North America teams, or not all of them, but generally speaking, play early game aggression. What's interesting, you talk to the European teams, they say, oh, bring it on. We outlast that and we'll destroy them late game. You talk to North America teams and they will say, this comp doesn't work, this style doesn't work because we would mow them down, we would snowball them, they would never get to the late game. And you also have had the opportunity to observe and commentate the Southeast Asia meta through Tesseract and other things. What to you stands out as, what do you think happens when those two metas collide?
I don't know. It depends on what kind of teams you have on. Obviously, if there are, what I'd love to see is teams secret facing one of the NA teams. They've had such an impressive performance so far. But I think what what EU has is they've got really good defense. They can hold out. You'd think, oh, it's easy to stop them, but EU know where they are, they know what to do, they know how to pull back against that aggression. And I think if you do, I couldn't call who would be the better region. And I know there's some people who might contest that.
You don't want me to make you a hated figure in one community or the other?
Yes, I'm just going to be quite diplomatic about this.
Smart.
I know there's a certain NA player who does have a very opinionated view about which region is better, but I'll just leave it there.
Is it Pont? Anyway.
It could be.
So anyway, the draft, we've been letting the draft go on. The draft is actually happening right now. We're not putting it on the screen because in a blind pick scenario, something important could be given away. So as soon as those picks are locked in, we will go to the casters. But for those of you waiting, obviously now, it's in. Let's go to the casters. The loser of this game, their tournament is over.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. And here we go, Game 3, our first Game 3 of the European Championships. And what a couple of compositions coming out here. I mean, looking at Avalanche, you've got Kroll and Adagio are the two that get banned away all the time. There's no bans, so they take both of them. Kroll and Adagio here. It's going to be Adagio in the lane with Kroll in the jungle, buffing up a Kroll. That is just a terrifying thought. Meanwhile, over on the side of G2K2, it's going to be the buff comp onto Tatsuki-san with this Ringo. So going to be looking for that early aggression again, and this time having the ability to now hold it into the late game and just make Tatsuki an absolute monster.
Yeah, I mean, these guys deciding to play this just a little bit differently on both sides. The composition's just slightly different, but a lot of the same power. And what we see here, Pips, Majestic actually kind of switching things up here. Majestic going to be playing the roam position in this match. So we have Pips is going to be on a much more core role than we've seen on.
Yeah, and this is actually something that we talked to these teams about yesterday, about, possible surprise things that may come out in these games. And one of the things that we heard might have been a Crystal Power Arden coming out of the jungle. It wasn't actually from either of these two teams that, we heard it from, but we heard a couple of teams talk about it. And so maybe that's what they're going to be running here with Pips, or it may even be a Weapon Power Arden. We'll have to see. It's going to be, either way, we know it's going to be absolutely crazy. They did start off with the health item, but so it's, again, we don't really know what they have in mind for this game plan, but it's definitely going to be fun.
I really love it. They don't give anything away early. Bash jumps in there, maybe a little overzealous, and he's going to be punished for it. Willie, last shot is there. Ringo going to get first blood at the 2-minute mark of this game. G2 King 1-2 on the board. And as you said, really, you pick up that early health item on Pips. It doesn't reveal anything, and you hope as the chaos of the game starts to develop, that's when he really starts to get his items and maybe surprises these guys in the next few minutes of this match. But I think this is really fun, and I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Are they might possibly be going for a standard, roam build on the Arden with Pips, and Majestic just starting with the Iron Guard contract just to get that extra damage from the Stormguard banner. You saw that's obviously the first thing that he rushed. It gets so much damage. Now you buff up the Ringo and you still have a lot of basic attack damage coming out from Majestic as well. This is a very interesting idea that they're using here. It allows them to really put so much pressure on in the early game. We saw they already got that first kill, and now they're going to have control of the entire early portion of the game, because you just cannot deal with that level of damage coming out of a Ringo and a storm-guarded Adagio.
Well, I mean, honestly, these are the situations where you don't hold anything back. And I love that we get to see this develop right before our eyes here on stream in the middle of this tournament, when their tournament life is actually on the line. And these guys really believe in this composition to be pulling it out right now.
Yeah, this is, like you said, their tournament life is on the line. Loser of this game goes home empty-handed, and no one wants to be the part of the first wave of teams eliminated from the tournament. But there's that's the risk that is going to happen. One of these two teams will have to fall and will not be moving on. So there's going to be, again, that huge damage coming out early on, and the pressure from G2 Kinguin 2. This is what we kind of expected when we saw the Ringo as during the blind pick, and it's what they did in game number 2, and now they're really trying to put the pressure on here in game number 3.
You know, I feel like when I watch this, the Majestic and Pips have really done great reviews of this Snow Avalanche team, because every time that they make a rotation through, they seem to know exactly where Avalanche like to be placing those scout traps down, and they've done a great job to clear those out in every single game that I've watched thus far.
Yeah, and it really has been impressive. They love going for these invades. Now they're just going to be clearing out their own camp, but I would expect to see them trying to make a living in the opposing jungle. We did see the minion mine getting captured very early on. That is a maneuver that they're doing because there's been so much trading and so much fighting up in the lane. They want to have those minions doing a little bit of extra damage, so it does force now G2 to have to answer that one with the minion mine of their own. So neither team going to be getting that full gold payout from the minion mine, as it does pay out more the longer it's on the map, but they both have to pick it up within the first 5 minutes, which means pretty small gold payouts from those, but the lane will continue to remain even as far as the minions are concerned.
Yeah, I find it's always interesting when these players decide to take these objectives right now pretty early in this game. Bash eating quite a bit of damage out of Taisuki-san, buffed up with that Agent of Wrath, dishing out massive damage here early on, and you just cannot tank that up. Even being you're such a standard tanky Arden, like what do you do when you have that buffed up Ringo locked onto you like that?
Yeah, and it's pretty crazy right now. Taisuki-san with a massive farm lead over Kentusik. And it's resulting in about a 2,000 gold lead in just the first 6 minutes of the game. Really, really impressive play thus far in the early game. And for G2, the question is going to be, can they continue to hold this into the late game? We've seen already they've kind of faltered a bit as we get later and later into the match, but they were able to bring it back in game number 2 and secure the victory. So they definitely know how to close out the game. It's just a matter of if they can do it cleanly this time, or will we have another extremely exciting finish.
I feel like this is going to be one that's back and forth, honestly, but right now, another kill going the way of Ringo. Oh, Taisuki-san, he is just ripping these guys apart right now, and Bash didn't stand a chance once he was locked onto. You see Araxi, he did that sneaky bush play again. It did not work out for him that time, but this guy, he really has a knack for getting up into that top lane bush without being seen.
Yeah, it's going to be the gold mine being picked up here for G2. 200 gold each is going to definitely continue to improve this gold lead they have. Now sitting at 3,000 gold in just 7 minutes. It's just starting to balloon very quickly for them. This pressure, it's so difficult to keep this pressure up for an entire game. But if you can do it, you just get such a big lead. But again, with Araxi on this crawl, we saw what he was able to do in game number 1 with it. That is what turned the game around in game 1. Now you're going to have it being buffed up. It's going to be so difficult to deal with. It's going to be putting out so much damage, and it's so difficult to handle that in the late game. So for G2, they want to try and make this game end before they get to that point.
Well, Bacon, for our average viewers, if they don't kick this fight off, turret taken down here by G2K2 pretty easily. Can you describe to us what makes it such a deadly composition, and why will Araxi be so dangerous as time moves on here?
Well, first of all, you're going to have Araxi with the Kroll able to slow targets, able to stun targets. You have Arden, who's able to provide the move speed and also stun targets. They are able to keep Kentusik alive for so long. That's going to be actually the key, is keeping Kentusik alive, because Kentusik, his job is to keep Araxi alive and keep Araxi pumping out this damage. So if they cannot get onto that backline, which is going to be fairly difficult to do so with a Ringo and a Adagio yourself, if they can't get onto that backline and take out Kentusik, Kroll is almost impossible to kill. He's going to have so much lifesteal from the stacks on his Spectral Smite. Then, of course, the healing coming through from Kentusik, the shield from Arden. It just gets to a point where you can't kill him, and then he just stacks up that weakness. Eventually, the Spectral Smite comes down and kills his target, and it can just be very, very messy if you are playing against it. But again, they have to get to that point. They have to survive long enough to be able to play this composition the way that they really want to. And right now, G2 is not letting that happen.
No, they're not. And Taisuki-san with his Sorrow Blade, he's got these tier 2 boots. He's just chunking away through this Snow Avalanche squad. They're going to pick up that minion mine. Now double minions for this G2K2 squad. Just going right back to what Bacon had just said. They want to continue and keep this pressure up. You know, Taisuki-san, he's done an incredible job so far, but his positioning is going to be so important when we get into these mid-game engagements.
Yeah, and it's kind of been the name of the game for really both of our previous games here in this series, is the positioning. Taisuki-san is so important to the side of G2, and on the other side, it's all about, you know, Araxi and keeping Araxi and Kentusik working together as a pair, doing what they can. We do have, well, it was Cold Ice and Araxi before, but now it's still the same concept is there. It's just, you know, the roles have been swapped up a bit because they have Bash in here on this Arden. And again, this is a swap they made before this game. They knew they wanted Bash on this Arden, and now there's going to be a fight going down.
My goodness, the double gauntlets coming out, only seen in the blind pick. Araxi first to fall here, as the damage out of Taisuki-san is just too much to deal with. Bash next to go down, and Majestic does chase Kentusik out, almost picking up that kill himself. With that done, they'll be able to take the turret and possibly even look for a second.
Yeah, and to be just 10 minutes in and have these first 2 turrets down, that is such a good position to be in if you are G2. Again, we're going to be talking about it a lot. They need to get this game over really as quickly as they can. So getting this, or at the very least, build up a large enough gold lead that when the composition starts to come online for Snow Avalanche, they're still just so far behind that it won't make a difference. So 2 turrets taken down and this 4-0 kill lead. But it's all about the gold. The gold lead is getting massive, as it's about 8,000 gold in favor of G2 Kinguin 2 at just 11 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely different story than the first 2 matches, which were really, even though we saw Snow Avalanche on their back foot, they were never this far behind. It was only a couple K when it came to net worth, maybe even 1,000 at a few points in the game. But here, yeah, really far down and definitely on their back foot. Both of these compositions you can kind of think of as a tripod. When one of them falls, the whole composition can crumble underneath it. If both sides lose one, it becomes this awkward kind of fight ultimately. But right now, G2 Kinguin 2 doing an amazing job at keeping this tripod standing. And the jump is onto Taisuki-san. They're letting the Burst Judgment come out. That lands big damage on the Bash, but now Snow Avalanche let theirs fly, but it's still G2K2 getting the best of that fight. 2 falling, Bash last man standing, turret's gonna fall, and now they're in the base. It's only 2 turrets remaining for Snow Avalanche at this point, and G2K2 looking flawless.
Yeah, this is the G2K2 that we were expecting to see after talking to them yesterday. You know, they came out with so much confidence. They said they weren't afraid of a single team here. They felt that they were just gonna be able to beat everyone at the event, and, you know, so we had high hopes for them. We had high expectations. Even talking to Team Secret, they said the only team that they were even worried about was going to be this G2K2 team. And it really just kind of fell flat yesterday. It looked a little bit shaky here in games 1 and 2, but in game 3, they're just looking to be in complete control.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive when the juggernaut of the scene, Team Secret, calls out the 7th seed team, G2K2, and said, this is the team that we're really focused on right now. This is the team that we need to beat. They did so in day 1, but G2K2 coming back strong here on the 2nd day of this tournament. And man, they are putting on an impressive show here, knocking on the door of Snow Avalanche. One big fight for them could seal this deal. Snow Avalanche know that they've got to hold this team together. Araxi eating so much damage, he's going to have to heal up because he can't go into the fight. You can't go into the fight on 50% HP. He's healed up. From Hell's Heart's going to land onto Pips. Nice meat shield there. Gauntlet's going to come down. It's going to be Taisuki-san. Nice block to get out of that. The reverse gauntlet. And now, can they get that damage out onto Araxi? Yes, they can. Goodbye, Sir Araxi. Kentusik drops on his way to the fountain. G2 Kingwin 2 are going to be wrapping this up. Ridiculous damage coming out of this team. And G2 Kingwin 2, lean back in your chair, Majestic, because you just wrapped this game up. Congratulations moving forward in this tournament, and quite an impressive victory.
9-0, under 14 minutes. They take this game. Kraken is still not even a thought for this game, and G2 Kingwin 2 have secured the victory and are going to be playing at least one more best-of-3 series before this day is through. So congratulations to them. What a turn of events, really. I mean, they had control in game 1 and eventually slipped through their fingers, and Snow Avalanche took the game. They had control in game 2 and eventually it slipped through their fingers, but they were barely able to hold on and secure the victory. And now here in game number 3, just absolutely dominant. It looked like a totally different team.
It was a flawless victory. They did not die one time. 9-0. Every objective they took, every fight seemed to go their way. And you have to think a little bit comes down to the composition, but both of these teams could have taken whatever they wanted. So at the end of the day, all the credit to G2K2.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the scores, 9-0-0 for Taisuki-san, 0-0-9 for Majestic, 0-0-6 for Pips. Absolutely phenomenal performance down the line for all 3 members. And to talk about this composition, definitely not what we expected, I think, going into the blind pick. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tasty Bacon. Not what we expected at all. You know, we had this conversation while we were waiting for blind pick about the North America meta versus the European meta. I guess we should have been talking about the East Asia meta because that was Invincible Armada style, Druid, feed the laner, 200 CS at 13 minutes. They basically played 2 roams and 1 laner, and it worked.
And to be honest, they might have done it a little bit better than Druid. But looking at this, we did see Taisuki-san with a standard Ringo build, but something that particularly stood out here was the fact that this is the way I really like Adagio being played. Being built as a roamer, he initially went just straight into that Warhorn and then blue items all the way. And with his positioning, always standing behind Pips as that Arden up in front, zoning up everybody out. And they did an excellent job in terms of keeping Taisuki-san alive. Every single fight, it was pretty much up to Snow Avalanche. They were betting everything into that bucket, trying to get rid of that Ringo, but they could never do it once. And this, like looking at this, we had Ringo and you had a double roamer that never took any of their jungle farm. And this is just to show how much trust these teammates have for each other.
Yeah, this was like almost 3x the farm at 9 minutes. And there was a dynamic playing out. It was either the Krull was going to get to the Ringo or all those abilities were going to keep that Ringo safe.
So what we saw was that Krull was so focused on getting to the Ringo that Adagio and Arden weren't even a consideration for him. They would have been easy for him to take down, but he rushed for that Ringo. So like Rome said, Arden was there frontlining, and if he did get past the Arden, Adagio would heal, slowing him down, allowing Ringo to use his Twirling Silver to reposition himself. And then what would also happen once Adagio reached level 6, was we saw the Verse of Judgment coming out. What I think was a really bad choice from Snow Avalanche was he didn't have a Crucible. Like I said before, the Verse of Judgment is the easiest ultimate to block. There's such a long handling time. And what happened was Snow Avalanche were getting caught by it every single time, allowing Ringo just to kind of kill all 3 of them, which is why he's got such an amazing KDA.
That's a very good point. And boy, it must be fun to 3-shot a turret. I'd like to try that sometime. But first off, let's find out. I think it is pretty obvious, but tell me your Amazon Coins MVP for this
It's going to have to be Taisuki-san. What an incredible play on that Ringo. I think he looks the most comfortable playing on the Ringo. I know that he likes Ringo and Vox, but the plays he was coming in, it suited his aggressiveness perfectly. We're just seeing he was doing incredibly in lane. And I think I would really like to see him play a little bit more Ringo in the future.
This is a player who is one of the earliest stars ever in Vainglory competitive. Nice to see him get a moment to shine. A moment to shine now for Pips. He is with DJ Sams.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm here with G2 Pips. Pips, you need to tell me, after yesterday, unfortunately not opening very well for you, how does this play on you mentally as a team?
Well, obviously, both G2 teams didn't succeed and didn't reach expectations in both matches. But I think that brought us close together as a team, both sister teams, and also motivated us to practice more and play more scrims, etc. So that's why we came prepared for these games, I think, better than the games yesterday.
Brilliant. Going into match number 3, a blind pick. Anything can happen. Can you tell me your strategy behind that?
Oh, our strategy was just to play our strong comp. We knew it was strong. We have practiced it quite a lot. And as you can see, it worked.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much. It was very fun to see that play out. So, Rome, any final thoughts before we shift gears to the winners bracket, where we're going to get to see the teams that were so dominant yesterday smash into each other?
Yeah, honestly, like just looking at the matches yesterday and today, I've loved the compositions coming out of all of these teams, and especially with Rebirth of Empire coming up next, and there's spontaneous, super surprise composition that they pulled out of nowhere yesterday. It is going to be exciting to watch, and everybody has to pay attention to this drafting phase.
All right, so with that, we're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, the #1 seed, the qualifier winner, SK Prometheus, against the #3 seed, Rebirth of Empire, a team that everyone is buzzing about, with the play of Mr. K. Cool, and yesterday keeping alive the great Kali, who's been a star of that team for quite some time. You do not want to miss that game. It's likely to be the best of the day. Stay right here. We'll be right back.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
It's not enough. The gauntlet goes down. He might go for Donna Flip. Two. He's got to hit two.
Welcome everyone to the eSports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals! Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
This is game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it. I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks.
Welcome back to the 2016 Europe Winter Championships live from the Gfinity Arena in London. I am Playoff Beard here with two people who are much smarter than me, our resident player analyst Rome, Angry Pandas player and commentator Shengyi, and we're now turning our attention to SK Prometheus, the #1 seed against the #3 seed Rebirth of Empire. This is, or #6 seed, but they're playing like a #3, that's for sure. Rebirth of Empire, this is a very strong team in Rebirth of Empire. We already knew how good the great Kali was, a player who, you know, it's not fair to make these comparisons, but for those in North America watching, he's kind of like a Koldamik, right? He plays an aggressive style, a menacing style, makes huge plays that turn the tides of entire matches. But then we're getting to know this young player, Mr. K. Cool. We've seen that he can carry. We've seen that he can play a more supportive role and keep people alive. And this is a team that is very, very dangerous for SK Prometheus, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, honestly, like this will be one of the teams to watch right now and into the future, due to the fact that they are fairly new and pretty much right off the bat, they've shown us the potential that they have as together as a group. And just moving on, especially during this match today, they will be going up against SK Prometheus, who has been doing a stellar job, especially seeing as they got first place during the second qualifiers this season. And moving forth, like if I was Rebirth of Empire, honestly, I could put every single composition out and I can put the SK team on it. But the other way around, you mix it up. SK Prometheus, it's very hard to predict what these guys are going to do. A Rome Taka, a Rome Petal, a Rome Blackfeather, anything's on the board for them.
It is a real contrast in styles between these two.
Yeah, and this just to show like all the preparation that a lot of these teams do go into the drafting phase, knowing their opponents, knowing what kind of compositions they like to build. But speaking to Mr. K. Cool on the Rebirth of Empire team, he says we don't study the other teams other than the fact that we like to take them off of their comfort picks. But in terms of us, we don't prepare anything ahead of time. We wait till the drafting phase goes on and we just counterpick as we go, making up plays as we go. And this is one of the fascinating things, is just the execution that comes out of this. Making a plan is one thing, but executing it on the live stage in front of the live audience is another.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's something that G2 Kinguin 2 just did quite nicely with their plan. With that in mind, I'm very curious, who is your player to watch on Rebirth of Empire?
Going to have to be Great Kali. You know, he has some really fantastic plays. I think he's a really kind of key player out of the team. You know, all three of them are important. It is a team game, but I think he's made some fantastic plays. I'm really impressed by his glaive. We saw some kind of more unusual kind of heroes coming out from it, and it actually really impressed me.
All right, and the Amazon Coins player to watch on the other side, Rome.
Well, I've been choosing a lot of roamers today. I'm just gonna keep rolling with that, and I will be choosing Raph due to the fact that we saw splendid play coming out of him yesterday, especially when he's able to grab those very protective roamers. In terms of he grabbed that Arden, and especially he does like his composition and how his team plays together. They're very efficient. They like to play very conservatively. So it all comes down to Raph in terms of how much of that jungle they control, how much of the engagements they choose to pick in.
And that's if Raph isn't on a Ringo. He really showed an entire another dimension yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I really liked from the games yesterday we saw from SK. So we always saw two very short games, but what I liked most what we saw, we did see the role reversal coming out. We saw them switching the positions up, and I think what it shows is that kind of they can diversify their hero pool. It can mix it up a little bit. The play style of each hero in different roles is completely different. You know, there's a whole new dynamic to this team.
SK Prometheus, there's a team that has been on top for quite some time, now trying to battle back a lot of great competition, and of course wanting to reclaim that top spot, taking it away from Team Secret by the time this tournament is done. Let's take a closer look at this SK Prometheus team.
I think we have a good chance of winning this. We know that the European scene is like more competitive than ever. A lot of amazing teams, G2, Snow, and like Team Secret. I mean, those guys are like really awesome, and we have so much tough matches against them in every tournament, every ranked, and it's gonna be really interesting. But I think we will come out on top this time.
I think Qualifier also really strong laner in this tournament, and also I think Daisuke-san can beat me maybe. So we are on the same level, 50-50. Well, I can't tell I'm best, but I can tell I will do best.
We're coming in as the first seed and we're going out as the first seed as well.
I will do my best for take first place, and I'm pretty sure that we will take it.
All right, thank you to the NVIDIA Shield for that video. Their K1 tablet, perfect for gamers. And with that, let's do an ice giveaway, courtesy of NVIDIA Shield. Put hashtag NVIDIA Shield in the chat, and perhaps you will win some ice later on today. Before the end of the stream, we will give away an NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet, so stay tuned for that as well. We just looked at SK Prometheus. Real quick, break down each of these star players.
Well, we already spoke a little bit about Raph, but one thing about SK Prometheus is their ability to actually swap up a bunch of different positions and execute it out so well. And specifically, like we did hear Waldemar say, you know what, I go up against a lot of these top laners and it's 50-50. And this just shows how humble he is and how much he doesn't underestimate their opponents. He always makes sure that he's playing very conservatively and rolling as a team. Like, this is one of the core players, and I think that will be Jetpacks. He has that experience playing competitively, and he has been around for so long that, you know, before we used to see Jetpacks, he liked to engage a lot, he liked to fight a lot, and now he's just actually paced that back down, making sure they do the right plays.
All right, we are into the draft in match one of this pivotal best of three. Both of these teams are very capable of making it all the way to the finals, and they'd like to go through the winner's bracket so they get that advantage in the best of five semifinals. We'll have to see who is able to win and who will have to go down into the elimination bracket and survive. Adagio off the boardroom.
Yeah, so Adagio is probably the best pick for them because we haven't seen too much Crow play coming out of Rebirth of Empire just lately. And this is something that you have to leave open, especially with the Crow players coming out of the Prometheus side.
All right, we're waiting now with Rebirth of Empire on the clock. Shengyi, if you were in Rebirth of Empire's corner, what type of heroes would you be looking to pick up here?
I would be more inclined to go for kind of more early game, the more kind of powerful early game heroes. So what I've noticed about Jetpacks playing is that although they tend to apply pressure in the lane very early on, so him and Raph will go up to the lane and gank the laner. But what happens is, even if they are on the winning side, his farm is always 10, 20, 30 lower than the opposing jungler.
That's very interesting. No surprise that Kroll comes off the board, and now we'll get an early indication of what SK Prometheus is thinking about. It's a Blackfeather.
And this is where Rebirth of Empire really will start to shine. They're excellent in the drafting phase, and they will pick up things on the fly. So to be honest, putting them on a specific composition is not as easy as possible.
All right, we will wait for the Rebirth of Empire pick to come in, and when it does, we'll start to see this shaping up. I don't want to say what's being hovered, but that would certainly be interesting, and instead it is an Arden, Shingy.
So I think Arden's really good. We saw Net2Let playing a very impressive game as Catherine yesterday. I'm not sure how Arden's going to shape out in the full upcoming game, but it's going to be very good for Great Khali or Mr. Keiko, depending on who is going to be in the lane, for how well he's going to keep them away from that Blackfeather.
The picture's starting to become clearer. It's a Scarf.
Yeah, and I like this composition so far coming out of Rebirth of Empire due to the fact that they know Arden and Blackfeather together is a very big threat, especially in that mid and late game. So they secure it for themselves first, and then grabbing that Scarf right afterwards, they are taking Waldemar off one of his best picks.
We're going to get to see the rest of the SK Prometheus comp come in at once here. 5 seconds left on the board. A Catherine will accompany that Blackfeather. And as we wait for the last pick, what does that indicate to you, Rum?
This is actually a really good situation for Rebirth of Empire. Glaive is still open, and he works as a great peeler for that Scarf later on. But for SK Prometheus, they do need like a composition that is very dive heavy and making sure that they're able to execute that Scarf out of the picture exactly when they want to.
Now, while we're waiting for the rest of the picks, I'm going to put you on the spot for the first time today. Who is going to win?
Oh, I'm going to put Rebirth of Empire.
Saw, not Saw. Wait, it is a Saw. I wasn't looking at the camera. I thought you were making a fearless prediction of Saw, and it is a Saw. That is going to be very interesting. Rebirth certainly discussing that pick now, but you were saying you think Rebirth of Empire is going to win today.
Yeah, I'm just so fascinated by the way they've been playing so far, and especially for a new team on the stage, they've been performing excellently. And with that Glaive here, they will have that peel for their team.
Oh my gosh, so this is very shocking. The Saw comes out, not a traditional push comp. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this goes with Waldemar. It's the first game in a best of three. I'm excited to welcome in our casters for the first time today. They were a little under the weather yesterday, but they're back, and I'm excited to see them. It's Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. We're excited to be here as well. EU is our home turf, so it's going to be interesting.
Well,
seeing
the
these
UK
teams.
is our home turf.
Yeah, I mean, that's a better way of putting it.
That is the better way.
But we're in London, so
we
it's
are in
perfect,
London.
yeah.
It's great to be here, and I'm looking forward to casting some Vainglory once again. We've got Rebirth of Empire going up against SK Gaming, somewhat of a powerhouse going up against, some would believe, or some could argue, the underdogs here. But I think that it should be a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. Guys, we're onto the fold. I can't wait to see which one of these teams is going to pull out the win. SK Prometheus doing so well in the last qualifier and yesterday, Rebirth of Empire. You know, if you look back at the last championships, they actually did a very good job as well. So two extremely strong teams. Interested to see how the Saw is going to pan out.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to highlight. Let's have a think about this Saw. It is going to be up in the lane. Typically, we've seen it come out from SK. SK Chimera was actually the team I think we saw from it last, and they ran a Crystal Power Saw with a Crystal Power pedal, and I mean, it was weird back then, and it's kind of weird now, but I'm looking forward to seeing how well they integrate at the start, what they're looking to try and do with this composition. It is very much towards the mid to late game. You have more of a scaling composition as Waldemar gets knocked under turret.
Yeah, and this is the danger of having that Saw. Look at how quickly Rebirth of Empire are able to pull out that first blood. One of the best heroes, in my opinion, for singling out that Saw in the early game is, of course, the Glaive.
And there is no better player than to have Great Khali playing that Glaive. I'm sure we can all remember from the qualifiers his 1 versus 3 outplay on the Glaive to actually save the game for Rebirth of Empire in the previous qualifiers. So this guy is a very talented Glaive player. I'm really excited to see him once again, and already he has a fantastic start, setting up Mr. K-Cool with the first blood up in the lane.
Yeah, and that's a great spot to be in. You want that Scarf to get strong as quickly as possible. Traditionally has a little bit of a weaker early and mid game, but later on becomes a monster. We've seen that even today in some of the earlier games. And with the pressure that Rebirth of Empire have been able to find for themselves, you can see they're actually starting to put a little bit of time and effort into the enemy jungle, finding Raph right now. But Net Toilette, got to be careful, needs to rotate out of here. Waldemar has rotated down. He's going to bounce pretty far back from the fight, though, and it's going to encourage SK Prometheus just to play it safe.
It certainly is. You could see what Rebirth of Empire are trying to do is push their early game pressure onto Raph, who on a Black Feather you typically don't have that much damage in the early game, and when you pair a Glaive and an On together, they're typically going to come out on top in this 2 versus 2, but they're trying to set up a 3v1 here in the lane.
Yeah, they might be able to find Waldemar yet again. That's going to be the Afterburn knocking him in. He's moving pretty fast and is able to get back to the turret, though. So Rebirth of Empire not able to make Lightning Strike twice up in the lane.
I love that A ability. It's very much, it's called the roadie run, and it's because it makes you run really fast. You're just like in some trouble, time to run really fast, and he gets straight out of there. So SK going to use that as an opportunity to steal away the front healing camp from Rebirth of Empire. So taking away these jungle camps is very valuable in the early game, and Jetpacks, he has spotted out Rebirth of Empire.
Oh, I think he actually might have stolen away that camp there. Very nice work by Jetpacks to try and find any opportunity that he can to deny Rebirth of Empire. You can see Great Khali and Net Toilette weren't able to capitalize on that position, go for a fight.
So what I'm most interested in is how both Waldemar and Raph decide to itemize, because it looks like Raph is going weapon power, and there we are. There we can see the Crystal Power Waldemar coming out right now, so it is going to be the Crystal Power Saw. Going to be working much more towards the burst from the roadie run, and from the ultimate, you actually get a surprising amount of damage out of that as well. And hang on, Net Toilette has found Jetpacks here in the jungle.
Yeah, Jetpacks trying to get out of here. He's actually taking a substantial amount of damage already. There's not too many people nearby to collapse for this one, though. So Net Toilette not able to secure the kill. Great Khali was interrupted in his rotation back there by Raph. SK Prometheus doing a good job of not giving away too much ground early on here after that first kill going to Rebirth of Empire.
So interestingly, Jetpacks has actually given a lot of solo jungle over to Raph, and as a result, he's hit level 5. He's actually only a third of the way until level 6, so he's going to hit that big power spike level very early on, whereas Great Khali, he's only just about to hit level 5 as K-Cool, does get stunned up, but he's going to be able to get out of that one. Ooh, big burst of damage from Waldemar.
Yeah, they want to turn this one around, actually. Rebirth looking for the fight. Great Khali rotating up from the jungle. Waldemar, he didn't realize he was coming. It's going to be a double kill coming across for Rebirth of Empire. Very nice pickup for these guys. We'll see what they can do off the back of it.
So Waldemar used the roadie run to get a bit of burst damage down onto Mr. K Cool, and because he didn't have that escape available, Rebirth used that as an opportunity to collapse down onto him and get themselves 2 easy kills. So very well played from Rebirth, punishing the mistakes from Prometheus.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to be doing in this early game. Great Kali just going to play safe here, back off with the Afterburn, finds the damage onto Raph as well. But Net Toilette, this rotation, not too safe. Thankfully for him, Waldemar had already committed himself to the suppressing fire from a little bit too far away. So he is going to be able to escape for now. SK Prometheus, they're trying to find their first kill, get on the board here. Struggling to do so at the moment, though.
Yeah, they certainly are. But you have to remember that we talked about it in the early game. SK are running the scaling composition, but they're meeting in the jungle once more.
Yeah, trying to find Net Toilette, but he is going to get some support from Mr. K Cool there and back away. Rotate up towards the lane. Already a minion mine being looked at from Great Kali here. I quite like that pickup. You know, when you've got the Saw pushing fairly fast, it does make sense to get your minions a little bit stronger. Great Kali able to easily afterburn away. Rebirth of Empire, they are grouping up quite a lot here. Might be able to find Jetpacks, who was trying to recall in the bush, but he's going to dash away, and they're just going to go to the shop.
So we can see Shatterglass being rushed for Mr. K Cool. So he just wants damage at this point on. He wants to be saying, okay, we're going towards the early mid-game style of play. We need to take advantage now while we still can. And we don't want to let this game drag on for past the 15-minute mark. That's why we're seeing the tension bow out of Great Kali and why we're seeing this massive damage item coming out from Mr. K Cool so early on.
Look at the damage that he is able to put out with the Shatterglass as well. Already Waldemar chunked down to around 230 health just from a few skills being used by him. So I think in a lot of these skirmishes, if Wrath and Jetpacks aren't able to get onto Mr. K Cool, it's going to be a struggle to actually win the fights. And Rebirth of Empire, looking to make as much happen in the earlier stages of this game as possible. Interesting adaptation with that Scarf build. Now Jetpacks very deep right now. He does get the camp, but he's got to be careful. I don't see him getting away from this one. That's going to be another pickup for the Great Kali. And a 4th kill for Rebirth of Empire at 7 minutes.
So Jetpacks, you could argue that was worth it. Hang on a second, Mr. K Cool.
Oh,
touchdown! That was a nice chunk of burst coming out from Waldemar right there. He'd already picked up the aftershock. There was nothing that Mr. K Cool going for this heavy itemization towards damage meant that he had no defensive stats to deal with that level of burst coming out from Waldemar. So great pickup from SK Prometheus.
Very nice play there from these guys. And Waldemar, you got to start being a little bit concerned about him. He has picked up his first big item, going to be doing a lot of bursts. The question is, can Rebirth of Empire kite back from him, maybe get those afterburns on? Right now, Waldemar is going to jump forward. Just use that jump off of a minion, though, so he's not able to find the damage he might have been looking for. Jetpacks is doing a nice amount onto Net Toilette, but with Mr. K Cool there, and them not knowing where Great Kali is, they've got to be a little bit careful. Spitfire, look at that damage. Suppressing fire coming onto Mr. K Cool. I don't know if he's got the ultimate. Look at that damage. The Goop is going to pick up the return kill. It's a trade. Kali trying to get away here.
No Vanguard.
He is left in a bit of a bad spot. Raph going to jump over that wall, looking for Kali here. The heal comes through. Nice gauntlet is going to keep him alive for now, but look at this. Raph just able to dive under the turret, find that kill. SK Prometheus in the last couple of minutes definitely getting themselves on the board.
Raph already being level 9 due to the counter jungling that has been consistently coming out from Jetpacks has resulted in him having such a massive level advantage that even though Great Kali does have this tension bow and is typically a lot stronger at this point in the game, Raph is still able to come out ahead simply due to this ridiculous stat advantage that he has. Crystal Power Sword, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like as if you had the Kroll Smite. You know, like, it's that much damage, but you can then jump away afterwards and get some suppressing fire down. We're seeing the Shiver Steel picked up by Jetpacks. I like that build here. It's going to stop Mr. K Cool from kiting back too much and make sure he's in position for Waldemar to get the damage down.
So what I've really liked from... Whoa!
Very nice pickup by Mr. K Cool. Waldemar over-aggressing a little bit in the lane.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. K Cool Ends up picking up another kill onto Waldemar. Didn't really respect the damage coming out from him, and actually having a look at it, Waldemar's ultimate was on cooldown in that exchange, which meant that Mr. K-Cool just used his ability cooldown advantage. Right now, though, Kali has met Jetpacks in the middle.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned up there, but look at the turnaround damage. Raph is struggling to get onto him. Going to use that Rose offensive, but he's knocked away yet again. Kali's doing a good job of keeping his distance here, finding damage onto Jetpacks. Jetpacks, though, is no slouch. He is actually putting a decent amount of return onto Kali, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Now Raph coming back in. Great Kali. He's just got so many shields, so many ways of staying alive in this fight. Raph is going to have to run away, or is he trying to turn this one around? Going to jump forward, finds that kill. Now Net Toilette in the 1 versus 1. I don't know if he's got enough damage here. Raph just barely staying alive, using on point to generate shield from but he misses one. He still finds the kill. That's got to be heartbreaking. And actually an ace coming through with Moldavar getting another trade against Mr. K-Cool up in the lane.
Wow, Raph just able to come out ahead. Mad props to Net Toilette right there for sidestepping the on point, not giving the shield over to Raph, but it did not matter. He could not deal with the damage. He already had all 5 stacks of the perk coming out from Raph, and you just can't deal with the burst damage that comes out when you combine it with the A. So a little bit unfortunate. Great Kali and Net Toilette looked very good in that 2 versus 2, but the fact that also in the lane, Mr. K-Cool ended up falling down resulted in things going very badly for Rebirth of Empire.
Whoever's on the player cam on the left just winked at the camera. Very nice. Mr. K-Cool, though, jumped on by Raph. He is going to be taken down. Raph's doing a lot of damage right now, and with Mr. K-Cool out of this fight, that is most of the damage for Rebirth of Empire gone. Net Toilette being chased, still stunned up there. Raph is struggling to get the damage down, but he finally finds it, and now Waldemar grouping up with his team. Great Kali's in a very tough spot right now. Is going to have Afterburn available in about 5 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Raph gets himself another kill. It's not going to be the ace. Mr. K-Cool did spawn in time, but the gold mine definitely going the way of SK Prometheus.
Raph is using this level advantage so well right now. They are just not afraid to force these fights. And what I was trying to highlight earlier was the fact that Jetpacks actually went very aggressive with his itemization by working towards that Storm Guard banner. And during the early game, he was able to make those aggressive invades because of going for this early damage support item that allowed him to trade very well. And it was just because you now have this damage-dealing support combined with the damage-dealing jungler. Hang on a second, because check up in the lane.
Oh, slam dunk coming through from Waldemar. Very nice plays out of him. Jetpacks, unfortunately, wasn't able to stun him up in the suppressing fire, but it just didn't matter. Waldemar still had the damage available. Mr. K-Cool starting to struggle a little bit compared to earlier, where he was consistently able to get those trades or, you know, even in some cases, get the kill without dying. So SK Prometheus have actually got a kill lead and a gold lead for the first time in this game.
They certainly do. Look at Waldemar. He was 1-4-1 earlier on. Now he's changed that to 4-5-1. His impact has become stronger and stronger as he started to pick up more and more items, and you can see the burst from that roadie run is absolutely insane. It's only going to get worse as the game progresses. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Shatterglass or the Broken Myth come out next as Net Toilette is being collapsed on.
Yeah, Waldemar wanted to run in there but couldn't quite find it. Jetpack still able to get the stun. Mr. K-Cool's doing a good job of zoning him off. Raph just going in for a bit of a love tap there, getting the on points, keeping himself healthy with that shield. Mr. K-Cool has a lot of poke damage, though. They got to be careful here. Jetpack's out of energy. Great Kali is going to rotate in, and there's the gauntlet going down. Net Toilette can't find the kill. Kali might have overcommitted here onto Jetpacks. Look at the turnaround out of Waldemar. He's going to have that roadie run. 724 damage down onto Kali. He's got to get out of there. Raph diving onto the back line, trying to find Mr. K-Cool. He is going to pick up the kill. Net Toilette, the last man standing for Rebirth of Empire, and SK aren't done yet. 546, another big chunk coming in from Waldemar. It's the ace. SK Prometheus definitely putting the pedal to the metal here.
They certainly are. Raph is doing such a great job on this Black Feather, initially focusing the primary front line that are trying to dive onto Jetpacks, and as Jetpacks is running away, they just slowly cleave down Kali and cleave down Net Toilette. Then when Mr. K-Cool overextends, Raph uses that as an opportunity to get straight onto the backline with the Rose offensive, and then in a 2 versus 1, he's able to get the kill down onto Mr. K-Cool. Raph is having such a monumental impact on this Black Feather, and I would be surprised if he was allowed to have it again in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, 7-0-3 is such a commanding score line when, you know, if you look at the beginning of the game, Rebirth of Empire were actually doing a lot of work. The fact that he's able to stay in it, not give up any kills, and turn it around in such a big way is very scary. Rebirth of Empire, they are the 6th seed coming to this tournament. Obviously, SK, the 1st seed, a very strong presence here. But Rebirth, they're not out of this yet, and that's something I want to highlight. They're only 3K behind. That is manageable. But Jetpack's looking to make some more plays happen here. No turret available for Mr. K-Cool to run to too quickly. But with Kali reinforcing, maybe they can turn this one around. Mr. K-Cool moving out of the suppressing fire, but he's still going to fall. Raph is doing a lot of work on the front line here. Waldemar untouched in these fights. Rebirth really struggling to get onto the targets that matter.
The biggest problem for Rebirth right now is the fact that they went for such an early aggressive style of play. Going for that early Shatter Glass and going for the Tension Bow meant that they were all about getting damage pre-15 minutes. They wanted to snowball the early lead that they were able to accrue, and things just haven't worked out for them because Jetpacks was hyper-aggressive with the invades, Raph was free to farm and was actually winning out very often in these 2 versus 2s, and SK Prometheus have just done a fantastic job of keeping a reasonable goal difference, building up a nice lead, and now they're at a point where they're just straight up outscaling Empire.
Yeah, and they're transitioning that into picking up a Kraken right off the back of it, spawning 15 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. They managed to grab that. That is big for SK. They've got a window of opportunity here to make some nice plays, go for some significant pushes into the base of Rebirth of Empire. Rebirth, on the other hand, they didn't even try and contest that. They didn't have vision in the area. It's a tough spot for them to be in right now. Maybe they can find some picks. You can see Waldemar has to back away. Oh, so much burned there.
Yeah.
A tremendous amount of investment from Rebirth of Empire. Doesn't find anything, and now Raph wants to turn this one around. Kali just sitting there doing damage to Waldemar, but he doesn't even care. Now he's going to road run back. Waldemar is very low, but look at how fast he is, and Raph is doing all the damage on the front line in the meantime. Kali might actually go down in the 1 versus 1 with Jetpacks, and the Kraken still very healthy. SK Prometheus, they are looking in a great spot to take home this win.
You can see the distraught faces on Rebirth of Empire. They know that this game has not gone well. It has not gone to their original plan, and Raph is just a monster right now. SK do such a great job of punishing the massive mistake from Rebirth, using the pressure cooker combo and not hitting a single target was so bad. But SK Prometheus, they're going to continue the push.
Yeah, Jetpacks is actually just sticking in the base by himself at the moment, trying to find this turret. He gets it as the Kraken falls, trading your life for that turret. Not a terrible situation to be in for SK Prometheus at this point, I feel. There's nothing on the map for Rebirth of Empire to actually take. They can't push quick enough. There's no Kraken up. The minion mine just taken away by SK isn't even going to respawn that quickly. It was honestly worth it, I think, for Jetpacks to go in there.
They ended up getting 3 towers off the back of that Kraken. So 900 gold traded for the 500 given to the Kraken means that SK Prometheus overall get a net gain of gold. And on top of that, you saw Raph steal away some of the back camps from Rebirth of Empire. So that's even less farm that they're able to go and pick themselves up. SK doing such a great job of just denying as much as possible from Rebirth of Empire and preventing them from getting that comeback that they did such a great job of achieving yesterday.
All right, well, there's still only a 3K gold lead to SK Prometheus. I mean, they haven't really extended their lead in the recent team fights and the recent pushes, but objective-wise on the map, they're in such a good position to keep up the pressure. And we mentioned it earlier on, Rebirth of Empire are being outscaled a little bit. Netet Toilette gonna have to be careful here. He's taking a lot of damage as Raph tries to go in. Waldemar doesn't land the suppressing fire, but he's about to get a big chunk of damage down with that ultimate. Finds the kill. It's a 3 versus 2, 36 seconds on Net Toilette with only 1 turret remaining for Rebirth of Empire. This could be a game-winning push from SK.
It could very well be. Mr. K-Cool does have a lot of wave clear available to him, so he's just going to clear that wave out and prevent that siege from continuing from SK Prometheus. But SK once again able to catch Rebirth of Empire out of position. They have the numbers advantage now, so they're just going to use that to pick themselves up the minion mine and then potentially look to try and push onto the base of Rebirth of Empire. But they're actually going to take things quite slowly. They don't want to try and force anything because they know that there is still a lot of damage on top of that Scarf. And if they make one misplay, there's no reason why Rebirth can't find their way back into this game.
We saw it countless times in the qualifier for EU, you know, when a team is able to just come back, especially with a Scarf, because he ramps up so much later on. It is very possible for Rebirth to get back into this game. They just need to find the perfect fight. Jetpacks, though, not looking to give them that one. There's a gauntlet going down. Look at this, though. Great Kali on the backline, taking so much. Mr. K Cool wants Waldemar, but he can't find it. And now Net Toilette and the Great Kali gonna try and run away here. Raph still putting on the pressure, doing so much damage, slowing him up with on point. Waldemar, 981 damage. That is just a ridiculous amount. That is actually half of Waldemar's health bar. Right, that's just so much damage at this point. The Kraken has respawned. SK Prometheus will have no contest in picking this one up. And with only one turret remaining, things are looking grim for Rebirth of Empire.
Yeah, it's pretty much SK's game to lose from this point on. Rebirth of Empire is so far behind. The item difference is too big. Jetpacks is pretty much able to solo out Great Kali, and he could now be the one in trouble.
Yeah, he is in a very bad spot here. Great Kali miles away from safety. Raph is going to look to pick that one up, along with Waldemar. 20 kills to 10. SK Prometheus doubling that of their opponents right now. And they've got the Kraken push starting to go up here.
Wow.
Look at the reflection damage coming out from Jetpacks as well onto Mr. K Cool. Jetpacks is going to take a decent chunk, have to back away a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be easy for Mr. K Cool to defend this with Net Toilette. They've got nice wave clear, but it's only buying time. Man, this is the scary thing about the Crystal Power Saw. We saw it from SK Chimera. They've clearly been giving their sister team some tips here about how potent it is, and here comes the big push. Mr. K Cool wants to use that ultimate, but he actually gets stunned up, can't find the entire thing. Net Toilette gets a return kill onto Waldemar, but Great Kali still a few seconds off spawn, and Raph is relatively healthy. He's going to be looking to rip through this Vein Crystal, trying to back away here. The Kraken still very full health. I don't know if Rebirth of Empire can kill this one in time. It's going to be close. Kali does have a decent amount of damage with that Tyrant's Monocle, with the Tension Bow. It could be close. Raph wants to make his way back in here and just guarantee the win. He's going to jump forward with the Rose of Benson, and that is the execute on the Crystal. SK Prometheus, they take game one in commanding fashion.
They certainly do. They bring out the Saw in the lane. It did struggle quite a bit, giving away a few solo kills over to Mr. K Cool, and Mr. K Cool able to demonstrate his lane mechanics, but it was simply the difference between Raph and Great Kali. Raph had such a massive impact on that Black Feather, and the amount of pressure that he was putting down onto Kali during the early game, well, during the early transition from the early to mid game was just phenomenal.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. And one thing I think is super interesting about this game, SK Prometheus bringing out a strategy that, to be honest, I wouldn't necessarily have anticipated from them until like a blind pick or a super intense game where their backs are against the wall. They did it in game one of this series. That shows so much respect to their opponents. And, you know, they're really taking this seriously.
They certainly are. It's a surprising strat, but that is Europe for you. We always come up with some crazy picks and some crazy compositions, and then the fact that they work is the thing that impresses me the most. I don't know how they make it work, but that's why they're the pros and I'm not. So really impressive stuff from them, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the analysts have to say.
All right, well, speaking to the analysts, we're going to be passing back to Playoff Beard to talk a little bit more about that game and what we might expect.
Such an interesting dynamic, the slow Saw with the crazy Crystal Power, and then Raph just getting in there doing so much work.
Yeah, I felt like as though this last match, Rebirth of Empire, just started falling onto the rhythm and the pace that SK Prometheus wanted them to. Overall, in terms of composition, I did have to favor the other team. I felt that had they used Saw's mobility against them and just kept drawing back the fights, making sure Great Kali on that glaive was using his afterburns for the peel only, they actually would have had a better outcome. But overall, like, excellent communication coming out of the SK Prometheus side, where you saw them syncing out the abilities during the team fights. Especially, they do know that the opponents are going to be diving onto that Saw. And Waldemar, wow, those shanks.
and you know, it's so interesting because when you have Great Kali, such an amazing glaive, into a Saw, and he's getting those early ganks off, like, can you just imagine being that Saw in that situation? It seems so scary, but they knew what they were doing all the way through. Let's take a look at the items, and Shingy, I know a couple things really stood out to you.
Yeah, what I really liked was we saw Jetpacks kind of rushing for that Shiver Steel, and then we saw him picking up the travel boots and the Warhorn later on. They really helped him stick to, you know, glaive or scarf, and also really keeps him within range of the Saw and the Black Feather.
Also, you know, just doing so many things to keep Saw alive there. And one other thing that you mentioned was the Scarf overdrives.
Yeah, I was a bit confused because I thought, you know, we're seeing Raph diving the front line, diving towards Scarf every single time. You know, Scarf, you know, he was doing this from the very, very start. I would have thought Mr. Keiko would have overdriven the Goop because he wasn't really getting much opportunity to use the Dragon's Breath. And by overdriving the Goop, he could have slowed them down so much more and just kind of prevented them from diving so hard.
It's always pretty much exactly 5 minutes between matches so that the players have a chance to discuss, have a chance to talk to the analysts, and that's a perfect chance for us to go down to the Pocket Gamer sideline report.
Thanks very much. Well, I did have a quick chat with Rebirth of Empire just now, and the main thing that they pointed out was they lost the jungle pretty early on, so going into the next game, they're going to try and work on that, and maybe get K-Cool back into the jungle and see where they go from there. Thanks very much. Back to the desk.
All right, Roman, thank you very much. And understanding that, you know, SK just showed something very different. And now if you're Rebirth of Empire, what do you actually plan for? You said their draft was a strength coming in. Now they got a lot more to think about.
Well, to be honest, like looking at the SK Prometheus side, it is not too different from them. This is a team very well known for running a bunch of different compositions based around that Saw. But coming to the second match, Rebirth of Empire, they do have to strategize a little bit. And especially itemization from Netolet is going to play a very big part. They do know that Black Feather was one of the big impacts coming on the Prometheus side last match, but he didn't optimize to grab that very early Atlas Pauldron. In terms of, instead of grabbing that Crucible that didn't do too much for them, itemization and efficiency does play a long part.
Okay, this was obviously a different Empire team than we saw yesterday. I'm sure this will turn around. If there was any bright spot for them, what stood out to you?
I think it was just a pretty dominant game from the start, so I don't think there's any moment that particularly stood out to me. I'm sorry,
so
Rebirth.
harsh. No
sorry,
bright
Rebirth.
spot for Empire.
I think they were doing well. I think what they were doing well at the start was ganking in the lane. But you know, later on, I think they just kind of lost their positioning and just kind of lost just what made them Rebirth.
All right, now, Rome, clearly Rebirth of Empire has a specific comp in mind to ban the pedal out.
Yeah, and we do know Jetpacks is an amazing pedal player also, so they have a composition in mind. And speaking about, like, previously, I did have to favor Rebirth of Empire coming to the series against SK Prometheus due to the fact that I did like the way that they're doing their drafting phase. And with them going first, it actually gives them that benefit of a doubt. With their next two picks, watch them secure a good counter composition that does give them an advantage.
All right, so clearly they have something specifically in mind where they weren't comfortable having Jetpacks potentially on that pedal. So we'll have to see it develop. First, though, we see Black Feather and Scarf coming out of SK Prometheus.
So what I think about is that they have picked their carries first. You know, that leaves this leaves Rebirth open to counter them. And it looks like they're going to be going for that Ringo. Ringo is quite good against Scarf in the early game, especially if you manage to dodge the Spitfires and just aggress very early on.
So is this the plan, or is the plan changing on the fly?
Well, with the buff, with the Ringo, Adagio and Ringo buff composition coming out of them, they will have to make sure that they use that early game to their advantage, or they will get punished by Black Feather later on.
All right, this is a pivotal match too. Rebirth of Empire, they must win. With the call, it's Action Jackson and Vedius.
Thank you very much, guys. We're excited to get Game 2 underway after that first very commanding performance from SK Prometheus. I have to admit, Rebirth of Empire looked a little bit shaky.
They certainly did, but Mr. K-Cool is going to be playing this Ringo now, which I am super excited to see. He, or as I say that, he's actually moved on to the Adagio.
That's why I was like...
Well, after talking to him last night, he said, hopefully we can get the Ringo or the Vox so that we can demonstrate that we have super high mechanical ability up in the lane. But it looks like that they have decided, okay, Carly, he is the better Ringo player, so let's have a look and see how well he does now up in the lane versus Waldemar.
Players always be trolling us, casters.
Always be trolling.
Yeah.
That should be like an album cover. Always be trolling.
That'd be great, actually.
Yeah. They always be trolling.
Could be a band name, too.
Anyway, right, let's do a quick rundown of both the compositions right now. So we do have very much a standard buff composition coming out from Rebirth of Empire. Going to be playing very much around Great Khali, setting him up to do as much damage as possible. Meanwhile, SK, once again, being a very similar composition to what we saw before. Black Feather, Scarf, very much about the mid-game, wait for those 2-item power spikes, and then look to try and force some fights.
Yeah, and this composition that's coming out of Rebirth of Empire, we saw something either exactly the same or very similar, with the Arden being different. I can't quite remember, earlier on today with G2K2.
Yes.
And that just dominated. It was such a fast victory.
The interesting thing was they actually put the Arden as the jungler and the Adagio as the roamer. And what they would do is they pretty much sacrificed all farm from the Arden, and you tunnel it all onto the Ringo, which was clearly a very effective strategy. But they've decided that they still want to make sure that Mr. Keiko still gets some rations in this team composition. So keep an eye on Jetpack, see how aggressively he decides to play on this Catherine once more, because in the last game, he was a large factor as to why SK was so dominant in the jungle.
Whoa, talking about dominant, look at the damage coming out of Kali in the lane. That said, Net Toilette got to be a little bit careful here. He takes a decent chunk in return. So far, things quite even between these two teams, but you can see a lot of focus up in the lane. Both of these teams know that their laner staying in a good spot is extremely important. Raf, he's going to struggle a little bit against Mr. Keiko in the early game, though.
Yeah, but SK as a whole have really impressed me, given that pretty much in Europe it was the Team Secret show, and everyone just thought Team Secret would come here, they would upset well, not upset, but they would just clean house. And I feel like SK, in the time since the qualifier, have actually grown a lot in the team. They were the team that took down Team Secret, and coming into this tournament, they wanted to prove that it wasn't just luck. We are a hyper-talented team that is worthy of being the best here in Europe. So given their performances from what we've seen so far in the tournament, they're doing just that.
Yeah, they really are. SK Prometheus has shown up in a big way, at least so far in the tournament. And I think, you know, with things like the composition that we saw last game, they've done a good job of showing that they're a very innovative team with strong fundamentals. They've been able to really command a lot of these wins so far.
Well, having chatted to them yesterday, they were very much about, we don't really have a playstyle, we're all about adapting. We just react to what we see, and when we see something that the enemy team picks up, we're quite happy to just bring something unorthodox out because we're used to just adapting on the fly. And personally, I don't think that's a very effective strategy, but SK are just proving me wrong and making it work perfectly for them.
At least so far, that is certainly the case. I'm interested to see how Waldemar does on this Scarf this game, because this is one of those heroes that he has done so well with through the qualifiers. And we've seen some Scarfs kind of fall flat, at least up until this point in the live event. Waldemar, if anyone can make it happen, though, I do think that it would be him.
And we are playing on patch 1.15, where Scarf's ultimate actually had some pretty significant buffs. So I'm interested to see how or if Waldemar decides to use that Dragon's Breath, because especially in EU, a lot of people tend not to use it. They concentrate very much on the A and B abilities. But Waldemar, as you rightly said, very talented Scarf player, and against this Ringo, which is typically quite a difficult matchup, he's doing a great job so far.
All right, well, we might have our first big exchange of the game here. Raf trying to run away from the tremendous damage of Mr. K-Cool. I actually don't see him getting away from this one very easily. He's not level 6 yet, doesn't have that Rose defensive available. Net Toilette trying to close the gap here, has the slow from the Vanguard. Quick pickup for the side of Rebirth of Empire. Nice change from last game. They are able to get a bit of pressure here in the early game.
They certainly are. What a fantastic job coming out from Rebirth of Empire in this early game. They're actually getting the minion mine and both the back camps all at the same time. Now that's efficiency right there. That is how you jungle efficiently. And Raf has now rejoined, but he's just going to come back to find that all of his jungle has been taken. So Rebirth of Empire realized that SK would once again be looking to make these aggressive jungle invades, and they have responded appropriately, and they've been the ones to come out ahead.
Yeah, SK, I like this adaptation. They're starting to maybe put some of their resources up in the lane, try and pressure Kali, because the thing is, they straight up cannot 2 versus 2 against Mr. K-Cool right now.
Not anymore, no.
He has too much damage. So trying to set up Waldemar for success, I think, makes a lot of sense, but you're already seeing like a fountain of renewal on Net Toilette. That is massive, only 5.5 minutes into the game.
Waldemar's sitting at nearly 3,000 gold. He hasn't even gone back yet. This could really hurt him right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any items when it comes to these fights, and I think that will bite SK in the butt just a little bit, but he's now recalled and straight buys a Frostburn and boots. That is a shopping spree. That's what that is.
So I really like this. It provides a lot more utility. It's much more of a standard build that we're used to seeing on Scarfs. as opposed to the Shatter Glass that we saw in Game 1, which was very damage focused. The Frostburn provides you with a little bit more utility. You'll be able to set up for Peel a little bit more for yourself, as well as setting up the Black Feather so that it's easier for him to stick onto his targets. And given that he's going heavy towards damage and unlikely to pick up the Shiver Steel, that extra utility is going to be very beneficial.
Oh, absolutely. And this is one of the big things that I think Europe really utilizes Scarf for, is actually the utility as well. Not just from picking up a Frostburn, but for example, the slow that comes through when you use a Dragon's Breath in the sort of classic Kroll, Arden, Scarf composition is great, especially in the early game, at making up for some of the lack of damage that a Scarf has and allowing the Kroll to stick onto the target. It works in the same way with the Black Feather.
It certainly does. So, Rebirth of Empire, you know, we've talked a lot about SK, but I do want to talk a little bit more about Rebirth of Hound. Great Kali, he's getting collapsed upon.
Yeah, but he's easily able to just back out of that one. He has the boots available. Jetpacks wants to keep the fight going with that stun. But now he's actually put himself in a bit of a compromising position. The Hellfire Brew goes out onto Waldemar, but at this stage in the game, not doing too much damage, especially with weapon power being the build that Kali has decided to go for. Rebirth, they turned that exchange around, though. Mr. K Cool is going to be initiated on. I don't think this is a fight that SK necessarily wants.
He's going to get
attack. K Cool picks it up. Very nice work from those guys. And SK, you got to question why they're fighting at all right now. Raph wants to turn this one around, but he's 1 versus 3, biting off way more than he can chew. 3 kills to 0 right now for Rebirth of Empire. They're doing a great job in this early game.
They certainly are. Wow. Rebirth of Empire really turning up the aggression. They want to be the ones controlling the jungle in this second game, and they are doing a fantastic job of that, using this Adagio so aggressively off the back of winning that very early exchange. If you do overdrive that Agent of Wrath, it gives you such a bonus in terms of your damage, and with the Burning Salvo, it's so difficult to trade against, especially when you're playing this Black Feather, who typically has the weak early game. And seeing as Jetpacks didn't have the same start that he had in Game 1, where he was easily able to just walk into the enemy jungle and steal away all their back camps, things are just not going the same way in the early game for SK as they did in Game 1.
I mean, Raph already dying twice.
Yes.
We didn't see anywhere near that amount of deaths from him last game.
And he's died infinitely more times than he did in the last game.
Yeah, it's not a great position for him to be in, I'm sure mentally as well. But SK Prometheus, they're a very storied team with a lot of experience. They're not going to let it get to them too much. Jetpacks going for the invades that we saw him pull off last game. This time, I don't think it's...
Oh, he cuts them both!
Finding both of those camps might actually make dying here worth it.
Yeah.
Especially because Rebirth don't have anything they can kind of transition that kill into.
Exactly. That's precisely... right. I completely agree with you. You know, taking away those back camps, it denies a lot of experience and a huge amount of goal. You saw, you're seeing right now the Hellfire Brew come out onto Waldemar.
Does some good damage, forces him back a little bit. But the question is Nat Twilight going to be able to dive? Doesn't even need to. I don't even think he got an assist on that kill. Kali with some massive damage right now. Raph trying to stick around the turret, maybe just be a little bit of a nuisance, but he's going to have to back away in a second or go down to Mr. K Cool. Jetpacks is going to reinforce him, but first turret of the game quickly picked up for Rebirth of Empire.
Wow, Rebirth of Empire seemed to have shaken that first game loss completely off their shoulders, have reevaluated their options and are playing so much better in the second game. They're utilizing this buff comp perfectly. And typically you're playing around Great Kali, but it's all been about Mr. K Cool and Net Toilette. This is really the first time that we've seen Mr. K Cool really step up and perform, because coming into this tournament, there was a lot of hype around this individual, 13-year-old UK player that's coming in for the jungle, the recent addition for Rebirth of Empire specifically for this tournament, and it is now that he is really demonstrating his prowess and his confidence at showing how he can be the better jungler.
Absolutely. I mean, he had actually not played with these guys at all during the qualifiers. It was literally before this tournament that he was picked up. And you got to wonder, okay, so maybe he hasn't had the same amount of time as a lot of these guys to build up the synergy with his team. But you know, slowly he's sort of building the comfort there and getting into a position where he can make it happen. Jetpacks might just be able to get out here. Not quite. Mr. K Cool spots him out. I don't see Jetpacks getting away from this one. He is going to be speeding up, just buying time for SK Prometheus to at least get something, maybe in the lane, for example, for the efforts of Rebirth of Empire, but he does eventually go down. 6 kills to nothing is a massive lead for Rebirth of Empire. They're sitting at 6K gold ahead. And this is a little bit different than last game. Last game, Rebirth of Empire did have actually a very strong early game, but it wasn't this commanding.
No, it wasn't. They feel like they've got a lot more control than they did in the previous game because SK were controlling a lot of the enemy jungle, and it was slowly starving out Rebirth of Empire because they weren't getting the gold, they weren't getting the experience, and you saw this massive level difference between the two junglers. But Mr. K. Cool is now the one that has the level advantage, and it all comes back to that very early 2 versus 2 trade where Mr. K. Cool and Net Toilette were able to pick themselves up that first blood. So very nice early plays coming out from Rebirth, and we are really starting to see why these guys are a bit of an underdog and a bit of a dark horse in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. You know, they have the potential to come in here and make some upsets, picking up the first seed
Well, they've
win
already
against SK.
upset. They beat G2 yesterday.
You're not wrong. I mean, they've got the potential to go even further, though, and at the moment, their backs are against the wall. Coming in here, SK, they've got to be careful. Mr. K. Cool is tanking up the turret right now, but finds a nice ultimate. They've nearly taken down the turret. SK have got to be careful here. Great Kali taking a bit of poke from Waldemar, who's still very healthy. Looks like Rebirth of Empire are going to back away and play it safe, at least for now.
So a lot of ultimates traded back and forth. We did see the Blast Tremor as well as the Dragon's Breath coming out from Waldemar and Jetpacks, but you also saw the Gauntlet as well as the Verse of Judgment coming out from Mr. K. Cool and Net Toilette. And it was simply a lot of burst and poke coming out from either side, but no reliable crowd control was able to land from either side, which meant that there were no guaranteed kills. And SK were able to fend off that tower siege coming out from Rebirth of Empire. So overall, pretty even exchange. Rebirth of Empire were forced back off the back of that, but that means they were able to pick up some items. So looking at the item board right now, Great Kali sitting on the Sorrow Blade and Tornado Trigger, so he's going to really start hitting hard with that 2-item power spike. Mr. K. Cool going for the early Shatter Glass just gives you a little bit more burst, and it assists you a lot in setting up the buff composition that pretty much you're aiming for with that Adagio. And we've also got the Crucible, Fountain, and Warhorn all completed for Net Toilette. So Rebirth right now are in a fantastic position item-wise.
They absolutely are, but later on in this game, the Scarf, the Black Feather could become extremely potent. Raph gets some nice poke down there and just has to back away. Waldemar, look at how much damage he's taking. Every single auto attack from Mr. K. Cool, when enhanced with that fire, it's just doing a tremendous amount of damage. But Rebirth do have to be careful about overextending here. Jetpacks was setting up for a flank. He wanted to get some kind of advantage, and actually now he's beginning to dirty or proxy farm a little bit. He was looking to do that, maybe just to keep the minions away from the turret. But it looks like he didn't want to commit to it, so he showed there. I'm pretty sure on the map Rebirth would have seen him, but then he backed away.
So I'm just having a quick look across the minimap, and you can see there is a pretty big difference in terms of the vision. The little blue dots on the minimap demonstrate where you can see the vision coming out from Rebirth of Empire, and if you just have a look at the little red dots, SK have got so much deep vision all over Rebirth's jungle, but they don't care. They're going for a fight.
Yeah, Raph gonna have to use that Rose offensive to get over the wall, get out of there. Something about the vision I think is worth noting is how useful are these deep wards for SK Prometheus? I mean, look at where Rebirth is playing. They're constantly on SK's side of the map. When are they ever going to walk over those? It's a great investment for if SK can ever come back into the game. But for now, at least, the gold's kind of sitting there doing nothing. On the flip side, though, we can see Raph trying to go for the fight. Look at how quickly he's being burst down. Jetpack's stunned up there as well. Waldemar just can't find the poke. He's already down to below half health. Rebirth of Empire, so far with a flawless game, 7 kills to 0.
It certainly is, and just a complete swap up from what we saw in game 1. Rebirth kind of looked disjointed. They didn't have a great early game. You heard them say in between matches that they were like, oh, we just didn't play our composition well. We allowed our jungle to be taken away completely from us, and they have just fixed all of those issues immediately, and that really shows that the youngest team are really good at adapting under pressure.
They're a very tenacious bunch of guys. They weren't, you know, taken aback by that first loss and put into such a negative mindset. That might be surprising. I mean, look at the player cams before where they had just had their head in their hands, but they have managed to keep their Mr. K cool.
Yeah, they certainly have. And you can see him right now on your screen. On the left-hand side, he somewhat seems a little bit stressed, very tense, as they have spotted Jetpacks out in their half of the jungle.
Yeah, they're looking to go for a kill here. Kali, again with the slow. Mr. K Cool coming in from the pincer. And Jetpacks, you gotta question what he's accomplishing with all of these deep invades. I'm not sure it's enough to justify going down so many times. He's 0-4-0 not a great position to be in.
The thing is, with that deep vision that we were talking about earlier, he tried to use that as an opportunity to be like, oh, Rebirth aren't in their jungle. I'm going to try and pick up as much gold as I can so that Raph can get his own jungle, so that we're trying to get as much gold onto our team as possible. But he is just getting punished for it. Rebirth identified what Jetpacks is trying to do, and they are simply catching him out of position, getting themselves free kills, using this numbers advantage to then get themselves another objective. And now they've secured the Kraken. They're in a great position to try and close out this second game.
Yeah, I mean, if SK Prometheus are struggling to deal with pushes just by themselves, you know, 3 versus 3, with the Kraken in addition to that, I feel like they're really going to suffer on this push. Great Kali, I want to highlight something. 60 farm or thereabouts ahead of Waldemar.
Wow.
You can see it in terms of the damage that he's putting out. Look at the Hellfire Brew actually lands onto 2 people there. They're going to be forced back onto the fountain, and that's a great opportunity of Rebirth to go onto the turrets. They might find both right now. Here comes the Dragon's Breath, but Waldemar walks right into the Gauntlet stun. Raph annihilated on the front line. Jetpacks goes down. This is no contest. Rebirth of Empire, they're going to find themselves game 2. They're going to go forward into the blind pick with a flawless victory over SK Prometheus. Incredibly well played by these guys.
That was a perfect game from Rebirth of Empire, and you can see how happy they are off the back of that. Mr. K. Cool nodding with approval after that victory, and it's well deserved. I mean, the fact that you really struggled in game 1, your jungle was completely dominated by SK, and then in game 2 you're like, no, we're not going to give you that anymore. You're not going to be in control of our jungle anymore. We're going to take it back. They win that very early fight, and from that point, they controlled the game. They did not stop with their aggression. They constantly looked for fights. They were constantly coming out ahead, and that momentum never left their grasp.
Yeah, I mean, really just a night and day difference between game 1 and game 2. It's going to be interesting to see how SK Prometheus bounces back if they can in game 3 in the blind pick. You know, they can pick whatever composition they want. To talk us through what composition we might be seeing coming from these guys, we're going to be handing back to the analyst desk. Playoff Beard, take it away.
Thank you very much, Action Jackson. So they looked so much more comfortable there, and it was a look we've seen before where Mr. K. Cool, he shifts into this Adagio, just kind of focusing on trying to set up Great Khali for success.
Yeah, they really rallied after that first game. You know, the first game we saw kind of Mr. Cool just stepping out of position a lot, being caught out a lot. And this time he kind of really stepped up his game as the Adagio. And I think what also didn't help was that SK didn't really mix things up. They kind of just stuck to the same formulas before. They got Raph and Blackfeather. What happened was we saw Rebirth focusing more on the jungle. We saw in the first game, they're focusing a lot on ganking. They saw very early on just leaving Raph to free roam around the jungle. This time they switched around their tactics. And what I would have liked to see would have been Raph and Jetpack switching around, just keeping it just new.
And Rome, talk to me about the items and what you noticed.
Like overall, like we do see a bunch of standard itemization coming out of both teams, and like with the standard Adagio buff composition, grabbing that Shatter Glass first, making sure that with Mr. K. Cool, he positioned himself excellently last game, where he was always in that back, and with that with Net Toilet in that front, zoning out everybody, they put everything onto that Ringo, and he just came in there. Great Khali just blew up everybody else. But coming into this next game, I really want to highlight this due to the fact that it is going to be a blind pick again for a best out of 3 match, and this is where the mind games really starts to play. Just looking at the SK Prometheus side, I do have to put him on 2 specific compositions, and one of them might be that soft push comp, and the other one will be in the standard EU with that Scarf and that Kroll. But, you know, I can't really guess what the Rebirth of Empire team is going to do here, and that is what is so exciting for them.
Well, your prediction is still alive, saying that Rebirth of Empire would win this match. And if you were on SK's side, would you go back to the Saw comp?
And with the Saw comp, I do think that they might do a Saw push composition. It does work fairly well right now, and not too many people will actually do it anymore, especially Team Secret hasn't done it yet.
Well, what's the air quotes? They haven't done it yet.
Yeah, they haven't done it yet, so I had to...
So all right, well, we'll talk about that part later. They haven't done it yet. Yeah. But so they could go back to the Saw that they just played, which Rebirth of Empire, they've had a little bit of time to think about it, but you know, they don't, or they could, as we say, go to the Saw push comp or something completely different. As we look back over these highlights, is there anything from this past match that just stood out to you?
Well, in the first match, Raph was just outstanding to me. He knew exactly where to go. He was invading a lot, and he was just hyper leveling, and that really stood out to me in the first match because I think that is what caused SK to win.
And in this last match.
In this last match, overall, like excellent play coming out of the Rebirth of Empire side. They did excellent in terms of grabbing that positioning because they know their core behind their team will be that Adagio and that Ringo. And it was pretty much Netolet's job on that Arden to actually zone everybody out and make sure he used his abilities as efficiently as possible. We saw on multiple occasions that with that gauntlet coming out of him, they landed a bunch of skill shots, making sure that they do zone out that Scarf.
I like that effect there coming back to us. It's very, very dramatic. Yeah, so, all right, we're getting ready now. Once again, we're not going to put the blind pick on the screen just because in this live environment, we're not taking any chance that anything might tip off the hand of either team. We will let you know when that is complete, and our fine casters will walk us through all of the action. Now, if you're in Rebirth of Empire's shoes right now, the first time they felt like they misplayed the jungle, second time they did it right. How do you kind of see this through now?
Well, I think for the blind pick, they can probably predict what SK are going to do. Like Rome said, I think they're fairly predictable in how they draft. They are very good at drafting. But what I would expect is I'm going to see a Scarf and a Cruel coming out from SK, and I think they're going to be trying to think of ways to counter this. We might be seeing a Vox coming out from Mr. Keiko, who I believe is a very talented Vox.
Oh, that's interesting, because we could see a kind of a double shift there. Mr. Keiko going back into a hyper carry role, and maybe for the first time we get to see jetpacks on that signature crawl. It's where it really all began in a certain sense. No one plays crawl like jetpacks.
Yeah, and he was probably like one of the first few professional players that did start it a long time ago, and it's been running really well for him since then. And just with the recent patches in 1.14 and 1.15, we did see a lot of emphasis on the Crow play, especially in the EU meta. But coming into this last and blind pick match, Rebirth of Empire, a lot of people can't really speculate what kind of composition that they will be running. But going up against SK, I would prioritize trying to grab as much burst as possible, making sure that, as long as I'm able to delete one person out of the picture, I most likely would win the fight.
All right. Talk to me just a minute about the role of the roamers in a pivotal third game.
I think in the third game, you really have to kind of play safe with the roamer. I do know I've seen Raph play a lot of Fortress, but I don't think they'll be doing it for this game. It's a bit risky. He's easy to shut down. So I think we'll be seeing them going for the standard supports, which is Catherine and Arden. And, we know Arden's very good at kind of peeling off people. He's very good at just kind of isolating people with that gauntlet. And Catherine, of course, with the silence, that is very tricky to block. And I think Gabe Vizzle's the only person I've been able to see to block those silences very effectively.
Yeah, he really does. Gabe Vizzle every single time with that Crucible. It's because he's got that crazy grip that he uses. He's hitting it with his thumbs. No one else really plays like that I've seen. The blind pick is underway right now. We're not showing it. We're not giving any indication of anything. But for those who are waiting for this pivotal third match to begin, the draft is happening right now. So that means we're just moments away from the blind pick. And these teams, neither of them want to drop down into that elimination bracket where they'll be at risk of losing the tournament. They want to move on into day 3 semifinals, and it's coming down to the wire here.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think Netolet got the memo. I found in the second game particularly, his vision control was exceptional. And this is going to help a lot regardless of what kind of composition they have moving into the third blind pick. Just due to the fact that every roamer should make sure that the scout traps, the flares, is always on point for their team. And it makes sure that, it helps them navigate throughout the jungle, making plays, and overall, opens the communication in terms of 3-man rotations.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit more about what you've seen from Waldemar across these first 2 games.
Waldemar has been playing very conservatively in terms of every single composition. He knows exactly what his role is. But, it was very hard for him last game, especially with that buffed up Ringo every time, pushing and harassing in that lane. He didn't have too much room for transitions. So coming into this next match, especially if they do go up against another buff composition, they have to pretty much communicate to their allies in that jungle. You got to come up and help me out because I can't handle this guy by myself.
The blind pick, it is underway right now. We're just moments away from this pivotal match. This is Elimination Day, day 2 in the Europe Winter Live Championships. Tomorrow, we go to all best of 5 for the semifinals and finals. This is a best of 3. We are getting ready, just seconds away from this blind pick. And in these final few moments, is there anything that you're going to look for specifically in the early game that would give you an indication of which team might be able to advance?
I think looking at the rotations, we've seen a lot of kind of early lane ganking right now. I'd like to see some more jungle rotations down. And I think whichever laner comes down will be the more effective, the more stronger team.
Okay, see the players getting ready, the crowd is getting into it, and as you've had more time to analyze Rebirth of Empire, you know, a team with this particular group of 3 players is quite new. What have you kind of seen as the strengths and the weaknesses and the things that potentially SK could exploit here?
Overall, like with the Rebirth of Empire team, is they don't run a lot of compositions that are considered comfort picks. Instead, they have a huge hero pool, and they make the most use of this. Pretty much doing a lot of things spontaneously on the fly. So coming to this blind pick, this is actually where they do have a certain type of an advantage, where their opponents can't use that counter picking against them.
Okay, I've just gotten word one player's device isn't quite right. We obviously don't want to start a pivotal game like this until all the devices are exactly right. So we're going to just take a very quick break. We're going to look back at the North America Winter Championships, and as soon as that's back, we'll get to this pivotal Game 3.
Welcome to the 2016 North America Winter Championships, live from the Red Bull eSports studio in Santa Monica, California. This is the culmination of the entire winter season, and we have the 8 best teams in North America.
Welcome to the floor, ladies and gentlemen, where the energy is electric. So many fans have come out.
I think everyone has the same potential going into the match.
TSM, coming into this with a lot of momentum. The world champions now signed to a major label.
Some people would definitely take it on as a lot of pressure. I think it's something that is actually motivating us.
And this is going to be TSM taking a 2-0 over Ladebringers. The Dark Horse, unfortunately, not able to take a game from now the reigning world champions. Just jumped right on into it for Gangstar Series up against Vertigo Black. This is our crystal, our game, and our time to shine.
Oh, Gangstars, that is just such a good performance coming out from their entire team.
You feel that you have completely synergized now?
I think we're finding a pretty nice group.
In many ways, Halcyon Hammer's Velocity has stolen all of Liberation X's thunder.
Liberation X, for the sake of their honor, they need to defend this title.
Try and keep the Vein Crystal alive, but it's not going to be enough. Velocity take the series 2-0.
Oh my God, Nemesis Hydra, they turned it around in a crazy game up against Kinetic. They were behind the entire time.
That's gotta be heartbreaking for Kinetic.
It was their game to win.
Teams are going to keep playing until either they're knocked out or they're into the best of 5 semifinals.
Things not looking good right now for the Rage Pingers. Last turret going down.
That is going to be game, and that will be Liberation X. The dream is still alive.
Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic against Vertigo Black.
Has so
it's
much
gonna
damage.
Be GG.
And fan favorites, Halcyon Hammers, right now. They pick up the win. The Cinderella story continues.
You might think Team Solar Mid coming in at first seed has a very big edge, but we've heard before that Halcyon Hammer's Velocity did actually come very close to taking a win off of them before, so they've got what it takes.
The Enzio finds himself the kill. This guy is on fire. Velocity demonstrating that they are here to play. Ladies and gentlemen, Velocity are going to take down the world champions.
Nemesis Hydra versus Gangstar Sirius.
Come on, give it up for Gangstar Sirius taking home this series.
This live championship has 8 amazing teams.
NA champions now up against a world-class team, and TSM are now fighting for their tournament lives here.
And TSM, they come out with a dominating victory.
The TSM early bird special, don't even need the Kraken, but they take the fights, they take the turrets, and now the crowd has their support. The TSM chants coming out.
Nemesis Hydra against Halcyon Hammer's Kinetic.
That's a 2-0, and Nemesis Hydra will go on to face off against Velocity tomorrow in the semifinals.
We're down to the final 4 teams. If you lose today, your tournament is over.
And Halcyon Hammers are going to secure a spot in the finals, beating the Kraken, beating Nemesis Hydra.
I think it's huge that we prove to the community that we can compete here and that we're here to stay.
Team Solo Mid, the current world champions, against their arch rivals, Gangstar Sirius.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. This is a matchup I think most players expected to see in the finals, not the semis.
This is disastrous for Gangsters.
At the very last moment, TSM going to take down this last turret. They are going to take down the Vein Crystal, and they are going to take this series.
And now it's the rematch, them versus Velocity in the finals.
finals.
So we're very ready to take revenge on Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
Give them some fuel, make some noise. This could be your last game of the Winter Championships. Team Solo Mid versus Halcyon Hammer's Velocity.
And it's certainly going to be a good one.
They might just go right in for the win. Velocity, this is really, really bad news. The Kraken still full health, only one turret left alive. Can Velocity even do this? I don't know if they can find the fight. Still alive, it's the game. Team Solo Mid are your championship winners. What a massive series from these guys.
Congratulations to Team Solo Mid taking the North American Winter Championships. And what a way to do it.
Congratulations, Team Solo Mid!
We're back. Congratulations to TSM, the North America Winter Champions. Here, Mr. K. Cool wants to be the D'Enzio of Europe. He's already proved that he is quite a player. The blind pick draft is underway. We got the device all sorted out, so we are just seconds away. And as soon as I hear that they're done with that draft, we'll throw to our casters. So here we go, Rome.
Yeah, and just hearing that, speaking to Mr. K. Cool, he did say, you know what, I want to be like D'Enzio or even if better. Due to the point that we're both very young players, we have a lot of potential and a lot of talent and passion for this game. But, you know, I haven't seen him on a hero that's actually very strong in terms of that being that hyper carry into playing that huge role, pivotal-wise. And you know what? I do want to see him playing something like a Vox or something like a Ringo like that today.
All right, we're ready. This is the pivotal game 3. The loser drops down into the elimination bracket with the call. It's Action Jackson and Vedius.
All right, let's get onto the fold for this game. It was a little bit delayed, but it's going to be worth it. SK Prometheus up against Rebirth of Empire in the blind pick 3rd game. Vedius, run us through these comps. I'm already seeing that saw.
Well, let's start with Rebirth of Empire because they're the easy ones. They're running a classic European special. You've got the Kroll, you've got the Scarf, and you've got the Arden. We have seen so many times how powerful this Kroll-Arden combo is, where you dive in with the Kroll, you have the support from the Arden. It makes it so easy to then stick on to the backline, and you have that consistent backline damage coming out from the Scarf. And they've actually decided to put Great Kali on the Scarf this time, as opposed to Mr. K. Cool. And this comes back to what Rome was saying, and how these teams are very young, very versatile, and they have very deep hero pools, which means you often see Great Kali and Mr. K. Cool very regularly swapping positions.
You do indeed. Right now, Mr. K. Cool is initiating a bit of a fight here. That Toilette needs to be careful. Kali rotating down, but Waldemar is behind Rebirth of Empire. They don't realize it yet. They don't know he's making his way down for the fight. This could be explosive. Jetpacks. Look at the stack sitting on both of these guys. The Smite not actually dealing that much damage, but Jetpacks in a very tough spot. Look at it. Mr. K. Cool is going to pick up that first blood, but it is going to be the trade. These teams engage in a very close fight right off the bat. Waldemar trying to stutter step, trying to pick up Net Toilette. Up at top, we've got Raph and Great Kali fighting as well, but it looks like they're just going to back away. It's a 1-for-1 right off the bat.
That felt like it was just two Krolls slapping each other for like 10 whole seconds at the first minute of the game. And they were only both level 2, so all they were doing was applying weakness stacks to each other, so they couldn't do any damage. But Europe, man. It's just Europe, isn't it?
Did you know that Kroll's axe actually becomes like a wet noodle in level 1? Yeah. It eventually evolves into an axe.
Yeah, when he pulls it out of his chest, it actually turns into just as you said, like a wet towel or something, and they just slap each other across the face of it. And they're gonna try and do it again? No, they're just gonna disengage. They realize that they need to do this before they hit the age of 80.
Oh man. All right. Well, off the back of that fight, obviously neither team came particularly far ahead of the other. We're still sitting within a few hundred gold between the two teams.
Oh, look at Kali though.
But this is the thing. Kali might get jumped on here. Look at the damage right off the bat. He is going to get smitten down. Jetpacks pulling out a bit of an edge for SK Prometheus in that gank.
Clearly, Jetpacks is the smiter of the two, and he is able to pick up that kill onto Great Kali. And this is something that we've seen a lot of from Krolls, both in North America and in Europe, where you just sit in the bush up in the lane, You use that movement speed passive, and when you combine it with a Fortress, you're never going to escape from that. So when you combine it as well with the damage coming out from Waldemar, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill for SK Prometheus, and the only way Carly was going to avoid that was if he was able to predict it in advance. So great pickup coming out from SK Prometheus.
Well, this time Jetpack's already right off the bat very low compared to Mr. K. Cool. Look at how much damage that smite just did, but he's able to turn it around a little bit, and now with the reinforcements coming through, we'll have to see what happens. Mr. K. Cool wants to find Jetpacks. He's getting more attacks down, but look at this, they're both doing so little damage. The smite finally picks up the kill, and actually Mr. K. Cool is able to sustain quite a great deal through that. Raph now being the one chased onto here. Waldemar doesn't have a lot of damage yet. He hasn't picked up any items. Rebirth of Empire even up the kill score 2 for 2. These fights are ridiculous.
Like, I call this a European classic because this is it. Like, both teams love and highly value Kroll, and when you just have Kroll applying weakness stacks to each other, they're both doing 50% reduced damage to each other. So they're both waiting for the weakness stacks to drop off before they smite their opponent, and then they never really get an opportunity to do it. It's a bit of a mess.
It's a very mechanical battle, though. You saw there.
It's mind games. I wouldn't call that mechanically intensive.
The stutter stepping there from Mr. K. Cool was legitimately better than Jetpacks, and so he got more weakness stacks down more quickly, and therefore had the slight numerical edge. But you know, it is very close right now. Net Toilette in a bit of a bad position. Oh, look at the damage coming through out of Jetpacks, out of Waldemar. They are able to burst him down. SK Prometheus, they are staying one step ahead when it comes to these kills. They're never the ones in the position where they're actually behind. But that said, they're 100 gold behind. So it's not, you know, neither team is really pulling ahead much here.
I really like this combo of the Doom Dagger from Waldemar. Oh! Gotta run really fast, man. You gotta run really fast.
Oh, that's gotta hurt a little bit for Mr. K. Cool. The important thing there, though, is actually that in the next Kroll versus Kroll, Jetpacks will have his from Hell's Heart.
Yeah, he just got it.
Yeah, so that you know, is not too bad when you're looking at these mirror matchups. Every cooldown discrepancy is quite big. We'll have to see what happens moving forwards, though.
So coming back to what I was saying earlier, I love the combo of the Doom Dagger combined with the Smite, because you can actually get a huge amount of burst down onto a single target, and you see that from Carly. He's going to struggle in the later game to try and survive from this double burst combo that you do have from both the Kroll and the Saw.
I want to see people tweeting in at us and voting for whether Doom Dagger or Dank Shank is a better name.
Yeah, because I think the Doom Dagger sounds better, whereas he's all about Dank Shank.
Yes.
But
we've been having a debate about it between games.
We were just like, no, we should call it this. And I'm like, no, we should call it this. But I think we can both agree that touchdown is still our favorite.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Gets the touchdown. And we don't even have American football here in the UK.
We don't, but at least I'm sort of American, so that
you keep changing your mind.
I don't.
Right, so SK, they're going to pick up the gold mine. They have the positional advantage.
Whoa.
You can see the vision coming out. Jetpacks even throws out the axe.
Look at Waldemar's health right now. He is playing with fire. Net Toilette
literally
didn't have the ability to blood for blood there, though. Now Great Kali going to be the one initiated on here. Jetpacks can't go for From Hell's Heart as Net Toilette is body blocking for it. So Great Kali is going to be able to get out of there. Both the laners staying safe for now.
Yeah, so Waldemar able to get out with just the tiniest amount of health, and Jetpacks, interestingly, as they were doing the gold miner, he threw out his From Hell's Heart to guarantee that secure. He wasn't sure if there was anybody sitting in the tri-brush just next to the gold miner, and so he just threw that utility ability out to guarantee that. So now the massive daggers in the favor of Mr. K-Cool.
It is. One thing I want to touch on here, Waldemar is going Crystal Power again. He's going for that blue build, which, you know, I was kind of thinking maybe he'd consider going for a more traditional weapon power build in this third game, but it seems like, I mean, this is just SK's signature thing.
Seems to be.
Right? They really like going for the Crystal Power. Net Toilette tries to make something
Here we
happen.
go.
Can't quite do it, though, and this is going to be another Kroll versus Kroll battle in the jungle, but Raph is actually backing him up this time, and you can see how one-sided it is when it is actually the 2 versus 1, but now we've got the reinforcements coming in from Net Toilette. I mean, are they ever going to die? Mr. K Cool looks like he is finally going to fall. Great Kali wanted to turn this one around with the reinforce, but now he's actually in a bad spot. There's from Hell's Heart, doesn't land onto the target I'm sure Jetpacks would have liked to hit, but with Waldemar rotating down, he's got to be careful. There's the smite. Great Kali. He needs to leave. He's trying to get the turn kill. He actually finds Raph. Jetpacks, I don't know if he's going to be able to get in time. Gonna have Deadman's punch in a second or two, but he's gonna back away. Great Kali. That was a very bold decision.
Jetpacks.
Yeah, he called his bluff there. He's gonna pick up the kill finally. No ace, although all 3 were picked up for SK Prometheus, but that's going to put them in a 6-3 kill lead.
So it turns out that if you start applying weakness stacks first, you win. And because it was Jetpacks that had found Mr. K-Cool in the jungle, and Mr. K-Cool actually started hitting Raph before he started hitting Jetpacks, meant there were just more weakness stacks on top of Mr. K-Cool than there were onto Jetpacks. But even so, it was simply a matter of, it was a 2 versus 1 for too long, and even though Net Toilette came into the fight and used that Fountain of Renewal to provide a lot of assistance to Mr. K-Cool, it still wasn't quite enough. So in these Kroll v Kroll engagements, it's very much about who gets there first and who's the first one to land the first hit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth pointing out the very subtle but significant differences in the builds between the 2 Krolls, because we're actually seeing much quicker armor coming through from Mr. K-Cool, whereas the reflex block is actually going to be on Jetpacks. So they're building slightly differently, but you can see in terms of the damage that they're doing, not much of a difference. We've got the gauntlet coming down from Net Toilette. He had to use it very defensively there. This could be an opportunity for SK to make something happen, and they are going to threaten to do it. Jetpacks just moving forward, but then backing away immediately, knowing it's a little bit of a dangerous situation to go into. The Dank Shank comes across. Nice damage on Net Toilette.
The stun down onto Kali.
Yeah, from Hell's Heart landing onto Kali there. The smite easily picking up Net Toilette as well. That was all a bait and a switch coming out from SK, but here comes Mr. K-Cool. There's the Dragon's Breath as well. Jetpacks is stunned up. He's struggling to get the damage down, but he's so tanky right now that he's actually surviving through this. He's got the reflex block as well. Mr. K-Cool, he could go down here. That is going to be 1 kill traded between the 2 teams, but overall, it's a 2 for 1 for SK Prometheus. They're going to be pretty happy with that one. Raph might actually want some more as well. Waldemar doesn't have Roadie Run just yet, just gets it off of cooldown. If Great Kali overextends here, he's gonna drop fast.
So we're actually seeing this combo become more and more relevant as the game comes on, because Jetpacks is applying a lot of these weakness stacks, and notice that he's holding on to the smite until Waldemar uses the Roadie Run. And he uses the Roadie Run right there.
The reflex block might save him, but no, Net Toilette has blood for blood available, is able to jump onto that turret and pick up the kill. A very nice return for Rebirth of Empire.
So Waldemar overstays in the lane for a little bit too long. That is his first death of the game, though, so he's having a much better performance compared to his Game 1 laning phase, where he ended up dying a huge amount. But coming back to what I was saying earlier, this Smite plus Doom Dagger combo is just so powerful from SK, because notice that Net Toilette didn't even have an opportunity to pop his Fountain of Renewal, because the burst down onto him was just so sudden. And it's a very unique combo that I've never seen before, but it is so good at just catching targets out of position and just catching people completely unawares.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of utilizing it so far. Let's take stock of the game as a whole, though. We've got 8 kills to 5. SK Prometheus are in the lead. They've also got a decent chunk of gold in their pockets, about 1,500 up on their opponents. But Rebirth of Empire can turn this around at any moment. They've got the capability of winning these fights. They've got the pressure cooker combo. Kali jumped on here, though. There's the gauntlet coming down from the side of Rebirth of Empire. We've got the Dragon's Breath. It is going to land across all 3 members, doing so much damage, but Jetpacks wants to jump onto the backline, finds that smite, and picks up the kill onto the Great Kali. Waldemar, he's still alive on the backlines of SK Prometheus, kiting backwards very nicely. Mr. K-Cool just doesn't quite have the damage to go in, get the execute that he's looking for. SK Prometheus, they don't lose anyone for that kill.
Yeah, this burst is just so strong onto Great Kali. You saw that He took so much damage very early on, but now Waldemar's been caught.
Yeah, and he is going to get annihilated there by Mr. K-Cool. Jetpacks and Raph, they got to be careful about sticking around this gold mine. I think they're likely to back away here. Mr. K-Cool and Jetpacks very evenly matched at the moment, around the same number of kills, similar items. Mr. K-Cool wants to fight onto Raph, though, but look at this. With the Shiver Steel, Jetpacks is just stopping him from getting anywhere near the back line. Kali making his way in, trying to reinforce here. Just going to start off that gold mine. Should be able to pick this one up. I don't see SK Prometheus contesting this.
No, Great Kali has gotten to the gold mine before Waldemar has, so they have the numbers advantage. They're going to secure an immense gold payout, which is a fantastic objective for them to pick up because that's going to close the gold gap very quickly. So SK, even though they lead in kills, they are not in control of this game just yet. But Great Kali is really struggling. He's going to struggle once again.
Yeah, he's going to reflex block,
there it
but
is.
Nowhere near enough. Humongous burst damage coming in from SK Prometheus in order to pick up that kill. They're 10-6 right now and in a great position to put some pressure down onto this lane turret. Net Toilette going to be the first target here, though. Does pop that Atlas Pauldron. Should be safe for now. And actually, with Mr. K-Cool rotating up here, they might be able to defend this one.
See, this is why you should call it the Doom Dagger, because then when you pair it with the Crawl, you can call it the Doom Smite combo. And so when somebody gets chunked out like that, it's called, you get Doom Smited.
That is thematically appropriate, but way less entertaining.
So you'd just rather call it the Dank Smite?
Yeah, I mean, why not? The Dank Dunk.
Oh, the Dank Dunk. Yeah. God, that is good. Right now, Rebirth.
At least you're admitting it.
Rebirth going to get spotted out by a flare. That means that they're going to have to immediately retreat, seeing as Waldemar currently level 11, Jetpack's level 12. So SK have the level advantage. They want to try and force that.
Yeah, they have a bit of split focus there, though. Raph trying to go onto Kali isn't going to be able to secure the kill onto Net Twilight. Look at Jetpacks. Very low here, but he gets shanked. Waldemar finds himself that kill, and now Jetpacks needs to be careful, needs to get away here from Hell's Heart. Blocked by Raph, but it's not going to be enough. Now Raph in a bad position off the back of that. Mr. K-Cool gonna get that smite to pick up the kill. Waldemar, the last member standing on SK Prometheus, just has to roadie run back towards that turret. Rebirth of Empire, for the first time, taking a good fight here.
So now you're seeing the problem. Oh, hang on a second. Waldemar.
Whoa, that is not where you want to be jumping, buddy. Waldemar flipping the wrong direction. Needs to work on his parkour skills. That's the ace coming through from Rebirth of Empire. They should be able to find a turret off the back of that.
They definitely will, and that is going to be the first turret of the game. And this is the problem for SK if you do not shut down Great Kali from the beginning. Because Net Toilette was the focus. That Doom Smite combo was used down onto Net Toilette. And because of that, they didn't have it available for Great Kali. So in this mid-game point where he is doing so much damage, he was just free to get all of that backline threat off, and SK Prometheus ended up crumbling off the back of it. So Rebirth have now found what they need to do to be able to come out ahead in these engagements.
I feel like this whole composition is just SK Prometheus's answer to every roamer ever building Fountain first. Because the thing is, Fountain is great in an elongated fight, but if you get dank dunked, you're just gonna die instantly. There's no time for the Fountain ticks to actually heal you.
We're gonna keep calling it our own versions, aren't we?
Well, the battle will not be won until we actually see which one is voted for more.
Well, anyway, the Kraken has been started off. SK, they want this fight.
They do indeed. Net Toilette already a little bit low here.
SK split.
Is going to be trying to go in for the fight. Raph pops that attack of the pack, and you can see SK trying to go in for the fight. The gauntlet goes down. Everyone is trapped inside of it, but I'm not sure they mind as Great Kali is so far away from the fight.
Waldemar's gone.
First to go down, though, and actually, Jetpacks couldn't find the kill onto Kali, who's still full health. Jetpacks, he wants to keep fighting this, though. He's sitting inside all three members of Rebirth of Empire, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Raph is doing absolutely nothing in this fight. Rebirth of Empire, they even the kill score 11-11, but they win the fight. They're going to take the Kraken. Massive plays coming out of these guys.
Net Toilette deserves the MVP for that play alone because the gauntlet was just phenomenal. He locked up all three members inside it while Great Kali could just sit on the outskirts and just dance with Jetpacks. Jetpacks couldn't decide on a target to focus. He wasn't sure whether or not he should be prioritizing Kali or whether or not he should be helping out Waldemar. And because of that indecision, Mr. K Cool and Net Toilette were just pounding down onto Waldemar, and with him out of the fight, and with the numbers advantage in favor of Rebirth, and Great Carly now being able to safely walk into the fight, they are easily able to secure themselves a teamfight victory.
Look at the amount of poke coming down onto Waldemar. That's immediately going to force SK back to their base. Great Carly is starting to do a tremendous amount of damage with the Broken Myth picked up in this later stage of the game. Rebirth of Empire are looking super strong in these last few fights. Waldemar, he eats another Spitfire. You can't be doing that. You're just going to give up free turrets. You need him there to actually deal some damage to the Kraken and stop the push. We might see a TSM special coming out of Rebirth of Empire.
We may very well do. The biggest problem for SK right now is their severe lack of wave clear, and they don't have any way to deal with this Kraken. Rebirth are looking to try and end the game now.
All right, SK, they realize they got to make something happen here. Attack Pack gets popped. Raph trying to dive onto the back line to get onto Great Khali. But look at this, a From Hell's Heart lands on Waldemar. He's done so little damage in this fight so far. Mr. K Cool, he is diving very deep. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Waldemar gets healed up just a little bit. Suppressing fire.
Oh, they
not
done
going
it!
to find the kill, but the Kraken still super high health. Rebirth of Empire, they're looking to close this one out. SK, they are all dead. The ace comes through. It is the Empire strikes back in this reverse sweep, and Rebirth of Empire win their second series of the tournament.
Rebirth of Empire came into this tournament feeling confident, and they have proved where that confidence came from. You could see the excitement from Mr. K Cool as he survived at the very end of that game with like, what, 20 HP?
Almost nothing.
He dived through 2 turrets straight onto Waldemar. He was like, you are my target, I'm gonna take you down. And even through all of that damage piling on top of him, he's able to secure the kill and bring his team the victory. But what a phenomenal performance from every single member. Things were looking so rough for them in game 1, and to just fix all of their problems in game 2, and in a very close bloodbath in game 3, well, wet noodle fight in game 3, it was just super tense, but a super exciting game.
It really was, and this is a big notice for everyone in the tournament to realize that Rebirth of Empire is such a strong opponent. 6 seed picking up the kill against the first is a very impressive performance from these guys. So moving forwards, everyone's going to have to sit up and take notice. The Crystal Power Saw not pulling through for SK in the end, but man, great series from these guys. To break it down, we're going to be handing back to the analyst desk. Playoff Beard, take it away.
Thank you very much, Action Jackson. Wow. So the #1 seed, SK Prometheus, they fall down into the elimination bracket. Their tournament is not over. And as we mentioned, on the North America side, we've never had a champion who didn't come through the elimination bracket. So they just need to regroup, find their focus, and continue to do what they need to do. Now, some interesting things that happened in that match. They opted for a fortress, and, you know, that fortress was certainly built differently than it would be in North America. We didn't see any crystal on that fortress to help with the burst down.
I think that what they're intentionally going for was kind of getting the debuff on the Cruel. He's got on the Fortress, he's got that 33% debuff on healing and kind of attack damage. So I think that kind of synergized really well with the Cruel. But what I felt didn't work quite so well was that Crystal Saw. It's very easy for Scarf to stack the Fan of Flames on him and just burst him down very, very quickly on.
Rome, the Battle of the Curls was entertaining.
Hashtag Rome called it.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I said from the beginning that I did think Rebirth of Empire was going to come
Every squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
But overall, like, it was excellent gameplay out of both sides. I did understand the composition coming out of the SK team, and I felt like it does work really well. But the thing here is the immobility of that Saw, especially running Crystal. He always took in those skill shots coming out of that Scarf, and this made such a big difference. We saw in the end with that Kraken push, yeah, Waldemar on this Saw, he moved up forward, took 2 Spitfires, went back to base, moved back forward, took another 2 Spitfires, and it just kept getting very, very repetitive in terms of he can't really dodge it.
Yeah, it was fun, though, seeing jetpacks on that crawl. So fantastic. Also excellent out of Mr. K Cool. Let's find out now that we have a 6 seed knocking off the 1. Who is your Amazon Coins MVP of this series?
It would have to be Mr. K Cool. You know, Jetpack's considered as one of the best Cruels in EU, and Mr. K Cool kind of just bringing this Cruel out of nowhere and doing a very admirable job, even with against, you know, a Cruel and a Fortress combined. And I think he did an absolutely fantastic job. So far in the game, we've seen a really wide repertoire coming out from him. We've seen all these different heroes. I think Adagio has been the only one I've seen him play twice. So I'm looking forward to seeing the potential that they're going to be bringing in the next few matches.
So young, so talented, can hyper carry, can support his teammates, and he's also with our DJ Sams.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm here with Mr. K Cool. Can you tell me Saw out of nowhere. What did you think?
Well, honestly, in the last game, we thought they were going to pick Scarf, but we are aware that Waldemar is a superb Saw, and his CP Saw in the first game was just on point, so we were kind of worried at first, because obviously it means a lot of pressure in lane, but we knew with Saw's lack of mobility, it meant that Ali could poke really easily and get his broken myth stacks, and as soon as he used his A, I could just dive straight onto the Saw and try and delete him, so...
Brilliant. I mean, seeing how well you guys are actually doing against some of these teams, do you see yourselves being picked up by a sponsorship at all?
Well, we hope so. We are looking for sponsors. Obviously, we're a sort of homegrown team with Ali and Net, but with this tournament, we hope it'll be the opportunity we need. So, yeah.
Brilliant. So there it is. Mr. K Cool, staying cool. Thanks very much. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, DJ Samson. Wow, yeah, I mean, we, of course, first saw G2 Kangwin come in. They were the first to take the leap, becoming, acquiring a team, becoming a professional Vainglory organization, coming in from the outside, that is, of course, followed by SK Gaming came in, Team Secret came in, famed from Dota. On the North America side, of course, TSM on board, and lots of terrific homegrown professional organizations there as well. But if you're a professional organization that is looking to get into Vainglory, you have to take a hard look at Rebirth of Empire. Very exciting team, Ro.
Yeah, and especially just look at Mr. K Cool. He's very new to the game in terms of how young he is and how much potential he has. And just looking down at that booth during that last match, even when they were behind, even when they were losing team fights, he would turn around, hype up his team, making sure that everybody was on that same page. And overall, it turned around really well for them. The momentum swung in that way. And yeah, if you're gonna be an investor, you gotta get him while it's very good down there.
Oh yeah, you gotta buy it before it's so hot. You might have to scoop them up before the tournament's over, because if they win the whole thing, it's gonna be harder, right?
Oh,
the price goes up. The stock is rising right now, so to speak. And speaking of that, that's not really a segue to anything, but Team Secret, their stock, of course, see, I did it. I figured out a way. Their stock is as high as it goes. Team Secret, they are your autumn champions. They have played flawless Vainglory so far, and they are up next against a Snow Tsunami team that looked incredibly dominant in their own right. You could see from this series, now that we're on to the winners bracket games, these are all fantastic, tight, close, exciting games. Don't go anywhere. Right after this break, we have Team Secret versus Snow Tsunami.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire tablet.
It's not enough. The gauntlet goes down. He might go for Donna Clip. He's gonna get one. He's got to hit two.
Welcome everyone to the eSports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win. Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves. That's it. That is game 3 from Liberation X. Liberation X!
Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
We're back at the 2016 Europe Winter Championships live from Dfinity Arena in London. I am Playoff Beard here with Shingy and Rome. We're getting set now for the number 2 seed, but the Autumn Champions, a team that has been unbelievably dominant, that is Team Secret, against the number 4 seed, Snow Tsunami. A very interesting matchup. And I'm just gonna go straight to it. I'm gonna put you on the spot because you think you're such hot stuff. I want a prediction for this one too.
To be honest, this one I will have to choose Snow Tsunami in the best of the 3. Due to the fact that I do believe that the Team Secret team will win the first match, but not the second too.
Well, that's very, very specific, sir.
Yeah, 100% down the road.
Okay, well, with that, Rome is obviously high on the Snow Tsunami team. I'm curious who you have your eye on, Amazon Coins player to watch.
It's going to have to be Sasiska for me. We saw him pull out this Rome Blackfeather. You know, we haven't really seen much Rome Blackfeather. He really pulled it off. He was very dominant. And even just as a support player, he was doing incredible amounts of damage. So that's who I think is going to be my kind of player to watch.
Some player sort of thing.
Player to watch. So that's what I think about Snow Tsunami. So I just, Rome, what's your player to watch for Team Secret?
Like, I do have to choose Mowgli on Team Secret due to the fact that we did see a lot of excellent plays coming out of him on Finn yesterday. And I believe with the way that drafting is going to come out today that he will be playing Finn again.
I don't know if you get to even talk about Team Secret now. Calling out Snow Tsunami in a big upset. So tell me just real quick, why?
Well, Snow Tsunami, they aren't that big of an underdog. And you remember, going back to the Autumn Live Championships, this was the only team to give Team Secret one of their losses. And I believe that going in today, that Team Secret isn't going to be able to run that soft push composition. And they're going to be relying on either banning up that Blackfeather first, securing up somebody else. So this actually opens a lot of headway for them. I do give them that first match, though, and see how it goes from there.
All right, so if you're on Team Secret's side and you want to defy Rome and make him look really silly, as we all would like to see, what do you got to do against Snow Tsunami in order to come out on top?
Well, what we saw in the matches yesterday is that Snow Tsunami aren't afraid to try new things, but that's what Team Secret is known for. They're known for bringing out these innovative compositions, and we've not seen anything new coming out from them yet. So I do think they have something up their sleeve, and I know they have something up their sleeve, but it's only in a particular drafting situation. And I know they've got a few other things up their sleeve as well. So good things to watch there.
The Autumn Champions, they are always innovating, they are always trend-setting, and when the time comes, I'm sure they'll do that again. Let's take a closer look at Team Secret, thanks to the NVIDIA Shield right now.
After winning the Autumn Live Finals, the biggest change was actually adopting Team Secret as our new organization. We felt like we jumped at a different level because we weren't supposed to be at the Live Finals, and then we were just there on Wonder Tournament, so we were really happy with what we had done and accomplished it as a team. When Team Secret came in and proposed us to join their ranks as a squad of players, we felt that we are making another kind of step as players and as persons as well.
We are really talented individuals, but compared to other teams, you might say, oh, they have Leon, or oh, they have jetpacks, and so they're gonna win. But then, whereas for us, even though we have all 3 of us are really well known as individuals, but when we come together, we just come to a whole new level. And most of the teams respect us as this one team with incredible synergy and able to just accomplish so much more.
Great to see that video on Team Secret, brought to you by NVIDIA Shield, the K1 tablet, perfect for gamers. Let's do a giveaway now in the chat, an ice giveaway. Put hashtag NVIDIA Shield in the chat for your chance to win. Before we're done today, we will give away an NVIDIA Shield K1, so stay tuned for that later on in the broadcast. This team of Team Secret, they talk about how good they are together, and they're very humble, but Kvalifar, unbelievable performances. Palmatoro, the CS is always off the charts, and we're into the draft for match 1 in this best of 3. Team Secret takes away the Black Feather. Kroll comes off the board, and they immediately follow up with Mowgli on an Adagio.
I just got this soft push comp, like relapse going in my head right now. And Snow Tsunami does know this. They know that they have to grab a composition that is able to actually deny them out of this or make plays against it.
Well, there won't be a Finn for Mowgli. Of course, Adagio can be the jungler or the roamer, and Finn's off the board.
I think we'll be expecting a not Mowgli pickup, an Arden pickup there for Mowgli. I think he's a bit more comfortable on the Arden compared to that Catherine. So there's the Arden pick coming up, and I think we can go for a Cruel.
And of course, Snow Tsunami is the only team here that has a player who is playing remotely. A last-second immigration issue. We didn't want to break up this amazing team, so PT Lamb is playing remotely. Every second is being videotaped and watched live by a referee, so there will be no concerns there as to fairness. And Rome, what are you seeing develop?
Well, right here, this is the perfect scenario for that Vox, but they do pull out with that Kestrel. And something that's going to be very fascinating to watch is how Kvalifar will be playing this Kestrel up in lane.
All right, the Kestrel comes out. That is very interesting. We're waiting to see how this is rounded out. And this is this not our first Kestrel?
This is our first Kestrel.
This is our first Kestrel. We've been waiting to see if we would see a Kestrel. Obviously, Europe has had a little bit more time to look at the 115 Kestrel. Would you expect to, I guess in this situation, you're going to see a weapon Kestrel, even though I think there's very interesting potential for a Crystal Kestrel as well in this tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, like I have been playing a lot of Kestrel and playing Crystal-wise recently, and to be honest, like that damage coming out of her in terms of the area effect, it is very overwhelming, but she does have that tendency to actually die in that mid game if you're not able to snowball very early.
Someone worked out of the draft. Obviously, they'll just recreate that quickly, and then we'll get it over to the casters to finish the setup. But now, seeing what you're seeing, what do you think this portends for the match?
I really like it. So Kestrel is quite a squishy character. If you get onto her, she's going to die very easily. But when you've got when you've got players such as Palmatoro and Mowgli kind of just protecting you, I don't think they're going to get a chance to get a Kestrel. And I think this is going to work amazingly well on Kvalifar.
Okay, would you agree?
To be honest, like looking at the last pick of Snow Tsunami, they still haven't locked one up yet. I think in this scenario, grabbing like a Crystal Jewel would work really well for them. They do have that Ringo in that early game that's able to really push Kestrel out, as long as he's able to maneuver himself in dodging the skill shots. And then later on, if you do get that CP Jewel, you can just big red button from very far away and just annihilate the entire team. Hopefully they cannot listen to this.
Well, I think you give yourself a lot of credit. I think they're going to change their mind at this late stage as a result. But, regardless, 115, it's interesting now that, Kestrel, the traps are a much more important part of that kit. It's going to definitely be something to watch for in this match. Can the Kestrel use active camo, set up situations where can get a stun up and capitalize on that? It's going to be very critical for this Team Secret squad, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and just to play around Kestrel, just utilizing her full kit to your benefits. You do have that great escape in terms of just laying down that camo and just maneuvering yourself out to get that stun off. But they do have like a buff composition coming out of this, and they have to make the most use out of it.
Yeah, and we've really only seen so far, Scarf poking away. Now we're going to see a Kestrel poke away. The timing, waiting for that reload is going to be so critical for Snow Tsunami. And I believe we are just wrapping things up now. It is
Petal.
All right, we'll see. We'll see if Rome is right. I always love it when he's wrong, but it doesn't happen as often as I would like, and it's a glaive. So there. It's a glaive, and I would rather, if you don't mind, hear from Action Jackson and Vedius on this glaive, because clearly you don't know what you're talking about. Casters, please.
Thank you for that playoff, Beard. We appreciate your vote of confidence. I don't know. I think Rome might be a little bit better qualified than at least me.
No, that's why we're here. People trust our analysis clearly significantly more than they trust Rome. So anyway, Kestrel versus Finn. Ringo, and the Glaive. That's going to be interesting.
It is going to be interesting. I'm very curious to see how the Kestrel works. It's not something we've seen at all, basically, the entire second qualifiers moving into this tournament. So, strange pick coming through, but they did say they had something up their sleeve. This might be it. Guys, we're onto the fold for our first game between previous champions Team Secret and Snow Tsunami. This is a bit of a grudge match.
So this was planned from Team Secret, not specifically to run in against Tsunami, but they had Kestrel in their back pocket. And the thing is, for them, they wanted to bring it out sort of as soon as possible because they want to make as many threats as possible throughout their from a team. Because when you think of Team Secret, you think, oh, we cannot give Palmatoro Kroll. Oh, we cannot give Kvalifar Saw. Oh, we cannot give Kvalifar Ringo. And they want to introduce Kestrel and be like, now you can't afford to give us Kestrel either. So they want to have as many threats as possible and make the draft as difficult as possible for teams in the future. So they're not afraid to bring out these innovative picks. And I'm really looking forward to see how they play around this weapon power Kestrel. It's going to be very much the buff comp, which we've seen so much throughout the world right now because of how strong Adagio is. But Kestrel is a very unique pick, and it will be that weapon power Kestrel.
All right, so talk us through a little bit about how it's going to operate here. We haven't seen weapon power Kestrel or Kestrel at all much recently, but we did used to see it, and it used to be fairly strong. So what made Kestrel strong?
So the Glimmer shots naturally are very powerful. You can spam 4 out pretty much very quickly, and they do scale with both crystal power and weapon power. The actual shot itself scales with weapon power, and the reason she fell off was because that did take quite a hard hit, and crystal power got quite a large nerf, but it's the splash damage from that Glimmer shot that actually scales with crystal. The Sasiska actually takes quite a lot of damage.
Wow, look at Palmatoro just chunking through him right now. He's going to get caught out here, though. Afterburn from Look at Me pushes him back into the team, but now I've got Mowgli looking towards Sasiska. I think that's going to encourage Snow Tsunami just to back away for now. And at the moment, neither team picking up a kill early on here.
No, but they took advantage of the fact that Sasiska was only level 1 to Palmatoro's level 3 and were able to get a lot of damage down with the very early crystal pits that Palmatoro was able to pick up. So good use of the aggression from Team Secret. And it was also a very nice rotation coming out from Snow Tsunami. PT Lamb not afraid to make that movement from the lane down into the jungle. But speaking of PT Lamb,
yeah, he is in a very tough situation right now. Is able to get back towards his turret, thankfully. But you can see Team Secret really piling on the aggression here in the early game.
Yeah, you can see Look at Me in your bottom right-hand corner right now, sitting very relaxed. One of the advantages of Vainglory is you can play in a manner that is always comfortable for you. I like the fact that he's just sitting there, legs crossed, with the iPad on his lap, like, yeah, I'm chill.
It was a smart decision to put him on camera because he does want people to look at him. So
yes, he does. He literally wants people to look at me. So that's always a great advantage. Did you know that they're actually called Team Snow because there's snow in Russia?
I like the straightforward aspect of that. It's like, you know, I very much subscribe to the same idea with names. I'm Action Jackson because I call the action.
Yeah. Whereas I'm Vedius, and let's not go into a conversation where that came from. So right now, both teams rotating up into the lane, potentially looking to set something up onto PT Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, they might be able to find it, but Palmatoro has given himself away just a little bit. He's done some good damage, but PT Lamb is able to back away underneath of his turret. He's safe for now. Team Secret really focusing most of their attention in the lane for now. Not going for too many aggressive plays in the jungle. I think that's smart. I think the Finn, along with that Glaive, can win the 2 versus 2s.
Oh, look at the damage coming out from Kestrel in the early game. Currently sitting on 1,400 gold. Wouldn't be surprised to see a very early Sorrow Blade coming out from Kvalifar, seeing as they're building around her. I wouldn't expect something like the Tension Bow, which is very early game focuses. Look at Me is coming in.
Oh, Kvalifar does get knocked into him with that afterburn, and PT Lamb picks himself up the first blood. Very nice job by Snow Tsunami there to put the pressure back as soon as Team Secret decide to leave. I mean, they were sitting with 3 people up in the lane for a long time. As soon as they disappeared, that's when Snow Tsunami struck. So very well played by these guys.
Also think that it was a bit of disrespect coming out from Kvalifar. He saw Look at Me walking straight towards him, yet he thought that he could get out of range of the afterburn in time. That wasn't the case. Look at Me set up the stun, and then with PT Lamb using that twirling silver was able to guarantee himself the kill. So Snow Tsunami currently getting this first blood in this grudge match between these two teams.
Sasiska has already picked up a Tension Bow just under 5 minutes in. He's going to be dealing a tremendous amount of damage in this next engagement.
Yes, he is going to be swinging down the axe and chunking them out pretty damn hard. Already level 6, so he does have that burst available from his ultimate. As Sasiska actually only level 3 as well, but sitting on a huge amount of health. Impact 115, the base health of Finn had quite the buff, and it's gone up by something like 80 or 90 base health, so at level 1, he's sitting at 900 health. So he doesn't even need that many items to be a real tanky frontline.
Yeah, and that's great in this early game too, because Palmatoro, for example, in the early game does so much damage, but it's gonna be hard for him to find kills on, you know, Sasiska as it currently stands. Typically, you see roamers be targeted quite frequently in these early exchanges because they haven't built the defensive items that they will get later on. Wow, look at those glimmer shots though, dealing some big damage onto PT Lamb. He's a bit squishier than the two burly dudes that are paired up with him.
Certainly is, and he is going to be the primary focus for Team Secret as the game progresses. Seeing as he's going for that Crystal Power build, he's all about that burst. Keep an eye on that Hellfire Brew and the burn that comes off the back of it, because it really hurts. And speaking of hurt,
Kvalifar, every single time he lands a glimmer shot, you can just see the fear in PT Lamb's eyes. He's like, I need to leave now, because they are chunking him out in a big way. Kvalifar has got quite a lot of damage built already, and I imagine, like you said earlier, he will be working towards that Sorrow Blade, which just means those glimmer shots are going to chunk in a big way. Honestly, I'd like to see Team Secret start spending a little bit more time on jungle fights, because the thing is, in lane, because he's weapon power, it's the initial shot, not the penetrative part of it, that actually deals good damage. And in lane, the minions can block that fairly easily. So fighting in the jungle makes it way easier for Kvalifar to hit the big damage.
but he needs to get those big item pickups before they really start forcing those fights, because they are playing this buff composition. So Palmatoro likely working towards the Shatterglass to get a large amount of crystal power so that he can just provide a substantial buff over to Kvalifar. And Kvalifar really needs that second item. I expect something like the Tyrant's Monocle, but we have been seeing an increase in Tornado Trigger, so we'll have to keep an eye out on what Kvalifar decides to go for as Team Secret start off the gold mine.
I like this play by Team Secret. They are kind of forcing Snow Tsunami, if they want to fight, to do it in the jungle where Kvalifar is most effective. He just hit the one-item power spike of the Sorrow Blade, and as a result, Snow Tsunami don't even contest that. They realize it would be a little bit too risky.
Really like these early reflex blocks coming out from Team Secret as well, because they know that the burn damage from PT Lamb's ultimate is going to be a large part of his damage, and as long as you can reflex block that, then the extra burn won't come off the back of that. So you'll just take the initial brunt of the burst from that Hellfire Brew, but then you will remove that following up burn damage. So I do like this, and it's a nice reaction to this Crystal Power Ringo that we're seeing.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we are seeing the Crystal Power Ringo obviously pairs nicely with the Weapon Power Glaive, but we haven't seen Crystal Power Ringos be that successful yet.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look at the damage on Kvalifar. Look at me, easily picks that one up.
Using that early game tension bow to its advantage, Kestrel doesn't have that much mobility, and if you get hit, you can't pop that active camo. So the glaive pick is actually a great pick into preventing you from using that active camo, and pretty much your only escape on that Kestrel. So I do, thinking about it a little more, really do like this glaive pick coming out from Snow Tsunami.
It is great for getting onto the key target. Now, it's also great for isolating a target against any buff comp, right? Whether that is a Kestrel or someone else, being able to afterburn the target into range of your damage dealers is important when they're really the only big threat on the opponent's team. This is one of the downsides of running a composition like the one that Team Secret are going with. But we might see this time he is able to get that active camo off. Now still got to be careful, but look at the damage coming through. There's a gauntlet out of Mowgli, but it's way too late to actually stop PT Lamb from picking up that kill. And another one goes away of Snow Tsunami. They're sitting at 3-0 right now.
So as you said, Kvalifar able to get the active camo down as well as the reflex block, but it doesn't matter because he was in a position that allowed Snow Tsunami to put all of their target focus down onto him, and it was so easy to shut him down. So one shot, one kill does come out low.
Does quite a lot of damage onto PT Lamb, who is burning away from that fire out of Palmatoro, but it's not going to be enough to pick up the kill. However, they defend the turret, obviously a good thing for Team Secret. They got to be careful about losing Kvalifar anymore, though, because we're starting to see it have an impact on objectives.
Certainly are. Team Secret, speaking of objectives, are going to take away these back counts, which is going to be massive for them in this early game. Palmatoro currently sitting at 61 farm to the 49 of Look At Me, as, oh, Kvalifar gets stunned up again.
Man, every single time Look At Me comes to this lane, he's picking up a kill for Snow Tsunami. Very heads-up play from these guys. Team Secret, on the other hand, Kvalifar needs to be more careful. He has to stay back further.
Now, he's taking advantage of the bounty system, mate. He's just falling behind now, so that when he gets a kill later on, he's going to get a big chunk of gold. It's all part of the plan, all part of Team Secret's plan.
That is how I like to play, gotta be honest.
I'm fully aware of that's how you like to play. Look At Me, though, currently sitting at level 10, has been spotted out by that flare, and he is looking like one scary glaive right now.
Yeah, he is in position to get some nice forced chords down, potentially moving forwards. That time it was reflex blocked by Palmatoro, so very nice play by him. But, you know, we're already seeing Kvalifar being caught out just by virtue of positioning in lane. Moving forwards, Sasiska has the ability to catch him out pretty much regardless of where he is, or at the very least force the reflex block, allowing PT Lamb to get the big Hellfire Brew down. So Team Secret, they need to have good vision to deal with this. It's super important.
Yeah, but we've seen from Mowgli the different places you can set up those reflex blocks, and if you just look at Sasiska now, he is looking for an opportunity to potentially get one. But Team Secret, they are pretty quick on the trigger when it comes to popping those reflex blocks, as the gold mine now gets kicked off for Team Secret once again.
It is, but I think we might see Snow Tsunami just trade a turret for this. It wouldn't be a bad exchange. The gold mine has 255 gold on it, whereas picking up a turret is substantially more. So Team Secret, you know, they did something good there in the sense that maybe they knew they'd lose a turret, and by virtue of that, Tsunami could pivot and go for the gold mine later on. Taking it away early makes sense, but map pressure definitely going the way of Tsunami.
Certainly is. Snow Tsunami doing a good job of keeping up with Team Secret so far. Well, you know, we have to remember that Snow Tsunami came into this tournament with the intention of fighting Team Secret. This was the team they wanted to play against because they want vengeance for the first VGL Winter Qualifier where they met in the finals, and Team Secret pretty much demolished them. It was a very clean 3-0. Team Secret didn't even look back at Snow Tsunami, and Snow Tsunami got pretty hurt after that.
Oh, absolutely, and you can appreciate that they want to come back and make things happen. Kvalifar, I want to talk about Team Secret again for a second, though, because we're seeing 0-4-0 as the scoreline for the Kestrel pick. Sometimes being innovative just doesn't work out, and this looks like it might be one of those times.
You're saying that to Team Secret, really?
Yeah,
the innovators of the Soul Push comp?
They did innovate that composition, they did extremely well with it, but we've also saw the hubris of that kind of bite them in the butt during the qualifiers up against SK. You can't rely on one thing too much, and that's part of the reason why Team Secret have decided to branch out a little bit and try and pick up some additional compositions. But I'm not entirely convinced this one is going to be successful.
Well, you have to remember that this composition is very much about the late game, and when you have a glaive that's gone for this very early tension bow, and the fact that PT now has picked up this Shatter Glass, this is around the time that Snow Tsunami need to be forcing these fights, because things are only going to get better and better as Kvalifar gets dragged in.
He finds a reflex block, but it's just a little bit too late. There's a stun from the active camo onto Sasiska, but look at the damage onto Kvalifar. He is in a very tough spot right now, trying to get those arrows down onto PT Lamb, but it's not going to be enough. Sasiska, he's low, but Mowgli does not have the damage to pick this one up easily. He goes down to PT Lamb. Look at me diving very deep onto the back line, trying to get Palmatoro. Can't find the kill, but it's still 2-0 for Snow Tsunami. They're in a great position off the back of that fight.
So Snow Tsunami using that forced accord to catch Kvalifar out of position up in the lane, and Palmatoro was nowhere near to provide the support and the buffs that Adagio is pretty much fundamental for in this composition, and it's just a big misplay, big positional misplay from Team Secret, which is really what we're not used to seeing from them. The big praises about Team Secret is their mechanics and their teamwork and their synergy. And so far, it's been very much about Kvalifar getting caught out of position, giving Snow Tsunami the early advantage in terms of kills, but Team Secret is still being relevant in the gold department. If you just have a look at the farm, currently sitting on Kvalifar, 135 at 14 minutes, even with 5 deaths.
Gold was actually dead even until Team Secret picked that turret up, and this is something we're relatively familiar with seeing from them, actually. Even when they do fall behind in kills, they are able to keep the gold race close. Having found that turret, They now have equal map pressure, with one being taken away by each of these teams. And you can see we might have a fight developing in the jungle right now. Both teams heading to the shop, picking up some items. We got Aegises from both sides. Could be useful in this next fight, but for now, Team Secret just going to be backing away. They know that with the fact that they've been losing so many of these fights in a row, they have to be careful about which ones they pick.
It's going to get tough for them because now you have two big, beefy frontliners on Snow Tsunami that Team Secret have to get through if they really want to focus PT Lamb, as Mowgli is taking a chunk of damage.
Yeah, but look at this Kavala coming through with the burst. He gets knocked into PT Lamb, though. Can he find the kill? Look at the damage. Look at the heals coming through. Both of those carries lasted so much longer than I thought they would. Palmatoro, he's going to be trying to kite out of this one, but I don't see it going too well for him. Doesn't have another heal available. Look at me, is able to pick up that kill along with Sasuke. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Snow Tsunami coming out ahead, even with PT Lamb getting the jump on Snow Tsunami there.
Well, you have to remember that Snow Tsunami did spot out Team Secret with the flare, but it was just a little bit too late. And because of the ultimate channel and the range from PT Lamb, he actually put himself in a bit of a compromising position to actually use that ultimate. So because of that, he got focused down by Kavalafar. Both the carries were sitting right next to each other, beating down onto one another, and they were both able to kill each other, but then you have this ridiculously tanky front line that Palmatoro just wasn't able to break through, which resulted in Snow Tsunami once again succeeding in another team fight.
All right, so Snow Tsunami, they've now picked up both of the minion miners. We're going to see an answer back from Team Secret on theirs, but this isn't indicative of how Snow Tsunami feels right now. They are trying to snowball this game a little bit more. Palmatoro might be caught out here. The hook only going to land onto Mowgli, but look at the damage from PT Lamb. None of the damage dealers from Team Secret really in position to do what they need to. Hellfire Brew decimates Kavalafar and Palmatoro. Look at me, jumps forward with that afterburn, picks up the kill after the burn from Hellfire Brew actually ends. Snow Tsunami, that fight did not look close. I mean, Team Secret, their positioning is not on point right now.
Well, you can see the focus from Kavalafar was put down onto Look At Me, and he was actually taking a lot of damage, but PT Lamb is at the point where he is now the massive threat. He has gone full damage with the Shatter Glass, with the Broken Myth, and if you just allow him to get that channeled ultimate off onto your carries, there is no way they're going to survive. And you saw there the amount of damage that the burn did from that ultimate pretty much guaranteed them the teamfight victory, and this is why it's super important to reflex block that ultimate.
Oh, absolutely. If you don't reflex block it, you are going to get annihilated. We saw that right there. Right now, it's 9 kills to 1 with Snow Tsunami taking a substantial lead in that department. They're actually behind in gold, but they've got the Kraken. If they can find any turrets here, they will turn this one around. So, although it looks close, I'm not entirely convinced that it is. Kavalafar trying to put down some damage, but he gets hooked in yet again. Another forced accord. This time he's going to be knocked in by Look At Me as well. With the only real damage dealer on Team Secret down, this push could be devastating coming out of Snow Tsunami.
It's funny because this is exactly how Mowgli plays Finn as well. Whenever they're trying to set up a siege, you'll be looking for that forced accord. He's looking for that carry to just be slightly out of position so that he can just get dragged into the rest of his team. And Kavalafar falling for what his teammate is so well known for.
There's Polite Company dragging Mowgli in just a little bit. Kraken still above half health as Snow Tsunami tries to push onto this base. The gauntlet goes down. Mowgli and Palmatoro jumping in, trying to get onto the back line. But PT Lamb manages to get the Hellfire Brew off. He finds Palmatoro. He's going to get the kill. One shot, one kill. Doesn't actually go out there, and it's only Kavalafar 1 versus 2. I don't know if he's got this. He finds one. He actually does have a lot of damage, but the Kraken still wrecking the base of Team Secret. He's likely to pick up yet another turret here. I don't know if Kavalafar has the damage to take it down in time. Team Secret, they just barely hold on, but Snow Tsunami are so far ahead.
But Snow Tsunami get themselves, I believe, 4 turrets off the back of that, and I believe in the industry that is what we call a TSM special. So Snow Tsunami doing a great job of utilizing that Kraken, and it all comes back off that initial pick that came out from Sasiska with that forced accord onto Kavalafar. And the only reason Team Secret were able to win out in that fight at the very end was because this was the first time Kavalafar wasn't focused down. He was free to just get so much damage down onto the backline. He could concentrate his efforts onto PT Lamb, then turn his attention on to Look At Me, and then clean up the fight by focusing down onto Sasiska. And Kvalifar, if he is able to just freely do damage on the backline, then he is fine. But at the moment, there's just no real way to properly protect him against all of this engage that is available on Snow Tsunami.
Yeah, I mean, Palmatoro was the focus there for Snow Tsunami, but even if they had focused down Kvalifar, I think it would have been too late. They had low health bars. Mowgli and Palmatoro did actually a very nice job at the beginning of that fight. So Snow Tsunami, I think they just took a calculated trade where they lost their lives but took so many turrets. Gold is dead even right now, but Team Secret, they haven't won a fight in such a long time. It's basically all about the farm numbers. It's basically all about that kind of gold for Team Secret. They are going to invade here, take away the minion mine. I like that. It does relieve pressure from them somewhat, just for a little while, but Snow Tsunami have kind of looked unstoppable to me.
Whoa, there's absolutely no vision around this Kraken. It's just spawned. Team Secret could potentially pick this one up. No, they've decided that it's too risky. They don't want to go for the gamble, and they're just going to go for the defend.
Look at how many infusions just got picked up from these guys. Everyone bought one, basically. So the next fight is going to be, I think, very defining of who can take this game away. Look at me right off the bat, jumping in on the Mowgli. One-shot, one kill does some nice damage, but it's not going to be enough. And now Sasuke hooks in Mowgli for the final kill. Kvalifar is not being focused, but I don't think it matters. He is the last man standing, 1 versus 3. Polite Company keeps him in there. Look at me and Sasuke trying to get on top of him. Kvalifar very, very low, is able to kite backwards here.
Oh,
he
no
might be able to
way.
pull this one off. Team Secret staying in this game by the skin of their teeth. That was ridiculous, Vedius.
Kvalifar, if he is not focused down, is able to 1 versus 3. That was unbelievable. We are finally seeing the power of this weapon power Koshka? Kestrel. And it was ridiculous. That was, you've got double ace from either side. And I think this is the first time we've ever seen a double ace in competitive Vainglory.
Certainly that I can remember.
In Europe, at the very least. I mean, wow, absolutely crazy stuff. And
the minions are empowered because
I
of the
know,
ace
right?
on both sides.
Unbelievable.
Look at the graveyard by the Kraken. Kraken's just sitting there saying, I'm kind of hungry, but that's just too far away.
Yeah, the Kraken actually got involved in that fight, and to a degree was a part of why Kvalifar was able to turn that fight around in his favor, but being able to get that 1 versus 3 at the very end because he wasn't the target focus is a big thing for Team Secret. He's gone from being 1 and 8 to 7 and 9. So he has had a massive gold swing come into his pocket.
It is a drastic change, and looking at his items, he actually has quite a lot at this point. Sourblade, Tyrant's Monocle, and Tornado Trigger, but here comes maybe a fight. Two people get hooked in by that forced accord. Kvalifar this time is able to be focused down by Snow Tsunami. They find that kill. Palmatoro trying to kite around here. Kraken doing a little bit of work on the back line, and Mowgli gonna go down as well. It's a clean ace for Snow Tsunami with no turrets left on the Vein Crystal. I don't see Team Secret getting off easily this time. Snow Tsunami, they're going to pick up game 1.
They certainly are, and what a way to do it. Shutting down this innovative comp that has come out from Team Secret. Things were looking a little bit shaky, but Snow Tsunami realized what they needed to do in the final team fight. They focused down Kvalifar, and they're going to be taking this first win in this best-of-3 series.
And a bit of an upset. You know, Team Secret, everyone's been talking about them being the final boss, being the juggernaut, but this time around, Snow Tsunami is able to come out and take the win in the grudge match between the two teams. Team Secret must be sweating a little bit after that one, moving forward into game 2.
But I think the most important thing to note here is the fact that Rome was wrong. And, and he predicted that game 1 would go over to Team Secret, but Snow Tsunami, upsetting Rome's prediction, are going to be taking game 1, and now it's down to Team Secret to find the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Playoff Beard put his trust in us for good reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, you should do that more. We should be on the analyst desk.
We should be on.
In any case, very impressive and convincing performance from Snow Tsunami. They had a big kill lead, only 1 or 2 patchy moments where it could have turned around for Team Secret. But to break down that game a little bit more, we're going to be passing back to our analyst desk. Playoff Beard, take it away.
I am so upset at Vedius right now because he just stole my line. Like, I already worked this whole thing out with Xingyi. She was going to deadpan back when I said that Rome was wrong. Fine, all right, well, then we'll just move on here. So let's have a try-hard question for the person who was wrong. So on Team Secret's side, these players individually are just superior mechanically. They're unbelievably good players. And when we see them play traditional comps, they defeat their opponents consistently. Do they need to be doing kind of strange and unusual things that can have mixed results as opposed to just playing heads up and beating people because they think they're better?
I feel that they actually had a lot of time to practice out this composition, especially around that Kestrel. And although Cavalifar played very well, this is something that Snow Tsunami has been outstanding at, is their drafting phase. And this is why the reason that I actually picked them to win. And you know, like, there's no secret, it's snowing in London.
What? What? You're trying to deliver a joke, but you're laughing before the punchline.
Yeah.
We didn't even get the punchline.
Just to get back at those guys over there.
All right. Snowing, was that the line? It's snowing in London?
Snowing in London.
You've been working on that one?
For the last 5 minutes.
Okay, so as we look at the items here, we've seen a lot of Crystal Ringo.
Yeah, so and I think Crystal Ringo worked really well. You know, the Hellfire Brew, when he landed it on Team Secret, was doing a hell of a lot of damage there.
All right, and the blocks, so trying to hit those fin hooks on Team Secret, known for those fin hooks. Early on, Palmataro was on point blocking that hook, but as the game went on, it seemed like more and more of those hooks were landing, especially on Cavalifar. It was causing a lot of trouble for TS.
Yeah, actually, Sasiska did an excellent job on that fin, and he made sure that regardless, he didn't always prioritize just hooking as many people as he can. Instead, they actually tried to take somebody out of that picture first. But it was that one team fight where Cavalifar actually came back and took all 3 of them down. It was because they prioritized, and this was when Ringo actually used his ultimate on that Arden.
Yeah, so let's quickly go down to what can you say? To Rick, the Pocket Gamer Report.
Thanks so much. Well done. I just want to point out as well, if you're sat in that box, you seem to lose your first round, so maybe that's part of the problem here. But talking to Team Secret just now, they said that it wasn't the draft that they wanted to get originally. They're playing tactics they don't know, so going into the next match, they're going to be trying out tactics that they know that are going to work for them. So thanks very much. Back to you at the desk.
Rick did that so much better than I did. I blame all this on Vedius. He threw the whole segment off, but
Yeah.
that is pretty much what they do. So now, Rome, looking at the second match here, how does Team Secret approach this draft?
To be honest, like, they have to grab a composition that they're very comfortable with. They are going up against Snow Tsunami, a team that's both strong mechanically and especially during their drafting phase. And we know Team Secret, individually and together, they are excellent in terms of synergy, in terms of those individual mechanical skills. But like, going up against them, you do know like there's a certain couple compositions that they are very well known for. And for sure, these guys have been practicing against it. So, you know, having lost their first match, they're going up against Snow Tsunami right now. They have to be sure that they grab something that they're very comfortable with and they're very comfortable executing.
All right, so with that, Xingyi, we know that this is a winner's bracket game, and the loser will drop down into the elimination bracket, and they will face G2 Kinguin 2, who had that tremendous comeback on the verge of defeat. If you're G2 Kinguin 2 right now, what notes have you been jotting down from watching these two teams play?
Well, if they're going to be against Team Secret, and they're going to try and do that cat comp again, I would try and do something similar to what Snow Tsunami did, which was outdraft. You know, they had the Glaive, the Finn, which were excellent repositioning heroes. If I was going to be against Snow here, you know, it'd be a bit more difficult. You know they've got that Cruel, but you also know they're willing to take these risks. It's very difficult to anticipate how what they're going to be doing.
Okay, so we're getting ready. We're about a minute out from the draft of this second game. It is a best of 3. The Autumn Champions, Team Secret, against the number 4 seed, Snow Tsunami, who looked so good yesterday. As we see the camera go by, PT Lamb, the only player playing off-site with the referee observing. Look at me. He always likes it when we look at him. Waiting right now. We're getting ready for this draft, and it's going to be interesting to see how this goes down.
Yeah, and like, looking back, like what I said earlier, and it was hashtag Rome is right, I do feel that Snow Tsunami is going to come out of this winning the series, but it doesn't mean that Team Secret is out of it yet. So those predictions I'll save for later on, and let's specifically try and focus on this match right now as we go into the draft.
Wow, excellent. You don't need me anymore. I should just get out of here. I'm ruining this whole segment. Rome is making the throws. I am clearly superfluous. And let's have a battle in the chat. Hashtag Rome is right or hashtag Rome is wrong on whether or not Team Snow Tsunami will pull out this pivotal match here. They want to eliminate Team Secret before a blind pick. And we see Adagio and Krull coming off the board. No surprises there. Snow Tsunami starts with a black feather.
Oh, I was expecting a Finn pick, but now we're seeing the double Catherine Arden, and this is not something I've ever seen them pull off before. I'm in complete shock.
Rome, is this a Crystal Arden, a Weapon Arden? What's happening?
This actually works really well if they do pick up a Kestrel for their last pick on the Team Secret side. I have a feeling that they're kind of planning around this, especially they do know that Snow Tsunami will be picking up that black feather first.
Okay, it is a very early game comp coming out of Snow Tsunami. We haven't seen Europe really execute the early game quite as well. All right, this time #Rome is right on just the draft. Just the draft, the Kestrel does come out. I'm very, very upset with Vedius, but I have no choice to throw to him now for the action. It's that guy, along with Action Jackson I still like.
I'm glad I'm still on his good side. You're getting a lot of flack right now.
I feel like I'm being unjustly. I'm just trying to bring a bit of comedy to the.
I mean,
cast.
we already brought some comedy to the cast. You know, you're a joke.
Okay, swiftly moving.
That's why your Twitter is Vedius Lowell, right?
It's like
I killed him.
So it's going to be Arden in the jungle. And now, we know Tasty Bacon loves Arden in the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
He's convinced he's invented weapon power Arden in the jungle. And I've been telling him for ages, no, it was in EU first. We've literally thought of everything. And he's like, no, I'm pretty sure it is an NA special. And I'm like, nah, mate. Nah, it's here. And you're seeing it once again coming out from Team Secret. It's going to be, it's likely, well, actually, I'm really confused because we've actually got a weapon power Kestrel. And so, they could be playing what we saw earlier. So they're very much building all of the farm, funneling all the farm into Kvalifar, and they run the double roam sort of style of composition. So they're pretty much putting everything onto Kvalifar.
Team Secret definitely have some secret strategies up their sleeves, but can they come back in this series against Snow Tsunami, who are currently leading 1-0? It's going to be a great match as we get onto the fold.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, that's for sure. Specifically, though, the interesting thing was Team Secret said they want Kestrel into Black Feather. They said that it's really good because it is so easy to kite out that black feather when you're playing this Kestrel. It is, you can use that, you can pop the active camo, but so basically what happens is black feather tries to get into, hang on, speaking of Kvalifar.
Yeah, he is getting ganked early on here. Very reminiscent of what we saw last game, and the bleed does secure the kill. Sasuke does have to be careful though. He is going to be jumped on. On point shield, he might save him, not quite going to do it. Look at me, get some nice return damage, but it's ultimately a 1-for-1.
So, this could very well be a Crystal Power on. We'll get to that in a second, because Team Secret doing all kinds of crazy stuff as they usually do. But yeah, this Kestrel is really good into Black Feather because you use the Rose Offensive to try and close the gap. And the range of the Rose Offensive is the same as the range of the active camo. So you basically, by the time you get to Kvalifar, he's already popped that active camo and he can set up to land the stun on you just as you finish off with your Rose Offensive. So then you can continuously keep the distance and keep Black Feather at range. So it's so difficult for him to actually get onto the back line. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, hang on, why have I been talking about this? And this is a Roam Black Feather. I've been talking for ages about Black Feather diving onto the back line, and it's Roam Black Feather, it's Jungle Crystal Fortress, and it's a weapon power PT Lamb. Both these teams are just determined to say, oh, meta? No, we don't have that here in EU.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, I gotta be honest. We've seen Roam Black Feather once or twice. We used to see it actually a decent amount. On point,
we saw it from Snow Tsunami yesterday.
Yeah.
Against their sister team, Snow Avalanche.
So they definitely think that it's something that can work, and I'm inclined to believe that it can. You know, we did see nerfs to the Crystal Power Fortress in the last patch. It was a terror to deal with on 1.14, but you know, just because it was too strong before and now nerfed doesn't mean it's not strong enough, and that's the key thing to realize.
Yeah, it's still very, very strong. You can still do a surprising amount of burst, and the fact that, I mean, you saw it from the bleed damage that they were able to get down to Kvalifar. It can do a lot of damage if you're not prepared for it. But I'm trying to figure out who is going where exactly. What I expect Sasiska to do is build very much towards tank and just get those Heartbreak stacks up as much as possible. and then he'll still do a fair amount of damage as long as he's getting those stacks up. And it's very easy to stick to your target. You have to remember the utility that it provides as well. With the Rose Trail, you get a lot of movement speed off the back of that, and the slow from his on point is very effective. And he gets natural CC break using his Rose Offensive. So it's quite easy to stick to targets as well and basically just be a pest. So wouldn't be surprised to see him go very heavy towards the tank. PT Lamb, unsurprisingly, going to go towards heavy damage with the weapon power, going to be working towards that mid-game spike with the Sorrow Blade combined with potentially the Tornado Trigger or the Tyrant's Monocle. We tend to see quite a variation of the two. And then look at me on this Fortress is just going to be looking to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, Sasiska, maybe even getting a Shiver Steel here would also be good after he picks up maybe his first core utility item. Just because Kvalifar sticking to him, it's like you said earlier, the Kestrel does have a decent way of getting out of the aggression from a Black Feather. But if he's going super tanky and his goal is not to kill Kvalifar, but just to stick on him, I actually think he's going to have better odds.
I completely agree with you. And when you pair that up with a Fortress who naturally gives you all that bonus movement speed as well, I do think Kvalifar is going to struggle to kite out this composition coming out from Snow Tsunami. So Snow Tsunami, once again, coming out with a very smart draft. I think they've adapted very well to this Kestrel pick, and just great response to this innovation coming out from just both teams. Very innovative, and just I feel like Snow Tsunami has been the ones to better respond to the innovation.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. And if they were able to come out with a win here, that would actually be two upsets in a row. It'd be an interesting tournament moving forwards. Obviously, EU is no strangers to upset, with Team Secret being 8th seed in the previous championships and actually coming out ahead. So we'll have to see what happens here. So far, the aggression has been pretty much restricted to that first exchange up in the lane. Neither one of these teams wants to commit too much early on. PT Lamb's struggling a little bit up against Kvalifar, which isn't something Ringos were that used to, I'm sure.
No, he certainly is not. He's actually taking a lot of poke from Kvalifar, and here come the puppies.
Yeah, Attack of the Pack gets popped. They're looking to maybe go for an engagement here. I feel like they might be a little bit too far away from the members of Team Secret to firmly commit to it, though. And you can see Snow Tsunami backing off a little bit. 3 members of Team Secret sitting up in the lane. They know that PT Lamb and shutting him down early on is a good place to focus their attention.
Yeah, right now, both teams just kind of dancing around. As you rightly said, we haven't really seen any symbols of aggression coming out from anyone as of yet. But once we see those level 6 come out from both Kvalifar and PT Lamb, that could be an opportunity for both teams to really start looking for a bit more action.
Look at the burst damage coming through from Kvalifar already. If you allow for those Glimmer shots to hit you, you are going to lose a lot of health very quickly. And this is, I'm sure, more what Team Secret were looking to do last game. You know, actually leverage the early game burst damage of that Kestrel. They weren't able to do it, though, and this time, they've been forced back so far that they're going to lose a turret at 6.5 minutes.
They certainly are. Team Secret picking up the first major objective of the game. And as you rightly said, the biggest difference this time round is that Snow Tsunami have not been constantly going up into the lane and punishing Kvalifar's over-aggression, and Mowgli has just been that strong presence to provide a little bit more safety and utility to Kvalifar.
So after getting that turret, there was so much gold on the side of Team Secret that all 3 of them picked up big power spike items. Palmatora got an Aftershock, we saw the Fountain on Mowgli, and Kvalifar finished his Sorrow Blade. It's easy for them to then rotate to Goldmine. There's no way that Snow Tsunami can fight that.
Yeah, it's just very smart rotational play, and this is the Team Secret that we're used to seeing. Very much about the teamwork, very much about playing the map in a very calculated and calm manner, and responding to the plays coming out from Tsunami in an efficient way. So Team Secret looking a little bit more like themselves, and I think that this second game will definitely be a close one.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the Arden build, because we haven't touched on it too much yet.
I've been trying to avoid it.
Palmatora picking up an Aftershock. When he jumps in with Blood for Blood, he's going to do a lot of damage right off the bat.
Yeah, he certainly is. You also have to remember that the Vanguard is going to be doing a lot of damage, and I'm curious as to how much damage the Gauntlet's going to do as well. When you have a lot of crystal power, because I believe that it does scale with that crystal power. So when people walk through one of the pillars, the amount of burst potential that it has could be insane. I can't quite remember the ratios on it, so I'm not sure if it's actually that efficient to go full crystal power.
It's like when you're doing your research for casting and you look at the ratios, you're like, well, he's just gonna roam, right? So
yeah, exactly.
I don't need to know this.
And then I've seen weapon power firsthand on the Arden, but crystal power is something very unique to me, something quite innovative, but it's Team Secret. I don't know really what I was expecting. You also have to, his Vanguard will scale very nicely, so we'll be able to provide a lot more utility for Kvalifar, but I really just don't want to underestimate his damages. Oh, here comes the Hellfire Brew.
Does land onto Kvalifar, but it doesn't really deal too much damage. Obviously, weapon power is the build that PT Lamb has gone for this time. One shot, one kill, not going to land. Big damage coming out of Gauntlet, but it's not going to be enough. Palmator actually getting melted right now by Look At Me. Sasiska and him, got to be careful to try and defend this. We've already seen PT Lamb go down. Team Secret in a good position to siege onto the turret. Look At Me jumping forward yet again, but he immediately gets sniped out there and taken down by Kvalifar. Team Secret looking way more confident in the second game. They're already 3 kills up and about 3,000 gold.
They set Kvalifar up to get the poke down and set up for the siege, and they're able to pick up a quick kill because PT Lamb just stands there. As he's channeling that Hellfire Brew, they walk straight into the active camo setup from Kvalifar, and he is just freely able to do so much damage down onto the backline. They don't respect this Crystal Power Palmatoro, and he just does so much damage.
He really does. That was actually kind of surprising how much damage that he did. So Team Secret have managed to make this unorthodox composition work so far. The question is, can they keep up this pressure? Because I think later on, Palmatoro at the very least will begin to fall off.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that happened. We'll just have to see as the game progresses. Just looking at Team Secret, for them, they just need to keep doing what they're doing right now, setting up for these tower sieges. The only reliable engage that Snow Tsunami have is with Look At Me, using the puppies, using the movement speed to then just lock down onto the backline. But he is quite squishy. He's gone for the very early Aftershock. He's now picked up the Fountain of Renewal to complement Sasiska's Crucible, but he's still able to just get bursted instantly. He has no solid HP in his lineup, and when you're going up against this Kestrel, who is so strong in the early game with this much weapon power, that engage is likely just to fall apart for Snow Tsunami if they're not able to set up some kind of flank.
We're seeing a build from Look At Me that's very reminiscent of, for example, Kashka, what she used to be building quite a lot, where you get the Aftershock and then a Fountain, and you kind of have a distribution of aggressive and defensive stats. Given that Sasiska has not decided to go for a Fountain, I quite like this. You need one on your team, and the Crucible is going to be important, especially if he can do a Gabe Fizzle and block that Blast Tremor coming out of Mowgli. You see the Hellfire Brew popped onto Kvalifar, but doesn't really do too much. Team Secret, they respect it, though, and back away.
So good reflex block coming out from Kvalifar, held it at just the right moment. The poke now coming out onto Sasiska.
There's a gauntlet going down. Whoa, look at the damage on Sasiska. That was absolutely immense. He is going to pop the Crucible, try and back away. There's a Fountain as well. You can see Snow Tsunami are being routed at the moment by Team Secret. Look At Me wants to lead the charge onto the front line, but with his carries both so low on the health values, he really can't afford to fight. Team Secret, they're going to put a lot of pressure on this turret. They might even be able to find it. Look At Me locked up, annihilated by Kvalifar. And man, this is a big difference from game one.
It certainly is. Palmatoro just does so much damage, and when you set up for that stun, it allows Kvalifar to just get Glimmer Shot after Glimmer Shot. He weaves in his auto attacks between each Glimmer Shot for the maximum amount of DPS, and they're just playing this composition so much better than they did before. Snow Tsunami have no real answer for this amount of poke that is constantly coming out from Team Secret.
I feel like we needed to see Snow Tsunami do more in the early game. You know, they've got that Ringo, one of the sort of standout heroes that performs well early and falls off a little bit later on. Look At Me as well on that Crystal Power Fortress is going to fall off as we move forward. And of course, Sasiska playing Roam Blackfeather, I mean, once you can get tanky enough to get enough Heartbreak stacks up, sure, you can deal damage, but it's gonna be a while before that happens. So Team Secret, they've just come out of the gates very fast, instantly annihilated Tsunami in a lot of the early exchanges. I feel like Tsunami don't have many ways back into this game.
No, by going for the PT Lamb weapon power build, they needed to build up a little bit more of an early advantage with the Ringo. They wanted to try and force more fights in the earlier game and not give this sort of advantage over to Team Secret, because now Team Secret are really just starting to hit big power spikes significantly before Snow Tsunami are, and Team Secret are just basically taking better advantage of it as they siege onto this turret.
Wow, look at how quickly that turret is going down. Blast Tremor stops the engagement from Snow Tsunami. Very nice usage there by Mowgli. One shot, one kill. Dealing a decent chunk onto Sasiska, and with the next minion wave here, they want to go for the turret. Palmatoro has actually gone a little bit further than maybe his team would like. Gauntlet being used defensively. Kvalifar is able to snipe out Sasiska, and now they can just tank up the turret, find that kill, and back away. Snow Tsunami, that was probably the most pressure they've been able to put on Team Secret, and still wasn't enough.
It's just Team Secret executing this siege perfectly. They use Kvalifar to get a bit of poke down onto the lineup of Snow Tsunami. You saw the one-shot, one-kill chunking out Sasiska and basically forcing him back almost immediately. And then when the engage came out from Look At Me, you just have the immediate ultimate coming out from Mowgli to throw out that 3-second silence, deny any reliable engage coming out from Snow Tsunami, and then you just have Palmatoro in between all this, using his blood for blood to just slowly chunk down the turret. And it's such an effective strategy that Snow Tsunami are really struggling to know how to deal with.
They absolutely are, and at this rate, we're going to be seeing a blind pick game 3. Given the compositions coming out of these guys, I kind of want to, because we're going to see some interesting stuff for sure. We've got another gold mine picked up by Team Secret, right now sitting at 30.8k, a massive advantage over Snow Tsunami, who are actually going to use that Warhorn just to try and escape. They're in such a dicey position at the moment. Team Secret, they've shown up to play. They want to rep the fact that they were the champions of the previous season and defend that title.
They certainly do. Have a look at the mini-map right now. You can see the entire map is controlled by Red, but PT Lamb.
Yeah, that one-shot, one-kill gonna be blocked by Look At Me. There's a blast tremor, not actually landing onto the members of Snow Tsunami, but Team Secret, they're not even waiting for the Kraken to spawn. They're going right in for the base. Look At Me trying to jump on the back line, gets stunned up by that active camo. It's very difficult for PT Lamb to get in position to deal the damage. He hits all 3 with the Hellfire Brew, but it's just not enough. Team Secret, 3 members standing right now to the 1 of Snow Tsunami, but they don't have the minion waves to keep the push going. They're going to back up, they're going to pick up the Kraken and keep this train rolling.
Kvalifar with some beautiful kiting in that fight, and the gauntlet to zone out PT Lamb from being able to do any consistent damage, while Kvalifar just kites alongside of the wall and make sure that he stays out of range of PT Lamb was just so well played. They initially focused down Sasiska, they quickly turned their attention to Look At Me, and it was all about Kvalifar. It was just a fantastic team effort really overall, because everyone was just doing their role so perfectly. It enabled them to get that team fight win. They're going to get themselves the Kraken. You can see all the infusions being picked up by Team Secret, and they're going to look to try and end the game right now.
They've certainly got the ammunition to do it. The Kraken on their side, a minion wave beginning to build up as well. Team Secret so powerful at the moment. 7 kills to 1, 10,000 gold in the lead. Snow Tsunami, they had an incredible Game 1 performance, I think surprising a lot of people, but Team Secret have bounced back. This push could be the one to end them for Game 2. Snow Tsunami just trying desperately to wave clear.
Well, here we go. This is going to be the deciding factor between the two teams. Attack of the Pack comes out.
Yeah, they're trying to get right onto Kvalifar here. He's taking a lot of damage. He might actually go down. It's a trade 1-for-1. PT Lamb still alive, though. Dealing damage, kiting backwards onto Palmatoro, but it's not going to be enough. He goes down. Only Look At Me left standing for Snow Tsunami, and I don't see him living for that much longer. Vanguard keeps Palmatoro alive. Mowgli, the only thing that he needs to do right now is zone out Look At Me. Look At Me is going to go down as well. The Kraken whacking away on the base. We're going to see a Game 3 blind pick, and Team Secret, Mowgli going nuts in his chair. Man, I cannot wait to see the compositions that these guys bring out moving forwards.
Team Secret are able to bring it back in Game 2 with what was a very clean game. The only team fight that they really lost was right at the end there, and Mowgli was even able to successfully clean up that fight overall. So really impressive stuff from Team Secret. They said at the end of Game 1 that they got a bad draft. They didn't really know how to execute that composition, and you can see the difference in their play when they finally get the draft that they wanted. That Crystal Power Arden paired up with the Weapon Power Kestrel. Once again, Team Secret bringing out another special strat.
This is one of the things I love about Vainglory, dude. Every single hero, you can just play it in a plethora of ways. Arden, you see him roam, you see him Weapon Power, sometimes you see him Crystal Power. I mean, that's all the options available to you, basically. So very well played by Team Secret, very innovative. Moving forward into Game 3 in the blind pick, I've mentioned it a few times up until this point, but they also have the potential to just go back to something standard, and I actually think that would be more surprising.
We may very well see the Saw push comp once again. We'll have to see, as we are going to be jumping into Game 3 relatively soon.
All right, well, to walk us through that last one and talk about what we might see in the blind pick, let's throw it back to our analyst, Playoff Beard. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Action Jackson. I do want to see in the chat on Twitter, #RomeIsWrong. If you believe in the Autumn Champions, if you believe in our current European champions, Team Secret, think that they will bring it home in Game 3. Let's take a look at the items right away because Rome, some very interesting decisions here. We obviously saw the Aftershock on the Arden is not standard, but there's been some buzz around about that. And then on the other side, we had a Crystal Fortress finally, kind of NA-style Crystal Fortress with a Rome Black Feather. One thing worked, the other didn't.
Yeah, just looking at the Snow Tsunami side first, they switched things around and actually put that Black Feather on the Rome with the Fortress on the Crystal Carry instead. And I don't think this worked out too well for them. They didn't really have a strong engage. And this was all pretty much going down to Kavalavar, who did an excellent job in terms of making sure that his camo was always up every time they tried to dive very deep. But then again, like the composition out of the Team Secret side, it's very unparticular. We do see that Catherine playing that very strong role in terms of making sure that she's always getting that stun up for everybody that does dive onto this Kestrel. And Team Secret did an excellent job. With Kestrel, there is a standard build, and grabbing that Sorrow Blade, grabbing that Tyrant's Monocle, she did so much damage in that backline. And as long as no one was able to actually get deep into her, making sure that they're able to delete her out of that picture, she just kept shooting those glimmer shots away, and the Snow Tsunami team took too much damage.
Yeah, 2 Aftershocks there, all the proc damage, that along with the Tyrant's Monocle crits coming out of Kestrel, that is scary. And Xingyi, such a decisive performance, such confident play. This is the Autumn Champions we expected to see.
Yeah, it was a much more, improved game from the first one. We saw them kind of just losing their cool a little bit. Cracks were beginning to show. This time we saw them playing a much more steady game. They kind of just slowly just taking control of the game. They'll take a turret one by one. They knew when to pull back. They knew it was foolish to stay too long. And I think it's looking really good for them in the blind pick.
And as we heard, they felt they got a bad draft out of that first one, and then obviously got what they wanted in the second one. Now we go to a blind pick, and they can get anything they want.
Well, I think a lot of people will be thinking they will be doing the Saw push comp. I don't think they will this time. I think if anyone's going to be prepared for it, it's going to be Snow Tsunami. So I'm not sure if they're going to try something new, if they're going to try something similar. We're going to be seeing it like a Scar from Kavalavar. He's very strong on that hero. So we don't really know.
Yeah, we don't know. But one thing we do know is that they don't need a comp like that to win, right? They don't need to have, a specialized comp like the Saw push comp. They can win heads up, they can win a mirror match, but Snow Tsunami obviously going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, just looking at the second match, we do see how much drafting process actually comes out of the Team Secret side. They did an excellent job in terms of securing that Kestrel into that last pick. Just because if they had grabbed her a bit early on, I believe that Snow Tsunami would have picked up a Finn, which is an excellent counter towards this composition they had.
All right, so now with it going to a blind pick final decisive match in this series, do you see Team Secret going back to comfort fix? Do we see a Finn in this game and so on?
Then again, we're going to a blind pick best out of 3 match, and they will be going down to the losers bracket, whoever loses this. And it all comes down to those mind games and what kind of compositions you really put your opponents on. But then again, at the beginning, I said this will go to a best out of 3 match, and I do think that Snow Tsunami is going to come out with the win.
He's sticking by it. #Rome is right or #Rome is wrong, depending on if you think the Pride of Russia, Snow Tsunami, is going to win, or whether Team Secret is going to be able to pull this out in the end. And as Rome mentioned here, this game is determining who will play G2 Kinguin 2 later on today. So this is the last of the winners bracket matches, but this is far from the end of Elimination Day, because then those teams in the elimination bracket, they have to keep playing until we know who's in the semifinals. They're going to keep playing and playing until it's time. So G2 Kinguin 2 will face the winner of this. Then again in this broadcast, we will have SK Prometheus, who got upset earlier against G2 Kinguin. What an excellent match that is. I did not expect to see those teams facing each other this early on in the competition, but both those teams are going to have to prepare. I'm told that the blind pick is happening right now. We're not going to show that as to not create any circumstances that could be exploited at all, whether that's audio or anything else. So we're just going to wait for all of the picks to come in. One team has locked in, the other is still discussing, and we're going to wait until all that is in, and then we're going to get into this decisive final game. We know what Rome thinks, What do you think? Who's going to win?
I'm secretly rooting for Team Secret. You know,
Not so secretly now.
It's not secret anymore, but you know, I think they're such a strong team. I love their synergy, and actually, when we were talking to the players themselves, there's a really funny moment. You know, Kvalfar is giving this very inspirational speech, and Mowgli just turned and goes, "He's really inspirational, isn't he?" And I was just, it's actually true. You know, they've got such drive and such passion for this. I'm just really wanting them to win.
And that does matter. I mean, we saw over on the North America side, Halcyon Hammers, they even have a mental coach for their players. One of these teams is going to need a mental coach after this match. The other's going to be very excited. Let's go to the action with Action Jackson and Vedius.
All right, thank you very much, guys. This is an exciting conclusion to the series with Team Secret and Snow Tsunami both at 1 win in the best of 3. Vedius, we've seen a lot of crazy compositions from these guys. In the final game, though, not so much.
No, it's going to be a wet noodle fight once again. It's a European special versus a European special. This is what we're so used to seeing, and already you can see both PT Lam and Kvalfar going at it up in the lane.
Yeah, they're dealing the same damage to each other.
It's Fire v Ice, though. We'll finally get the ultimate answer to the question. Who wins, whether it be you setting on fire or, you know, what's the other one? Frostbite, that's the one.
Chilling them.
Chilling them?
Yeah.
Brrr. Now both teams currently doing a bit of shopping. You can see Team Secret have been spotted out by a flare, but the fact that they were able to buy first, that means that they are just going to immediately disengage off the back of that one. So I want to talk about what both teams need to do to win, but it's
it's just the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah. So what both teams really want to do is kill the Scarf. We'll have to keep a close eye on itemization, because I think the smart thing to do here would have both Krolls build pretty tanky and act as a front line, and then pretty much it's going to be a contest of which front line can kill which Scarf the fastest. And whichever Scarf dies first will be the determiner in who comes out ahead in the game.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I mean, we've seen some pretty crazy plays out of Krolls where they last until the last man standing and are able to turn things around, but I think in this composition, the Scarf is just super critical, especially given that it's a mirror matchup, so gonna be interesting to see which one of these guys can pull ahead. Honestly, I feel like it's such an even matchup.
Oh, really, do you?
Well, not just in terms of the compositions. I mean, in terms of the actual players that are playing and the teams. You know, both of these guys took a fairly dominant victory over the other earlier on in the series. Either one of them could come out with a win.
Yeah, and both teams are very driven. We have to think Snow Tsunami, they want revenge for all the times that Team Secret have defeated them. Snow Tsunami put so much preparation into this tournament, with the expectation of at least being able to beat Team Secret. And if they're able to beat them here, they will be knocking them down into the loser's bracket, and Snow Tsunami would be guaranteeing themselves a spot in the semi-finals, which is already top 4 in Europe, which is a fantastic achievement to make.
It is, absolutely. But you know, all of these guys looking for not just the top 4 slot, but the top 1 slot. Kvalfar is able to survive that gank coming through from Snow Tsunami, but you can see the pressure already beginning to mount for these guys.
It does seem like Snow Tsunami's battle strategy against Team Secret is to try and shut down Kvalfar. It worked very well for them in Game 1. Game 2, they weren't able to quite get the same level of pressure, so now in Game 3, they're trying to look to replicate what happened in the first of this series.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the Spotlight interview that we had earlier on, PT Lam saying that Kvalfar is such a terrifying force, and he wasn't sure which one of them was actually the better player. Once you win or lose this series, which is actually a complete mirror matchup, I think you might have an inkling of which one is better.
Yeah, it's one of the great things about having this blind pick final game, because both teams are allowed to pick their most comfortable composition, and so everyone is free to do what they like, and you really get to see what a team is capable of when they're allowed to play what they're most comfortable on. And sometimes you get these mirror matchups, and it's very much about, this is pretty much even Stevens, everything is fair, the team that has the better mechanics is the one that comes out ahead.
I'm just remembering the last time we cast a mirrored composition best of 3.
SK versus G2 in the finals of Europe.
Yeah, and that was literally just constant deja vu. Like, you saw the exact same thing happen for both of the teams.
The big thing about that game was the difference in itemization, and a large part as to why G2 lost that qualifier and lost that series out to SK was because their builds just didn't make much sense. Kvalfar takes a lot of damage.
Wow, that is a ton of damage, and he's actually going to go down. Snow Tsunami able to pick up first blood in this mirror matchup. Are we going to see the return from Team Secret, though? Doesn't look like it. They are just not in position to capitalize.
So I'm really excited to see Palmatoro on this hyper-engaged Kroll, because he is renowned in the European qualifiers for having an insane KDA, in particular on this crawl. He is so courageous, I think is the best word, to just force these fights, and somehow he just survives. And having chatted to Kvalifar and the team about this, I was like, how do you do it, Palmatora? How is it that every time you go in, you never die? And Kvalifar immediately interrupts and says, it's because for some reason, they ignore him and they still kill me. And it seems like everybody's goal is just to kill me. So Palmatora always gets this great KDA, but he's like, that's fine because I know that Palmatora can carry in my stead. I know that I can trust him to be that main carry if the team needs it.
And that's exactly, you know, the thing about Team Secret. Everyone talks about them having great synergy. The fact that Kvalifar can just sit back and say, you know, I'm meant to be carrying, but it's cool if Palmatora does it, is actually very impressive from him. I know a lot of players want to be that carry for their team. Now, at the moment, both of these teams have all three members up in the lane. They're really spending a lot of time making sure that what just happened to Kvalifar doesn't happen either again to Kvalifar or to PT Lamb, and I think that's a good plan.
Look at me, just hit level 6.
Oh, and that's going to be from Hell's Heart right onto Kvalifar. Look at the burst damage coming through. They don't find enough stacks of weakness to get a big smite off, though, and Kvalifar is able to get away from it this time. So, not a bad exchange. Team Secret are able to keep their members alive. Palmatora might actually just go for some back camps as a result of those spells being burned. Oh, he's deciding to go back.
Yeah, he identified that Look at Me was returning to his jungle, and he didn't want to take the risk of getting caught out and giving away a kill, and potentially a couple of his own back camps to the side of Snow Tsunami. So it was a smart play, and another smart play was Mowgli sticking around the lane. You identify it, you realize that a lot of the pressure from Tsunami was going towards Kvalifar, and with the presence of Mowgli, he was the reason why Kvalifar was able to escape in that situation. It was a great Vanguard. The shield helped so much. Combine that with the slow to Tsunami, as well as the speed boost that he got to escape, resulted in Kvalifar getting away with his life.
Yeah, very well played by Team Secret. It's like you said, I mean, I just think making sure that your scarfs don't fall behind is super important. Already, we're seeing a bit of an edge building up for PT Lamb in that creep score. Obviously, the fact that Kvalifar was sent back to the base because he died earlier is a big reason for that. The kill went the way of Sauciska, though, which is not ideal. From Hell's Heart, popped onto him, but the damage just isn't there right now.
Well, he did take a fair chunk, and I just noticed that an Atlas Pauldron has now been picked up for Look at Me, so he's decided to go towards that tanky itemization. He's going to act as that front line that's just going to stick on top of Kvalifar, and his primary damage source is going to be relying on this Smite. But speaking of Smite, Palmatora, he's going to use that to secure himself the gold mine.
Yeah, and that's a big advantage in this kind of a mirror matchup, because everything else is very even. If you're able to get the gold miner, you know, it's a while before your opponent can actually recuperate that gold that you've picked up for yourself. So, Team Secret doing pretty good here. They're behind in kills, but they're up 300 gold.
Yeah, they certainly are, and that is pretty much the amount of a gold miner. So, very even Stevens between the two teams right now as PT Lamb takes a bit of damage.
Should be safe for now, though. Mowgli doesn't have much follow-up behind him. We're seeing Sauciska pick up a Fountain of Renewal, so lots of strong activatable items already on the side of Snow Tsunami, and that could be key for them in these next upcoming fights. Palmatora hasn't really committed to what he wants to build first yet.
I'm curious. It's really interesting what he's actually going to go for. He has picked up the Piercing Spear, which does provide you with that armor pierce and weapon power, so he has a couple of options with that, and so far from Palmatora, he has gone quite unique with the way he's decided to itemize. And right now, both teams grouping up in the lane. Snow Tsunami looking to get another gank onto Kvalifar.
They are, but I don't know if they're going to be able to find it here. I mean, they're so far back because the lane is shoving in their favor that it's difficult for them to make the gap close.
You know, PT Lamb looking super intense really into this game right now. It's unbelievable how concentrated he is right now. You can see him down in your player cam. Hopefully he'll relax a little bit more as the game progresses, but you know, it's the game, maybe things are head and shoulders above him.
That was a good one.
Team Secret looking to set up a siege onto the lane right now.
They are. I mean, the thing is, though, they're in a similar position to what Snow Tsunami had just a second ago, which is that because the lane is so shoved, it's hard for them to actually jump onto Tsunami because Tsunami are just under the turret.
Oh, from Hell's Heart.
It gets blocked, though. PT Lamb is able to get away. Now the return comes through onto Palmatoro. There's the gauntlet as well. Look at the damage. Palmatoro immediately goes down. PT Lamb, he's burning them away with that Dragon's Breath, and a beautiful counter initiation coming through from Snow Tsunami.
So it was a bit of a mistake from Team Secret after missing that from Hell's Heart, failing to actually get the stun down onto PT Lamb and still continuing with that engagement with the assistance of the turret from Snow Tsunami, pretty much set up Team Secret for failure. So they should have disengaged after trying to set up that fight initially, and they might not have lost this gold miner, but Team Secret now need to be very careful.
Yeah, they were trying to put some pressure down onto the turret, maybe deny some of that farm to it, but Tsunami rotated very quickly and were able to address that for the most part. So PT Lamb maintaining his around 10 or 11 CS lead, and Tsunami keeping their kill lead as well. They're in a good spot here. You know, they are behind in gold slightly, but the fights seem to be going their way.
Yeah, but this is just Team Secret being Team Secret. Even though it looks like they're behind, somehow they hold a gold lead. They just do such a great job of keeping up those farm levels. And even though Kvalifar is behind, which is very strange for Kvalifar typically, we still see Palmatoro making up for that with his CS advantage in the jungle. So he has decided to go for that tanky itemization. So we're going to be seeing we're literally going to be seeing mirrored playstyles, both identical item builds, and it is going to be very much a matter of who can kill the Scarf the fastest.
Oh man, I was looking at the builds and I was like, PT Lamb and Kvalifar almost have the same items in the same slots, but their bottom left item is moved over. So
the energy battery, yeah.
They're not doing it right, man.
Not doing it right. Well, either way, both teams right now grouping up in the lane looking for a play.
I don't think either of them are easily going to be able to find one, though, given the fact that all three members from both sides are here. It's dangerous to go for any kind of initiation. Gauntlet just came back off cooldown for Sisiska, though, so they have the same tools to work with if they do decide to pick a fight. Team Secret, I think they realize that they don't want to flip a coin, which is basically what that would be, and they've decided to leave. Kvalifar is able to reflex block and get away from Hell's Heart. So now the onus is on Tsunami. Be careful here. Secret does have that edge with regards to cooldowns.
I really like the positioning from Kvalifar in that engage, because he realizes so much pressure is going down onto him during the laning phase that he's just going to back up in the lane and be in a position where he could clearly see the Hell's Heart come out from Look at Me, so he can reflex block in time. He does now have that unavailable, but it's going to come up so much sooner than that ultimate from Look at Me is.
Palmatoro was sitting up in that top bush. I think he was trying to find from Hell's Heart onto PT Lamb, but PT Lamb and Sasiska both playing it safe back towards their turret. You know, PT Lamb was actually also getting a lot of poke down on Kvalifar, so it was hard for any kind of engagement to come out there.
It certainly was. Once again, both Snow Tsunami grouping up in the lane, looking to try and set something up onto Kvalifar once again. It is so tricky when you have this mirror matchup to really find the engage that you want, because we have to remember that this is game 3. This is do or die. Winner moves on to the semifinals. Loser gets knocked down into the losers bracket, and they have to play up against G2K2. And there have been lots of talk about G2K2 about being this hidden superstar team as Kvalifar gets in trouble.
Yeah, he is going to take a lot of damage here. He manages to block the gauntlet, but the damage is still there from Snow Tsunami. Very well played by them. Sisiska trying to back away here. Does take a decent chunk as he's tanking up that turret, but even still, Tsunami yet again coming out with the kill. They have not yet died. Very impressive play from these guys.
Look at
Mowgli and Palmatoro, they might want to try and defend this. They're trying to get a fight, but look at me with the smite. Regenerates so much health. It's very difficult for Team Secret to find an opening here.
Yeah, it's Team Secret. They realize that in this mirror matchup, they can't force a fight 2 versus 3. The weakness stacks make it so difficult for Palmatoro to just dive onto the backline, and because he's built so much damage, so much tank, he won't really have the damage to shut down PT Lamb this early on. But it was very well executed from Snow Tsunami. Typically, they are the aggressors in this matchup. They are the ones constantly looking to get these picks. Ooh, as Team Secret has found Sisiska.
They have, but he's so tanky right now, is able to get back to the turret and actually turn down a bit of damage onto Mowgli. PT Lamb's poke is insanely strong at the moment. Very similar poke, in fact, identical poke, coming out of Kvalifar, but he's not really been in the position to use it much.
So we're finally seeing a bit of variation between the two teams. We have the Bone Saw now completed for Palmatoro, whereas Look at Me yet to complete his 3rd major item. Kvalifar has picked up both the Frostburn and the Broken Myth. Very similar, well, identical in fact to PT Lamb. Sasiska has actually completed the Crucible before Mowgli. So that is going to be a very big impact item coming into these team fights, because you can block that gauntlet that comes down from Mowgli in the engages.
Yeah, and that's going to allow for PT Lamb to reposition. That's the key thing there. Having the Crucible as well as a reflex block on PT Lamb means that he can maybe also dodge it from Hell's Heart, which would be big. We've got Team Secret picking up a gold mine, though, and the vision control from Snow Tsunami a little bit lacking there. Given the lead that they had accrued for themselves, I'm kind of surprised they let that one go over for free. And in fact, even with that, Tsunami now leading by 1,000 gold, which is a big difference from earlier on. The Kraken is going to spawn. We could see some pretty crazy fights around that moving forwards.
We certainly could. I think that this early on would be a bit of a risk for both teams. They're still buying time. They're still waiting for these items. Bonesaw now finished for Look At Me. Both of them literally had the same HP. Oh, as I say that, Palmatoro gets an extra 200, and he has now picked himself up a reflex block. So a lot of utility break. Oh, sorry. CC immunity now available for the side of Team Secret, and that's also going to be very big against this gauntlet, against the From Hell's Heart in particular as well, that Snow Tsunami is going to be looking to try and land.
So Look At Me has actually decided to follow the build path of Palmator. He's got for that Bone Saw now. Siska trying to find some kind of engagement. PT Lamb tanking up a bit of poke here. Gotta be careful, gonna block through that gauntlet, but he's very far away from the fight. Kavalifar, on the other hand, dealing so much AoE damage. That's gonna be from Hell's Heart, lands onto PT Lamb. He doesn't reflex block it, but Palmator is taking extremely low. He's gotta be careful here. He might go down. The first kill of the fight goes to Snow Tsunami, but the return from Kavalifar finds one.
No energy.
Also very low, but Kavalifar is out of energy. It's gonna be hard for him to get any more. PT Lamb, he misses a Spitfire. It's so close between these guys. He misses another one. That's gonna be enough. Sasiska, he finds the return kill onto Kavalifar, and he is super low. I don't think he's gonna be able to get away from this one. It's so close. He's got out. Oh no! The longer attack animation than Mowgli was expecting totally saved Sasiska there.
Oh wow!
What a fight!
What a fight indeed! Literally exactly the same thing happened on both sides. Palmatora. So you saw the double gauntlet. There was purple everywhere. There was the dragon breath coming down. There was so much baking going on inside those double gauntlets that neither team could really sustain it. So they got rid of those. Then you saw Palmatora being the first to engage onto the backline. He was sticking to PT Lamb. Things were looking good for Team Secret, but then PT Lamb was able to kite out far away enough. Palmatoro no longer had the gap closer, so he started retreating. He was the first one to fall. Then, Look At Me got greedy. He tried to dive onto Kavalifar. He then picks up a kill. And then it's PT Lamb and Kavalifar kiting around each other with no energy, missing all of their skill shots, and then eventually it becomes a slapfest between the two roamers who are unable to kill each other. It's identical team fighting. And because both teams are so talented, it is so difficult to tell which team is actually going to be the one to come out ahead.
All right, we've got our first major divergence of items here. Eve of Harvest picked up for PT Lamb. Aegis completed for Kavalifar.
Right.
That is quite a substantial difference. Speaking of the damage, though, Kavalifar is able to land so much poke on a Look At Me. That has encouraged Team Secret to start off this Kraken. Tsunami.
Sosiska's going back.
This is really not good.
That's going to be a Kraken.
Apparently, just getting poked a little bit is enough to take that one away. So
well
Team Secret,
played.
big pickup for these guys. They're slightly behind in gold. Obviously, they're behind in the kills too. But the Kraken is going to give them so much room to maneuver here.
So look at this, the flare has come out. They want to see where Snow Tsunami are, and a turret hasn't even fallen for Snow Tsunami yet. Here comes the gauntlet.
Mowgli wants to start this fight off right off the bat. PT Lamb is able to kite back through that. The Dragon's Breath doing a decent chunk of damage here from both of the Scarfs. Palmatoro might be the first to fall, though. He is going to go down. It's the same as last fight, but will it end the same way? Now Kavalifar being trained onto. He goes down. Mowgli, the last member standing for Team Secret, is going to fall. It's an ace for Snow Tsunami, but they're going to lose 2 turrets off the back of this.
So the biggest thing there was actually the gauntlet that came out from Sasiska, because he was able to land 2 stuns onto Kavalifar and Palmatoro, and because they were stunned up, they ate so much damage from the Dragon's Breath from PT Lamb. That meant that when both teams finally started clashing with each other, Palmatoro was so much lower than Look At Me was, which meant that he was the first to drop. Even though both teams got both their abilities out, PT Lam was just the first one to do it. And because they got that first kill onto Palmatoro, they were able to come out ahead in the team fight. So they lose 2 turrets, but Snow Tsunami are able to kill the Kraken as well as get an ace onto Team Secret.
And even though they lost 2 turrets, they're still 1,000 gold ahead. I mean, that's what you get when you manage to pick up the Kraken and 3 kills. Ends up being worth about the same. Map pressure is the way of Team Secret right now. They have a turret lead. Can they maintain it, though? It's going to be tough, because if there's a straight-up fight, it seems like Snow Tsunami just isn't going to lose it.
So have a look at this. Aegis now finished for PT Lam, as well as the Eve of Harvest. So there's just going to be more damage coming out from PT Lam in these next few engages. And he has actually found Mowgli.
Yeah, doing some nice poke down with the Goop and the Spitfire. Minion Mine had already been started off by Team Secret, but they're not able to secure it. So Tsunami getting themselves a nice advantage here with that one. They're going to be looking to push towards the lane, maybe go for a fight sometime soon. PT Lam eats a little bit of damage there. And that, you know, every point of damage you take before a fight in a mirror matchup counts for a lot.
It certainly does. Landing those skill shots is going to be imperative to decide who comes out ahead in these fights. And here we go, Snow Tsunami going for the siege.
Yeah, they're going to start this one off. There's a gauntlet coming down from Mowgli, but it seems very far away. Sasiska is taking a lot of damage, but he's able to jump out of there. And PT Lam running onto the front line, trying to kill Kavalifar first. Palmatoro, still very healthy, is able to get onto the back line, do some harassment, but so far no one has died.
Oh,
Palmatoro,
nice.
Just as I say that, you can see Kavalifar picking up the first kill. PT Lam still very healthy, so's Look At Me. On the flip side, Kavalifar is out of energy. This could be a turnaround for Tsunami. They're trying to run through the remaining members of Team Secret. They want Kavalifar. They just need a little bit more. Palmatoro eats a Spitfire. Fan the flames. It's going to be enough. Kavalifar, look at how low he is. That is absolutely ridiculous. He had something in the realms of like 20 health there.
Oh, these fights are just so close. Snow Tsunami were able to just get that return kill onto Palmatoro, so arguably they came out ahead because they also picked up that turret, which means that is going to equalize the turrets between the two teams. But Team Secret put so much emphasis on just shutting down Sasiska, and PT Lam took a surprising amount of damage. Sorry, Kavalifar took a surprising amount of damage from Sasiska that he really wasn't prepared for. But now that he has the Eve of Harvest, it's going to be so much easier for him to kite this out. But you can see how equally matched these teams are and how tense this game is starting to get.
All right, Team Secret, they take the minion mine and then back away. They don't realize that the Kraken has already been started by Snow Tsunami. We saw how devastating the push was from Team Secret when they took this earlier. I imagine it's going to be similar this time around. The question is, will Snow Tsunami let the power get to their head, as Team Secret did, and give away a fight? This is just a ridiculous game. It's very deserved of being the third game in the series.
Have a look at the infusions now being picked up. Team Secret realize this, so they're going to go back and they're going to start prepping for what could be the game-ending team fight. We're at 22.5 minutes. This is late game from Vainglory standards. A lot of players are starting to reach that full build point, and this is going to be a very tense fight. Here we go, Snow Tsunami looking to try and win the game right now.
All right, they're going to be moving up the lane. They got the Kraken backing him up. Kavalifar just trying to do damage where he can to it to mitigate the damage that this push is going to do. The question is it going to be enough? You can already see the turret starting to take a decent chunk of damage here. Sasiska pops that scout trap just to make a way for his team to get to the base more safely. Kraken still over half health. Oh, the turret explosion actually taking to about half health. But this is going to be close. Mowgli pops the gauntlet. He's actually just using it to zone things out, I think, for them to kill the Kraken. And that does force Tsunami back.
Yeah.
Very smart usage of the ability.
Very, very smart. I like that a lot. Very unique, something that we're not used to seeing, where Team Secret realize, okay, the Kraken needs to be our focus. We don't need to try and force a fight. As long as we can shut down the Kraken, they're only going to get one turret off the back of that, and we can actually get more gold out of the Kraken than we're going to lose. So very smart stuff coming out from Team Secret, and just great use of the gauntlet.
All right, so we have one more item slot left for both of the Scarf players. What are they going to buy here, right? Because if they make a different build from one another, that could be kind of the key thing in the next fight.
It could very well be, but I'm expecting Shatterglass. Crystal Power all the way. They just need more damage. You're at late game, you just want as much scaling as possible, and pretty much whoever lands the first stun and gets potentially that Dragon's Breath off or the Spitfire, that initial Spitfire is going to be so monumental in this game. I love mirror matchups and I hate them because they're so they're so tense. You can just feel the tension. You can see the tension on PT Lamb's face right now. He is so involved in this game. It's very similar to Kvalifar. They're just looking so intently, and they're going to pick up the minion miner, so Siska has spotted them out.
He has a very stony gaze, doesn't he?
He does.
All right, so Siska, he's gonna go for that ultimate.
Oh, that's massive, that's huge!
That is very big. Tsunami's still trying to go for the fight, though. I feel like this might be a little bit over-aggressive. Dragon's Breath coming across is gonna zone them away. They're building up a bit of a minion wave, but that's about it. I mean, all 3 ultimates down. We've got 80+ seconds on one of them, the gauntlet from Siska. I guess we're just gonna wait around for the next Kraken at this point. I mean,
it does seem that way. I don't know if Team Secret have a timer on it. You would imagine that at this level, teams are aware of the death and spawn times of that Kraken, and it's going to be, I want to say it's going to be decided on the Kraken, but I'm not entirely sure if it is. And Team Secret, they're aware of this. They're going for the Kraken.
All right, Tsunami, they do not have ultimates to fight for this objective. That could be absolutely huge. That said, ultimate's not on the side of Team Secret either. Palmatoro trying to dive in right onto PT Lamb, but look at this. We've got the same dive happening from Look At Me. Palmatoro is taking way more damage, though. He might go down first here, as PT Lamb is still relatively healthy. This fight is ridiculous. Look at how far we're having to zoom out. I mean, Palmatoro, he's running off towards the enemy base. He finally goes down. Kvalifar just doesn't have the same damage on him. Look at
does he?
He's got the reflex block, though. He's still alive. He's actually might get away. No, he goes down. But Team Secret, they are definitely on the back foot. PT Lamb picks up the second kill. Vedius. Jeez Louise.
This is what I was expecting from the start, though. You have both Krulls diving onto the Scarf. The Scarf is pretty much in a 2 versus 1 with the peel from the Arden. I've completely lost my words because of how crazy this game is, and it's just Siska was there first. That was the biggest thing. Arden was providing peel for PT Lamb well before Mowgli was, and because of that, Palmatoro took so much more damage at a higher rate. Yes, Kvalifar was able to get the kill eventually down onto Look At Me, but that allowed enough time for PT Lamb to finally join the fight, and that is what pretty much secured it for them. This is so smart. They're trying to be as efficient as possible with the Kraken. They're waiting for the spawn timer of Look At Me, and they want him to join the team just as he is respawning alongside the Kraken.
All right.
26 minutes.
This could be the game-ending push.
I doubt it.
Don't do that to me. Team Secret, they need to pull something pretty amazing out here. But at the same time, we saw Snow Tsunami kind of jump the gun earlier. And if they do it again, I mean, yeah, we definitely could be waiting for the next Kraken.
Oh, man. Crazy stuff right now. Everybody's pretty much reached full builds. Nobody quite has enough gold yet to buy anything. Kvalifar sitting on 2,300. Ooh. Hang on a second. I thought PT Lamb, no, he's pretty much invested all of his money into boots and infusions right now. Here comes the game-ending push.
All right, but Kvalifar did just buy a Shatter Glass, whereas PT Lamb hasn't spent his money yet. In fact, he doesn't have enough to go for that. Look at the scout traps. I mean, it gets to this point where you just have to do something.
Oh,
that's the gauntlet we saw earlier on. Look at me, does get stunned up from Hell's Heart, but here comes the Dragon's Breath. That's going to be doing a lot of damage. PT Lamb wants to turn this one around. He is doing a decent amount. Palmatoro is sitting right on top of him. The Kraken needs to be the focus of attention for Team Secret.
Oh, Snow Tsunami doing it.
Enough. I think Tsunami will be able to lock them in here.
They're gonna win.
Got so much more in their back pocket.
Tsunami, they're gonna do
it. Tsunami managed to take the series. It was a very hard-fought battle between these two teams. But man, what a way to finish things up. Tsunami take down the previous champions, Team Secret, and they're gonna be moving forward to the semifinals.
Wow, Snow Tsunami get the revenge that they were looking for in a hard-fought battle as well. That was a well-deserved victory. I don't think anyone can question that. That was a 27.5-minute game. That is super late game for Vainglory standards, and that was absolutely crazy. You could see how close so many of the team fights were. One out-of-place reflex block, one slight mispositioning, one bad gauntlet, one missed Spitfire was the determining factor in who would end up winning that fight, and boy, was that a close game.
It really was, and it was a great game as well. I was a little bit disappointed to see the straight-up mirror matchup, typical EU comp, but when it's played to that level, in that way, it's very entertaining to watch, and it's kind of a lesson, I think, to a lot of people who are watching on how to execute on that composition, something I'm sure a lot of people will be trying out after this.
And it was so pleasing for me to see the expression on PT Lamb's face after that game. He just looked so excited after such an intense game. The joy that you could see on his face was just ecstatic. It was a real pleasure to see, and I'm glad I could be here to experience that.
I feel like they should auction off that shirt that's on the box. Anyway, wow, what an incredible series. Guys, we've still got more games coming today, but before we get to those, we're going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Thank you very much, guys. What a game. And now we know it will be G2 Kingwin 2 up against Team Secret. The Autumn champions are knocked into the elimination bracket, where also the #1 seed, SK Prometheus, is, and they'll have to face the #3 in G2 eSports, that first Kingwin team. So now we're seeing what we expected from Europe, which is these lower seeds coming through, winning these big games, and boy, is Russia proud of Snow Tsunami right now.
Yeah, I just want to cut in real quick. I did say Rebirth of Empire in 3, and then I said Snow Tsunami in 3.
All right. Hashtag Rome is right.
Thank you.
Hashtag Rome is right.
Just looking at the builds here, but this last match, I've never seen something so close in live before, and it was intense both ways. Due to the fact that it was a mirror match, and we saw identical builds coming out of both sides. Like something to note really quick was Cavalifar grabbing that tier 3 boots very early, and this actually made a pivotal role in terms of how much damage output was coming out of their end. But the thing that actually came down to this was the infusions used by both teams. I felt that Snow Tsunami did a better job of grabbing those infusions before any major team fights. And although that they lost that first Kraken, they came out with the second one and they played out extremely well.
All right. Really the only item difference in the early game was that piercing spear. Did that make any difference just in terms of so early on? You kind of feel sometimes mirror matches that they'll be decided in the early to mid game because just if someone can get ahead, they can stay ahead. But that was short tense to the end.
Yeah, Look at Me pretty much played a very pivotal role on that cruel, and he opted out to grab a little bit more sustain and grabbing out defensive items that pretty much made the way for PT Lamb to land all those skill shots, and he did an excellent job with that farming up in lane.
All right, that might have been a little hint there as to what's to come, but I will let you decide. Who is your Amazon Coins MVP of this series?
It's going to be Look at Me. And like Rom said, he's absolutely pivotal. In the first game, he did a fantastic job as Glaive. He was repositioned in the Kestrel. And then that game, the Cruel was just fantastic.
All right, and with that, let's go to this fine gentleman himself. That is Look at Me with our interviewer, TJ Sams.
Okay, thanks very much, Playoff Beard. I am here with Look at Me from Team Snow Tsunami. Tell me, what is it like to currently beat the EU champions?
Well, you know, it is great, first of all. And second, we expected that it will be the hardest game in our way to the trophy. Yeah, and we wanted to do it because, as I told before, we wanted revenge for first qualifier when we lost.
Okay, so in the first couple of matches, we saw a Kestrel. Were you surprised about that? What were the counterplays you put in place?
Yeah, we saw Kestrel. You know, in second game, we tried to surprise enemies, but they surprised us, and it was like, what did they pick? I think they thought the same about us. So yeah, surprise versus surprise games. Yeah, and
brilliant. That is Look at Me. Thanks very much. See you to Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, DJ Samson. You like the way he put that there. He's like, that was our hardest game on the way to our trophy. Yeah, he could have just taken it right then, because I don't think anyone's going to try to stop that guy.
No, but overall, like everybody, Team Secret coming in here as the champions, and they've been dominating the scene for so long. They do have a target on their back that every single team in this entire tournament was looking at for. But Snow Tsunami came down with it with that win, and they pretty much, this is a sigh of relief for them. Like, they know they can beat this team. They know they have the capability to actually go on forward and take first place.
And for Team Secret, they're just going to have to regroup for a second, but this is still, you know, one of the clear favorites in this tournament. They can make their way through that elimination bracket.
Yeah, and they've got a bit of a tough match ahead of them, G2 Kingwin 2. You know, they said before that this could be quite a tough challenge. You know, everybody knows Majestic and Pips. They've been strong contenders for one of the top players, some of the top players. And even though the first time they played them looked very easy, you know, this time G2 will be prepared.
All right, so we are going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, we still have 2 more huge games to go. We're going to continue to play until we know who makes it out of the elimination bracket. All the elimination bracket games will still happen today. Tomorrow is purely the semifinals and finals, both best of 5. So stay right here, and when we come back, we're going to get to these final elimination games to determine who are the semifinalists.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just 50 bucks, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Right, it's not enough. The Gauntlet goes down. He might go for Gauntlet flip. He's got one. He's got a hit too.
Welcome everyone to the eSports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, 1 hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
That's it. This is game 3 from Liberation.
Welcome back to the 2016 Europe Winter Championships live from the Gfinity Arena in London. We have 2 more big elimination series to go in order to determine who the semifinalists are. And Rome, this one's going to be interesting. We do have a roster swap that we'll get to in just a minute, but first, let's take a look at the bracket and see where we all stand right now. So after all these big games have been played, we know that Rebirth of Empire is through. That's the 6th seed. Snow Tsunami is through into the semis. That's the 4 seed. Those are going to be best of 5, and each of those teams that remained undefeated will start up 1-0 in those series. In that best of 5, they get the bonus for having gone undefeated. Meanwhile, look at all the high seeds now fighting for their lives. Unbelievable. 1, 2, and 3 seeds all in the elimination bracket now. Who would have thought that? Only in EU does that happen, that's for sure. First, we have G2 Kingwin, the 3 seed, against SK Prometheus, the favorites, the 1 seed. And then we have G2 Kingwin 2, that upstart, very interesting team with such a high ceiling that's getting better every day. The 7 versus Team Secret. No one expected to be there. And this also tells us, Rome, that Team Secret and SK Prometheus both cannot make it. Well, I guess they could, but it's a tough road here.
Yeah, and just looking at the first match coming up right now, we do have SK Prometheus versus G2 Kingwin. And this goes all the way back to like the competitive scene, especially when both of these organizations first started. And this is the original rosters from both sides, which is very interesting.
Yes, it certainly is. Let's turn our attention now to this next big elimination game. It is SK Prometheus versus G2 Kinguin. Right off the bat, let's find out who you have your eye on. Who is your Amazon Coins player to watch on the SK Prometheus side?
This time a player to watch has to be Waldemar. I think what makes him really threatening is his positioning. We saw him play the Scarf, we saw him play Saw earlier, and those heroes are ones you don't really want to over-aggress on. And I think he just knows what to do, and he just goes really, really well, and just lets Jetpacks and Raph frontline for him.
Okay, and do you expect, are we going to see him going back to stuff like Saw, or do they get away from this now that they've kind of gone through that experiment? They had some success, but ultimately it clearly didn't work out because now they're in the elimination bracket. Do they get away from that kind of stuff, or do they have to continue to innovate?
I would personally like to see them move away. I've seen them playing Scarf and Cruel a lot. We saw them in their finals when they're against G2 in the second qualifiers. It was just a Scarf and Cruel game. Whoever had Cruel would win. So I'm expecting to see a lot of Cruel bans this time.
All right, on the other side, who's your player to watch? And thanks to Amazon Coins on the G2 Kinguin side.
And I have to pick out Redix, just because they played excellent, especially yesterday and today. But although they did lose earlier, I feel like the team has had a bunch of time to regroup themselves, making sure that they all coordinate and follow up with every single strat.
Now, Redix, he's been a superstar. He's been the shot caller, the leader of this team, and he's pretty much known at this point for playing the mages. Does he have to pull a different page out of his book in order to make sure the draft isn't predictable?
And this is something that both teams actually have to pretty much figure out heading into this drafting phase. They do have very similar play styles where they do favor that mid to late game scaling compositions, and they execute it so well. And I do expect like a little slow pace in the early game because due to the size that both of them play very efficiently and they like to capitalize off of mistakes. And due to the fact that, they don't make too many mistakes on both sides. So it's going to be, just feeling it out back and forth early in that jungle until later on where the items actually make a big difference.
Oh, this is so interesting. These are two teams that I did not expect to see face this early, much less in the elimination bracket. This is a finals-worthy matchup right now, really. And as you kind of project ahead when these two teams collide, how would you, see things going?
Well, I'd like to see Dark Potato kind of playing his glaive. I know he has a very impressive Taka. We've not seen that coming out from him yet. I think Taka could potentially be a very strong pick against SK Prometheus.
All right, and as we mentioned before, we do have a roster substitution, very interesting. That will come out in just a minute when we see G2 Kinguin 2. I'm jumping the gun there. Both G2 Kinguin squads will be fighting for their life. And no, I'm sorry, I'm right. I should not doubt myself there. It is Techno JJ coming in for Dingo. So G2 Kinguin, they're opting to go to Techno JJ, and while we see the standard bans come out, Rome, tell me what Techno JJ brings to the table where they might like this better.
And Techno JJ has been on like a dominant player ever since the competitive Vainglory scene started. And due to the fact that he's very well-versed in terms of playing a bunch of different heroes and making sure that the G2 Kinguin team is able to run a different gameplay styles.
All right, SK Prometheus, they take a Black Feather right out of the gate.
I think that's to be expected. I'm expecting Raph to play. He's played a very strong game on the Black Feather so far. But one thing I would like to point out is that Techno JJ did used to be on SK, so he probably does know the playstyles of this team very well. I know he has played with Prometheus, and I'm not sure if he was in Prometheus at one point or another. But either way, it's going to be a much more difficult game for them this time.
That is a great point there. It is an Arden coming out of G2 Kinguin, and Rome will see how this rounds out.
Like I had a feeling here that G2 Kinguin 2 pretty much are going to be leaving out this Scarf for the SK Prometheus side. And they do a good job in trying to pick up this Vox. They do have a hyper carry in this game, and they have to make sure that they have a peel for him, because this Black Feather, after he gets farmed up, he is going to grab a bunch of defensive items and dive very deep into that back line.
So once again, it will be Jetpacks on the roam roll. Have you liked the way that's worked for SK Prometheus so far?
Yeah, Jetpacks has so much experience and such a good understanding of the game, where whether he be playing up in that lane, in the jungle, or in the roam, he does a good job of actually leading the team and voicing out what he really wants to do.
And we know that Waldemar is super comfortable on that Scarf. You're the player to watch, and you must like what you see there.
Yeah, I really like his Scarf play. He's very good with those skill shots, but what I really like the most is when it comes to those vital moments in the team fights, he is fully stacked up on those broken myths. He has been poking with his Spitfire from far away, and then he just rushes in at the last minute with his Dragon's Breath.
All right, we see the final the final hero coming in there.
Like most likely here, Dark Potato will be grabbing up that glaive, but I feel that glaive isn't that effective against Black Feather. So hopefully he grabs something else, like this Rhyme.
Wow, so Raph is going to have to watch out for this Rhyme. I don't have to worry about Vidius preempting me on the jokes anymore, because now I have my friend Zekent in the booth, along with the wonderful four-court Jester.
I'm not entirely too sure if you should take that in a negative way, Zeke. And you said you're not a funny guy right there.
Ooh, that hurts, playoff period. That hurts.
I got your back, playoff period. But now coming into this one, you know, that roster substitution, you should always trust your instincts. Techno JJ is finally getting cast time.
Yeah, and it should be really interesting because this is a grudge match. This was the finals match of the second qualifier in a winter season, and these two teams, they took it to a game 5. Let's see if they take it to a game 3 right here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a score to settle between these guys, and it's a pretty good prize as well, because loser goes home. That is some worrisome pressure to go on to these guys' shoulders at this point in the game.
Right, Howard, looking at the team compositions, we do have Scarf, Blackfeather, and Catherine on the side of SK Prometheus, and for G2, we have the Vox, Rhyme, and Arden. These are two very interesting compositions because they both aim a little bit more towards the mid to late game. We have the Scarf, super late game mage, and we have Vox, who also needs to build up a lot of items.
Now, if you guys were here at the very beginning of this broadcast, we did some highlight videos of yesterday, and it was all about Waldemar on this Scarf. This is a super comfort pick for this guy, and SK Prometheus with that Scarf can really do some big plays. And as you said, you know, it might be a little bit until G2 King can get into a position to kind of deal with that.
Yeah, one of the very interesting things, though, is Scarf up against Vox. That laning matchup will be very dependent on whether or not Waldemar wants to go aggressive, because if he lands that Spitfire, if he gets those basic attacks down to span the flames, he can do some serious damage.
Well, G2 thinking of invading right here. They are at least saying hello to their neighbors. Waldemar now going to be rotating down, but the 3-man pressure is enough to rebuff at this point. They are going to be looking for those backs, so SK is going to be losing out on a bit of farm if they don't turn back, but so far, as you can see, they're going to be going straight through the jungle to pick up their opponents.
However, nothing too much is going to be gained by either side right here. However, we do see G2 go for the recall, and they might be here to stop the medic camp from being taken.
I think it's going to be a little bit too little too late. I mean, as you said, they might stop this one. It really depends on how much Redix is going to be kind of that deterring force. And with that flare as well, I mean, Redix, he is going to be pushing him out, so it looks like they will save at least one. Could Raph even go down to this one? Dark Potato's a little bit too far behind, but now Redix, he's going to get that slow. Raph gets those boots and immediately jetpacks with the stun. Will they continue?
Yeah, quick fingers right there on Raph. Able to pick up boots right in the middle of that battle. And right now in Redix, you know, they might be able to take this medic camp right here, but will it get stolen? It does not get taken by Waldemar.
All right, so SK, Raph, Jetpacks, and Waldemar, they will make that 3-man unit. And are they actually going to give up these backs? Nope, that's actually one that goes into their pocket. Can they pick up the seconds? Well, they're going to get a kill, at least with that Arden. Now Dark Potato, he's kind of left to his own devices. The 3-man rotation actually worked out well for the pressure because they pick up that 1 kill. But, I mean, the bigger thing is that there's nobody in lane right now. You can see Vox, he actually already bailed out of this one, leaving Dark Potato to this 3v1. But they're taking their time taking down this guy.
This was very well played by the side of G2's jungle squad. Even though they both went down, they were able to take both the back doubles, and the lane was pushing towards their side. So Techno JJ, he was able to deny a lot of farm to Waldemar, and he's going to be pulling quite far ahead.
Waldemar's sitting at 15, Techno JJ now 19 and counting. And just before we got up here, well, all right, we'll leave that for now, as Redix is thinking that, yeah, maybe we can make something happen here with Raph. He doesn't have any backup, though, so is Redix really confident enough on this Arden to take down in a 2v1? Well, SK is saying no bueno.
Yeah, that was not the play to make right there for Redix. However, right now, Techno JJ once again farming in lane against Waldemar. However, Waldemar, he has been landing those Spitfires. He has been landing those basic attacks. So the Phantom Flame is doing quite a bit of damage to Techno JJ on that Vox.
Now, I was talking to Face, and that's the manager here of the G2 crew. He said, you know, Techno, into this lane, they're going to be trying to shake things up. And Techno, all right, he's going to live through that one. But so far, it doesn't really look like SK is too phased about that roster change. They're sitting at 3-0. They might be a little bit behind in gold, but they've been trying to deal with a lot of this aggression. And, you know, if G2 keeps throwing out too many more of these kills, they might actually find themselves down an objective or two.
Right, Howley gold is not too far apart quite yet. Only about a 300 gold difference separates the two teams. And Redix right now going to be holding the lane for Techno JJ. And Waldemar, he is fairly low on health, so he will not be able to press in too hard.
And you can see Dark Potato just wandering there in that bush as well, just making sure that no funny business is happening. But while everybody is showing themselves up in the lane, you got Secret Agent Blackfeather now looking into those backs there from SK Prometheus. And I'm not entirely too sure he's going to find the backs. Oh, yep, there they are, right on time. Raph and those timers.
Right on cue indeed for Raph. Able to take a little bit more farm for himself. And right now, it's going to be very interesting to see which team will go for the early engage, because there is a Blackfeather on the side of SK Prometheus. However, when Dark Potato hits level 6, it's it's going to be a very, very deadly tool for them to use.
Yeah, we'll have to see who actually does reach that level 6 first. Something that does have to happen, though, is that Waldemar has been up in this lane. He hasn't had a chance to rotate yet. He's holding on to quite a bit of cash at this point. He does have the energy battery, which is, you know, helping him really with this clear. And with Jetpacks here to help babysit just a little bit. I mean, he hasn't really been in a lot of danger, but he does need to start picking up some of those items.
As long as Raph is able to rotate around the jungle very efficiently and dodge around the side of G2, it doesn't really matter what Waldemar is doing. As long as his turret doesn't get pushed in, as long as Raph is able to get farm, I think the SK Prometheus squad is okay with this.
That was an interesting choice by Redix. Just got that Vanguard there from Techno JJ, but there was no real big follow-up aggression there either. And well, Jetpacks, he's been farming up a little bit there through his own Iron Guard, 892 and counting. So he's actually picked himself up the first step to that fountain, has that life spring ready to go.
This could be a little bit worrying for a side of G2. Right now, Raph has hit level 6, and neither of the carries on the side of G2 are level 6 yet. Techno JJ is extremely close, and so is Dark Potato, but they are still a little bit off.
Waldemar decides to go all the way home, picks up quite a bit. He's going to come back to lane, but this is a 2v3 situation. G2 might actually be able to take home one of these kills, but they're not enough to lock down Raph. He is able to use that Rose offensive, and it looks like they're not really willing to commit too much here on top of Jetpacks either. So they are just going to kind of put up this strong front for now.
As SK does take the chance to back for Waldemar, they saw G2 rotating in. Waldemar took the time to shop, and now he has picked up a little bit for himself, has a little bit of crystal power. However, he is still falling behind Techno JJ by quite a bit.
Yeah, Techno's sitting at 55 to the 41. I gotta say that his last hits have definitely been on point. That's a weapon Vox to go with this Rhyme. And Rhyme, I mean, he's on his way as well. He has the heavy prism going into it. And could this be an Eve of Harvest first?
I imagine it will be. That's a very standard build to see on that Rhyme, because once anything gets remotely close to him, he just heals so incredibly much with that Eve of Harvest.
All right, Redix once more in the front, leading the charge. The 2, perhaps the 3v3. Some nice Rose offensiving there from Raph will keep him actually nice and healthy. And G2 just saying, all right, well, we've lost the situation. They do have the double level 6. Waldemar now has that Dragon Breath here as well. Jetpack's trailing behind a bit, level 4, but he still has that stun ready to go. There's another armor for him as he gets that stun to Dark Potato. And the poke is actually pretty decent here. Waldemar and the on point from Raph can actually do some pretty decent damage.
Yeah, Jetpack's just staying in those Captain of the Guard stacks, getting a little bit of armor and shield for himself. And Redix right now burning a little bit, but he's not going to be too worried as he is Arden.
Now, in terms of the cash, it's pretty even as guys it's only really those first 3 kills. A little bit of over-aggression in the jungle, and that was it from Kingwin. So far, not a kill to G2.
Yeah, one thing I do want to watch out for, though, is how will Techno JJ fare against this Black Feather of Raph. Raph is doing a pretty good job of farming for himself, sitting at 41 as a jungler, pretty solid. He has the heavy steel, he has a solid amount of gold in his pocket, and he's going to be a big threat to Techno JJ. However, if Techno JJ is able to dodge around with Sonic Zoom, able to kite around that Black Feather, he will become a huge, huge threat on the side of G2 Kingwin.
It feels like that the later this game goes, the more that Waldemar's going to be given that chance to catch up. I mean, he might be training right now, but he said as long as that turret doesn't really take too much damage, he should be okay. It's down to about half or so from this pressure. G2 now putting up again another stronger front. Jetpacks looking for that stun. Could we look for the combo? Doesn't really seem to land, at least on Dark Potato, but Techno just used the wait for it right there.
Yeah, not too much is going to happen right here. However, Techno JJ might be getting caught.
Yeah, that's definitely a dead box right there. He had no wait for it, and the rest of the team just caught unawares, it seems. Jetpacks, can he actually get that Merciless for another stun? Can Waldemar actually pick him up? The burning! Redix is going to drop, and that will be now a 6-0 for SK Prometheus.
Yeah, you see the side G2 a little bit frustrated right there by those plays coming out from SK. Getting caught a little bit out of position. The Valkyrie didn't come down, and it just wouldn't work out too well for a side of G2.
There was no Valkyrie that did come down. Redix couldn't even throw down that gauntlet if he really wanted to. Jetpacks does get level 6 from it as well, so there was no Blast Tremor, but he has caught up and then some there as well. The immense gold payout is going out, and SK Prometheus is going to take a pretty hefty 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, right now, Dark Potato, he is level 8. He does have the Valkyrie, and this is a good opportunity for the side of G2 to engage. And we just have a pause.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that they can engage sometime when there's not a pause in their face. But, I mean, so far, again, you know, that roster substitute, if it's meant to kind of mix things up and bring people off guard, like there's no Dingo, for example. Oh, how do we play? Techno JJ is new to the team. We haven't seen a lot of him. It hasn't really phased SK whatsoever. They've just really kind of been playing it their game. And that ace, the first 3 kills, sure, they might have been down in gold, but, you know, the kills have now started adding up. They took that gold mine, and who knows what else they can get out of this.
Right, however, on the side of G2, they are still doing fairly well in that farming game. Right now, Techno JJ, he is still farming extremely well up against the Scarf. And sure, it's Scarf versus Vox. If you're able to dodge the Spitfires, it's completely fine for him. But I'm really interested in seeing, can he hold that farm? Will he be able to get ahead? And will he be a huge threat late game?
Well, we got to start getting a few kills at least to relieve some of this pressure. But we're also going to get a few notes here from Playoff Beard, Rome, and Zinye.
Thank you very much. So we could see, I believe it was Techno JJ whose hand went up. The referee called for the pause. So we'll see what's going on with his device there. Obviously want to make sure everything is right before we return to this pivotal match. And very, very interesting. So we had the right player to watch, but for a different reason, as it turns out. Redix going on Rome. This is a, typically a mage player, a hyper carry star laner going on that Rome role.
And yeah, I just believe here he will be betting a lot of his in-game knowledge and trying to be as supportive as he can for his team. But I do feel like this team started off very shaky on the G2 side, and they will have to work up a lot, although they do have a hyper carry Vox up in that lane. And with that strong late game presence, he does have a chance to carry it back for his team.
Okay, so just talk to me a little bit more about the dynamics now. Having Redix on the Roam and Dark Potato obviously on the Rhyme, but then Techno JJ, who is a carry historically in the lane.
Yeah, so this is just pretty much the team coming together to make everything work. And in order to do this, they have to actually be very vocal towards each other. We did see Redix a couple times in that early game, just far overextending, making sure he was trying to get out that vision, but got caught off a couple times in a row. So for the rest of this match, like, they really have to coordinate with each other, making sure that they are playing against one of the teams that fairly make zero mistakes. And this is something that they really have to be encouraging themselves on. If they're not able to play very confidently, if they're not able to make those right engagements, they will get punished later on.
Yeah, and so SK Prometheus, they are the #1 seed, and as Rome said, they don't make a lot of mistakes, and they always capitalize on enemy mistakes. You called Waldemar the player to watch. They're off to a good start.
Yeah, and I think what's happening here is they are taking advantage of kind of the lack of synergy that we're seeing here on G2. So we're seeing Raph really taking advantage in the jungle. He's taking, in fact, advantage of Redix overextending. And I think what I would have liked to prefer to see would be Dark Potato and Dingo in the jungle instead of Redix.
Okay, so understanding that they kind of are where they are now, what will they have to do to turn this around?
I think we should have to get Redix to pull back a little bit and just, I think, move together more as a group. We're not seeing kind of much rotation coming out for them. I think I'd like to see the Vox come down. And I think if they just kind of work a little bit more on that, they can really just target Waldemar.
All right, Romain, and for anyone who's wondering what's going on, there was a player with a device issue. They're just making sure everything is right, and then we'll get right back into this game. Rome, any early indicators on the items that were interesting to you?
Right now, overall, everything is quite standard on both sides. A couple of things I do want to point out is G2 has a lot of pressure that they have to maintain. They do have that Vox that's not able to rotate down quite often, and with Rhyme being a very late game scaling hero, he doesn't have enough to actually do any engages early on. And this can prove actually quite difficult for them if they're not able to really set up that early vision and making sure that they play very passively.
Yeah, and we have seen a ton of Rhyme in this tournament. We saw a ton of Rhyme, Mixi especially on Rhyme on TSM over in North America. Just talk to me a little bit about why Rhyme works in this meta.
Well, I think Rhyme really works. He's kind of like the counter to Cruel. Cruel's a melee hero. He has to get right up and close, and Rhyme can just kind of like zone him away. And I don't think he's been working as well in the EU meta. We've been seeing him picks a few times. I just don't think it's working. I think we've seen one or two games where they have managed to win, but I think in the majority, there's always been a Scarf, and Scarf's actually fantastic against Rhyme.
All right, and you see the G2 squad right there. They seem still in good spirits. They seem to be composed and ready to continue this game soon and try to turn this around.
Yeah, they know as long as they're able to actually just stall out the late game a little bit longer, their composition actually scales out quite well. And in the end, it's actually fairly balanced. You do have that Scarf, you have that Cruel together, but then again, you have Vox and Rhyme. So it's actually going to be very dependent on who plays the Roamer and what kind of items they get early on. I feel like for the side of G2, they really need some instigative items like that Warhorn, being able to get up very close with the Shiver Steel, and this actually puts Rhyme in a prime position in terms of all the proximity coming out of his area of effect, and this with Vox standing in that backline, making sure that he isn't dove on by that Cruel, they have a great chance of winning this out.
All right, and of course, SK Prometheus, the #1 seed, the qualifier winners, taking this tournament very seriously, had a big boot camp with both their Prometheus and their excellent SK Chimera squad as well, and they want to win this. It sounds like we're just about ready to get back to the game, so let's go back to our casters. It's Forecourt Jester and Z-Ken.
Well, nobody wants to see us. Let's look at the game instead, as it looks like the pause issues are going to be done here, ladies and gentlemen. So SK Prometheus and G2 Kinguin. If you look at those seeds up at the top, 1 and 3, you might not have guessed that this is for tournament life in your day 2.
Yeah, I definitely did not expect to see these two teams fighting for their lives in the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a shock, but, you know, we're told a lot that, you know, the EU, the lower seeds, seem to pack quite the punch. That's how Media Pixel, now Team Secret, went from Seed 8 to the Autumn Live Championship Finals, and they were the champs. I mean, now this could be the next Cinderella story.
Right, and right now I do see G2 coming up to the lane. Will Waldemar be in a little bit of danger? Getting caught up by a gauntlet, but he's going to be just okay as he uses that reflex block to dodge his way out. He'll be just fine.
Now, he picked up that reflex block when he finally did his one shopping spree. The second one, he picked up a little bit more damage. We'll have to see if that will come out good. That's a blast tremor right there, and Raph is in the thick of things. And now Techno JJ, here comes that big Dragon's Breath as well with Dark Potato. He's going to get really just roasted, and the Vox is out of this one. Raph is really sticking to Redix on top of this, and now with Rhyme out of it, this is another ace for SK Prometheus.
And things are looking a little bit grim for a side of G2 Kinguin right now. SK Prometheus doing so incredibly well in these fights, 9-0, not giving up a single kill on the board, and it's going to be really difficult for G2 Kinguin to fight their way back into this.
Yeah, you're talking a lot about Waldemar losing out in terms of the farming game up against Techno JJ, but now that's the second death in a row for that laning Vox, and the numbers are starting to equalize a bit.
Yeah, right now, Waldemar, he has that Frostbite. He is able to keep his range extremely effectively. Dark Potato on that Rhyme will not be able to close onto that Scarf too easily. And Techno JJ, even though he can dash in, I don't know if he wants to.
Yeah, well, if I was Scarf, I'm not entirely too sure I'd stay this far forward, but look at that damage. Like, one more Spitfire, he actually gets the turret out of it, because we did see Rhyme make that exit from the lane. So now you're adding, you know, aces to counter jungling to now lane dominance almost. That's 3,000 gold all of a sudden.
Yeah, this game is going to come down to, can the side of G2 catch out Waldemar on that Scarf? Right now, with that reflex block, he has been very on point with it, and it's going to be very interesting to see. Can he continue using it to such good accuracy?
Well, I mean, it was one of his very first items, so he kind of saw this coming. Raph actually has that reflex now, and the first item for Jetpacks, well, second item, I guess, he finished up that fountain. He does have a Crucible, so this is a lot of deny to any of those crowd controls that G2 Kinguin's going to be bringing forward.
Right, it's actually a little bit surprising because looking at the contract gold, Rex actually has 500 more than Jetpacks. However, Jetpack's just doing extremely well, picking up 2 tier 3 items. However, he does not have the Storm Guard, so he's not going to be doing too much damage, but I don't think he's too concerned about that.
Yeah, the Jetpacks right now is more than happy just to let the damage overflow from his teammates. He is really just there for that control and that utility. But, I mean, it's, as you said, there's a big difference when it comes to these roamers. And Dark Potato, he might be a really good guy when it comes to the Frost, but that Fan of Flames is doing so much work. Waldemar not going to get caught, especially not in that. He isn't going to be on the other side of it, but there's the Blast Tremor, and look at Raph. He just goes right through them. Rose offensive, 1 and 2. He gets the double right through to that second tower. Now Jetpacks, if he has another stun ready to go, and he actually doesn't have the energy to do it, he could have actually cleanly taken Redix right out of this one, but Raph by himself, even between these turrets, is still able to fight him off, and this is still looking just aces for SK Prometheus.
And Raph just is such a huge menace on this Blackfell right now. Already level 12, 12 minutes in the game. He is the highest level on the map, and no one else even comes close. The next highest is level 10.
If you can hit level 12 in 12 minutes, yeah, your opponents might have a bad time coming in it. And so far, no kills, no turrets. I don't think they've actually really even gotten any chance at a gold mine at this point. And as I said, 3,000 now going on 4,000 gold. SK is really starting to run away with this.
Yeah, SK, especially with the Scarf heading into the mid to late game, it's going to be very difficult to gap close on him. Even though they do have the Valkyrie, he has to be so on point. And Waldemar always has the option of using that reflex block. On the other side, Raph, he will easily be able to close on a Techno JJ with the Rose Offensive and with the Faith of Heart.
Techno JJ is just all about the damage right now. He had that Sword Blade at the 8-minute mark. Now he has himself that reflex block. But other than that, I mean, there's nothing defensive to go with him. Redix now actually finishes up that Crucible, but other than that, it's just Dark Potato with a light armor. And, well, all right, finally that Eve of Harvest.
Techno JJ might be doing a lot of damage, but with Raph picking up the Atlas Pauldron, it's going to be very difficult to do any sword damage with the Atlas Pauldron debuff on him. The lowered attack speed, even though he does have the Sonic Zoom, will still not be enough.
Now Jetpacks is going to be the guy that I guess we're going to be trying to focus down. Nobody on Waldemar. The silence doesn't stop the breath, and there is a double, and Redix not soon to follow under this one, because that will once more be a 3-0 going the way of SK Gaming. And Waldemar, again, day number 1, it was all about his Scarf plays. Day number 2 coming into it, he is still looking looking super solid here.
Yeah, and right now Raph is definitively showing exactly why they picked Blackfeather first. Such a powerful hero. He is able to dash into the middle of the G2 squad and just completely eviscerate them.
The SK squad looks very calm in that booth.
Yeah, I think they're okay with how things are going.
Yeah, well, I mean, 14-0, it's definitely a good day at the office for them. And again, this is Tournament Live. This is the #1 seed. These guys are really trying to show that they deserve to be in those semifinals and make their way back to those finals.
They definitely look like they are a fantastic squad right now, playing such a clean game. 8,000 gold up right now. It's 14 minutes in. What can G2 do to fight their way back?
8,000 gold is an immense mountain to climb if you want to try to get back into this one. But when it comes to the items, I mean, TennoJJ is not really lacking damage. The big thing is just this rush down is working out so well against him.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for him to stay alive right now because, one, he is going to get poked down by that Scarf, and even if he doesn't, Raph has so much damage on his own Blackfeather that he will be able to destroy him anyway.
Look at Jetpacks going right into that No Fear Storm Guard. So much damage he's able to reflect. That was all basically free damage. He got the the worst end of the trade individually, but now he's forcing these guys back. They cannot fight here, and if G2 gets caught, I think Waldemar might be able to just burn them all down again.
And this is such a good opportunity for the side of SK Prometheus 2 Siege. Scarf just sits back, throws those Spitfires, and there's not too much G2 can do about it.
And you can see Jetpacks again, he might be lacking that damage, but he's really able to just set up this zoning, this control. If you're going to try to get onto either of those carries, Jetpacks is going to say no.
Yeah, and Jetpacks is definitely tanking up everything for his carries, down to a little bit of health himself, but he has the fountain. He's going to be regenerating very quickly, as you do see on the screen. And TennoJJ right now, he has his Tyrants, he has his Sorrow. If he can get onto Waldemar, he can still do a lot of damage, but he has to make sure Raph doesn't destroy him first.
We also got that chronograph now on top of Jetpack. So, I mean, energy issues aside, by having that increased cooldown, that's going to be more merciless pursuits, it's going to be more blast tremors, and that is a very dead Dark Potato.
A very, very mashed potato right there indeed.
He even threw down that Valkyrie.
That was sad times. I mean, sure, he used it. It's a 60-second cooldown. He's dead for 30 seconds, but it might not be up in time to defend whatever SK decides to do next.
All right, so he's got 20 seconds until he sprouts next, but I mean, it's the 15-minute mark, 16-minute mark even. When you're up almost a kill a minute, and now it's time for that Kraken, and you can basically get it for free like we're seeing here with SK Prometheus, I fear for this next push. Could this actually be a game-ending push? I mean, we are so far ahead right now.
Yeah, very well maybe. It's going to be very, very difficult for the side of G2 to defend this, especially when they are so far down. The infusions are coming out. It'll be such a difficult task for G2 Kinguin to do anything right here.
It's somewhere in the 6,000 gold range between the teams. And yeah, double infusions, it feels like a very NA kind of game. Get Kraken, double infusion, go win game. But it has been sort of a recurring theme that we've been seeing this weekend. A lot of games have really been decided by the first Kraken.
Yeah, right now Kraken is marching down the lane right now. The side of G2, they only have a great team composition to deal with it. Sure, Vox does decent amount of damage and so does Rhyme, but SK Prometheus, they are backing it up. They are dropping fireballs all over the place, and Raph just stay in the front. He'll be able to take anyone now who gets close.
Potato cannot really tank through that damage. Redix has been trying his best. We do actually have a few more infusions now coming out, and Aegis there as well, but that's going to be a stun on top of Waldemar, but there's no follow-up. He is not the guy that's going to be in danger, and with this Kraken still going, I just don't think we have the tools in the shed here for G2.
Yeah, right now G2, they are definitely on the back foot. They are definitely fighting for their lives right now. Will they be able to get at least one kill? Jetpacks is very low, so is Raph. Will he go down? Raph, just come on! Come on!
He very nearly does actually take down TennoJJ, but again, they set up, they made the space. Waldemar comes in and just burns everything down, and it doesn't even matter because the Kraken was right there. They were fighting 6,000 gold down, and that push just ended up being deadly to them. This was a flawless game from SK.
Yeah, almost flawless. They got one kill at the end. G2 picked something up for themselves, but that did not look good for them. So
right, the stat sheet won't say flawless, but that was a suicide win right there. It didn't matter.
Worth it.
Worth it. Yeah, that's a hashtag worth if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and right now it's going to be very interesting to see what will G2 do next, because SK, they completely dismantled G2 in that match. It'll be very difficult for them to come back from this.
Now, Shin Yi said that perhaps they're taking advantage of the fact that TennoJJ, perhaps not so much synergy. And if this was a pick that was supposed to kind of shake things up, it might have actually backfired on them.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they do want to swap things back or if they want to continue with how things are. Because right now, they brought in TennoJJ. He did okay in lane. It went very, very well during the laning phase. They were able to pick up the farm. They were able to control the jungle fairly well. However, come mid to late game, they just fell apart.
Yeah, it just, like, at almost no point did it even seem that SK was really in danger on that one. Perhaps it's the time to kind of reevaluate the ban. Waldemar, I think, is now almost flawless on Scarfs.
Yeah, his Scarf play was just almost flawless.
Yeah.
Keyword there.
Keyword, yeah. I mean, when you lose that one game that gets you down here, and yeah. All right, so that will skew the stats just a little bit. But to talk to you a little bit more about stats and a little bit more about the game, we're throwing it back to the desk.
And Rome, if you're SK Prometheus, you know, that is a phenomenal way to respond to a loss and ending up in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, we were just highlighting that this is one of the teams that fairly make any mistakes, and they executed out this last composition so well. Where we saw, I don't know, the skill shots coming out of Scarf was always on point, and they made sure that they did go up against a weapon Vox that does a lot of single target damage, and he did an excellent job of pacing himself out, making sure that he zones away that Vox, so that as long as they don't get very deep into their back line, they did extremely well.
And it seemed like that weapon Vox some trouble there.
But overall, like, they had to make sense out of their composition and make it balanced overall. Yeah. You did see that Rhyme going there with that crystal build, so technically that it would be best for that Vox to grab that weapon power, just in case that Black Feather does dive. They can actually kite back and do as much damage as possible, but just it didn't work out for them, and this is something that they really have to focus on going into the second game.
Oh, Raph has looked so good on Ringo, now so good on Black Feather in multiple games.
Yeah, and I think that other teams that are going to be playing as SK Prometheus in the future are really going to have to consider that potential of Raph on a carry position. And I really do like the kind of jetpacks and the support. You know, he said himself, he sees himself as a second support, and he's brought that really well. And I think sometimes when he does play jungle, it doesn't always kind of translate very well. But with Raph, they've got the right amount of aggressiveness that works really well with jetpacks.
Yeah, it's really just hard to prepare when you know that jetpacks could move back to jungle at any time, can either play that roam style that we see so much, or even switch it up and play a carry like Sky. So it's very, very tricky to play against this #1 seed. While we have a moment, let's go down to our Pocket Gamer sideline report. It's Rick.
Thanks very much. Well, once again, the death box strikes as predicted, and this case, it was probably down to one of the team was actually connected to a different Wi-Fi, so their ping was pretty terrible, so they lost that first team fight and suffered because of that. But to counteract that, they're bringing in Dingo roster change just to mix things up a bit, and we'll see how that affects them in the next match. Thanks, back to you at the desk.
Thank you. That is very helpful to know, and it is on the players to forget all other networks on their device to make sure they don't switch off of our secure, you know, hyper-fast setup that we have here. So, you know, they'll get that straightened out, obviously, for the next match. Dingo comes back in. That, to some degree, is to be expected here, Rome.
Yeah, and looking at this, like, they have been playing extremely well so far that's in the tournament. And with that switch up last game, like, they did suffer a lot in that early game, which actually just started really rolling into that mid and late game. And, you know, going to the second match, they have a lot of things they really have to focus on. And overall, it's just going back to their prime objective. And it's just playing around the core and their strengths. And positioning is one of their best ones. And this is something that they didn't have very early in that last game.
Yeah, just talk to me a little bit more about those strengths, about those things they have to get back to now that they have the chemistry of Dark Potato and Dingo back together.
Overall, like, it's just the execution of playing a bunch of different compositions. Gameplay-wise, like, we have seen buff compositions coming out of them, and we have seen a lot of compositions favoring that mid to late game scaling. And, you know, when it comes down to this, positioning is one of the biggest things and one of the biggest roles. You do see Dingo has been doing an excellent job just trying to zone out their opponents, making sure that they do make a viable way for their carries in that jungle to actually move forward.
All right, we're ready for the draft. Let's jump in, and it's G2 Kingwin. As you talked about, no more Scarf for Waldemar.
I think it's going to be really difficult for him. We've seen him play Saw so far. I think we've also seen him play Vox in the finals of the second qualifiers, but I don't think that worked out very well. We were seeing him kind of like misposition himself. He was Sonic zooming in. So I'm kind of curious to see what he'll bring this time.
And it is going to be a crawl. That means Dark Potato is going to get that hero he loves.
And you know what? Dark Potato on this crawl has been excellent and most fascinating to watch, especially during the second qualifiers this season. He just knows the limitations of crawl so well, where he can keep engaging, and he knows exactly when to disengage to, like, minimize as much damage coming in as possible.
Now, Dingo and Dark Potato, they've played, I can't even imagine, hundreds, thousands of games at this point with Dark Potato on a crawl and Dingo knowing just what to do with that. But they do have the Arden taken away, which is probably their favorite pair.
Yeah, so I think we could expect to see the Catherine picks. I don't think Catherine works as well with the Cruel, but I don't see them pulling out a Finn at any moment in time. So I'm not really sure what they're going to be doing at this point. So I think we will be seeing a Vox on the Redix.
And it will be very interesting to see which hero Waldemar ends up on here. We know there's a hero he's been wanting to play. It's going to be the Saw again. This is so interesting a decision.
Actually, SK Prometheus has been executing these Saw compositions out very well in terms of this very unorthodox, and the way that they actually know how to play around the Saw's mobility has been working out for them, except for the match that they did lose. But one bad thing about this is we see that when there is no Cruel, when there is no Scarf, that they do rely on the Saw pick. And I think moving forward, this will be one of those weaknesses that they have to really address.
Yeah, I'm just so surprised, though, because we see, you know, when there are Saw push comps, the #1 pick typically into that is a Krull in order to try to shut down that Saw. And with Fortress as well, boy, they're going to be all over this Saw. It's going to be so hard.
Yeah, I think Waldemar's going to be having a really tough time. It's going to be really easy for them to focus him. They've got some of the most mobile characters in the game against the most immobile one. So he's going to have a tough time.
All right, we're going to wait and see who this final pick is. They can't go Adagio, obviously, so it's not the full push comp or the full push comp. It is a pedal. You know, Zekent, he's so involved in the hero balance for this game. Maybe he can explain this to us. But first, let's go to Forecourt Jester now.
So, no Scarf, all right, but we do get a Krull, and it's Dingo back into it for Techno JJ, and as Playoff Beard said, Mr. Zekent, you said that's the pick, that's the pedal. You were so happy about that.
That is the pick, so it's really interesting to see this because one of the major things that SK is bringing into this match is they have the Saw and the pedal. And Saw is incredibly good at destroying those Fortress Wolves. So every time Fortress tries to, you know, use his ultimate, use the attack of the pack, Saw just stands there, kills one at a time, and moves on to the next. And with the pedal, if he decides to go weapon, he'll be able to be a gigantic standing turret, just basically stand there, fire away, and have pedal heal him.
Well, it's a little hard to tell right now. First items there for Jetpacks is a Swift Shooter, and we do actually got a book of eulogies for Waldemar. But Waldemar has been showing us a lot of Crystal Saw this tournament.
Right, however, Crystal Saw is still fairly effective against this team composition. If Dingo jumps in, if Dark Potato jumps in, they're going to take a gigantic run to the face, and it's going to hurt.
All right, so Dark Potato on Krull, this definitely feels like a little bit more of a comfort pick. And, you know, maybe this is what SK really wanted out of this. You know, they said that they banned out the Adagio, and now they're really showing, again, that Saw is not really out of this meta.
Right, Saw is still incredibly powerful. They have shown that in the past few games that they did play. Dark Potato going for an early recall, so he does not want to take the early fight against SK because the pedal and the Ardent together is going to be so dangerous for the Krull and Fortress combo.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard, I think, to get an angle into that one, but he does head home and picks up the double Swift Shooter. Also has a Light Shield now to his name, so he's going to be fairly set here for some early, at least farming, if not aggression. Now, what do you see happening here in lane? Redix is going to be holding it down here with Ringo, but if Ringo gets anywhere even close to Waldemar, if that is going to be a little bit more of a weapon, who wins that trade?
Waldemar will win this trade every single time unless Rex just does a little bit of poke at a time. And it's really great for Rex because he is going for that crystal build. He's going to be able to use that Achilles shot and just do a quick double tap, triple tap onto the Saw and back off.
So Achilles shot, triple tap, and then past level 6, we're going to be looking for the Hellfire Brew, that big burst damage. So between the Brew, between Potato, and Dingo with that rush down, do you think that this will work?
It's going to be very difficult to see, but right now we do have an engagement.
Yeah, well, Raph is just going to get out of that engagement as quick as he can with that Vanguard. And as it does look like the teams might just bounce off each other, that's still a level 1 Dingo.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised they did not take this fight because Rico is level 1, Raph is level 2, and Jetpack is taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Has to use the trampoline, and Raph is going to be there as well. But if they continue to fight on, that's going to be finding Waldemar. Waldemar, no fear, just goes right in, gets that roadie run off. And okay, all right, G2, they're happy about that. Redix now rotating down, has 1,200 gold to his name after 18 last hits. Picks up the boots and more crystal.
Yeah, this is a little bit dangerous for the side of G2 right now. They are leaving 3 members of the SK squad in the lane. And they're going to be able to push the turret in a little bit. But Waldemar, it's really going to be interesting. What is he going to buy? Will he be going crystal? Will he be going weapon? Only time will tell.
Can you actually put weapon on pedal?
You can. It's not the greatest, and I do, especially with their team composition, I do expect her to go Crystal just to heal up Waldemar.
Right, makes sense.
But Weapon, she does get the damage bonus with the trampoline, and it still can work extremely well. I just don't expect it to happen.
Well, back in autumn, we never expected a Weapon Sky either, but if Jetpacks wants to make it happen, he's going to have to make it happen soon. A little bit of a tussle down here as Raph comes down. He's looking for a little bit of shopping, a little bit of Waldemar shopping. It will be Crystal.
And it's going to be a weapon pedal, so I'm seeing my words left and right.
Balance team, right? Yeah, that's what your official post is?
Yeah, technically not, but it's okay.
Jetpacks is doing it again. He brought us Weapon Sky back in the autumn finals. Now it's a weapon pedal, and that is a very dead saw.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to do. Face checking into a bush with a Cruel and a Fortress Slayer is going to be bad times.
Well, smart from SK, though. They're saying, all right, we're not going to bother going back. They will find a, all right, a little bit of a damage there on Jetpacks, but still, in terms of the farm, it should go split pretty easily. Redix now, though, is going to be able to pull just ahead a little bit, 35 to the 25, as Waldemar has to kind of hoist himself all the way back to the lane, trying to deny as much as he can here with that turret, and a little bit of turret damage for Redix's trouble as well. That was certainly interesting, as Redix got hit by the roadie run somehow.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's a little bit of a desync right there. However, Jetpacks, he is going with that weapon pedal, and one of the interesting things here is it's actually a really hard counter to the side of G2. Dark Potato, he is on that Cruel, Stingo's on that Fortress. Double melee up against a pedal is going to be very, very rough. And all Jetpacks has to do is keep his range and keep throwing out those basic attacks.
Now remember the double CP dealing with triple melee, but maybe the double doesn't quite warrant it. Now, how does this actually work out against Dark? Okay, well, Dark Potato is who I want to talk about, but he's going to lose half his hit points during it. And Dingo now is going to be the one in trouble. Look at that suppressing coming down. And now SK Prometheus, they put a point on the board.
So one thing I do want to point out is Jetpacks, because he's able to kite so well, if Dark Potato does try to go in, he was going to be taking a lot of damage. And Waldemar on that Crystal Saw will just be able to execute him immediately.
Now, in the last Crystal Saw games, I think the highest damage number I saw was like 710. Well, there's a 395.
That did a lot of damage.
It did, yeah. Dark Potato is able to rush him down into that lane, get up that kill, easy peasy. They're not going to be, again, looking to take out those backs. And in terms of the farm, where's the gold actually sitting? It's a little bit higher for Kingwin.
Yeah, it's a little bit higher. The main thing is Rex is doing very, very well in that lane. They're about to take down another turret, or a turret.
I don't think they can stop the turret, as Redix, yeah, he should just be able to run out of this one with that twirling silver. Oh, Dingo, though. Man, that was a crit and a half. Look at the little minions. They're able to actually take down the pup.
Yeah, right now Jetpacks is doing so well. Redix, Hellfire Root comes out, but Jetpacks, okay, the minions get exploded by Hellfire Root, so that worked out pretty well for him.
Well, Jetpacks is still going to be burning, and he's still burning a little bit farther down. Saw died again. Kroll really is just sticking to Waldemar at this point.
Yeah, right now Dark Potato is doing so well at shutting down Waldemar. Waldemar is going to be having a very rough game.
All right, can this actually happen? Can Dark Potato this early on get that 2v1? He's going to get some damage and a heal, but it didn't land on Jetpacks. He didn't have those stacks.
Yeah, Jetpacks is going to be able to kite out Dark Potato for days. The seeds coming out from Jetpacks just continuously slow down Dark Potato's advance. And as long as Raph is there, the Vanguard speed up is going to be absolutely huge.
All right, so Raph and Jetpacks fairly confident in their prowess. They have put us to a 3-3, but the gold is still actually in favor of Kingwin. A large chunk of that is due to the fact that we're now missing a turret up in lane, is because we're sitting at 0-3 for Waldemar, but he has no fear. He goes straight into that Aftershock.
Yeah, he's sitting at 39 CS2, Redix is 63, so he is going to be having a very, very rough time. If he does pick up a little bit of a farm, he will become much more of a threat. He just needs to hit level 8. He needs to get a few more items and make sure he doesn't get exploded by Redix.
Jeez, I don't know who got the better deal there, Jetpacks or Redix, but now Raph actually might end up being a martyr for this one. If he can keep Jetpacks going, it's going to be worth, but Dark Potato, he's going to be standing in this push. He's looking for that perk to come through, and Waldemar, he's going to join the party. He has that ultimate ready to go, and the suppressing fire will deter, at least for now, the Dark Potato chase.
Yeah, Jetpacks right now, though, is doing very, very well for himself. 3-0-0 on that pedal. 39 CS2 his name. About even with Dark Potato, but here's another engage.
Yep, Flare and the Bunions go right there on top of Redix. Jetpack now into the back. Raph there with that Vanguard, but the damage is blowing up, and Raph is ever so low. Oh, the Hellstar's going out. Dark Potato is looking for the target. Can't find it. A nice trampoline from Jetpacks to keep him going, but that just gives Dark Potato the chance to get in there. Waldemar's stuck there into the suppressing fire. He's going to bring him low, but it's not a kill, and the Hellfire will make that a 2-0.
Yeah, Waldemar just not able to do what he was trying to do in the past few games on that Saw. Just getting absolutely decimated. Ganks after ganks, getting shut down by Redix. That Crystal Ringo is definitely showing its worth.
So taking that Saw when they did in the draft, are they saying that, this is something that we need a last pick to help counter this comp with, or should they have left it for that last pick surprise?
I do think they should have held on to it a little bit longer. I think they had a few more options in what to play, but here we have it again onto Redix.
Yeah, and Redixon is just not going to live through that one. Even with Raph looking to give over that kill to Jetpacks, he was ready in case he needed to step in and solidify that kill. But 5-4 for kills, still about 2,000 gold now for G2, as they might be trading evenly for kills. They are still climbing ahead in gold.
Yeah, G2 right now able to farm just a little bit more. Waldemar just falling so far behind as he can jump on again.
Dark Potato has an 8-minute infusion.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. 500 gold this early on in the game. They're not getting outscaled by SK Prometheus. They might have to have a little bit better engages just because they have to work around the pedal. But it's not something he needs this early on.
Well, he doesn't actually have really any damage items. He has the attack speed and into the Shiver Steel with a light armor. So at this point in the game, 500 gold, it's probably the best he can get in terms of an offensive boost.
Right, it really depends on if they're trying to end the game early or not. Dark Potato getting jumped on by the side of SK. The Argonian comes down, but just completely whiffs.
Too little, too late, Raph. That's now going to be, what, 100+ seconds of a little bit of a free window here for Kinguin to engage. We don't have 6 on Dingo, so there's no pups available. He's very close at this point, about 80-90% or so. If they can actually clean up this creep wave, it might be enough, but doesn't matter. We're not even going to wait for it. That's a stun, and Jetpacks is just not looking good. He's actually staying alive for a long time. There's no bleeds on him right now. I guess Fortress didn't actually get that last hit, but Jetpacks will live.
And the power of the spontaneous combustion comes out right there. Redix, though, he does have the Hellfire Brew. No energy, though, so he will not be able to take out Jetpacks.
I was going to say, are we actually going to try to re-engage this with Jetpacks as low as he is? He used his ultimate already. That combustion's the only thing that kept him from the grave. But Waldemar has already used out those rockets as well, and Raph doesn't have that gauntlet, so they are not wisely going to be doing this, and Dark Potato will continue on with his farm. And his farm is actually, it feels a little low, doesn't it? 39 creeps.
Yeah, not doing too well for himself. But look at the vision on the map. G2, just scout traps littered everywhere, and SK Prometheus, not a single one to be seen.
Yeah, there actually are no red dots out there. They've all been popped or, well, that's the only way it can go. So, yeah, right now, playing a little bit blind here from SK. I figured since they figured, you know, they're the ones that are getting jumped majority of the time, they can just play a little bit more defensive and they can keep the gold for themselves.
Yeah, however, that doesn't mean you have to not get jumped.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, it's a little bit of a risk. And when you're down a little bit in gold, and this comp, it's really not pushing. The Saw is very well known for the push, but even then, Saw at this point is 1-4-1. He's been really put down in this early game. If we need to go as late as we can, and everything again is on this side. Dark Potato jumping in there, looking for those weakness stacks. That, I think, was a little bit too late for at least one of those blocks. And look at that Achilles shot, keeping Raph in that front line, bringing him down low, but it's still not enough for a kill.
Yeah, Waldemar doing what damage he can. The from Hell's Heart comes out.
And it will actually hit Waldemar, but Dark Potato, he cashes in on some stacks in the defensive gauntlet now to protect SK. They will still not go down.
This is going to be a very, very tense match. G2 Kinguin, they are having a very tough time pushing up against this pedal. Jetpack just barely getting out every single time. The spontaneous combustion is just doing so well, keeping him alive.
Is there a chance Raph can steal? Is there a chance Raph can steal? Not today, Raph. He does have that Vanguard, but I don't think Waldemar was far enough for it. Yeah, all right, the suppressing fire will actually deter them. Now Waldemar wants to go, and he wants to get that damage on Potato, but he rolled into a wall, had to use out those boots, and even then, it just wasn't enough. The rushdown is good for finally our 6th kill of the game. Raph is now trying to help out here with Jetpacks, but that Achilles shot again takes a good chunk out of him. Will SK actually try to chase this one down?
Dingo taking a little bit of damage, but G2 is waiting.
SK from that bush, yeah, it's just not going to be near enough, and now SK has to deal with this 3v1, and that is going to be 3 more kills for G2 Kinguin.
Yeah, G2 Kinguin doing very well, especially after that very rough first game. Right now, Waldemar sitting on the Aftershock. He needs a couple more items. He's probably going for the Eve of Harvest next. And right now, Jetpacks is the true carry of his team, and it's very difficult for him to stay alive against this Skrull.
Yeah, Jetpacks being the true carry, sure, he's 4-2-1 and 62, but it just doesn't really feel like the team comp has really shown us any kind of magic yet. There's the stun, you can't go anywhere, Waldemar. Now you're getting chased down. The Rudy run doesn't matter. That is going to be a spectral cash-in right there. An impressive streak for Dark Potato.
Yeah, and right now look at Redix's farm. He basically has as much farm as his time SK Prometheus.
And now we got the puppies coming out. Oh, Well, the puppies will come out soon enough. Either way, Petal and her Munions are going to be down in the floor, and SK Raf is just not going to be able to hold on long enough. It is going to be another ace going out to Kingwin. I thought I heard the howl. It actually ended up being an audience member.
All right, an absolutely dominating performance coming out from G2 right now. 12 minutes and 40 seconds into this match, and they're banging on the base of SK Prometheus.
Potato, man. Like, Andy, well, Vedius really wanted me to bring out some of these puns, but I just got to say, he's just playing phenomenally. I don't think I can make a pun out of this play at all.
Something about mashing enemies, you know, you got something there.
Potating, mashing, yeah. Fully baked, no, fully loaded, that was the one.
He's not yet
totally
fully loaded.
else.
He's only seeing on the Shiver Steel.
He is actually still doing a lot of work with that Shiver Steel. 500 gold. He has been holding on to a lot of these infusions. I think he's been permanently infused since level 8.
Right, and right now Dingo is sitting on so much vision. 5 scout traps for himself, 5 flares. He's just constantly dropping vision, making sure no one gets caught out. And the big thing is, if he can catch someone out with a flare, Rex can immediately follow up with a Hellfire Brew.
Yeah, look at Potato just cross-country right there. He's going to keep Jetpacks out of this fight, and Raph nowhere to go. That's just going to be an easy pick-off right there for Redix, who's now sitting at 4-1-7. Waldemar, got to use that run, got to get to safety. The Munions has a little bit of a Spectral on him.
Yeah, right now SK Prometheus just definitely on the back foot. They're going to have a very rough hill to climb. Waldemar just not doing the damage that he needs to. Jetpacks, he's doing what he can, but it's just not enough against that Kroll.
And there's that Eve of Harvest you're looking for Waldemar. So, I mean, 1-6-1. Can they actually pull this one back to it? It's now 6,000 gold and counting between the teams.
I think SK Prometheus relied on a fairly strong early game. With the Petal pick, with the Ardent pick, they had so much aggression and possibilities in the jungle, and they just did not take advantage of it.
And another gold mine to add to that as well. Kingwin's going to just come out farther and farther ahead as time goes on. We have double blazing salvos for that Dark Potato. His attack speed is just insane.
Yeah, he might not be doing so much weapon damage, but his crystal damage with the Spectral Smite is absolutely immense as we have another fight.
Yeah, so he's going to find Raph. Jetpacks immediately with the trampoline. Waldemar now again. Rhodey running into the back. Is he going to look for the suppressing? He is. And Raph is even going to throw out that gauntlet as well, but it's not going to hit anybody. In fact, I don't even think oh, I got one stun there for the Potato. But again, you saw Redix from afar with that Hellfire. He's going to keep Waldemar a little bit farther back. A Crystal Infusion now for Saw. But is this enough to rebuff these guys?
It's going to be very tough, and Waldemar just explodes.
Yeah, he goes in, he gets off the knife, but it's not a touchdown for him. He is going to be dead on the floor for a little bit longer. Dingo's actually now getting chunked down pretty heavily here by Jetpacks. He's playing pretty close to his base area for that regen, and well, G2 will be rebuffed. Can Jetpacks actually chase this down? Can we go 2v3?
It may be possible. Jetpacks, he does have a Shiver Steel. Arden's Vanguard is up.
And then, oh, the Hell's Heart is going to come right through into Raph. He's going to take that max duration. He goes right down, and now Jetpacks. All right, Dark Potato is not really caring for your damage, and look at that weakness stack. Boom. It is just, all right, well, actually.
Not quite enough.
I didn't actually see a big damage number out of that one.
Oh, Waldemar just not having a damage. He just does not have the items. 1-7-1 on that Saw. He just isn't there this game.
Gotta be thanking that Aegis right there as Dark Potato. I mean, that's 125 shield. Probably saved his bacon right there.
Undoubtedly. Oh, you. That was good.
Okay, I'll take credit, but 14-5 for the score, going back and forth as Kingwin didn't really look as composed in game number 1, but they are really showing some good strength here in game 2.
And then one thing I want to point out is the vision control coming out from the side G2.
Yep.
Every single time they advance, they drop some scout traps. It's a completely different thing than we saw from the side of TSM in North America.
Yep, as you said a little bit earlier, there's almost 0 traps out and about there for SK Prometheus, but they got one now way back in their base, but it's been a very different game for either side when it comes to that vision control. G2 Kingwin, I don't know what it is that they needed to do, but they've definitely done it here for game 2 so far.
Yeah, SK Prometheus, they're going to have a miracle fight. That's the only possibility, and right now they're just getting chunked out by Redix.
So many traps out and about, and as well that flare. Here goes that Hellfire. Does Jetpack see it coming? Yeah, you can tell. Oh, that actually, he jumped into Waldemar. You saw that damage go out. The pedal's just not even there. The stun into the top.
No.
They're going to split to the different ways, but Redix can easily pick up Waldemar, and Raph is not long for this world as Dingo is there with the pups, and that is going to eventually be an ace.
Will it be? I mean, Dingo might not be able to catch up to him.
All right, let me put it this way. It's going to be game if SK is not even going to get him. You got 2 people on those turrets. It doesn't even matter if he went down or not. Even if he got chased, it's going to be GG, and this is a game 3.
Yeah, and G2 just coming back swinging, especially after that very rough game in the first one.
I gotta say, man, Weapon Pedal, I was really hoping that Jetpacks can bring some of that movie magic from the Autumn Live Championships, but I was not sold on that.
That was a very, very tough loss, but right now, SK, they have time to regroup. They did see something that worked out extremely well for them in Game 1. Let's see what they can pull out for Game 3.
Well, G2's got to be pretty happy about that one. If they wanted to kind of, do some fun with that Techno JJ coming into this for the sub, I don't think it really quite did the deal. But now bringing back Dingo, maybe it loosened something up in SK, and they didn't expect that.
Yeah, right there, G2 definitely looking a lot more comfortable for this game. And SK, they're gonna have to regroup, they're gonna have to plan a little bit more, and they're gonna have to figure out what are they gonna do for this blind pick.
Yeah, and well, we've seen a few blind picks now, and the big one was what we just saw with the Kroll mirror, the Scarf mirror, and the Arden mirror. So I'm really hoping that Waldemar, if he has big confidence on this saw, because he took that to his blind game. He had that crystal saw, and well, unfortunately, that's why they're here. I'm really curious to see if we will once again see it.
Yeah, I think it's very, very possible that it will happen. However, one thing I'm pretty sure we'll see is double Kroll.
All right, so will we see double Kroll? Time will tell. Game 3 is not far from it here, guys, but back to the desk for a few words from our guys.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. Would expect nothing less on this incredible day 2 of the Europe Winter Live Championships. Another match 3 that's coming up. The loser is out of the tournament. And one thing that is definitely a trend now in this tournament is a CP Ringo to counter that saw.
Yeah, and actually, I believe that heading into this match, SK already lost during the drafting phase. Even though had they gone a weapon pedal or a crystal pedal, it wouldn't help them out that much. Due to the fact that with the crystal saw, it's very dependent on how you land your skill shots and how much abilities you can sync up with that. And this just wasn't happening for SK last game. Like you saw the items coming out of them. It's very unorthodox, but we do often, quite often see like pedal being played. But with Jetpacks playing that weapon pedal, it does work out better in their favor because had he gone Crystal, he doesn't do too much in terms of helping out his abilities with his teammates due to the fact that Saw doesn't need sustainability. He pretty much just try and lands as much skill shots as possible, and then he's done. He's dead.
Yeah, so Jetpack's obviously very famous there, but you also have the consideration of taking Raf off of a carry where he's been so strong.
Well, actually, Jetpacks is very, very comfortable in that pedal. He's been playing it since very, very early on. I think he's been playing it since the game launch. He was during the Shiver Steel kind of breaking point petal meta. He was one of the key players of that, and I always find the weapon kind of pedal a bit curious. I think we all were wondering about that, but I think there was some nice thought behind it. It's kind of kite away, and also the trampoline actually increases the kind of weapon ratios on it when it's overdriven, and that's what he did. And he was utilizing that very well at the start, but by the end of that, I think it was tailing off.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of potential there, but obviously that Ringo really messed them up. We can take a look at some of the highlights from that game, and as we do, let's talk a little bit now. So one thing I do want to mention, Rome, is I was sitting next to a couple of the extended SK family there, some of the SK Chimera players, and one thing they said was this SK Prometheus team, they still have 3 more secret comps that they haven't shown in EU, so we know they have a lot of more cards to play, a lot of more tricks in the bag, and now would be the time to pull out one of them.
Yeah, they better show it soon because their life is on the line. And so far, I put them on a bunch of different compositions, primarily around that Scarf, around that Kroll. And if those are that picture, you have Adagio and you have Saw left. And so, this is the core of what we've seen so far this tournament. And right now, they're onto that third and final match. It will be blind pick, and they will have to pull something out of that bag.
All right, we'll have to see. And if you were to wager any guesses on either side, I mean, maybe the G2 side a little bit easier to predict.
I think, it's very likely we'll be seeing a Scarf Kroll combo. Both the carries and the jungle carries are very comfortable on both of those heroes. And I think it'd be a bit stupid to waste this opportunity. They were in a similar situation in the second qualifier finals. SK won in a really close 3-2 series. So I think it all comes down to this blind pick. If they do, who plays who, I think it's gonna be very very similar to that Team Secret and Snow Tsunami match.
It's interesting, as we look over the balcony here, we can see both of these teams. These are both professional organizations. They have an entire support team up now, talking to the players, working through coaches, analysts, working through now what they ought to do in this blind pick scenario. And here we get into the mind games, as Romas talked about earlier. Well, they're clearly going to do this, so we should do this. But they know that if we did that, then then they should do this instead. And where do you stop moving the cups? Clearly cannot choose the wine in front of me, and they're going to have to decide at the end of the day what they think is the best combination.
Yeah, and if I were them, I would actually just run up here and talk to us. I think we could provide a lot of insight onto this. But moving into the third and final match, it will be a blind pick with both of their teams' lives on the line. I do feel like one of these teams will be pulling out a composition based around that Kroll. And for another one, secret, I think that they will be running a buff composition. Hopefully, probably based around this Black Feather.
Oh, all right, we'll see. I mean, Rome is not revealing anything he actually knows. It's just a conjecture, but the Rome is right. He's got a hashtag Rome is right correct in a draft as well as in a big prediction for a series. So it's on a bit of a streak, which he tends to do.
2 series.
2 series, he's quick to point out. On the other side of the equation, Zekent now 0 for 1, at least on the item build side of the equation. We'll see if he can up his game in this next match. And as we think about this pivotal game 3, what player do you have your eye on?
I think it's going to have to be Jetpacks. So I'm just trying to cast my mind back to that kind of second quarterfinals. It was a mirror match. We really kind of saw them just having to use their mechanical skills to try and outplay each other. And Jetpacks was one that I think impressed me the most. So even though he might go for a more defensive approach, he actually has excellent positioning. If he does play that Crow, we know he's going to be using that from Hellstar at the most advantageous times.
And it's such an interesting decision because obviously Jetpacks has a couple heroes where he is just absolutely world class and is such a well-known jungle superstar. But when you've had so much success in this tournament with Raf on Ringo, with Raf on Black Feather, it's kind of a difficult decision to make in terms of which one you put on the carry, which one you put on the roam.
Yeah, and I also think that makes it really difficult for G2. They can't really second guess who's going to be in what role. And I think that's what's really nice when you have players that aren't in fixed roles. You can just kind of play a little bit, play about a little bit, and then it just kind of comes down to psychology and trying to psych the other team out.
It's so interesting just to see this play out. Right now, the draft is going on. We're not going to reveal this until all the blind picks are in, but we have the first European professional organization that acquired a team, G2 Kingwin, playing against the second European organization to take a team. That's SK Prometheus. We have scouts in the audience that we've identified with other professional organizations, so that ball keeps rolling. We're ready for the pivotal match here, the third match, and the winner of this match moves on. The loser, their tournament is over. They cannot be the winter champions. So with the action, let's go to Forecourt Jester and Zekent.
So much for those secret comps. Double Kroll, and of course Waldemar is going to be picking up that Scarf, and Raf on that Arden. I think I've seen this comp before, Zekent.
Yeah, this is a little reminiscent of the last best of 3 we saw. Just a little bit.
And if I recall, they didn't win with it.
Well, someone didn't win with it.
At the same time, Dingo's picking up that Fortress to go with Dark Potato on that Crow, and Redix is actually, he was the first one to lock in. He wanted that Vox.
Yeah, his Vox is going to be incredibly dangerous. He has proven time and time again that he is just such a potent carry on that Vox. If he can get the farm, if he can stay away from the Spitfires of Waldemar, he is going to absolutely wreck SK.
Look at this already, looking for that lane gank. Level 2, Dark Potato just can't use that From the Shadows perk in order to get that cross-country mileage that he has been really showing us a lot of. So what we saw in some previous games is the Krolls going up against each other is absolutely silly and useless since they can't actually hurt each other. But it's going to come down to the rest of how it's all played. And Raf on this Arden and Jetpacks, of course, on this Kroll. I mean, that's definitely a power duo.
Yeah, right now, everything comes down to how much can Redix farm, because Waldemar, if he gets the farm, sure, he can land those really big Spitfires, but he's going to have Dark Potato on his face every single fight. You saw in the match of Snow against Secret that the Kroll will always go for the Scarf. And on the other side, Kroll versus Vox, it's a much more open matchup.
Now, one thing that is different right now is that SK is doing the buddy-buddy system, but Dark Potato, he went home early again, and he went straight for the double swift shooter into a light shield. That has left Dingo now a little bit more freed up to kind of, well, babysit Redix a little bit. So that's why they're pushing up as far as they are, 14 creeps to the 16 there of Waldemar, and that's why this rotation is now happening.
Yeah, Redix going to be able to buy a little bit for himself right now, sitting on 600 gold, gets a crystal blade, so he is going to be going for that very standard crystal Vox. And right now, Dark Potato, with the swift shooters, if he meets up with Jetpacks in the jungle, he is going to win, but he's not going to be able to get the kill since Jetpacks does have those boots.
Yeah, the boots and now the double swift shooter himself. So, yeah, a little bit more evenly paced, at least for now. G2 just going to go right back to trying to push in up against Waldemar in that lane. But Waldemar's been farming under that turret fairly well at this point. Raph still opting to stick there with Jetpacks, although at this point he might actually start looking more towards that lane. And he is. He's going to find Redix and say, just get out of this bush. That's enough harass from you.
Yeah, I'm expecting this to be a very, very slow-paced early game. Both these team compositions are built for a mid to late game. And I think they are both very confident in their abilities to team fight later on.
So when you have double swift shooter, it just seems like you know, Crow can really just tear right through his own jungle unhindered at this point. He just kind of heals up at the end of every fight.
Yeah, however, we do see Dingo go for the early Stormguard banner and actually a crystal bit. Huh.
So a little bit more of a damage-oriented support roam.
Yeah, not really what I'm expecting to see. He can either go for the Aftershock or the Broken Myth. I will work out as Jetpacks is chased out of his own jungle.
Well, I mean, if you can keep adding up that gold for the Iron Guards, I mean, that's just going to go a long way to adding up to that permanent damage from your Storm Guard. But no, Waldemar, he could actually be in a little bit of trouble here. I'm not entirely too sure that he can actually outrun Dark Potato and Dingo, and he will not. That's going to be the first blood.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit risky right here. However, Redix gets jump time.
Yeah, he needs to get that Sonic Zoom, but it's just not going to happen. Jetpack's now up against Dingo, and the Potato. Well, it's not exactly that 1v1 Crow we were looking at, but Dingo helps bring that kill, and that is now G2 up 2-1 in this blind pick game 3.
Okay, off of a fairly big mistake off of Redix, he jumped over the wall right into the clutches of Jetpacks on that Cruel. However, this does mean his team is able to take the back camps, and right now, Redix, he is chasing down Raph.
Well, Raph picks up at least one of these. Does he have another blood for blood? He's not even interested. No, he will get one of the back. So definitely a little bit of a better trade going over to G2 since they got 3 of the 4. Plus now, at the same time, you know, with those kills, you can see the gold. It's, well, not really that different. The farming beforehand actually went pretty heavy over to Waldemar. 40 creeps now to the 30 of Redix.
Yeah, right now, Waldemar doing extremely well for himself. However, Rex is going to be able to pick up quite a bit in this wave. Gets about, you know, 36, 37, even things up pretty quickly.
Jetpacks will hit one trap. Oh, not enough there for the steal, and this is not going to be a very long fight.
Yeah, Jetpacks is going to do some damage, Dark Potato is going to do some damage, and nothing is going to happen.
Yep, and at the same time, it's going to be the rushdown in lane. Redix is going to burn the fan the flames as they traded out. We were too fixated on the beauty of two Krolls mating.
And nothing ever will happen there.
Ever.
All right, so Redix and Waldemar both go down. Waldemar actually taking that in a 2v1 situation.
And there's the cross-country mileage just talking about it. He's left Raph to his own devices and, well, his own demise, I think, at this point. Wow, that cash-in at the end. Dark Potato puts the 4th kill up on the board.
Yeah, however, in the meantime, Jetpacks is taking the back camps of G2. He's not quite level 6 yet, and right now Dark Potato is just doing extremely well in terms of levels.
All right, the pulse is not actually going to hit them. They will collide at the backs again, but Redix, because he came down looking for that chase-off, he is again starting to fall a little bit more behind Waldemar in this lane. Waldemar has done fairly good for his farm. He's already cashing in on a Frostburn.
Yeah, big thing to look at, though, is how well will Jetpacks do in this fight. He does do the smite, but...
Run to go. It's not enough. No, the Jetpacks and Raph, they might have actually lost out those backs, but the minion mine might be the demise here of G2. Waldemar's now there as well. Dark Potato is burning. Wait for it. Will be there, but it's not enough for a kill. Minion mine's going to live through this one as well, and there's the Dragon Fire as SK Prometheus takes home. Is that an actual ace? It is.
Oh, Redix, that was not the time to go in. You saw your teammates, they were going down. Dingo got taken out. Dark Potato was going down, and you just came in too late. That was not the time to engage.
Nope, unfortunately not. Redix with that crystal might be a great idea overall, but that positioning, unfortunately, not paying out at all. So gold, you know, again, fairly even, but from that ace, they now pick up a turret, and SK is going to blaze ahead just over 1,000.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very rough for G2. They are falling behind a little bit, but in levels, they are still ahead. Redix, level 6. Dark Potato is level 7, and if they take a fight right now, I think they can win it.
Arden also has that Fountain of Renewal now ready to go as well, so that's going to be a little bit more of a step up here from Dingo. It doesn't even look like he's interested in one.
Yeah, it looks like Dingo, he might be going for one, but right now I think he's more focused on vision. He's getting a couple scout traps down. The gold mine is being taken, so this is going to be a pretty big lead for SK.
206. It's not shabby, guys, and it isn't immense, but it's far from the cap. But still, another 600 gold to the coffers as by SK Prometheus is, well, I mean, it's hard to tell who's actually ahead, but they're definitely got some momentum on their side.
Right, and Redix right now, he does not have the alternating current. That's going to be such a huge power spike. He's going to have it in about 200 gold, but since he doesn't have it yet, he just doesn't have the damage in these fights.
Yeah, but this could actually be bait right here. If he does actually bait out through Waldemar into a little bit farther forward, could have been a kill. Could this actually still be a kill? Here comes the return. Dark Potato, yeah, that's just not going to happen. The stun comes out from afar, and Dark Potato actually not the one to get hit by it, but that will now solidify a 2-0 turnaround. SK Prometheus now up 7-4, and Redix with no turret there just has to fall back.
Yeah, that might have been a bait from the side of G2, but they were the ones baited instead. Jetpack just rotating immediately, getting it from Hell's Heart out, stunning up Dingo, taking him down, and Dark Potato just burned down. Extra crispy potatoes for Waldemar.
Extra crispy potatoes, those are the best ones indeed. Jetpack's now to pick up this minion mine. Are they actually going to go for these backs? They're going to bait it. Oh, maybe not. They're not interested.
Yeah, not right now. They don't want to extend too far since they do have Waldemar recalling, going for a few more items of his own. The Frostburn comes out, and this is going to be very dangerous for G2 because every time they take one of those Spitfires, they're going to be slowed and it'll be that much harder to engage.
Yeah, we also got a little bit of armor now being built up here on Krull with those, with that Shiver Steel now done. 2-1-3 for Jetpacks. He's definitely doing well for himself. Coated plates to come out as well. He's just not going to really be a threat to Dark Potato and vice versa.
Yeah, Dingo, however, does have the Fountain of Renewal. He is falling behind in gold compared to Raph, who even though Raph does have the lower Iron Guard contract gold, they have the gold mines, they have the turrets, and they are just pulling ahead of just a little bit.
I like how our Krulls are basically mirror matching each other. The only difference right now is the light shield there on the gain for Dark Potato.
Yeah, Dark Potato, however, it's not much of a difference because Jetpacks is sitting on 1,000 gold.
All right, Dark Potato is going to be found out here by Raph. A little bit of damage going forward, but doesn't really seem like there's a tool here to catch anyone. We do got the gauntlet, but it's a little bit too close to that turret. You don't want to be fighting there this early, not yet, not unless you have some kind of significant advantage.
And this is where it becomes very dangerous for the side of G2. SK, they have the Scarf. If they're able to push forward, if they're able to sit in front of a turret and just siege, G2 has no way to engage.
So showing yourself backing like that can definitely be fun, but when you go out just as the three of them engage, that could have been actually a really nice advantage for Prometheus, but they decide against it. They're not willing to fight that 2v3, no matter how close to that turret it is.
They see the recall, so they go for the gold mine, and this is going to be absolutely free.
175, again, gold is gold at this point, and that gold lead is really starting to widen out, 1,300 or so and counting. Dark Potato is back here with the Dingo. Redix, though, I mean, he has that alternating current, but we haven't seen a fight with him in it yet. I'm still waiting for him to kind of put up some numbers.
And you can see, this is a very vision-focused game. You can see the scout traps all over the map from both sides.
Blue everywhere, man, especially in and around that mid. How many flares do we actually have? Well, Raph is down to his last one. He's been chewing right through them like candy.
Yeah, he wants to make sure he has a perfect idea of where Dark Potato is. You don't want to see Dark Potato flying out at your Scarf and just shutting down his damage.
Okay, and a half. It does look like a lot of the map control is pretty much under the SK Prometheus thumb. I'd say definitely about 66, 75% or so. It's not quite the total, get every set of backs, but these front camps, that health camp, it's definitely going more often to Prometheus than not.
Yeah, even with the turret down, even with the gold mines going over to the side of SK, G2 is still keeping the gold fairly even. 1.3 thousand is not that much at this point in the game.
And despite the fact that they're getting outfarmed pretty heavily, it's not really a big gain going forward. Prometheus really needs to look for a fight. Perhaps finish up the next round of items and try to use that power spike to their advantage.
Yeah, however, Rex is becoming very, very powerful. He does have the alternating current. He is likely to go for a broken myth next. And once he has that, he's going to be doing some serious damage to the side of SK.
I was curious to see if he was actually going to try to take down Waldemar 1v1. That would have definitely been a show and a half. But instead, he does kind of get a big jump start here. Top of the creep wave, he is able to take him down pretty much immediately. That is now going to be an Atlas Pauldron for the Potato, as well as Jetpacks.
Well-armored potatoes, no worries. And right now, we do have Jetpacks with the Ice Pauldron is going to be much more effective than Dark Potato because Rex is so reliant on those basic attacks and Waldemar isn't. The Atlas Pauldron is just such a good buy for the side of SK. In fact, they have 2 of them.
Well-armored potatoes just reminds me of tinfoil. I don't know why.
Tinfoiled potatoes?
Well, I think that's how you bake them. Well, that's how you should bake them, I should say. Everyone has their own potato recipes, but this recipe so far from Dark Potato, I mean, we're into a game 3. He's up 3-2, and overall, he's been farming fairly well. 60 to the 56 there of Jetpacks.
And we do see the Crystal Infusion coming out of Redix. He's going to be getting that Broken Myth fairly soon, and once he has it, the damage will be absolutely immense unless Jetpacks can get on top of him.
So if Redix with this damage spike and the Crystal is able to actually put up some numbers, that could be a big momentum shift into this game. Raph now is a little bit too far forward. Dark Potato is actually going to get stunned by that from Hell's Heart. There goes the Ardent Gauntlet as well, and we've really just kind of grouped up on the edge of it, but it doesn't seem to matter. The damage is just not there. G2 is very healthy in there. That's the return stun. Jetpacks, can Redix actually take him down for that kill? Wow, that is definitely a hit and a half there from Jetpacks, but still, all of G2 is alive and Kraken, and now Waldemar is going to drop, and that is going to make the ace. Could we actually go for the Kraken? Well, she was there.
Yeah, no Kraken for you right now. Only 12 minutes and 50 seconds into this game, but that was such a good fight from G2. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Because Waldemar is on that Scarf, because Redix is on that Vox, the Cruels, they have the same goal. Shut down the enemy carry, and Redix is just so much more mobile.
I'm really sad I screwed up my Kraken joke. She's not even there. But you're right. I mean, the power spike is definitely there. G2 Kinguin really actually putting up a good show there into this mid, and they're actually now the ones to take the gold lead.
Yeah, right now G2 just doing very, very well for themselves. They have to make sure they control the vision. They have to make sure they don't get cut out. As long as Redix stays alive, he's going to be doing so much damage in these fights. You saw in the last engagement, he is absolutely dominated.
Yeah, the Fountains actually came up very nicely there as well from both sides, because, you know, by the time that we were done with Gauntlets and Hell Hearts and the Dragon's Breath, like, G2 was pretty much untouched at that point.
Yeah, Redix has absolutely no fears, going into the bushes, checking wherever he wants, and right now doing a lot of damage to the side of SK.
Yeah, he dodged out that Spitfire, which is pretty big there as well. G2 to Dingo, not quite so lucky, but Dingo, what you doing, Dingo? Oh, that's going to get stunned out. That's now going to be some massive damage. Here comes the own Hell's Heart from Potato. It actually will land on top of Jetpacks, but now it's a 2v3. G2 are really trying to take home. Jetpacks will live through it. Now he's coming back in. He has that shield from the lunge, but the Dark Potato doesn't go down before they do trade out, and Redix, as you said, that damage is there, and G2 will actually take a 2-for-2 trade.
And Redix, he has the Broken Myth, he has the Alternating Current. This is where his power spike is. If he does not get locked down, if Jetpacks cannot stay on top of him the entire fight, it is going to be very, very tough for SK Prometheus to win any of these.
That whole fight was engaged by bringing Raph down to half, and well, Raph is the only one actually still standing. Can Redix actually take these safely? Picks up 1, picks up 2. Still looking for the 3rd, but now Raph, he's angry. He is mad. There's a gauntlet going down, and Redix will go over the wall. Could he actually outrun Raph at this point? Do we have boots? No, they're still down for 9 seconds.
That was so good from Redix. Jumping over that wall is so incredibly hard with the Sonic Zoom. He knew exactly where to be and exactly where to position himself, and he wasted the gauntlet of Raph. That was just absolutely amazing play.
This is an 80-second window or so that there's no stuns or cages ready to go. And Jetpacks, is he actually thinking that we can start this? Yeah, he's going to be trying to do this. We have the forward offensive. Dingo has been taking those Spitfires, but now there's the flare, and they're saying, all right, this Kraken is happening. There's no gauntlet. I don't think there's any reason G2 can't do this. And they are going to pop out those bombs. They're looking for Waldemar to the back. That's going to be a stun, but it's not the biggest of distance. The duration is just not going to be there. Waldemar, doesn't matter that he has a Dragon's Breath out. They shut his mouth, and he goes boom. Raph is now down and out, and Jetpack soon to follow. This is going to be another ace for Kinguin, and now the Kraken is ready to go.
And G2 Kinguin just absolutely dominating this match. They took that one team fight. That is all they needed. They waited for their power spike. They got the Honoring Current and the Broken Myth on Vox, and from that point onward, SK Prometheus had just no answers.
This is looking pretty dire for SK, because this is game 3. This is tournament life. If they have secret strats, I guess we're never going to actually see them at this rate. They need to bounce back, but can they do that?
It's going to be very, very difficult. Waldemar, he's going to have to sit back. He's going to have to poke. This is a decent opportunity for them to close the gold lead because Scarf is incredibly good at taking down the Kraken. It might be able to take down 1 turret, but I don't think it will get 2.
Now, something that Jetpacks has over Dark Potato at this point is that Bonesaw.
Yeah, however, Dark Potato, he has a double infusion. It's going to be pretty scary, especially with Redix picking the 2 up for himself.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Waldemar does have that crystal, but I mean, Scarf was great. Scarf is awesome, but can Scarf by himself be the turning point to this?
It's going to be very difficult. They are going to give up this turret so easily, and they're definitely going to have to come at the next choke point, or else G2 is just going to absolutely run them over.
All right, get those Fan the Flames going. Hit them with those Spitfires. That is the big goal right now of Waldemar. He's going to get rushed down. Look at Dark Potato going straight for him. We do have that gauntlet out. Waldemar's going to get into the safety. Redix, however, maybe not so much. Jetpacks and Raph are on top of him. Here comes Waldemar. He's looking to just add the damage up, and Redix is going to drop. Raph is not looking so healthy, but there goes the Scarf. Jetpacks is not going to get to safety. Dark Potato and Dingo is enough, and Raph doesn't have the hit points to deal with this. This is also now a Kraken pushing up. G2 might just want to leave Raph and go straight for the turrets.
And this could very well be the game. Dark Potato jumps on Raph, finishes him off, they get the ace, the Kraken is still on the base turrets, and right now, G2, they may be taking this match.
10 seconds until Waldemar's back up. Are they actually chasing this down? I can see the Kraken just working away. The Kraken's still fairly healthy. They might actually have this. Here comes Jetpacks. Here comes Waldemar. We don't have that Dragon's Breath ready to go, but the turrets are down. And can they bring down Dark Potato? Even if they can, there's Dingo. Even if they bring him down, there's a Kraken, and this is going to be game 3 for G2 Kinguin. They eliminate SK Prometheus here from the Winter Finals. The #1 seed goes home today.
And Dingo just coming back in, absolutely demolishing SK in a best of 3. So well played by the side of G2. That was a fantastic match.
What was the difference? Game #1, they didn't take a single kill. Game 2 and 3, they come in swinging.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about swapping in Dingo it just made the difference. It was so good. And the drafts that they came out with, perfect.
Well, game #3 in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not entirely too sure. A lot of people predicted that SK Gaming, the #1 seed coming into this, would go home and lose through the lower bracket and not even get to semis, but that is the reality we're facing. In fact, top 3 seeds right now are all fighting for their lives. G2 moves on, but now, I mean, Secret up next, they're also fighting for their lives.
Yeah, and they're once again up against G2. They did beat them in day 1. Will they be able to do it once again?
This could actually be a really good story for G2 as well. I mean, they kind of underperformed a bit in previous tournaments, but now that they got their full rosters kind of in the right places, one of them just moved on to semis. Could the second also defeat the higher seed to move on?
It very well could happen, and it will be very interesting to see. But this is going to be the good story. Team Secret, they did extremely well against G2 in day 1. Will they be able to do it again, and will G2 be able to come up with something new to fight Secret?
Well, I gotta say, G2 settled this grudge match from those EU qualifiers #2. They come out ahead. We'll get some thoughts there from Playoff Beard, Rome, and Shinyi, and we'll see you in the next game.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. Wow. So the shockwaves being felt. The #1 seed, SK Prometheus, is done. We'll never see those comps come out. Their tournament is over. And for this G2 Kinguin squad, the 3 seed, we have to remember that when the G2 eSports first came in and acquired a team, G2 won tournament after tournament, qualifier after qualifier. They were so strong until they became a little bit the victim of their own success, got multiple invitations to multiple tournaments in different parts of the world, participated in them at the same time in Poland and Korea, for example, broke up the roster, and then struggled. And it's been a journey back to this moment. But this is a big moment for the G2 eSports organization, a huge win, and they move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and with 2 teams left in the tournament, this is the resurgence of the G2 squad, especially with their first starting team. And splendid play coming out of them. And I have a slight feeling that a lot of the viewers from North America are saying, you know what, this is the dominance of Vox, and this is something we haven't seen too much these last 2 days.
Well, tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, with Vox coming in, like, we saw excellent position coming out of Redix, just pretty much using his abilities to make sure he maneuvered around Scarf's abilities. And it all came down to actually both of these cools on both sides, where they were constantly engaging on their opponent laner. And overall, I just think Dark Potato did a much better job. He grabbed that early Atlas, pretty much to deny as many stacks coming out of that cool as possible, and then he would dive straight onto Waldemar. And pretty much he unleashed everything there, just using that Shiver Steel, making sure that he zones out everybody, while Redix on that backline just comes running straight up forward, throwing out that ultimate and then just cleaning up afterwards.
Now, Xingyi, the moment Raph locked in that Arden, you went, uh-oh. Tell me what you were thinking about these comps.
It's not that I think he is, he does play a good Arden, but I just think he plays so much better when he's on a more offensive support, such as Catherine or Fortress. We've seen when he's playing Blackfeather or Ringo that he's super, super offensive. And when you play that into support, it's translated really well. But with an Arden, you have to be a bit more defensive. He uses a lot more defensive gauntlets rather than offensive gauntlets, and I think that makes a big difference.
All right, with that in mind, who is your Amazon Coins MVP of this series?
It's going to be Dingo. So the reason, I think in the last game we saw him playing Fortress, he picked up that crystal bit very early on. Not that he was intentionally planning on going full crystal, but just to add that kind of extra crystal damage at the very start. It's going to add more utility in a 2v2 situation between the Cruels and the supports. He's going to do so much more, and he did a fantastic job with the attack of the pack, releasing them at the right time, choosing the right targets, and I think that's what makes him such a valuable player.
Yeah, and can also throw people off. You get that early crystal bit that sometimes builds all the way up into the aftershock. He never went that way, but probably, it's pivotal there that they made the roster change back to Dingo, and then it was all downhill from there. Everything worked. And let's hear a little bit more from one of the teammates. DJ Sams is with a member of G2 now.
Okay, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm here with G2's Dark Potato. Tell me, Dark Potato, when you're playing for your tournament life, what is going through your mind?
Oh, fuck.
Sorry about that for people at home. Let me try another question for you then. On the last match, how did you feel that Redix managed to get his Vox?
Well, we knew that they were going to play the Scarf, Cruel, and Arden comp. So we thought if we play the same, it may come to the farm numbers. And so we just tried something else with Vox and Fortress, trying to be more aggressive and getting the early game so we can carry in the late game. So that was kind of our game plan.
There you go, a very talented Dark Potato there. Thanks very much. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
Yeah, I think that's what we all think, in the match. Holy, that is it. I actually think that was a pretty accurate answer to the question that he asked. So we'll leave that on the board. That was legitimate. Now, I do want to take a moment here to talk about how that match turned. It looked so good for SK, then it went horribly wrong. Break down what happened there.
And this just goes to how well the G2 squad was playing their passive composition. They know that with Vox being their hyper carry, he does need a lot of time to ramp up. And once he does, finishing up that Broken Myth especially, he just stood in that backline, just raking up as many stacks as he can on Broken Myth, and then he just came in and obliterated everybody. And this all comes down to knowing how your composition works and finding the right balance of when to actually start really engaging into the opponents.
All right, so with that, a huge win for the G2 eSports organization. They still have one more team looking to advance as well. That is G2 Kingwin 2, the number 7 seed, against the 2 seed Team Secret that nobody thought would be down in the elimination bracket. That is still to come. We're going to take a quick break, but what I'd like to do here, thanks to NVIDIA Shield, one of our sponsors, their K1 tablet, so great for gamers. Let's do a ice giveaway now for all the Vainglory players out there. And when we come back from this break, we will do the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet giveaway. Someone randomly selected is going to win an NVIDIA Shield tablet. So stay right here, and when we come back, we have another huge game. We'll be right back.
Yep.
With a powerful quad-core processor and 7-inch screen, all for just $50, kind of makes you wonder, why buy just one? The $49.99 Amazon Fire Tablet.
Tequila goes down. He might go for Donna Flip. He's gonna get one. He's got to get two.
Welcome everyone to the eSports Arena here in Santa Ana for the 2015 Vainglory Autumn Season Live Finals!
Going to seal the deal here at 2-0, or will they? They take down the Kraken, one hit from win.
Remember that there are no Vayne turrets available. They might look to try and end the game themselves.
That is Game 3 from Liberation X.
Liberation X! Oh man, what a fantastic game. I just can't believe it, I'm lost for words. What an amazing series we have.
Okay, we are back. Welcome back to the 2016 Winter Championships, live from the Gfinity Arena in London. I am PlayOpBeard, here with Xingyi and Rome, and I've made a card for myself. It says nothing on it except giveaway, so I didn't forget and leave everyone hanging before this last match. So let's do the NVIDIA Shield K1 tablet giveaway. Put NVIDIA Shield, all caps, in the chat. Someone will randomly win the NVIDIA Shield tablet. Good luck to everyone out there. And with that, I can get rid of that one. And let's talk about this last match. So this is the 2-seed G2 Kingwin 2 against the 7-seed, or excuse me, the 2-seed Team Secret against the 7-seed G2 Kingwin 2. And now Rome. All right, this is Team Secret. They've coming off their first loss in a very long time. How does that affect them mentally?
Well, looking at them, like especially after their loss, they were sitting outside and pretty much they were focusing, you know what, how are we going to come back from this? How are we going to make sure that we make it onto tomorrow? And this is something that we have from Composed team, a professional team that has that experience, where they don't take a loss to their mind. They're going to make sure that they come into this full strength, and they're pretty much going to wipe away that loss earlier from today.
That was very interesting to watch. The extended team there of Team Secret, they were huddled outside of the arena, area, itself. They're all the way outside, just huddled up, talking now, and so it's going to be interesting to see what decisions they made out of there. And now let's find out, who is your Amazon Coins player to watch for this pivotal series?
Well, it's going to be Palator for me. So we've seen him play Cruel a lot. We've seen him play lots of different heroes. He is such an important, important character in the Team Secret team and Team Secret team. But I think what makes him really special is that, he frontlines there. He's got an amazing KDA from the qualifiers. We saw that he had the best KDA of anyone. He's got this, he always brings something new to every single game. He just mixes up and he's not afraid to take risks. And I think that's why he is my player to watch. So passing over to Rome about his Amazon player to watch for G2 Kingwin 2.
I honestly have to be choosing Taisuke-san here due to the fact that splendid play coming out of him earlier today. And it just comes to show, like, when it comes down to basic mechanics and knowing exactly how a composition is supposed to work, execution has been coming out really well for this G2 Kingwin 2 team.
All right, and this has the potential to be a huge day for the G2 eSports organization. If they can go 2 for 2 and knock off the #1 seed and the #2 seed, they will be partying tonight. I hope not too hard, because we have a huge day 3 coming tomorrow with the semifinals and finals, but some huge potential for a huge statement day for the G2 eSports organization in Vainglory, but a very tall order, and we do have a little bit of information to draw upon, because this is a rematch from day 1.
Yeah, this is the rematch, and I think this is going to be a very tough match. This time it's going to be a lot tougher than last time. We certainly know what Team Secret's capable of. We've seen lots of kind of footage of their previous games, but we know they can innovate, but I feel like in a way they're being forced to innovate. But whereas with G2, we haven't seen their full potential yet. We've just, in their second game against Snow Avalanche, they've pulled out this really nice variation on the buff comp. They kind of did a play on the Druid, and it worked out fantastically. They're also not afraid to take risks.
Yeah, and so now on the Team Secret side, it wouldn't surprise me, you know, this is a jovial bunch, but they looked very serious here. Wouldn't surprise if they just come out and they just want to stomp this team out and show, you know what, we're the Autumn champions. We don't belong in this elimination bracket.
Yeah, and with a lot on the line for them, seeing as they did come in at such a high seed and as one of the favorite and the teams to beat, they will be using this last chance and this last life to actually pull out something out of their tricks at Book of Sleeves.
Book of Sleeves, yes.
And I think they
all
will
those sleeves
show us a composition that hasn't been seen so far. But the thing is, having talked to them before the whole tournament started, they did say that one of the teams that they do feel very threatened by is the G2 Kinguin 2 squad, due to the fact that they do run into them a lot, getting a lot of scrimmages off, a lot of practices off, and it's always 50-50. And seeing as they are 1-0, this is time to get 1-1.
Yeah, oh, well, that would make it 50-50. That's how that caster math would work, right?
Yes, it would.
All right, we'll have to see. And now, on the Team Secret side, of course, such incredibly talented players. You know, at any time you're at risk of having Kavalifar just go off with one of those insane KDA matches. We've seen matches where he's like 30-1 or whatnot. Palmatoro pretty much never, ever, ever hurts the team when you analyze the statistics. And it's going to be interesting to see what G2 Kinguin can do to try to turn the tide, try to make sure those stats don't end up with Team Secret always having, you know, the highest CS, the highest gold per minute. Can they turn that around? Team Secret, something clearly in mind, Rome, as they take a Black Feather away.
Yeah, and this just opens up something very different that we haven't seen so far. G2 Kinguin 2 doesn't decide to ban either Cruel or Adagio, and this opens up like something that Team Secret is very well known for. So obviously they grab that Cruel up first, where Palmatoro will be a major threat, knowing that limitations on that Cruel.
Yeah, certainly a major threat for our Amazon Coins player to watch on that side. But you know, this has to be a calculated decision here where they knew the Crawl would come out and that they were going to counter with the Adagio and that they have something in mind for this.
Yeah, and I think it's also quite a clever pick. You know, we've seen them using the kind of the Adagio Cruel Finn combo a lot, and I think by doing this, they've taken it away and also given themselves the buff comp as well. I think Team Secret have a lot more difficult time. We saw them use this comp, so we saw G2 use this comp before, and it was very difficult to beat.
All right, this is a quintessential comp for Team Secret. G2 Kinguin 2, they knew they were going to get this pretty much, and this is what they wanted. So how do they make this work, Rome?
Just a quick shout out, this will be a buff composition coming out of G2 Kinguin 2, but over to Shinkaigen, where we will be seeing this CP Finn in that lane.
Oh, we will be seeing a CP Finn in the lane. All right, Shinkaigen obviously made that lane Finn famous. Shinkaigen a world champion in his own right, and we're all watching the Shin Cam today. It's Shinkaigen who's controlling the spectator camera. It is that very strong Fortress Ringo combination. Watch for the rotations out of G2 Kinguin 2. This should be really interesting to watch. Let's go to our casters at Forecourt and Forecourt and Zekan.
I'm so sorry, Zekan. I'm so sorry. Evan, I mean, I was going to build on your point about Shinkaigen being a world champion. He is on that spectator camera. Give him a tweet, give him a follow, tell him how much you've been enjoying it, and you give us that instead to talk about. Great, awesome. So, Team Secret now taking on G2K2 again. This is the repeat matchup, as has been talked about, and I am actually really happy because Team Secret not only brought us Kestrel and CP-ish Arden that they talked to us about in the caster meetings, but they also said they really wanted to bring out laning Finn, because guess who's not on it?
Yeah, and right now it's Kavalifar on that Finn. It's not Mowgli. Mowgli is so well known for his Finn. However, this team composition is going to be absolutely difficult for G2 to deal with because they have 3 gigantic tanks. With the fortified health, on top of Kroll's natural tankiness, it's going to be incredibly hard to shut down Palmatoro, and as he is the player to watch, he is going to be so terrifying in this match.
Now, you might have come into this game and been like, oh, it's Finn, oh, it's Team Secret. It's clearly on Mowgli, but now, as we said, it's really not. And I actually did have the pleasure of playing with Shinkaigen the other day. He showed us the power of CP Finn, so I'm very interested to see Kavalifar, a very top-notch player who's been making plays left, right, and center, what he can do and how he can change your mind about CP Finn.
Yeah, one thing about CP Finn, though, is that his Quibble just does so much damage to minions. And additionally, if you catch any hero under it, it just does absolutely devastating amounts of CC and damage.
It could be absolutely disgusting. So we'll have to keep our eye on that one. But you know, Palmatar on this Kroll, I mean, when you do let Kroll through this draft, he has been pretty much 100% pick and ban. I gotta say the same for Adagio. Majestic is gonna be on it for this round. He's gonna be looking to buff out that jungling Ringo. As you've noticed, it's actually been Fortress up in the lane.
Yeah, this is something we have seen before. Buffing the Ringo, putting the Adagio on the roam, and right now, he's going to be sitting in lane, farming up with Taisuke-san, and it's going to be Taisuke-san just getting a huge amount of farm once again.
And Taisuke-san getting the farm, you know, the ex-glorious, Vainglorious player of Redemption. That is who he is. So if you know him by that other name, get hyped because he is now back with these, you know, really highly mechanical players. G2K2, they are looking to settle that score and see if they can continue on into this tournament.
And this is going to be very, very dangerous for both teams because Team Secret, they have so many options to engage Taisuke-san. If Kavalfar lands the hook, if Palmatoro gets a few basic attacks on Taisuke-san, that will completely shut down their damage.
All right, Mowgli almost getting shut down right there. Comes down under half. G2K2 looking for this fight, and it looks like they're going to get the better of it. And Ringo is really just starting to hit a little bit harder and harder as time goes on with that buff there from Majestic, as you were saying. So not a kill, but Team Secret are definitely going to have to head home. Fortunately, there's really nothing for G2K2 to capitalize on. If they go for the invade, there's just nothing for them to catch right now.
Yeah, and with how tanky the side of Team Secret is, Taisuke-san is going to have to do so much damage, even with the Agent of Wrath buff from Majestic and the additional damage and lifesteal from Pips. It's still going to be extremely tough to burst down Team Secret.
And even if, let's say he gets, you know, that level of damage, if he gets, you know, crowd controlled to death, and that's a very real possibility between Palmataro, between Kavalfar, and then Mowgli sitting on that gauntlet. Like, if you don't actually have anything to stop this rushdown comp, it might not even matter by the end of it.
Yeah, one thing I do want to see coming out from the side of Team Secret, though, is double Aegis, maybe even triple Aegis. It'll just prevent, or not Aegis, Atlas Pauldron. They need to be able to slow down the attacks with Taisuke-san, and they have to allow Palmataro to get on top of them, get those weakness attacks on, and just leave them there.
So in before Majestic ends up being the actual carry, and Pips picking up, you know, a ton of crystal damage, because if they do get those triple Atlas, I can see that actually happening. But for now, it is going to be 0-0, a little bit more of a passive game. We've had a little bit of a tussle before, but again, Taisuke-san's really the guy just kind of setting the pace here in this lane. He continues to push up and up. Could they be going for a little bit of a dive? Wow, look at that return damage. Kavalfar just chunking them right back down. Mowgli's going to take the brunt of the damage, but he will live through it, and looks like G2K2 is now more interested in rotations.
Yeah, and Palmataro just being in the perfect place at the perfect time, just taking those spawn camps immediately as they come up. And right now, Scout Trap does some damage to the side of G2. They're going to take the back camps of Team Secret, and once again, they're feeding all the farm on Taisuke-san. 50 CS at 4 minutes and 20 seconds in is very, very good.
So, Pips, I'm looking at 6. He has 6. This is what you're talking about. It's the double sets of farm for Taisuke-san.
Right, he's taking all the farm that is available to the side of G2. And he might actually be able to take down Pip right here.
Oh, wow. Nice Spectral. Palmataro gets in there for the first blood under that turret. Brave stuff, but hey, he got the kill. He has that perk now ready to go as well if he wants to try to rush down someone else. But that is the big thing. Pips is not looking for last inning. He's looking for the freezing, and Taisuke-san, 57. Kavalfar, who has been in the lane this entire time, is only at 40.
Yeah, Kavalfar has proven to be a very, very potent farmer in the past. He's sitting at 40. He is 22 behind. However, look at Palmataro. He's sitting at 20. 2 Pips is 6.
So that's why I'm a little curious. You know, Majestic and Pips, neither of them looking to really build damage. Well, maybe Majestic is. He has that Stormguard banner. He's been stacking it up with that Iron Guard gold. Look at that, 2,000 now in 5 minutes. That's pretty decent because he's just been following around Taisuke-san. He has a crystal bit. Could Pips actually be the guy looking for the majority of the defensive items?
Yeah, Pips will definitely be the one picking up the Fountain, the Crucible, if he gets the gold. However, that is if he gets the gold. He will not be able to last hit. He will not be able to just soak farm by sticking with Taisuke-san because he doesn't have the Iron Guard contract.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. I definitely put my money on Pips actually kind of being the lowest on the totem pole right now when it comes to the cash, but Taisuke on 73. He has himself a 5-minute Sora Blade and Reflex block.
Yeah, the Reflex block is going so important, as you see right there.
Yeah, big damage. Kavalfar getting chunked, but look at that return. Pips is going to be a target, but it's not enough. He will actually live through it. He has that life spring now to just regen in lane as well, but that's going to be now the first kill to Kingwin.
I think that's a little bit of a mistake coming out from Kavalafa right there. I think Team Secret has to lead with the From Hell's Heart of Palmataro to either burn a reflex block or just make sure Taisuke-san is stunned.
No, it's still up at this point, but there's unfortunately no targets for them. Now we're going to get a rotation from G2K2. If they can pick up this gold mine, and they do, it's pretty much free. That's now more gold in their pocket. Look at the difference as it's starting to accrue. We're looking at a K.5.
Yeah, it's going to
2K and a
be
half.
it's going to be very difficult for Team Secret to come back from this. Their team composition is very strong come mid to late game, and they do need to get those Atlas Pauldron. Once they have those, they're going to be able to put up a huge fight.
We're trying to set up the situation here for Taisuke-san. That's the Hell's Heart. They do land on top of Majestic. He is building more into the damage. The verse, I'm not too sure actually worked out in the end, but hey, they do trade out the kills. Palmataro gets hit by damage after damaging shot from Taisuke-san. That's 2 more kills to his name.
So as Force of Court is not actually counted as a stun, it does not stop the verse. He gets pulled into the middle of Team Secret and just completely does so much damage.
Mowgli's just not going to be able to steward over this turret any longer, and it is going to drop now 15K to the 11.5 of Secret. This is a very different tempo than when these two teams last met up.
Yeah, I think G2 is holding this strategy in their back pocket. It's so effective. They brought it out today. They're fighting for their tournament life, and right now they're showing everything they have.
All right, so almost called them tempo for some reason. Team Secret actually does pick up their backs. That feels like it's almost been forever since they did that. But, you know, Palmataro, you said they have to lead with the Hell's Heart. They need to get, you know, this set up. But the only damage really for Team Secret right now is Kavalafa. We're going all tanky and attack speed for Palmataro, and if he can't live through this accelerated farm of Taisuke-san, I think you've lost a valuable asset.
Right, and right now Kavalafa, he's actually gone for the Aftershock, which I don't quite agree with. I think going for more Crystal Power is actually more effective, or even some more cooldown on acceleration.
He brings Taisuke-san closer, and he gets shot in the face for his trouble. I'm not entirely too sure who actually got the better trade. Oh, it didn't go through. That reflex block is going to keep Taisuke-san into the back. Now, we do got that Ardent coming in with that Gauntlet, but it's just not enough this time. That is now going to be the death of Taisuke-san, and this has to be the retreat of G2 because they have nothing left on the board.
And that's exactly what Team Secret is aiming for. They have to be able to get on Taisuke-san. The moment the weakness stacks get on him, it's absolutely over. He loses so much damage, and all of the damage of G2 is on top of him.
Well, reflex block number 1 worked out well. I'd like to see a Crucible, though, to go with this comp.
I'm actually wondering, will Taisuke-san actually go for a double reflex block? He can get the Aegis on top of another reflex block for himself.
Well, that will be seen in the future, I suppose, if that's going to happen or not. I'm more just kind of blown away. I looked at his farm right there, 117 in 9 minutes. He has a Tyrant's Monaco at the 9-minute mark to go with the Sora Blade.
Yeah,
it left me a little speechless right there.
I think he was a little bit more ahead last time he pulled this out. I think he was at, what, 200 at 13 minutes in? I don't think he's quite on that pace, but he's coming very close.
200 at 13, you said?
Yeah, something like that.
Man, I mean, I don't think we're that far off at this point. Kavalafa, he is getting pretty much doubled, almost doubled at this point.
Yeah, that's a little bit expected, though. Palmataro, he's sitting at 46, so the combined total farm of the two teams is pretty close. But right now, G2 just has a massive gold lead.
Well, they're going to have to try to ride it out to just a little bit of a better situation. 4,000 gold between these teams doesn't really feel like that much, especially since Palmataro is going to continue to get tankier and tankier. And the longer this game goes on, it feels like he's going to have a better shot of shutting down Taisuke-san.
Yeah, Palmataro and Kavalafa and Mowgli again as Pauldron, it's over, I think.
Well, we do get a little bit of armor now coming out. Kavalafa does have the Coda Plates, so does Palmataro, and, well, so does Mowgli. So they could be very well on their way to actually picking that up.
Yeah, I think the side team Secret is just stalling.
There it is.
Stalling.
Palmataro gets the first one.
Yep. One as comes out, Kavalafa will have his very soon. Mowgli is a little bit behind, but once he gets his, it's going to be a very hard game for the side G2.
It feels like there's a time limit on this one, and I don't think we've pushed enough in the early game here from G2K2. They're tied up in kills. They only got about 4,000 gold or so between these teams, and you said like 200 farm at the 13-minute mark. We're at 140 here at the 10, but still, only the one reflex block. There's no Crucibles, and I think we do actually have enough tools in the shed here from Team Secret to get him out of this picture.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see. Will Team Secret be able to get the engage they want? Will they be able to get the Atlas Pauldrons down? Will they get reflex block? There are so many factors in this engagement that if one thing goes wrong, if one thing goes right for one of these teams, it can go. This game is on a knife's edge.
Team Secret doesn't seem to be overly concerned. They're pretty calm. They're very much focused on their game. I don't really see a lot of distress there. So they're holding their own. They're definitely holding. They might not be winning, but they're definitely holding, and this is not a hopeless situation yet.
Yeah, this is a very smart move from the side of Team Secret. All they have to do is wait. They're biding their time. They get the Atlas Pauldrons. They make sure they have the defenses to deal with the Ringo.
Bonesaw.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's not going to have the attack speed once the Atlas Pauldrons come down.
And he won't have the damage if the weakness stacks stack up.
Right, there's so many options for Team Secret, but it really comes down to, can they find the engage? Taisuke-san will be hiding behind his entire team. Cruel is going to have to run through the fortress and the Adagio, especially if Taisuke-san is so on point with those reflex blocks.
So a big pewing point here is Majestic, and that verse of judgment. If he can get those stuns out, that's going to be a little bit of a breath of breath of fresh air for Taisuke-san, because he's not going to be as pressured. But look at this, that's actually a Crystal Infusion there on top of Cavalifar, and the damage is really coming up. Pips is going to be low. Here goes that first. Palmataro is actually the first one to get out. Taisuke-san's not touched. He was into the back. There was no pressure on him, and they clean it up. That is a 3-0, and the rest of the crew is just going to walk away with that one. Sunglasses.
I don't even think Palmataro used the Atlas Pauldron right there, so that's a huge mistake coming out from him. In fact, he was focusing down Majestic. That is not the target that you need to focus on. Taisuke-san is the only thing that matters on the side of G2.
Well, Hell's Heart is definitely on cooldown, but that Atlas Pauldron is not.
Yeah, I think he did. He might have activated very early on, but I'm pretty sure he did not. So a little bit of misplay from the side Team Secret right there. I'm really interested in seeing. They can still pull this off. They still have a lot of farm. They're picking up a lot of gold. They have a lot of damage. But will it be enough?
All right, you said 200 by the 13-minute mark. We're sitting at 174, but he also has 3 kills, 3 assists to his name. That's a weapon infusion there for Taisuke-san as well. Cavalifar dumped 500 into his crystal just before that fight. But unfortunately, it didn't seem to pan out for them as they did get ace. They lose out this gold miner as well. 236 is a pretty good chunk of cash, and 8,000 gold between the teams.
Yeah, this is looking really dangerous for the side of Team Secret. The double infusions coming out on Taisuke-san. He's sitting on 1.6 thousand gold. He is becoming so strong.
This is how you make the tycoons of the fold.
I suppose so. Tycoon-san.
All right, let's just stop right there as we get into this next one. Palmataro, he's getting into that back. He is on top of Taisuke-san this time. And, well, the boots so far, Hell's Heart will stun, but the health is still actually there. He's not done yet. The stutter steps, he's trying to bring down Palmataro, and, well, by the end of it, he will, but they trade it out. Now Cavalifar, he's a little bit low. There's that fortified health. He has that maxed out B. Pips is not going to go down. Majestic is now, it's his time to shine. He has the Frostburn and that Shatter Glass with that stacked up damage from that Storm Guard, and now Pips, he's trying to make sure that this happens, but now Pips is actually cut off. Doesn't matter. Mowgli doesn't really have the damage for it, and I'm not entirely too sure how much longer they're going to chase it out, but it's still a pretty clear win for G2K2 there.
And that was very well played from the side of Team Secret. If Mowgli picks up a Storm or Warhorn, if he picks up an Atlas Pauldron, if he even gets a Shiver Steal, it'll be that much easier to stick to Taisuke-san. And the moment that happens, the moment Taisuke-san goes down, especially if the tanks of Team Secret are still alive, it will still be very difficult for Majestic to clean things up.
Travel boots, tons of travel boots out and about, but Taisuke-san does actually have that Aegis now. So this could be the big last item slot. Will it be another reflex?
Now, I think he's going for either a Tyrant's Monocle or he's going to go for a Tornado Trigger. Having that much more attack speed, it's going to hurt a lot. He's going to have a lot of attack speed, but especially with the 20 silver, but having even more crit, each one of his hits will do so much.
There we go, double Atlas Pauldron now online. Mowgli picks that up. We did actually finish off the Broken Myth for our Cavalifar, and he has another infusion ready to go. Palmataro is actually double infused up.
Yeah, this could be a little bit dangerous. The teams are potentially looking to engage.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Oh, the hook actually does go out and does not hit. This could be a little bit more of a back foot situation for Team Secret. They gotta wait for that 30-second cooldown to come up. Mowgli did just get the gauntlet ready to go, so if they give it a little bit of time, they could actually make a really good case for it. The problem is, I don't think they have that time.
Yeah, right now Kraken does get captured. Team Secret might be getting pushed down here.
There's actually quite a few different scout traps out and about, but now G2, they're in the middle of all this. There goes that burst, a few blocks going out. Taisuke-san is still alive. He's stutter stepping. He's taking them down. There goes the Arden. Palmataro needs to get on top of him. He cannot do it. Taisuke-san will drop from that hit from Kavalafar, but 2 kills to Pips as he picks up a 5-1-6 score. The Kraken and an ace. Unbeatable is a great way to say this.
Yeah, Taisuke-san, he does go down in that fight, but it just does not matter. Team Secret, their entire team is down. The Kraken is pushing in on their base, and right now, this could be the end.
Well, we got 7 seconds till Mowgli's up. That's not exactly going to be the biggest of threats, but Palmataro's not going to be far behind him, but still, we clear the way. This Kraken, I don't think there's anything Team Secret can do about this one. They might be all up, but that is a full Kraken, and 2 of the G2K2 teammates on top of that core. This will be their first win up against Team Secret here in this tournament, and they couldn't have done it at a better time because now they're 1 up in this best of 3. Loser goes home. They got to be feeling good about this.
I am loving the strategy coming out from G2 Kingwin. Usually you see your jungler be the one who gets all the gold in the jungle. However, they changed things up. They made sure their laner was their priority. Look at Pips. He's sitting on such little gold, but it does not matter because G2, they play around Taisuke-san. They make sure Majestic gets a ton of gold. They make sure the buffs coming out from Adagio are absolutely huge. And Taisuke-san just cleaned up over and over.
I'm really enjoying this vision of joy from the G2 team. Like, remember, they got 2 teams. They got all their support staff. They're coming in every time they take a win. It's high fives all around. And as I said, they got to be feeling really good about that set of games. So, game number 2. What else do these guys have up their sleeve?
I'm very excited to see it because Team Secret, they are a team with many secrets. They over and over, they come out with new compositions. They bust out the Aftershock Arden. They bust out the Saw Push comp in the autumn season. And right now they put out a triple tank composition. It worked pretty well. There were some glimmers of hope, but they didn't finish it off in the end.
Kavalafar was perhaps praying there to Shin Kaigen for the best Finn game of his life, but he didn't quite get it. You disagreed a little bit with the item builds. I don't really know what else we could have in the bag, but to talk us a little bit about through this game and what we might be able to expect, because I think Rome is now down at least tied with you for the predictions. We're going to go back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Forecourt. So, G2 looking to be the giant killers. They knock off the number 1 seed. They're looking to knock off the number 2 seed. This is an elimination series. Team Secret will have to win or the Autumn champions are done and will not defend the title. First, Shingy, I wanted to ask you here. So, you know, statistically speaking, even if we just look at it like that, Kavalafar is the superior laner. Palmatoro is the superior jungler, and Mowgli is the superior roamer. Why are they doing these unproven comps instead of just playing heads up and saying, you try to beat us?
I think they have tried. I think they wouldn't try anything without having practiced it before. And I think the principle was there, but however, you know, you just couldn't quite grab onto the Taisuke-san. You know, he just had so much kiting potential. He was just getting away. They couldn't even get close to him. And even though I did like the Finn pick, I just don't think it worked as well. You know, when you compare his play to Mowgli's play.
Yeah, and that is such a good point, because to pick the Finn and not put Mowgli on it, you know, just to be frank, you know, Kavalafar, he wasn't hitting the same hooks. He wasn't making the same decisions. You know, I guess Kavalafar not as comfortable on Arden as Mowgli would be, but Rome, that decision really did not pay off.
Honestly, I looked at their composition. I do think logically it does work out quite well. MVP last match had to go to the reflex blocks and the crucibles and the Aegis on the side of G2K2. But, you know, coming into the second match, I do have a feeling that they are going to be prioritizing getting this banning Adagio out of that picture. And this is where it's going to really start to get fun. We've seen Majestic play a lot of Rhyme recently, and we've seen on the side of Team Secret, they have an excellent Kroll, they have an excellent Blackfeather, and this is going to be one of those battles in that front line that's going to be exciting to watch.
And one of those things that you get when you're a professional esports organization, you get people looking at all the different metas around the world, taking notes, you know, theory crafting, and clearly someone in that G2 organization said, you know what? let's practice the EA meta. Let's practice this kind of hyper carry, and that has really paid off with the play of Taizuki-san.
To be honest, like I wouldn't even specifically call this the EA meta. G2 Kinguin 2 actually did an excellent job in building out this draft and how they actually execute it. We do see Adagio, him being that roamer, making sure that he's always getting that contract gold and just supplying all of it into that crystal build. Where you see their primary jungle carry, who is like playing. He builds a bunch of defensive items, but he doesn't do anything else. And this is exactly what the composition is meant to do. They pretty much gave their Ringo on Tatsuki-san 15 minutes before he got a full build.
All right, so let's go down to the Pocket Gamer report here and find out what Rick has learned.
Thanks very much. Well, G2K2 there, proving my Deathbox theory very, very wrong indeed. And chatting with Team Secret, found out that it was the comp, they just weren't too sure that the tactic was going to work, and in the end it didn't. So this time around, they're going to mix things up, try a new tactic, and see what works this time around. Thanks. Back to you at the desk.
All right, thank you very much. Certainly no surprise there that they're going to take a different tact in this second game. This is a best of 3. It is the number 2 seed, but the Autumn Champions Team Secret with their tournament lives now on the line. So whatever they got, whatever they think is best, now is the time to try to get it out of the draft. But those draft machinations, what's available, what's not, is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I think what that last matchup showed is that neither team is afraid to innovate, and I don't think Team Secret was expecting that. You know, we've seen so far in the past few matches with other teams, is that's actually fairly predictable, you know, but G2 are just bringing this new dynamic to the game. You know, I think it's been throwing Team Secret off. I'm hoping to see Team Secret kind of go back to their kind of previous kind of heroes that they're really comfortable in. I'd love to see Mowgli on that Finn again.
All right, so we'll keep an eye out for that. And, you know, we've been talking about this G2 Kinguin 2 squad and them having, you know, maybe the highest potential in the tournament that hasn't been realized yet. It's pretty scary if those players, including Majestic, who is a former League Challenger player, if they're starting to realize that potential now and they get rolling, that could be very bad news for the other teams.
Honestly, they came into this tournament and they started rolling right off the bat. They've been playing excellently throughout, and especially all through today. Just not only on this composition that they have been running, but I expect to see at least an Adagio band coming out from the Team Secret side right now. And then with G2 Kinguin 2, they will be locking up that Ringo hopefully early on before Secret does grab him up.
All right, we'll have to see what happens there. There will be no Krull for Palmataro. There will be no Adagio that was played so well in that last game by the G2 Kinguin 2 team. And Team Secret now, they have 2 absolutely pivotal picks. We're going to find out what their strategy is overall and ultimately who they put these heroes on in this big game. Perhaps Rome will be right here, and it will be taking the Ringo away from Taizuki-san. That's got to be, you know, a smart move.
Yeah, I think so. You know, we've seen how terrifying Taizuki-san is, and we know that Kivalfar is pretty comfortable on the Ringo himself, and by denying it and giving themselves a very strong pick, it's going to be a much more difficult game for G2 here.
All right, now once again, we're going to see what kind of an appetite does this EU team have to really press the early game. They have the Fortress, they have the Ringo, they're going to have the rotational advantage. What are they going to do with this, Rome?
Well, with this one, I really like to see specifically Majestic this game, and he's somebody that we will have to highlight. He will be given a hero that's very high skill capped in terms of him being like the main core bait for the team, and just showing, it will come to show down to how he positions himself and how well his mechanical skills are.
All right, we're going to have to see who the final pick of G2 Kinguin 2 is. They're obviously thinking about what do we do to counter early game aggression. Generally, EU doesn't fear early game aggression. They don't prioritize early game aggression. You hear EU teams talking all the time. We know how to deal with it. It looked like it was going to be a pedal, which going back to the 111 meta really did work well against the aggression of a Fortress. It's a Rhyme as the last pick that is so interesting. In my defense last time, Zekent is tasty, but this is Forecourt Jester and Zekent with the call.
Wow, an actual transition. I don't know what joke to make here, Mr. Zekent. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I was just really expecting something there from Blayupbeard and crew. But as we get into it, you know, it's a really good situation for G2K2. They came out with a very good game number 1. They're up now on tournament match point, and they got, I feel like, something of a very comfortable draft for themselves.
Yeah, they got pretty much everything they wanted. They got the Black Feather, they got the Scarf, they got the Ardent. It's a pretty standard composition. It's going to work out pretty solid. Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing what can Team Secret do to mix things up. Because with the Fortress, with the Ringo, they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure out in that early game, and especially with the Rhyme, Arden's going to jump in, Blackfeather's going to jump in, and they'll just be completely locked down.
So, just off the top of your head, what do you think the rate right now for Rhyme has been here in EU?
Ooh.
Because it feels very 50-50 to me.
Yeah, I think it's hit or miss. I mean, he is a very hit or miss hero. You either land those spires or you don't.
All right, so we're going to have to see, will this early aggression from Team Secret kind of come out early and try to shut down the G2K2, or are they just going to more stick to themselves? Now, Majestic is going to be the jungling Scarf on this one, but you got Blackfeather there in that lane with Taisuki-san. It's not going to be that super feed comp. The EA meta, apparently, today I learned. But, you know, Majestic and crew, they do feel very gankable, or contestable, at least in that jungle.
Yeah, so one of the big things for Team Secret is to put on pressure early. They have a fairly strong rotation because Cavalify, he can easily push Taisuke-san as you see here, and he can rotate down with his junglers. However, right now, G2 Kinguin, they are looking for a gank.
Yeah, then, well, G2, they're going to be coming up. It's not every day you see a Scarf coming in for the gank, and wow, look at that return damage as Cavalify is going to be on that Ringo in that lane. He's able to deal with that pretty much nonchalantly, and if you recall, last time these guys fought in a game, Cavalify's Ringo just got way out of hand.
Yeah, Cavalify on that Ringo, I think he was against the Blackfeather also, and he just absolutely dominated.
It was Vox, Blackfeather, and I want to say Arden, but don't super quote me on that one. But still, this is going to be something of, you know, that return to strength. If Team Secret can do what they did in that previous game series where these guys did match up on day number 1, Cavalifar, you're going to be expecting to see him just kind of dish out loads of damage.
Yeah, Team Secret, though, is going to need to play very aggressively. They need to make sure once Pomodoro hits 6, they get the ganks off, they are able to shut down Taisuke-san and Majestic. Otherwise, the Blackfeather will just get out of control and just completely destroy Cavalifar.
Yeah, it's very possible, 50-50, one way or another. Pips has already gotten up to 6 items, at least slots for now, but look at this gank coming in. It's just not enough. Pomotaro a little bit too late on that one, but Taisuke-san, he has that Book of Eulogies, and if we push up again, he's just going to be able to farm, not quite from safety, but he will be able to farm and stick around. He doesn't have to go home yet.
Yeah, however, Cavalifar, he is sitting at about 1,500 gold. Taisuke-san sitting also at 1,400, so going to be able to pick up a couple items when he needs to, whenever they are able to shop.
And look at this, you know, Pips again just trying to, you know, maybe freeze the lane, looking for a little bit of damage here. Cavalifar getting definitely chunked down a little bit. Now he returns some damage on top of Pips, but Taisuke-san again will be able to farm up easy peasy.
Yeah, Cavalifar is actually going to return to base to go for the buy. He doesn't want to risk going into the jungle. He needs to make sure he has the health, he has the energy, and he's just going to buy time for his junglers. As long as Pomotoro hits 6, that's the main thing in this match. Pomotoro is out-leveling Taisuke-san and Majestic, or a little bit. But right now, if that Rhyme, if he gets the roots, if he gets the stuns, he's going to be a very, very threatening Rhyme.
You can also see him, again, you know, picking up a little bit of a light shield. So if we aren't going to be picking up a light shield this early, I would fully expect them to look to contest up against Majestic.
However, one thing to watch out for is Mowgli. He's not picking up that much farm with the Iron Guard. Pips is getting a little bit ahead of him, and Pips is just rotating into lane much more quickly than Mowgli is.
Now, where's our Blackfeather? Blackfeather's going to be coming back into this one. Pips, however, is going to be dropping a little bit low, and you can see again, you know, Team Secret putting up a strong front here in lane, looking to push up against G2K2, perhaps Cavalifar. You know, he's just really looking for these situations. Mowgli is keeping vision there on that bush, and now coming down, that actually could be a big pick right there on top of Pips and Majestic. They get chunked a bit, but by the end of it, it looks like we are just going to continue to put down more vision, keep control, and again, keep pushing up against G2K2.
And this is the aggression we need to see out of Team Secret. However, Cavalifar getting jumped down.
Yeah, I can't see him getting out of it, and Taisuke-san will get that last hit for the first blood of the game. You know, pushing up is great, but when your team leaves you like that, you're kind of just a little bit too far forward.
So one thing I do have to point out, Majestic, he's putting those goops down expertly. He is not letting them on fire. He's making sure he's getting the maximum effect out of that slow.
Ryan picked up the backs. He's now going to be heading on home and picking up his own. So that's actually some pretty decent deny up against G2 Kinguin. But at the same time, you know, Scarf is going to be real late to his own jungle. And I'm not entirely too sure that he's going to actually notice, like, what's the respawn time on these backs? Is it going to be enough? Nah, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough time for Majestic to pick up those backs for himself. Right now, 20 CS on that Scarf, and Pomotoro getting at 30. But look at the farm in the lane. It's still pretty even though the side of G2 was able to pull off a gank.
Yeah, but Cavalifar is Cavalifar. He's a top 10 player. A lot of people put him in that, you know, ace slot, and we've seen him actually do ridiculous amounts of damage in these matchups as well. So his farm, it does not surprise me he's able to just kind of keep it right up there. And again, you know, his damage as well, he's been able to put out a lot of poke when it comes up to G2, looking for these ganks, looking for these pushes, and he's been, you know, it might be the only kill on the board, but he has really been putting in work in this lane.
Yeah, 55 CS to his name. I was a little bit surprised Pomotoro did not go for the Valkyrie right there. He is level 6, he was the highest level, and that is a huge ultimate coming out for him.
Yeah, but Majestic now about to hit, is hitting 6. Taizuki-san is not too far off, about half level or so, and he is actually getting a little bit of farm here under the turret himself.
Yeah, Cavalifar, though, he is farming extremely well. He does have the death on the board. However, it doesn't matter too much as long as he's able to constantly pressure the side of G2, but he has to watch out for ganks.
You know, the big thing is, yeah, when he pressures this out, he needs support, because if he gets 3-on-1, well, he's just not going to live through it. But if he does have that support, we've seen these guys fearlessly going right up to the opponent's turret.
Yeah, I love these goops coming out from Majestic. They are just so good. I feel like most players never just leave the goop unlit, but the slow that comes out is just absolutely huge, and it's really impeding Cavalfar's movements.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the double use of it. You could go for the slow, you could go for the damage. A lot of people do like to pick up the damage simply because, well, it's damage. You know, it brings you down, but the slows could lead you into some really fantastic situations. So keep an eye on that, guys, as time goes on. Again, pushing up into the lane, we're keeping Taisuki-san under that turret. He is farming still very well under it, despite the fact that the turret has been helping him. 67 to the 60, but 6.5 minutes in, Cavalifar picks up that Sora Blade.
Yeah, this is going to be some serious damage in the lane. Cavalifar is going to be able to chunk out Taisuke-san very quickly if he gets a few shots off. However, Taisuke-san constantly has his allies rotate up, but Majestic and Pips are just always there defending him.
And Majestic just picked up that minion mine there as well, so a little bit of counter to the opposite one there from Team Secret. And Mowgli also does have that Fountain of Renewal ready to go. It's still a life spring there from Pips, so I'm a little afraid if they do go for a fight at this point.
However, do look for Taisuke-san's Atlas Pauldron. This is going to be huge for the side Team Secret, because if Cavalifar gets jumped on by Taisuke-san and does get Atlas Pauldron, it's going to be some serious damage reduction on their side.
We've been seeing a lot of first item Shiver steals, but going for the attack speed option instead.
Yeah, very intelligent right here. However, Team Secret, they are going for the engage.
Oh, Pips is really far forward. The Valkyrie not enough to bring him down, but silence the root. Taisuki-san is going to use that infinite escape with the Rose offensive, but I don't think G2K2 can really fight this one out. They need to get that retreat going. There's no Warhorn or anything yet, but Majestic again, look at that slow. They're keeping Mowgli in that kill range. Well, at least they were hoping to. Taisuki-san now is going to be on the run. Cavalifar keeping Majestic. Oh, hey, the one shot too, it's not enough. And how is Taisuki-san going to be faring? I just don't think he's getting out of it. No, it's going to be the first point on the board there for Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret doing such a good engage right there. The Valkyrie didn't quite land, but the slow is still absolutely immense. And look at where the wave is. It's pushing toward Team Secret. They're going to be able to take this gold mine, or will they? Because G2 is going to contest.
Well, it depends on how quickly Cavalifar can take it down. It's coming down low, so Majestic thought maybe, no, it's not. It's just not going to be there. He had the goop, he had the fire, but he didn't have the timing.
And this is a very good opportunity for Team Secret to get a massive lead. The wave is absolutely huge in lane. If Cavalifar goes up to pick that up, he's going to have a massive lead over Taisuke-san.
Yeah, he's going to rocket pretty far ahead. Look at those giant minions right there. It's just, you know, low-hanging fruit at this point. Cavalifar is going to come up. He has that reflex block, another 6 sins on top of it as well. And this could be where he really cashes in.
Yeah, assuming he gets all his last hits. He missed one right there, but that's okay. It happens once in a while, right?
Even to the best of us.
Even to the best of us, indeed. However, Mowgli right now picks up a reflex block of his own. Gonna go for that Crucible very soon as he has the gold. Majestic, though, on that Scarf. Scarf is usually a hero that needs a lot of farm, and he's coming out from the jungle right now. He has a Frostburn, but it's not the same level of damage that we normally see.
I mean, I think the last game we saw a Scarf, it was about a, what, 5 to 6 minute Frostburn. This is a 9 minute. Definitely a little bit different, but can that fan the flames damage? Can Taisuki under the back? The reflex block is going to keep him up at least for a while. The on-point to get that kill, and another Rose offensive. The on-point shield again coming in. Taisuki-san will not drop this fight. Mowgli stunned. He walked into the Arden.
Yeah, I didn't really think he had much of a choice there. It was either take the Arden stun or just get destroyed by Majestic and Taisuke-san. And right there, G2 playing it so well. Even though they're behind in gold, even though they were not really ready for that fight, they're able to turn things around so easily.
Taisuki-san making the plays, I gotta say. I mean, going in that deep and still getting out, not entirely unscathed, but, you know, hey, he lived right through it. And they made those plays happen. They weren't able to take a turret from it, but at the same time, you know, they gotta be feeling good about now a 3-1 score and a lot of gold catch-up from that.
Yeah, as long as Taisuke-san can become powerful enough to take Kvalifar one-on-one, it's going to become very difficult for the side of Team Secret. Majestic, he's getting the farm that he needs. It's not a massive amount, but Taisuke-san is getting jumped on.
We have a Rose offensive ready to go. Yeah, it's just not even going to be a contest right there. But that is one charge down. He has to refill that energy bar. So Pips is now going to be coming up for the support. The three of them pushing in, especially with this creep wave. They're looking for that turret damage. But Pips, he gets an uppercut there to Kvalifar, and that seems to be enough to deter the rest of the push.
However, look at the items of Palmatoro. He has Eve of Harvest on that Rhyme, and he's going to be so hard to take down. He's going for a Broken Myth next. Once he has that, his damage will be absolutely immense. And right now, G2, they are going for the turret push. They know that Kvalifar has backed, but let's see what they can do.
Yeah, a little bit of damage now adding up. Scarf able to really contribute a lot to that one as well as Taisuke-san. Now here's the two-man up coming. That's now Roots. The Valkyrie just doing really good sets of work. Majestic is going to burn from that Hellfire's Kvalifar and crew able to pick up at least one kill. They're looking for the second. Pips just not able to escape. And now Taisuke-san needs to make this escape good. Otherwise it will be an ace. But still, Team Secret, they turn it around. They get the 2 kills.
Yeah, Team Secret, they lose their turret, but they get the kills. Taisuke-san is going to get chunked out a little bit right here, but Team Secret is just in here for the turret. So easily trading it back and getting a few kills on the board for themselves.
Yeah, and well, so much for that gold equalization. Team Secret's going to take a little bit of a bit better lead there. Picks up this gold mine, or, well, all right, Taisuke-san's going to get noticed. We do got the little pups now coming out as well. Is he actually going to try this? No, he's just not going to have that timing.
Yeah, just a little bit too risky. However, he does burn the ultimate of Mowgli, and having the wolves down is going to be a nice little battle readiness thing for G2. They're going to be able to take the fight. They're not going to have to worry about the wolves, and it's going to be a little bit easier for them. However, right now, Team Secret definitely has the initiative.
2,000 gold or so to their names. We do pick up a Tyrant's Monaco from the efforts there for Kvalifar.
Yeah, right now Taisuke-san is sitting on quite a bit of gold. I'm wondering what he's going to pick up. It looks like he might be going for a Serpent's Mask. He's going to be fairly tanky. He already has the Alice Pauldron and the Reflex block. It'll be very hard to pin him down, but currently his damage just isn't there.
Yeah, a little bit of lifesteal never hurt anyone either. So, as you said, almost 2,000. You need, what, 2,200, 2,500 at this point? Nope, you don't even need that much. It is a Serpent's Mask right then and there.
Got the Serpent's Mask, got a little bit of shielding right there for himself. Not going to have to worry about Palmatoro quite as much, but Kvalifar, he's doing well for himself. He has a Starblade, the Tyrant's Michael. He's going to be chunking very hard when he's able to land those basic attacks.
Majestic at this point is looking for a little bit of poke, a little bit of push as well. The more of these Spitfires he can land before the fight, the better. But Majestic's getting chunked down. He is going to get right through that. Now we do got that gauntlet setting up for the Dragon's Breath, but doesn't really seem to actually do much. It's all about Taisuke-san now. He is really going on deep on top of Kvalifar. That is enough with the on point. Now they're turning their attention to Palmatoro. Majestic is still alive in this one, but you can see the fortified health. Palmatoro, he's trying to turn it around and at least take Majestic with him, but it's not to be. And that is now the third 2-0 of this match. They keep going back and forth.
And so incredibly close was that fight. I feel like if Palmatoro sat back and peeled for Kvalifar, they might have had a much better time on the side of Team Secret. They don't really have to worry about the damage of Majestic right now. Sure, he does quite a bit, but it's not to the same level of Taisuke-san. And if Kvalifar is still alive at the end of the fight after Taisuke-san goes down, then Majestic will be an easy pickup.
Well, Mowgli gets a bite in as Kvalifar comes back to lane, but it's just not even going to be a contest to get out of it. G2K2 push up. They don't quite get that last turret, but now as they're going to be falling back, you can see Mowgli just really concentrating on this one. It's a 5-3 score, and the gold still actually in favor of Team Secret. It's about 1,000 or so between them.
However, the vision control is definitely on the side of G2 Kinguin. Look at the vision across the map. The scout traps are littered everywhere. Once again, G2 is so good about that. And Team Secret, they just have no scout traps on the board.
All right, picking up this gold mine is going to be pretty easy peasy. We do actually have double infusion, one for Palmatoro, one for Kvalifar. And actually looking at the Iron Guard gold while I'm here, it's pretty even back-to-back. So that's now going to be a back as well for our double carries. Pips kind of caught left holding the bag.
Yeah, Pips takes a little bit of damage, but he's not going to be too worried. He has the fountain. He's going to be able to heal off. He's got a recall. And right now, Team Secret, they have control of the map. What will they do with it?
Well, they're getting a little bit more of a gold lead going back and forth, 2,000 or so. Team Secret very intent on making sure that they can bring this to a game number 3 for tournament life. But G2K2, it doesn't feel like they're really rushing a lot. They're cool, they're calculated. Taisuke-san so far has been making all the right choices on top of Kvalifar. It's a 3-1-2 to a 1-3-1 score.
And there's no reason for G2 to rush. They have a very strong laking composition. They have the Black Feather, they have a Scarf. The Black Feather can so easily jump on Kvalifar, especially with the help of Pips. And the double Alice Pauldron coming out is just going to shut down all of Team Secret's damage.
a lot of Atlas Pauldrons are going to be using this entire series, it seems.
Yeah, very, very smart pickup by both teams. It's just a very useful item, being able to slow down attack speed of very high damage weapon carries.
Well, we'll have to see how a Bonesaw comes into the fray here as Taisuki-san picks up his next item.
Taisuke-san right now, the Bonesaw, the Serpent's Mask, going to be doing some serious damage to Kvalifar. Kvalifar actually might be going for a metal jacket of his own because he really needs to stay alive.
Well, speaking of, Taisuki-san's in the front. He's now going to look into that back, but Kvalifar once more just showing, here comes a Hellfire Brew on top of him as well. We'll get actually the block. There's no burning damage there yet, but Palmataro can't actually get that kill, but Scarf has gone down. Palmataro will now clean up, and this will be the first ace, I think, of the game, as Pips is not going to be long for this world. 15 minutes in, says the Kraken's right there, and she's ready to go.
And that was a very well-played fight by Team Secret. They did exactly what they had to do. Palmataro, he kited back, he followed Kvalifar. When Taisuke-san jumped in, he immediately had to leave. Otherwise, Palmataro would just destroy him. And right now, the Kraken being captured by Team Secret, how far will he be able to push?
Well, there's 4 turrets up, and we have actually seen some really successful Kraken pushes, especially with four turrets. It seems to be more often than not that whoever does get these Krakens tend to end this game, and well, there goes turret number 1.
Yeah, Kraken, very, very strong tool for ending the game. Right now, the minion mines are, there's 1 to each team. The Kraken is walking down the lane, but Kvalifar is shopping.
And at the same time, he picks up his own Bonesaw. At the same time, we have Taisuki-san picking up a weapon infusion. We don't actually have the cash for an infusion really on Kvalifar. Palmataro could, but now's not the time. So we do actually have a little bit more of a defender's advantage with the turret, with that infusion. The big question is, can they actually jump on top of Kvalifar and erase him? Because time's coming down short.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Team Secret wants to continue pushing right here. They might do a little bit of damage to his turret, but it's very, very risky. Taisuke-san is ready and primed to jump on Kvalifar.
You can't let Taisuki-san take this amount of damage. He is going to be dropping low before even the fight starts. That Kraken is actually doing work. Taisuki-san caught again. Here comes Mowgli looking for that kill, but Majestic's left to his own devices. He is now going to go down another Winter Spire. That was a crit, I think. 4 turrets are down, and the Kraken is pushing in. This core, it's going to happen. Team Secret takes this to game 3. Nobody's going home yet.
And things were going so well for G2K2. They were doing so well in those fights. They had the Atlas Pauldrons. They were able to shut down Kvalifar so many times. But Kvalifar, his entire team, kiting back, fighting properly, making sure their positions were just perfect, were able to take this game.
Gotta say, Kvalifar, you're definitely a monster in my book. 4-3-2 for the Ringo, but 153 farm by the end of it. Highest gold on his game, and that is now multiple games of Ringo. He has shown that he can make this work.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the G2 squad is too bummed out about that right now. They're discussing with their team, figuring out what they're going to do for this next blind pick match.
Now, the big thing for me is Team Secret right now is in a big huddle. They're saying, all right, guys, this is it. Is this a secret comp? What else is up in their sleeves? Are we going to see more of this EU meta, more of the Kroll, more of the Scarf, and then, well, history has shown Arden? Or is this going to be something a bit more different? It is Secret, and they have big preferences on Finn.
Yeah, however, last time they went to a best-of-3 match in the blind pick, they went for a very standard composition of Kroll, Scarf, and Arden. I don't think they're going to go for it again. It didn't work out for them so well last time, but they still might go for it.
Now, personally, I've heard a lot about Adagio. I've heard a lot about Finn together. That used to be, 2/3 of that big push comp. Saw. We've seen some Saw. We haven't seen Weapons Saw. I don't think we have, actually. We've actually seen a lot of Crystal. That is a big thing that they brought back in Autumn. Could this now be the time to bust it back out?
I'm not sure if it's something that they want to bring out once again because so many teams have studied it. They have counters for it. They know exactly what to do when Team Secret busts it out. And it's something that's very, very risky to play. However, if the side of G2 overthinks it a little bit, they might go for a counter to the Saw comp and kind of just mess with themselves.
When you don't play something for so long and then bam, it's back, sometimes you're going to be caught off guard. We'll have to see what shock factor they do bring to this blind pick. And as we set it up, we're going to throw it back to the desk.
All right, thank you very much. Very interesting game. So we saw, that Scarf jungle pick was poking, keeping distance from the Rhyme. It worked out for a bit, but ultimately not so.
Yeah, I think the Scarf was intentionally meant to be in lane. I think that was a really nice swap that I'm pretty sure that's what they were intending, was when they switched the Scarf to be against the kind of Rhyme who's very good against melee heroes such as Blackfeather, and they switched Blackfeather into the lane. And Taisuki-san did prove himself that he is a very good Blackfeather, but it just wasn't enough.
All right, so Taisuki-san likely not going to get that Ringo anymore, or I guess it's a blind pick now, so he could go back to that Ringo. He wouldn't have been given that Ringo anymore. They could go back to this same well now, Rome.
Yeah, and this is actually where all of our best matches happened today. It was always during that blind pick into that best out of 3 match. But coming into this, like looking at that last round, I did like the compositions coming out of both sides. And you know what? They did an excellent job on the G2K2 side of actually swapping up the positions, making sure that they do have an advantage both up in lane and in the jungle. But like the thing that didn't really fare well for them here was like overall how they really approach the team fights later on. And this all comes down to like when you have a Scarf, you're always standing up in that back line, making sure that you get as much skill shots off as possible without getting doved on. And the thing here is what we saw Blackfeather on many occasions just dove very deep for that Ringo, and it just didn't work out for them. Cavalifar did an excellent job cutting on that Ringo, and overall, like this, I think this determined like eventually how the outcome of every team fight went for them.
Now, another big factor here in that first game, G2 Kinguin 2, they were all over objectives. They were getting all those pivotal gold mines. It was the reverse in game 2. It was Team Secret with some phenomenal objective play.
You know, I think this is going to be a very, this is going to be very difficult. Both teams have very strong synergy. We've seen this already. You know, both teams have demonstrated this. But I also, what I think is really interesting is that even though they are G2 Kinguin 2, and when an organization sends in 2 teams, you automatically think there is going to be an A team and a B team. But what I think is really interesting is that G2 Kinguin 2 has, they've got 2 A teams there. So I think this is going to be a very difficult matchup. You know, if you look down there, you can see all the, the G2 players crowding around each other. You can just see Team Secret kind of just collaborating on their own. There's such a stark difference there.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And now, so Rome, if you were Coach Rome here, what type of comps do you think each team runs?
Well, I'd like to peek over first to see if anybody's listening or not. But on the side of Team Secret, I do expect them to run the soft push comp this one. It fits really well with the strategy, and it fits really well against the compositions that the G2K2 squad have been running.
Now, that's just your perspective there.
But on their side, for G2K2, like they've been running excellent compositions based out of like that Ringo buff composition that they've been executing very well. So I do feel like they will actually move back onto this. But like they have to think ahead of time. They have to know their opponents really well. And I think throwing a Cruel on there instead actually makes it work out a lot better due to the fact that he is excellent against that soft push comp. But who knows?
The blind pick is underway. We're just going to wait and see what happens there. Now, so Taizuki-san, so good on that Ringo. The Adagio has been successful, so that's a lot of information for Team Secret to glean if they assume that G2K2 is going to go back to that well.
Yeah, which is why like the Saw push comp actually works very well for them here, due to the fact that they will be pitting up that Saw against that Ringo, where he has a lot of benefits in terms of he does out attack speed the Ringo, and his range and the way he's able to mobilize himself using that roadie run to reposition himself and get a better gain a better advantage in that team fight.
And just to be absolutely clear, this is just Rome. He does not know this in advance. The blind picks, no blind picks are locked in. No blind picks are locked in yet. So this is just Rome speculation, but that hashtag Rome is right has been strong today. So we're gonna wait and see what happens here. The blind pick is underway, and we're just gonna wait until that is concluded. What is something you're gonna look for in the early game?
Well, I think such an important factor in these games, especially when 2 quite aggressive teams like this, is just kind of rotations. You want to see all 3 of them sticking well together. You want to see them take advantage of any mistake in the enemy team. And I think Team Secret do this better. Majestic and Pips are very formidable paired 2-on-2, but 3v3, I think.
Hashtag Rome is right.
Okay. All right, let's see it. This pivotal 3rd game. One of these teams is going home. The other is going to the semifinals with the call. It is Zekent.
All right, I guess it's me. Just me, only me. We got rid of Forecourt Jester. He was just bothering me. No, he's here with me.
Wow. I don't even want to prove that I'm right in this one. It's the push comp. TS is bringing it back. Game number 3, Mowgli, Palmataro, and Cavalifar. They're going back to their roots. And G2 Kinguin 2. Now you got me all flustered. They're also bringing their own Adagio to the forefront.
Yeah, however, G2 is doing something a little bit unexpected, invading extremely early on in that match. They were able to take out the second heal camp of Team Secret. But right now, Team Secret's doing what Team Secret does all the time.
All the time. I'm super excited that this actually came through. Rome is right. Yeah, FCJ is right sometimes too, But Mowgli on that Finn. This is his comfort pick right there. Palmataro now on that Adagio, and Cavalifar. Like, these guys have been playing out of their mind. Oh, could they have actually caught Majestic here?
Yeah, I don't know if they want to chase down Majestic. I mean, they'll probably get the kill right here, but it's going to take quite a bit of time. I think Kvalifar wants to stick in that lane.
Just like, oh, damn, can't outrun that Mowgli. And one shot, two shot, it's a first kill in the bag for Team Secret.
However, Team Secret didn't actually realize the double backhand of G2 was still up, so they didn't go for it.
Well, you know, to be honest, I wouldn't have expected it to still be up there either. You know, a lot of the time you will expect the typical rotation of your first guy and then the doubles, and then you move your way into the mid.
Yeah, however, right now Kvalifar just farming up a storm, 10 CS to his name. Taisuke-san, though, at 17, so doing extremely well for himself. It's going to be very interesting because in the last few matches, when G2 was playing this composition, they had the Adagio with the Iron Guard contract. This time around, it's Pips.
So Pips on that Arden, you know, we're going to see if we can do a carry Adagio or at least a semi-carry there. Taisuke-san has really shown really good stuff there for this Ringo. In fact, both of these laners have really actually won both of their series with those Ringos.
Right, the Ringo's incredibly powerful right now to Team Secret. Going to do the standard thing, buff up the Saw, push as much as they want, and do as much damage as they can.
Well, so far they haven't actually done any damage to that turret. We've actually seen turrets going down as early as, what, the 2 to 3 minute mark, but so far G2K2 have held their own in lane, 24 to the 22, so not really big advantages going either way. Something that G2K2 won't have is anything to jump on top of Kvalifar. This is all going to be about range pressure from them.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Pips to get in, get the Addis Pauldron down, make sure Kvalifar isn't doing too much damage, while Taisuke-san does whatever he can. However, on the other side, Mowgli on that Finn, he has proven to be a huge threat in the past. And the big thing to see here is, will he change things up? Will he go for the hooks on Majestic instead of Taisuke-san? Because Taisuke-san has proven, once he has a reflex block, he is unhookable.
Well, reflex blocks are going to be very important regardless from both sides. Arden in the gauntlet is going to be a big one. Taisuke-san is actually going weapons, so, I mean, I still probably would be burning a reflex there for that Hellfire, but at the same time, you know, Mowgli, as he said, that hook, you're probably going to be seeing quite a few. I would wager, I guess, that there's a Crucible on the line here somewhere as well.
Yeah, however, one thing for the side Team Secret is, I don't think they actually mind being caught inside a gauntlet with this team of G2. If their entire team is in there, Kvalifar is going to be doing some serious damage.
And that's, you know, going to go with the verse. That's going to go with the quibbles. It's going to go with just everything. You're right. So we got to use it for a little bit more of strategic zoning, at least in my eyes. But Pip's got to get into that back by himself to get that Atlas Pauldron off. That's a tall order, man.
Yeah, Pip's taking a lot of damage right there from Kvalifar and Mowgli and Palmatoro. The buffs coming out from the Adagio are absolutely immense. However, Palmatoro, sitting at 19 CS, is doing very well for himself on this Adagio.
Yep, absolutely. Majestic going to be trying to take a little bit of time here to do some counter farming. Little does he know, Kvalifar is going for the touchdown. All right, a little bit of damage for his trouble, but they will actually put that Adagio back into the lane and back onto his side of the map.
Yeah, as long as Team Secret is able to get a little bit of farm on Palmatoro, make sure he has the crystal power, make sure he is able to buff up Kvalifar. This is going to become a very dangerous game for Kinguin.
Now, everybody from Kinguin did just go home. You can see that they're emptying out their pockets as we speak. That's armor immediately there for Pips.
Yeah, very smart choice. He needs to rush that Atlas Pauldron. They need to be able to shut down Kvalifar at every opportunity, because the moment he gets out of hand, I think it's over.
All right, so Taisuke-san, he has been actually farming under this turret very well. Kvalifar just moving forward, and he is going to chunk it through. It's not quite a kill yet, but if this pace does continue, you're going to see that turret here fairly soon.
Yeah, one thing to watch out for, though, is I think Team Secret has a lot of options right here. They're able to push, they're able to go for teamfights later on in the game with the hook, and it's really up to G2. Can Majestic block the hook as well as Taisuke-san can?
Well, we've definitely seen some good success with Taisuke-san, but if they do kind of change gears into that, the big thing that they have to worry about is, like, if Majestic starts that verse and then he gets hooked, well, you're bringing a verse right into your team.
Right, that could be very dangerous. However, Majestic, he has a little bit of crystal power right now, but not too much. Pips is going to be the one getting the majority of gold by sticking around in lane, and since Majestic is being forced to lane so often, it's going to be very tough for him.
Kvalifar again, just chunking down this turret. He's actually getting some pretty decent pot shots here on the entire team of G2K2, and I'm not entirely too sure that they're confident to engage right now.
Yeah, but I want to see from the side of G2 is I want to see the Arden. I want to see Pips and Majestic just go to the backside of the Team Secret jungle and just try proxy farming, blocking those minion waves, preventing them from chunking out the turret, and just doing whatever they can to prevent Saw from pushing.
Yeah, every time you've mentioned proxy farming, I don't think I've ever seen it in that game.
I'm very surprised teams don't do it. It's a very effective strategy against these hard pushing compositions.
Hashtag Zekin strat. Congrats. All right. So Team Secret do pick up that first turret. They did actually have a pretty good smash there on top of Majestic. And as you said, if they do switch gears, Majestic not exactly you know, the safest of heroes. He doesn't have any of those escapes. And once you're into that 3v1 situation, especially slowed by Mowgli, you could actually end up going down. But either way, they do rebuff G2, K2 back to their farther back turret. And a little bit of gold lead now accrued here for Secret.
Yeah, however, in very true G2 fashion and Team Secret fashion, they are going for gold mine immediately after they take down the first turret, just extending their gold lead.
Yeah, 180 gold goes a long way to paying the bills. And Kavalifar at this point, he has finished up his Serpent Mask.
Yeah, he's going to be very, very hard to take down in these fights. The Serpent Smash is healing him so much. On top of Palmatoro's heals and buffs, it's going to be very difficult to take him down.
So regardless of win or loss, this is now both types of SAW played on the EU Championships, whereas we saw 0 games in NA.
Yeah, I love this. It's great. The differences in the meta between the two regions is just absolutely fantastic. And right now, Kavalifar is doing so well on that SAW. 68 CS to Tatsuki-san 66. Very, very close. But I think the Adagio is going to change the game because having the Agent of Wrath on a SAW as opposed to a Ringo is just so much more effective.
Yep, no, it definitely could work out. The big thing that Taisuke-san will have is mobility. At least more than one repositioning of mobility. I mean, once you got that roadie run, you're pretty much just a walking turret past that. So if Taisuke-san and crew can, you know, kite a little bit, their chances might go up, but you know, that's why Mowgli's there, of course.
Right, it's really up to Kinguin to be able to rotate around the map, rotate around the side of Team Secret, because Team Secret, they walk incredibly slowly. The Finn, the SAW, they just won't be able to get anywhere too quickly. And as long as G2 can prevent them from just sitting in front of their turret and taking it down, I think they'll be okay.
So everybody's gone shopping, low gold accruances across the board, and that's actually a reflex block now for Kavalifar.
Yeah, however, Pips has picked up his Atlas Pauldron. This is going to be a huge turning thing in every single one of these fights. If Pips can get those Atlas Pauldron down onto Kavalifar, I think Yep, there you go, Taisuke-san. Perfect reflex blocks every single time.
Okay, but now that the reflex block is down, is this the chance to push? Is this where Kavalifar shows some damage? Because the damage is starting to amount.
Yeah, I don't think they can trade back quite yet.
Oh,
Majestic taking so much. Kavalifar is going to chunk down Taisuke-san.
Yeah, but at the same time, we got a Hellfire Brood there on top of Kavalifar, but still the better trades. We're still pushing into this turret as well. And remember, that it's not just about Kavalifar. Palmatoro has been actually adding a lot of damage on top of all that with his own.
Yeah, Palmatoro doing extremely well for himself too. And right now, this could be another turret going down so quickly.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes, well, just before the 9-minute mark. Now, they already knew that Ringo was back in town, so they were able to easily pick that one up in the 2v3. Now, of course, Majestic has to go on home and heal up. We do got some flares, a few scout traps out and about. It's actually a much better situation vision-wise for Secret, but at the same time, we have to go through this jungle here. So G2 still knows where they are.
Yeah, G2 right now has a very clear picture of where Team Secret is. How Team Secret, with the vision across the map, they know exactly where G2 is too. G2 just rotating around the map, trying to catch whatever farm they can, protecting their turrets as well as they can. But 9 minutes in, 2 turrets down and 5,000 gold in the lead. Team Secret is just absolutely dominating.
Well, Taisuke-san has that Soro Blade, but past that, he did pick up that reflex. We've already seen it in use already. Good reflexes from the guy. But at the same time, Palmatoro, the difference between the Adagios and the Shatterglass right now.
Yeah, so Majestic right now is a little bit trailing behind Palmatoro. That is due to the turret gold. The gold mines coming out from the side of Team Secret. G2 able to pick up an immense gold payout. That's pretty good considering SAW is right in front of their base.
Now, Team Secret's got to either expect something from behind, to which I would really look to see for some vision, or, you know, they're all going to back this way. And as you can already see, they've all backed and they're showing themselves here. So that's another hook that's just not going to work. And Team Secret doesn't really seem like they're getting too much out of this unless they can get this fight. That's going to be the stun, but it does only bring Kavalifar to a hold for a moment. There's no follow-up from it. And Pips, unfortunately, not getting deep for that Atlas.
Yeah, G2 really have to coordinate for these engagements. They have to make sure Pips goes in immediately with the Atlas Pauldron, and then they immediately take the fight. Because the moment the Atlas Pauldron wears off, Team Secret just has the game.
Guys, remember, turrets explode. Could have had a little bit more health to your name from that one, but you know, we had that engage. We did get the reflex blocks from Taisuke-san. Kavalifar had his there as well. He ate that Hellfire, but again, Taizuki-san's not a CP main right now, so it only tickles a little bit. And 1 kill on the board in 11 minutes, but all the turrets are down right to the Vein Crystal for G2.
And this is the team composition that Team Secret is so well known for. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That was a huge item build right there.
Yeah,
or buy right there.
A Sorrow Blade coming out 11 minutes in, and the Serpent's Mask on top of that. Right now, Kavalfar is a one-man army.
Mowgli has also picked up that Atlas Pauldron. If he can ever get near Taisuki-san, that's going to be a difference.
It's actually very interesting to see what Mowgli has built. He's sitting on 4,100 gold on that Iron Guard compared to Pips' 2.6k.
That's a big difference.
And the Warhorn, the Fountain, and the Atlas Pauldron at 11 minutes. This is a very, very rich roamer.
Now, this is a situation we've actually seen quite a bit in NA. You push, you push, you push, you pick up all the way to this choke point, and this is kind of where it stalls out. This is where Team Secret really needs to show us that this stall is not going to happen.
Yeah, it's up to G2 to pull the minion wave away from the turrets, and there you go. The reflex block comes out once again.
Yes.
It'll be very hard to push into this.
Yep, no hooks, horn to get out. Sound to retreat, and they're out. Still 6,000 gold to their name, and they are really keeping G2K2 in their base. If they can keep doing this kind of cycle, they will continue to amass that gold fortune, and, well, ultimately, in theory, take the game.
Yeah, right now, our team fight breaks out.
Yeah, Mowgli gets that fortified health going. Pips finally gets into that back, but we didn't have a verse, I think, actually land on top of that. Doesn't matter, though. 1 and 2. That's 2 kills there for Kavalfar. You get too close, you're going to get burned. And Palmataro, could he actually take down Majestic? Should they even bother? Okay, fine. They'll do it.
Whether or not they need to bother, they can. They just did. And right now, Team Secret is absolutely dominating this match. 7,000 gold in the lead. They're pushing up to the turrets. They're taking another gold mine for themselves. At this point, I don't see any way for G2 to come back.
The slow death as Kavalfar will eventually take the gold mine. And 12.45 for the score. Well, for the time. It's 4-0 for the score. And G2K2 don't seem to have an answer to this.
Yeah, right now I don't really see what they can do. They have to make sure they get the Atlas Pauldrons down. However, last fight, Pips' Atlas Pauldron was actually blocked by a reflex block of Kavalfar, so very, very well timed on his end.
So far, the combo, I mean, Taisuki-san has really shown us his Ringo colors, but I'm just not entirely too sure what you're supposed to do. Kavalfar is just so far ahead when it comes to that damage numbers. I mean, you saw immediately, they jumped in, the versus, the gauntlet, it's all cool and gravy, but Mowgli and that fortified health and the heals from Palmataro with that Shattered Glass, it goes a long way to keeping these guys up, and if you don't have an answer to that, then Kavalfar will take you down.
Yeah, this point it very well may be too late. They had a chance early on to go for the proxy farm. They had a chance to take over Team Secret's jungle and potentially go for early ganks onto Kavalfar, but they weren't able to pull it off. And at this point, Team Secret is just so incredibly strong.
Is this where Mowgli needs to kind of throw an anchor at the face of Majestic instead of Taisuki-san?
He has been. He's been going for Majestic every single time, but Majestic is also extremely good at blocking these.
So we have no good targets. All right, Pips, nope, that's not a good target at all either.
Yeah, I guess you can pull in Arden, but is there really a point?
So the big thing then is using the Forced Accord to get as many as they can for it, and then burn as many reflex blocks before the fight.
That is the way to go. So burning those reflex blocks will be very important because, as you said, Mowgli, he has a Warhorn, he has the Atlas Pauldron. If he gets in the middle of the team of G2, that Atlas Pauldron is going to do some work.
Yep, Pips will be a little bit slower on the draw, and Taisuki-san, of course, now he's going for that Bone Saw now on top of that Sorrow Blade. If he can really just reduce the damage output, so far it's been working out great because Team Secret's up 4-0. They haven't dropped a kill, they haven't dropped a turret, and they did drop 1 gold mine though, so they get minus points for that.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, the Kraken will be spawning very, very soon, and I think that's what Team Secret is waiting for. The moment Kraken spawns, they're going to go for it and try for the game-ending push.
Look at the cash. We got Palmataro 1,000. We got a Kavalfar 1,000. If they can pick up those doubles when this Kraken comes forward, there it is. Those doubles now coming out. There's the Kraken. They're going to go for this.
Yeah, this is a very reminiscent strategy of TSM. They always wait for the 15-minute mark with 1,000 gold in their pockets so they can instantly pick up the double infuses and go for the game end.
Could this be the fastest Kraken I've ever seen? It's
Probably not.
It's pretty close. The 1520 to 1525 mark is typically where you see it, but 1518 is really respectable. And now double infusions, Kraken. There's only 2 turrets between Team Secret and Tournament Life.
Yeah, right now Team Secret is doing so well for themselves. They're semifinals, they're knocking at the doors. The Kraken is marching down the lane. Will they be able to close things out, or will G2 be able to hold up a very, very impressive defense?
So what's the play here? Does G2K2 go for a fight outside the base, try to get the kills and come back to defend, or do they just do it here, or is there no hope?
I think they have to go for it. They have to take down Kvalifar, but it's looking very, very grim for them. There's almost nothing they can do. They just need to take down Kvalifar. They have to hope the Ice Pauldron gets on him, and they have to go for a gigantic burst.
Kvalifar spinning up, ready for this fight. Thought maybe he was trying to do his best Secret Agent impression. Well, hook doesn't hit. I don't even think we got a reflex block out of it. No, we did. Daisuke-sans is down. Here goes that gauntlet, the defense. This is where you have to hold G2K2. And, well, there's goes one verse. The stun is going to be good, but the turret is already out. Kvalifar is still alive. Finally, he is going to drop the first kill for G2K2. And Daisuke-san did not go down, but Mowgli, he's here. He's with this Kraken. He's going to try to do his best to push it forward. And this is now Kraken on the crystal. But the Kraken will not take it home.
Yeah, the Vayne Crystal is exposed. Even though Team Secret lost 2 members, they fed quite a bit of gold over to the side of G2 with the gold bounties. But right now, their Vayne is exposed, and I don't think they can take a fight out in the open.
Even with Kraken, even with those bounties, that's still 5,000 between them.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult mountain to climb, but they are holding on. This is an opportunity for G2 to make a comeback. If they can get picks, if they can put themselves in a position to catch Team Secret off guard, if they can take down Kvalifar before he gets to the Vayne Crystal, they can easily make a comeback. This is their chance. Let's see if they can make it work.
Well, one thing we know is that it's going to be very hard for Saw to go for that backdoor simply because he's really just slow when it comes to these kind of things. But still, that's almost the first turret. Going forward there for G2K2. Now, have they stalled out long enough to get the kill potential to take this game?
They very well may have. That Ice Pauldron in the last fight was so pivotal. If Kvalifar cannot block it once again, it's going to be lights out for Team Secret.
Going for the TSM party bush. Fortunately, they're not going to catch any wayward partygoers.
Not this time, not this time. However, right now the infusions are coming out on the side of Team Secret. Double infusions on Mowgli and Kvalifar, and a crystal infusion on Palmatoro. This is a very dangerous fight to go for.
There's nothing like the patient party here. Kvalifar not really too worried about his positioning here. They get flared. Mowgli saw them. That isn't going to kick them into action. Daisuke-san's out. He did not expect that flare. Majestic is on the run, and Kvalifar 1, 2. Look at that chunk damage. It's just going to be a massacre as G2K2 are going to drop 3-0 the ace. There's no turrets left. The crystal is theirs, and Team Secret is going to the semifinals tomorrow.
Team Secret, just an absolutely dominant performance, coming out with their prize strategy, the Finn, the Adagio, the Saw, just so good. You can see how excited they are to be in the semifinals, and that was a fantastic match to watch.
Feels good to be a push comp, man, and they are so ecstatic. They said they're coming into this tournament to prove that Team Secret has placed their faith in the right team, and a little bit of a scare here on day 2, but they are still in it to win it here for day 3.
Yeah, well played by both teams, though. G2 coming out incredibly strong. They were able to put up such a good game. And the strategies they brought out, the Ringo with the Adagio, with the Iron Guard in the lane, just so effective.
Now G2K2, unfortunately not the ones to advance with their sister team, as G2K1 will be in the semis, but definitely a good run from them. A little bit of a younger team, mechanically sound. They've only been playing competitively together for a few months. They got to be very proud of their progress here.
Yeah, and they were so impressive today, blocking out all those fin hooks, all the Ice Pauldrons, just so good from them.
Not a single hook on Mowgli. That by itself is an achievement.
Yeah, that is incredibly hard to do. And right now, I'm very excited to see what they do next.
All right, so to wrap up things here, we're going to be throwing it back to Rome, who's got to be feeling good about his predictions as well.
The turnabout is fair play there. I tried to put Forecourt in a funny spot, and he did it back to me. That's no surprise.
Yeah, I just want everybody to give a big shout out to G2 Kingwin 2, who did excellent. And this is one of the teams that we will have to be paying close attention to down in the future. I felt in this last match they did lose during the drafting phase. Going up against Team Secret, like ideally, Team Secret is well known for their soft push comp, but in this instance, Team Secret, looking at their opponents and how well they have been running that Ringo buff comp, they knew that soft push comp would come in, and it's actually a great counter to this, which is why I had suggested that that G2K to throw a Kroll into their composition somehow, just to be able to lock down that Saw early on, and overall, they played excellent on both sides, and it was a splendid match to watch.
Yeah, that is the interesting dynamic. If you put them on the saw push comp, maybe you just say, we're going to just take the comp that's going to counter it no matter what, and then if they don't play it, just come what may, we'll deal with it. And absolutely, G2 eSports, what a phenomenal day for them. They almost knock off the #1 and the #2 seeds. Ultimately, G2 Kinguin 2 does go down, but just a milestone day for them. And you know, they have a lot to build on. That's a very strong team moving forward. So it took 2 days to see it, but we did see the saw push comp, and this is, you know, this is the comp that got Team Secret where they are. It's the comp that led them to the Autumn Championships, and you know, this was the time to bring it out.
Yeah, so I don't think they wanted to play it earlier because I think they're trying to lull everyone to a false sense of security, thinking, you know, we don't play this anymore. But then I think they always just kind of play this comp in the most kind of important of times, you know, when it's just make it or break it. And you know what, that is just a beauty to watch. It's so coordinated, they move as a unit. I think it's actually beautiful to watch at, you know, it's just, the coordination is incredible.
And
but
I'm sorry, and with that in mind, who is going to be your Amazon Coins MVP of this fantastic series?
It's going to be Kvalifar for me. You know, his saw play was top notch, very British term, but you know, it was fantastic. He did very well. He had some good shanks in there, and you know, just a fantastic laner.
All right, and with that, we do have KV. It's DJ Sams.
Okay, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm here with KV from Team Secret. Please tell me, KV, when it comes down to that on your tournament life, how do you keep your cool?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is saying it's impossible, but it's really not. But we're losing 1-0, so the most important thing, especially when you're losing, is keep you cool, trust your teammates, you know what you can do and what you're capable of. So I guess coming out to the second game, we don't go like, oh, we're gonna lose, and if we lose, we're gonna knocked out. No, we go with the spirit that we can completely return the games, and we can come back in full force. So I believe the mindset is really important, and keeping the morale, it's what made us through this BO3.
Cool. So, we saw your very famous push comp. Can you explain to me and explain to the viewers at home, why does it work so well?
Well, this time the push comp worked because we knew exactly what they were going to play, because we studied them a bit and we knew for sure that they were doing so well in their buff comp that I knew that they were going to bring it in the blind pick, because they saw that we played Scarf Cruel versus Snow Tsunami, so they thought that we were going to play the same. So basically, we knew that what they're going to play, we picked our signature composition that I believe anyone knows from the last live final as well, that helped us win the tournament. So we were pretty confident about it. We were playing our best composition that everyone fears. So that's why things worked out so well, because we knew what they're going to play and we are confident about it.
Brilliant. That is KV from Team Secret. Back to you, Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Kvalifar. What a performance. They have to trust their teammates. They did trust their teammates, and they pulled through. Let's take a look at day 3. We have an entire another day of action in this Europe Winter Championships. The picture is now clear. So if you look in the bottom middle there, that's the only part that matters now. It is the semifinals that will be tomorrow on day 3. It will be Rebirth of Empire, that incredibly interesting quality 6 seed that now has to face Team Secret, the 2 seed, the Autumn Champions. That is going to be just a dynamite match. And then we have Snow Tsunami, the upset specialists, against G2 Kinguin, you know, who did some work today as well. Rome, what stands out to you here?
Yeah, and it's going to be very good matches coming in tomorrow, especially because we have best out of 5. We actually see the full potential and the full knowledge and experience of every single one of these teams. And back to the hashtag Rome is right corner, I will be picking up the finals to be Snow Tsunami versus Rebirth of Empire.
Wow, all right, well that is a bold prediction. 2 more opportunities there to go. Again, of course, tomorrow, all best of 5, and those teams coming out of the winner's bracket will start 1 game up. That is the bonus that they get for not having to take advantage of the double elimination format at all. So it is going to be an incredible, incredible day 3. So that is at 13 GMT. That is 6 a.m. Pacific. So have breakfast with Vainglory, 9 Eastern. Xingyi, it has been a fun day.
It's been so fun. You know, we've seen so many third games. I don't think you expected that many. You're saying at the start that you're really hoping to see one today.
All right. Well, thank you to Amazon Coins. Thank you to the NVIDIA Shield, that fantastic K1 tablet. We have an entire day up tomorrow. It is the semifinals. It is the finals. It's going to get even better than all the matches we had today. So make sure you come back tomorrow. We'll see you then.